Chapter 101. The two of them discussed in the room for a long time before Lin Cha finally opened the door and emerged. Her expression was one of mixed joy and sorrow, a complex one indeed. When Lin Cha emerged, Mai Meng and Wang Haoran were eating a cake. Mai Meng had instructed Wang Haoran in making it. Not a drop of water was added, simply flour, eggs, and sugar. It was a complete success, and Mai Meng loved it. Mai Meng also discovered something remarkable. Xia Chengfeng actually had a sweet tooth. When he ate the cake, Mai Meng felt his eyes light up. Of course, it was only for that split second that Mai Meng caught his eye. "I'm new here. Try it." Mai Meng, feeling embarrassed to eat alone, asked Wang Haoran to get one for Lin Cha. Wang Haoran also got one for Xia Chengfeng, who came out later. "Thank you," they said. The two of them thanked him. Lin Cha took a bite, and was immediately astounded. It was so delicious. All the emotions he had just felt vanished, leaving only a single thought in his mind. The captain had married well. If she could occasionally come over for a meal, that would be even better. But because it was so delicious, Lin Cha was too embarrassed to try a second helping. He finished the cake in his hand, drank a glass of water, and left. For the first time, he felt the joy of being part of the captain's family. The thought of all of them becoming dowry didn't seem so hard to accept. After the decision was made, Xia Chengfeng sent a message to Qin Yujing that evening. Qin Yujing replied, saying she would pick him up the next day. Knowing that Xia Chengfeng was leaving that evening, Mai Meng felt a bit reluctant. Wang Haoran had been staying at his own house for the past few days, leaving this place to Mai Meng and Xia Chengfeng. Mai Meng slept soundly every day cuddling his portable air conditioner. Now that he knew his portable air conditioner was leaving, he was still quite reluctant. "I might not be here for a while after this trip, but I'll still have someone deliver food regularly, so don't worry about food and drink. You can also message me if you need anything," Xia Chengfeng instructed. At first, he actually thought Mai Meng had access to a large amount of low radiation or even no radiation food, and was quite surprised. Later, he learned that they actually had low radiation Baiwei fruit, which wasn't surprising. Adding Baiwei fruit to cooking really did reduce radiation levels. Still, he discovered that Mai Meng had a mysterious source of supplies, one that even Wang Haoran didn't know about. He felt a little surprised. Was this a little secret between the two of them? "Don't worry about us. Now that you're the target, he'll probably focus all his attention on you. Be careful. If you need to go out on a mission, you can follow Qin Yujing. At least the two of you can look after each other." To Crazy Xia, the two of them were already dead. Unless they happened to meet or were discovered, he wouldn't go out of his way to look for them. The next day, Mai Meng had soy milk and steamed buns for breakfast. The millstone was bought at the stock exchange. Mai Meng felt that breakfast with only porridge was too bland and wanted soy milk, steamed buns, and fried dough sticks. Wang Haoran didn't know what soy milk, steamed buns, and fried dough sticks were, so he asked Mai Meng. Fried dough sticks used too much oil, and steamed buns required too much preparation, but soy milk was still feasible. So, they had soy milk, steamed buns, and soy milk with sugar for breakfast, which Xia Chengfeng also liked. There was a knock on the door. It was Qin Yujing. "Why so early?" Mai Meng asked in surprise. The other party had said they come in the morning, but she hadn't expected it to be so early. It was only a little after 7. Ding, mission target found. Show him your graceful dance moves and charm him. Complete the mission and receive 30 kilograms of beef and 30 kilograms of milk as rewards. Mai Meng spat blood all over the system's face. "What about graceful dancing? What do you mean by that? Yesterday's dinner reward has already arrived. Why isn't today's mission another meal? Didn't they say one meal wouldn't work? It would have been nice if I hadn't said it." The sight of the milk made Mai Meng actually crave it. "However, this mission. What do you mean by early? I got up a little after 4 to train, and after training, I happened to come over to your place just to get some breakfast. I didn't expect I actually get to have breakfast." He. Qin Yujing poured herself a cup of soy milk without hesitation, and began to eat the steamed bun. Even eating couldn't stop him from choking. He swallowed his food, and then continued eating. It wasn't as if he ate slowly. Today's breakfast was much more lively than usual. Everyone ate quietly, occasionally looking up to see Qin Yujing chattering. He talked about gossip from the inner circle of the safe zone, and everyone listened with gusto. "It's such a shame you're not coming back with me. I won't be able to enjoy my meals after eating what you cook," Qin Yujing said with regret. "It's okay. When my daughter Chengfeng comes back to her parents' home, you can come and eat with her," Mai Meng consoled her. Xia Qingfeng's face was filled with rage. What does going back to her parents' home mean? She wasn't even married. But judging by what happened next, it did seem a bit like it. His face darkened even further. Ha ha ha. My lady Xia's family is so kind, unlike that other lady whose family doesn't even like me. Qin Yujing burst into laughter at my Mang's words. It's my family, my Mang corrected. As the old saying goes, once a man is married, it's hard to take back the spilled water. Qin Yujing said with a smile. Who said that? My Mang raised an eyebrow and poured half the water from his glass onto the table. Take it back and show him. My Mang said to Xia Chengfeng. Xia Chengfeng reached out and quickly turned the water on the table into ice cubes, then returned it to his glass and melted it back into water. The spilled water had returned perfectly. Qin Yujing was stunned. Could supernatural powers be used like this? See? Even spilled water in our family can be taken back, my Mang said proudly. Then she looked at the cup with envy. She could only make ice, not melt it. After a few minutes of chatting, it was finally time to say goodbye. My Mang said reluctantly, be safe. Don't worry about me. Just use your wristband if anything happens. Well, you two should take care of yourselves too, Xia Chengfeng said to them. Hey, it's not like you're going far away. You're just staying at my place. You can just stop by when you're on a mission. Qin Yujing said speechlessly. Everyone thought about it and said nothing more. The touching atmosphere was instantly destroyed. Wait, I'll dance for you to say goodbye. My Mang stopped the two. Wow, you can dance too? Qin Yujing exclaimed in surprise. I was just thinking it over. It's a good opportunity for you to enjoy it. My Mang said proudly. Everyone made room for her and quietly watched her performance, letting her emotions build. After all, such a socially destructive thing requires a very strong mental support. Chapter 102. Ahem, I'm about to begin. My Mang coughed lightly and began to twitch his body. He had his own music, a horseback riding dance for everyone. Qin Yujing's face flushed. He wanted to laugh, but felt it would be impolite, so he tried hard to suppress it. When the dance was over, my Mang bowed to everyone. Did it look good? As long as I wasn't embarrassed, everyone else would be embarrassed. Okay. Ha ha ha. Sorry, I didn't mean to laugh. Ha ha ha. I just couldn't help it. Ha ha ha. Qin Yujing had wanted to praise it as beautiful. But as soon as he opened his mouth, he couldn't help laughing. Seeing him laugh so happily, the others couldn't help laughing either. My Mang had been quite embarrassed, but the laughter made the embarrassment go away, and he even found it a little funny. But she only knew a few simple moves, so asking her to dance was really hard. Even with the tutorial, she could dance like a complete mess, let alone improvisation. She was lucky to be able to dance well. But you know what? Even though the poses are weird, they're quite magical. Really good dancing. Qin Yujing had laughed enough and finally managed to speak a complete sentence. Alright, let's go. The sun will be up soon. Upon hearing the reward had arrived, my Mang immediately sent them away. We wouldn't be seeing each other for a while anyway, so next time we met, this matter would be over. As soon as the two of them left, my Mang immediately threw himself into Wang Haoran's arms and asked in a muffled voice, was that embarrassing just now? Wang Haoran smiled and said, no, I thought it was cute. Really? My Mang asked. It's really cute. It's the first time I've seen such a beautiful dance. Wang Haoran said. He wasn't lying. This was the first time he'd seen anyone dance. Before, he had no idea what dance was. Okay, let's rest a little today and continue our journey into the dense forest tomorrow. We haven't been there in a while, so I wonder what it's like there. Although they called for a break, the two of them still made a trip to the bamboo forest. As expected, they didn't find anything, but they did bring back several bamboos. The old bamboos were very thick and strong, enough to build a house. Maimong and the others didn't need such thick ones. They only needed the half-grown ones. Grandma Wang wanted them. She said she wanted to weave something with the bamboo. Grandma Wang had already made 2 sets of children's clothes while they were carrying them. She planned to use the bamboo to weave a small bamboo bed for her yet-to-be-born grandson. It was a big project, so she had to take her time. Since her grandson hadn't shown up yet, there was no rush. Since Grandma Wang came along, my Mang no longer had to take the hemp vines to be processed. She handed it all over to Grandma Wang, giving her something to do at home. This year, my Mang has already received 2 sets of new clothes from Grandma Wang, and Wang Haoran has also received 2 sets. Next, Grandma Wang is preparing some things for the children, including small quilts and other items. My Mang also plans to take out the cotton fabric from her space and have Grandma Wang make clothes. But since it's still early, there's no rush, so she keeps putting it off. Xia Chengfeng also completed his 10 small tasks. After all, they're together now, so completing small tasks is much easier. The 8th task, Kiss, earned him 20 kilograms of seafood and 10 kilograms of cooking oil. The 9th task was a bit outlandish. Xia Chengfeng actually held her hand and praised her beauty. Mai Meng herself was a little embarrassed to admit it, but she didn't expect Xia Chengfeng's praise to be so sincere. The rewards were all the spiritual nourishment Mai Meng had been craving. 1 copy each of Go, chess, checkers, military chess, flying chess, Monopoly, cards, and mahjong. There was also a guide to playing the games. Thankfully, there was a guide to playing the games, as Mai Meng only knew about some of them and couldn't play them. But for now, there was no time for games. We had to take advantage of the harvest season and stock up on supplies, so we could have a good winter this year. The 10th mission was again about sleeping together, and the reward was a box of snacks. Mai Meng had temporarily achieved food freedom. If her surroundings were better, her life now would be nothing short of amazing. But, feeling the heat wave around her, Mai Meng sighed. The weather was getting hotter. That morning, the two of them had driven here in their car. The journey, which usually takes 2 hours, took just over half an hour. Mai Meng said with delight that she could get an extra hour of sleep from now on. As for arriving early and starting work early, that's out of the question. It's too early, it's still dark. The two men reached a deserted spot and took out their scooters. To carry them both, the 3rd flatbed mode was all they needed. Wang Haoran didn't know how to ride it first, so Maimong took the wheel. Maimong had ridden an electric scooter before, so he picked it up right away. Wang Haoran learned it after watching, and then let Maimong sit in the back to rest while he drove. A gentle morning breeze brought a cool breeze, which Maimong found very comfortable. It was only 10 o'clock in the morning, but the two of them were sweltering in the dense forest. Mai Meng thought, the temperature must be at least 40 degrees Celsius. If we were outside, it would definitely be over 40. During the afternoon, the temperature could reach over 50. Not to mention the radiation, the sun alone would be enough to make a person droop. The two of them arrived at their old spot, and saw from afar the red fruits hanging from the branches, and the newly grown green leaves. Mai Meng was tempted. That was the strange-tasting fruit. If she didn't sell it, she could just throw one in her cooking, and it would make the meal taste much better. And the leaves, with their delicate fragrance, could make her drink a couple more cups of water if soaked in water. You said, we stomped around in its territory for so long last time, and nothing happened. That means it won't attack us, right? Mai Meng asked Wang Haoran. It's hard to say. It's better to be safe. Wang Haoran didn't want Mai Meng to take any risks. The brave will die of overeating, the timid will die of starvation. Go ahead. We have protective clothing and protective shoes anyway. Mai Meng pulled Wang Haoran towards the strange-tasting fruit tree. Cautiously approaching and checking, the ground was completely silent, devoid of any movement. So, the two men continued their vigilance while checking, discarding the high-radiation fruits directly onto the ground, and the medium and low-radiation ones into the bag. You said, those mutant beasts don't care about radiation levels when they eat. Then, with these high-radiation fruits, could we go somewhere else and lure out some herbivorous mutant beasts? Mai Meng asked Wang Haoran, holding his own high-radiation exotic fruit. Wang Haoran didn't know, but they both agreed it was worth a try. So, Mai Meng dumped the low-radiation fruits onto Wang Haoran's side, and hung another bag around his waist to hold the high-radiation fruits. Afterwards, any low-radiation fruits he detected would be placed with Wang Haoran. The two men happily checked, but the earthworms below were unhappy. This tree was their bait for prey. Last time, although they'd taken some, they at least left quite a few. But this time, they'd gone too far. Besides just throwing a few on the ground at the beginning, they were actually taking everything away. So, they became agitated. Chapter 103. Just as the two were happily examining the ground, Mai Meng felt a vibration beneath his feet and grabbed Wang Haoran. As expected, the ground around them began to surge, and Mai Meng pulled them along and ran. The earthworms on the ground weren't about to give up so easily, chasing Mai Meng and the others. They ran in front, followed by a swarm of earthworms. The ground was loose, and every now and then, an earthworm would jump out and try to bite Mai Meng. Thankfully, they were wearing protective clothing and shoes, so the earthworms didn't bite. Are they crazy? Mai Meng shouted as he ran. They were fine before. Why are they attacking us this time? I don't know. Let's change direction. I'll run outside, Wang Haoran said. Running any further would lead them deep into the dense forest. Even if they managed to avoid the earthworms' attacks, there would still be other mutant beasts. So, the two turned and ran outside. Several earthworms dangled from their trouser legs, fluttering in the wind. If they refused to let go, Maimong ignored them. Escaping was the most important thing. The two of them approached the exit before there was no movement behind them. Maimong and the others were breathing heavily. This is too exciting. My first time being chased by earthworms. Maimong panted heavily. Wang Haoran used a shovel to swat 2 earthworms off her trouser legs, and 1 off his. While the worms were still dazed, he grabbed a bag and put them away. I don't know if this bag will hold them, Wang Haoran said uncertainly. It's okay. Just shake them on the ground from time to time to keep them dazed. Maimong checked his bracelet. Oh no! It's almost midnight. We can't go into the dense forest anymore. Where should we go next? Wang Haoran quickly released the 2 bikes. No matter where they were going, they just had to get outside first. The bikes were going only 30 miles per hour at their fastest, which would be incredibly frustrating if they were trying to escape. The wind blew hot against their faces, leaving no trace of coolness. The two had already put on their hazmat suit hoods, but the sun still blazed down, blinding them. But there was nowhere to hide nearby. Finally, Wang Haoran rode his bike to a cliff face, barely wide enough for one person to stand. No, Brother Haoran. The sun will set soon, and it'll hit us right where we're standing, Maimong warned. It's okay. Just stand there. There's no other place to hide from the radiation. After settling Maimong down, Wang Haoran picked up a shovel and began digging. He planned to dig a hiding place before the sun came over. He started from the front, creating a narrow passage barely wide enough for 2 people to pass through. Then dig to the right, so the mountain wall ahead would block the radiation. Time was limited, and Wang Haoran only managed to dig a cave large enough for the 2 of them to huddle together. The 2 quickly retreated inside before the sun hit them. Each of them sat in a corner, their feet bent and curled up because the space was so small. Sit down and rest for a while. I'll continue digging. You'll feel more comfortable soon. Wang Haoran sat inside, not idle either, slowly digging with his small hoe. Okay. Maimong felt that his stamina was indeed not as good as Wang Haoran's. He had just run for over an hour, and was indeed a little tired. He touched his belly. This little guy was really strong. Are you hungry? If so, eat something first. I'll use my body to block the way, and try to be as quiet as possible. Wang Haoran saw Maimong touching his stomach, and, assuming he was hungry, spoke up. He dug as deep as he could to reduce the dust. Okay, I'll eat first, and I'll take your turn after I'm done. After this reminder, Maimong was indeed feeling a bit hungry. Their hands were too dirty, so they had to eat from the cloth bag that held the steamed buns. After eating 4 steamed buns in a row, Maimong finally felt his strength returning. Their today's buns were brown sugar buns. The sugar was good for energy, and they wouldn't stand out as much as white buns. After eating the buns and drinking some water, Maimong put away the bag and told Wang Haoran to eat first. Try stretching your legs out. Wang Haoran took the bag and said to Maimong. Just now, he had dug a small hole, small enough to fit Maimong's legs. Thank you. I feel much more comfortable now that I don't have to bend my legs. Maimong stretched his legs and fished the contents out of the hole, placing them on his lap. These were low and medium radiation kiwi fruit. They couldn't be damaged by the sun. As for the high radiation ones, that didn't matter. Then, seeing the bag of earthworms move, Maimong lifted it and swung it twice on the ground, and it stopped moving again. Watching Wang Haoran eat the black dumplings, Maimong picked up another bag filled with dried meat. It was her snack and also a nutritional supplement. Otherwise, those steamed buns wouldn't be enough nutrition. Try one too. Maimong offered the dried meat to Wang Haoran's mouth. I'm not eating, you can eat it. Wang Haoran refused. Hurry up, my hands are sore. Maimong said, feigning anger. Only when she saw Wang Haoran bite into the dried meat she offered him did she resume eating. Wang Haoran's lunch consisted of black dumplings and steamed buns. They were black dumplings, but they could also be called black dough buns, unlike the dumplings he had before. He brings 6 steamed buns, because sometimes Maimong could finish 6, and sometimes not. Whatever he finished became Maimong's lunch, and the rest went to Wang Haoran. Wang Haoran was even more impressive, eating 10 black dumplings, which were about the same size as steamed buns. He also ate all the steamed buns Maimong left behind. However, Wang Haoran still had the habit of keeping 1 steamed bun with him, fearing Maimong might get hungry in the afternoon. When he got home that evening, the steamed buns he brought back could be eaten directly for dinner. After a satisfying meal, Maimong leaned against the cliff wall to rest, while Wang Haoran continued his digging. He figured that since no one else was here, Digging a cave would serve as a place for them to rest in the future. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Wang Haoran saw my Meng sleeping soundly and didn't wake her. Seeing my Meng sweating profusely, Wang Haoran fanned her with one hand while slowly breaking up the soil beneath him with the other. There was no rush to dig a cave, but it was just sitting there for now. Besides, digging deeper would make it cooler. In this uncomfortable environment, my Meng slept until 3 o'clock. She noticed that since the beginning of this month, not only had her appetite increased, but her sleep quality had also improved significantly. Drink some water first. Wang Haoran handed my Meng the water bag, and she took 2 sips to moisten her throat. Want to eat? Wang Haoran handed my Meng another steamed bun. My Meng took the steamed bun and bit into it. Although he wasn't hungry, he could still eat. After a good meal and a good sleep, he didn't feel like working anymore and wanted to go home. Chapter 104. Turning the cart into a sidecar, Wang Haoran let my Meng sit in it and pushed her along. He threw the day's small catch into the cart and picked up any branches he saw along the way to take home. My Meng sat in the cart, a large leaf shading her head from the sun, chewing some dried fruit, feeling quite comfortable. If only the weather weren't so scorching. Then, she felt something rubbing her butt and looked back. 3 earthworms were gnawing at the fabric on her, but fortunately, she was wearing protective clothing, otherwise, her butt would have been in tatters today. Ouch! My Meng jumped out of the cart and, in the process, fired 3 ice balls at the 3 earthworms, freezing them. Then, as my Meng jumped out of the cart, the 3 ice balls also landed on her, but making a clinking sound as they collided. What's wrong? Wang Haoran hurried forward to check. Look! My Meng showed him the earthworms hanging from her, but after Wang Haoran swatted the earthworm away, he quickly checked on my Meng. Luckily, only his clothes were torn, the protective suit underneath wasn't. You pervert, where are you looking? My Meng said, grabbing both of Wang Haoran's ears. I'm not. Well, I was just checking to see if you were hurt. Wang Haoran then realized he had been staring at my Meng's butt. His face flushed for a moment, and he was so nervous he couldn't form a complete sentence. Ha ha ha. I was just kidding. Look at what you just swatted away. My Meng gestured for Wang Haoran to pick it up. It's an earthworm. I saw it, Wang Haoran said, squatting down. Then he froze. Because the earthworms were encased in ice, they were crystal clear, like decorative ornaments. Ice? You? Wang Haoran was stunned. He had known my Meng for over a decade, and he knew best whether or not he had superpowers. How could he suddenly? Ever since I've been with Xia Chengfeng, I've always felt a surge of energy, but I didn't know what it was. I've been eating and drinking well lately, so I didn't take it seriously. Who knew, just now, in a moment of desperation, I waved my hand and 3 ice balls erupted. My Meng feigned a bit of bewilderment, then a touch of joy. From now on, I'm a superpowered person, right? My Meng had carefully considered the matter before deciding to tell Wang Haoran. Ice powers, unlike mental powers, are visible when used. Since he was with him almost 24 hours a day, he would definitely be discovered unless he didn't use them. But was it possible to possess superpowers and not use them? So, he might as well find a suitable opportunity to explain it to him. Today was the perfect opportunity. My Meng, don't tell anyone about this, okay? Wang Haoran said to her seriously. What happened? My Meng looked at Wang Haoran, a little puzzled. Let's talk about it when we get back. Wang Haoran carried my Meng onto the cart, repacked the 3 ice balls, and put them back on. They didn't go back to the bamboo forest and headed straight home. The road was deserted, everyone was out collecting, so they didn't run into anyone. Back inside, Wang Haoran asked my Meng to sit down and prepared to talk to her. After a moment's thought, he decided it wasn't right, and the 2 of them went back inside. Although I'm very happy that you become a psychic, this is a sudden acquisition of your powers. I've never heard of anyone suddenly unleashing superpowers. If word gets out, the safe zone might come after you. As for what they'll ask you to do, or anything that happens next, we can't predict it. So let's just use this power secretly, avoiding it if possible to minimize the chances of discovery. What do you think? Wang Haoran looked at my Meng seriously. It's best to keep it a secret from Captain Chengfeng for now. After all, I've only known Captain Chengfeng for a limited time. While he's a kind man, his human nature is the most vulnerable. Until there's absolute trust, it's best to keep it a secret. My Meng hadn't planned to publicly announce her superpowers, telling Wang Haoran, because it was unavoidable. So of course, she readily agreed to Wang Haoran's request. I don't mean to distrust him, it's just... Wang Haoran tried to explain, but my Mang interrupted, covering his mouth. No need to explain. I understand. You're doing this for my safety. Anyone in this world could harm me, except you. I believe you absolutely won't. My Mang said, looking at Wang Haoran. Wang Haoran hugged my Mang tightly. At that moment, he felt his life was worth it. Alright, we're all filthy and sticky. Let's boil some water, and take a bath. My Mang pushed Wang Haoran away. She was already hot, and hugging each other only made it worse. While Wang Haoran was boiling water, my Mang took a basin and sat down to make ice. Still making one all after another, but today's all was noticeably sharper than yesterday's. She believed her weapon would be ready in no time. But today, she only managed to condense a small, half basin before her energy ran out. This was because unleashing her ice power on the 3 earthworms had consumed a large portion of her energy. She was still too weak. Her level 1 power could only freeze 5 or 6 earthworms. What should I do with these 3 earthworms? Wang Haoran asked. Let's trade them for a bargain, my Mang said. With only 3 earthworms, it wasn't worth sending the team on a trip. Still, my Mang sent a message to ask Xia Chengfeng about the price of the mutant earthworms. When the ice melted and the 3 earthworms died, Wang Haoran locked the door and let my Mang bathe inside, while he went to trade the 3 earthworms for star coins. At 30 star coins per earthworm, Wang Haoran bought 5 bottles of near-expiry nutrient solution, 5 bottles of high-grade nutrient solution, and some whole grain powder. Sometimes, he drank nutrient solution when he was out, so he kept some on hand just in case. The high-grade nutrient solution was for Mei Mong. Seeing Mei Mang's face twist after drinking the low-grade nutrient solution, Wang Haoran decided he'd never give her the low-grade solution again. After all, their family wasn't short of these few star coins, so it was perfectly fine to provide Mei Mong with a high-grade nutrient solution alone. The manager was quite happy today, and asked me where I caught them. I told him I didn't catch them, but I found these 3 dead on the road. He seemed quite regretful. While cooking, Wang Haoran told Mei Mong about what had just happened at the exchange. Yeah, he definitely wants to catch them. Mei Mong wiped his hair and looked at his bracelet. Xia Chengfeng texted me back. He said catching these earthworms isn't hard, locating them is the hard part. He also said they need to be stored in special containers, like bags or bamboo tubes, so they can bite through them and escape. Alas, the middlemen are taking a profit. Selling them to Team Chengfeng, they're only selling for 40 star coins each. Mei Mong said to Wang Haoran as he read the message. What do you think? We should go catch them. If we miss this year, we won't have another chance next year. They can't bite us anyway. My Mang looked at Wang Haoran happily and asked. Chapter 105. Wang Haoran naturally had no objections, so my Mang asked Xia Chengfeng to send over some supplies, saying they were going to catch earthworms. Xia Chengfeng was surprised that my Mang and his team had found earthworms, and agreed to send the supplies, urging them to be careful. How could you fish for earthworms without bait? My Mang took advantage of Wang Haoran's absence to retrieve the rat carcasses she had hidden. She opened their heads, took out any energy stones she could find, and put the carcasses back in a bag. That evening, when Xia Chengfeng sent someone to bring the supplies, she mixed the rats in again. My Mang opened the entire bag of rats' heads, counted out 20, and put them in a separate bag, and then she put the rest back in place, ready to take out when she needed bait next time. There were over 40 rats in the bag. Looking at the 30 or so white energy stones on the ground, my Mang happily washed and sorted them out. The yield rate was quite high, worthy of the large rats she had selected. After washing the floor and cleaning myself, I waited for the tools to arrive, so I could start my work tomorrow. That evening, Wang Haoran was about to leave when he received a package. The person who came today wasn't Lin Cha, Wang Haoran said. Well, Lin Cha said he was busy, so he sent a trusted team leader. What's his name? I think it's Kong Lu, my Mang said. Yes, he said his name is Kong Lu. Wang Haoran nodded. The two of them brought out small boxes. If these boxes were larger, they would be like urns. I don't know what material they were made of. They felt cool to the touch. When the boxes were opened, there was a net in the middle that could be pulled out to hold them in place, probably to prevent the earthworms from escaping. Each box was not much bigger than a large rat, so my Mang figured putting one at a time would be enough. There were only 5 boxes in total, not many, but it should be enough. After all, no one knew what was going on at first. In addition to the boxes, there were 2 boxes of odor-absorbing paper, and a bag of heat bulbs, both of which lasted 12 hours. Finally, there was a bag of dead rats. We have the bait, but I wonder if the earthworms will eat the dead rats, my Mang said with delight. They should, otherwise they wouldn't have sent someone to bring them, Wang Haoran said uncertainly. My Meng rubbed his nose, feeling a little guilty. They tied up all the rats with ropes overnight, then put them in a bag and placed them in a basin of water. My Meng turned the water into ice, which effectively kept them refrigerated overnight. Otherwise, with the current high temperature, it was unclear whether the rats would still be smelly by tomorrow. This was my Meng's latest discovery. Although she could only make a little more than a basin of ice, she could make half a tank of water by freezing it. So every night, besides practicing his supernatural powers, he would fill 2 basins of water with ice and place them in his room. The temperature in the room instantly dropped significantly, and my Meng found his sleep much more comfortable. Early the next morning, my Meng and his companions entered the dense forest and stealthily climbed a tree. Because some branches were connected, they climbed from one tree to another, slowly approaching the earthworm patch. They found a sturdy tree, and each chose a branch more than a meter above the ground to sit on. They took out the prepared mouse and slowly lowered it down. A long rope was tied to the mouse, and my Meng tried to reel in the earthworm like fishing. The mutant rat fell to the ground. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes passed, and there was no movement. Don't they eat the dead? My Meng asked doubtfully. Wang Haoran couldn't give her an answer, because he didn't know either. Or, let's try dragging it. Wang Haoran handed the rope to my Meng, who slowly pulled it closer. The rat's body dragged along the ground. My Meng handed the rope back to Wang Haoran, who pulled it back again. And then, sure enough, there was movement. Earthworms scrambled to jump into the rat's body. The two waited for a long time, and when no more worms emerged, they slowly pulled the rat up. My Meng immediately opened the box. The rat's body flattened at a visible speed, and the rope became somewhat loose. When the rat successfully entered the box, my Meng pulled the net up and quickly closed the box. Ha ha! It's done! My Meng wanted to shout excitedly, but he was afraid to disturb the earthworms below, so he whispered softly. Next, let's try 2 mice. Catching them one by one is too slow, and I just checked. Because the mouse carcasses are flattened, 1 box is just enough for 2, 1 would be a waste, my Meng said. Of course, we're just experimenting. If 2 are too hard to control, we'll give up and continue fishing one by one. Okay, I'll try. Wang Haoran took out the 2 mice, and my Meng put the box of earthworms aside to avoid confusion with the other empty boxes. The 2 continued to pull the mice back and forth, successfully reeling in 2 more. But after the 4th bait, there was no more movement on the ground. Did we catch them all? My Meng asked uncertainly. No way, there aren't that many. Wang Haoran wasn't sure either, but the 2 mice had been dragged back and forth a dozen times by the 2 of them, and still no movement. How about we try another location? My Meng suggested, and the 2 of them slowly moved forward from this tree again. After passing 3 trees, there was still no movement from below. The 2 mice had been dragging along the ground all the time. It looks like there really are no more, but just to be safe, let's go down the other side. My Meng pointed to the tree they had come from. Animals are so clever these days, there's no chance the earthworms are hiding underground. What if they go down and get swept into the dirt? So do you still want these 2 mice? Wang Haoran asked. Looking at the 2 dirty mice, my Meng shook his head in disdain. No, just leave them here. So Wang Haoran untied the rope, and the 2 mice fell down. My Meng also wanted to see if the rat was still there, waiting to return tomorrow. If not, that meant there might be earthworms on the ground, or perhaps other mutant beasts nearby. As for what it was, that remained to be investigated. Where are the remaining rats? Wang Haoran asked my Meng, pointing at the rats in the bag. We brought 20 rats out today, caught 5, lost 2, and now we have 13. Let's make a trap, using these rats as bait and see if we can catch prey, my Meng suggested. They immediately set to work. My Meng remembered a half-meter deep pit nearby, which came in handy. The 2 searched for a while before finally finding the pit. The surrounding vegetation had grown thicker, making it even harder to discern the direction. Don't be fooled by the fact that my Meng and the others seemed to be moving around with ease. This was all thanks to the jungle survival skills they had acquired earlier. Chapter 106. If it were the old my Meng, she would have been completely in the dark upon entering. But with her jungle survival skills, she subconsciously memorized every little detail, the growth patterns of trees, their species, and even the subtle differences. Even the direction of leaf growth. Even 2 seemingly identical trees, my Meng could detect many differences, allowing her to identify their direction. The 2 dug the pit deeper, stopping only after digging more than 2 meters. They inserted many sharpened sticks into the bottom, and used ropes from rats to weave a simple net over the surface. They weighted it down with rocks and sprinkled fallen leaves and gravel on top, trying to make it look like the surrounding area. Finally, they dumped all the dozen or so rats on top. After the morning's heat, the rats had already given off a slight stench. Even if they didn't leave them here, they couldn't take them back. After making all the arrangements, the two fled. The sun had risen, and the heat outside was scorching. The two found a cave and ran inside. What the hell? We're only 2 minutes late. My Mang entered the cave and gulped down several swigs of ice water. Just now, my Mang almost thought she was going to spontaneously combust. Now, touching her clothes, they were still scorching hot. Refreshing. My Mang picked up her water bag and pressed it against her face. She filled it with ice cubes, and applying it to her face was cool and comfortable. It was a perfect cooling aid. Come here, I'll make you an ice pack too. It's so comfortable. My Mang waved at Wang Haoran. After they had recovered, they began to eat lunch. Today's lunch was wild vegetable steamed buns. A whole, lush green bun might not look particularly appealing, but it still tasted delicious. When you're out and about, steamed buns are the only thing you can bring. Next time, we can bring a small pot and some rice. We have 2 hours at noon anyway, so we can cook something hot. My Mang said. Okay. Wang Haoran nodded. Oh, that's silly. We can chop some bamboo and make bamboo tube rice. My Mang slapped his forehead and said, let's find a large bamboo. We only need to carry 2 sections at a time and throw them away after eating. It saves the inconvenience of carrying a pot around. Okay, whatever you say. Wang Haoran smiled and looked at my Mang. He didn't know what bamboo tube rice was, but the name suggested it meant using bamboo instead of a pot to cook rice. My Mang was truly impressive, even thinking of this method. But wouldn't bamboo burn if burned on fire? After eating and drinking, my Mang wanted to rest for a while, but the surrounding heat kept him awake. The wind from Wang Haoran's fan was also hot. Got it. My Mang picked up a branch and placed it on the large blade as a handle. Then, he unleashed his supernatural power, condensing thick ice on both sides. Wang Haoran's branch perfectly served as a fan for my Mang. The chilly wind blew against my Mang, and he felt his pores stretch. Will it be heavy? My Mang asked. No, while there's still time, you should rest for a while. Wang Haoran said with a smile. Then I'll sleep for a while. If you get tired, stop. The ice is nearby, so the temperature won't be that high anyway. My Mang was truly sleepy, so she closed her eyes and prepared for sleep. After a moment, she suddenly opened them and glanced warily toward the cave entrance. What's wrong? Wang Haoran asked. Our trap's been snared. It sounds like there's a lot of noise. I wonder if we can snag a scavenger. Although my Mang was sleepy, she didn't dare actually fall asleep in the wild. She simply tried to relax. An hour passed, and the thrashing of prey continued. The 2 men remained hidden in the cave, waiting for the prey to tire them out before venturing out to snatch it. Chew. A long, drawn-out chirp reached their ears. The sound of it landing was obvious, even without seeing that it was a large creature. Chew. 2 slightly childish calls echoed with a hint of grievance. My Mang and the other man exchanged glances. It seemed they wouldn't be able to enjoy the scavenger. Not only was they deprived of the opportunity to enjoy the feast, but they also had to hide in the cave, unaware of the threat, afraid of attracting the giant. That was more than they could handle. Soon, the prey in the trap was carried off by the giant, but my Mang and the others remained hidden in the cave. Because she hadn't heard the giant leave, she led Wang Haoran into the cave and whispered, "The big bird is guarding outside." Wang Haoran's hearing wasn't as good as my Mang's, so he heard nothing. But after my Mang said this, he nodded, motioning for my Mang to sit down and rest. My Mang closed his eyes, reinforcing his hearing, trying to use hearing instead of vision to see if he could perceive the situation outside. The leaves rustled in the wind. A gust of wind, blocked by the tree, split into 2, then scattering again, merged into 1. Maimong felt as if she could see the scenery outside. Until they encountered a void, where the breeze dissipated. The wind blew through the dense leaves, leaving behind only a rustling sound, yet it managed to find its way through various cracks. But this place was impenetrable. Maimong imagined this void in her mind. Found it. The big bird was hiding in a large tree, 10 meters to the right, and in front of their cave entrance. Maimong felt a little elated. She had made progress. Man and bird remained in a stalemate. Later, Maimong could still leisurely chew on some dried meat. Just wait and see. Your cub is still injured. Let's see how long you can hold out. Unexpectedly, it was quite patient, not leaving until dark. A gust of air blew, and the big bird flew away. 5 minutes later, it returned with a vengeance. It circled several times, finding no signs of change below, and reluctantly left. My Mang waited another 5 minutes, and when he realized the bird hadn't returned, he told Wang Haoran to pack up and run. The two hurried out of the dense forest, and upon reaching a flat surface, they immediately launched their cart. They wished the cart could go from 30 yards to 300 yards. Only when they were out of the woods did they breathe a sigh of relief. This is so exciting! I never thought a few tiny mice could attract a big bird. No, it must be a greedy little bird. It was clearly the one who stole our food, and yet it called the parents to beat it up. No sense of honor at all. My Mang kept rambling. That big bird is really patient. It spent an entire afternoon with its injured child. If we didn't have a cart, we wouldn't have gotten home until midnight. Isn't that a person lying down up ahead? Wang Haoran interrupted my Mang. My Mang shuddered. In the middle of nowhere, no way. Since it was on their route, they still took a quick look. Although he was wearing the same coarse linen clothes as them, they were clearly new, and his complexion was normal, not like he was dead. Shall we go check it out? Wang Haoran asked. While this wasn't a dense forest, it was still wilderness. If they didn't take care of him, he might actually be dead tomorrow. Chapter 107. Do you want to save her? My Mang asked. If the Chumfeng team hadn't rescued me last time, I might not have the good life I have now. As long as it doesn't endanger our personal safety, I think we can still help. Of course, the final decision is yours. You're the one who makes it in our family. Wang Haoran said with a smile. If it were before, when he couldn't even eat enough, he certainly wouldn't have had such a kind heart. But things were different now. He believed he had some self-preservation skills, and he clearly remembered the desperation he felt when he begged for help. He thought they wouldn't save him. After all, they knew he was from the slums, and the reward he offered sounded like a joke. To his surprise, they still brought him back to the team and fed him medicine. He remembered that feeling for the rest of his life. He felt that perhaps there should be another way for people to get along with each other, instead of this indifference and mutual vigilance. Of course, all this was based on not harming their own interests. He didn't think he was that great, willing to do something that would harm himself to save others. Then save her. It'll be a good deed for the day. That being said, my Mang and the others still used a thick stick to turn the person over. After confirming that it was indeed a person, and a woman, they slowly approached to investigate. While turning the person over, my Mang poked the person's armpits several times, but there was no response. It seemed she had truly fainted. She's breathing, and her body is still warm. Wang Haoran asked my Mang to step back while he stepped forward to investigate. Let's throw the car up there. Although the car wasn't big, if we squeezed in, we could still fit one more person. But your feet would have to drag on the ground. When they got home, my Mang stared at the woman. She took a towel and wiped the dust off her face. Soon, a fair face emerged, a true beauty. Come and see. My Mang called to Wang Haoran. Is she beautiful? My Mang asked Wang Haoran. Not as beautiful as you, Wang Haoran replied. Seriously, look at her face. She can't be from the slums, my Mang said. Girls from the slums are either dark-skinned, have freckles, or both. She can't be this fair and clean. I'm serious. She's not as beautiful as you, Wang Haoran said, looking at my Mang seriously. As for her, we'll just chase her away tomorrow when she wakes up. If she doesn't wake up tomorrow morning, I'll hand her over to the guards. Since she's of a special status, she needs to be sent away early, Wang Haoran said. So we're not going out tomorrow? My Mang asked. We're not going there for the next few days. Let's go somewhere else, or maybe check out our previous spot. The rat swarm has been gone for so long, I don't know what's become of it now, Wang Haoran said. That big bird is so smart and vindictive. What if it's been guarding there for the past few days? It's better not to take the risk. Okay, let's go to the West District the day after tomorrow to check, my Mang said. Then, they gave the person a near-expiry nutrient solution, spread a straw mat on the ground, and placed the person on it. There were no wounds on the person, and since he wasn't conscious, they had no idea what was going on. If it weren't so late, he would have handed the man over to the guards. Leaving a stranger in the house wasn't exactly pleasant. And finally, he didn't forget to tie him up. After all, in his own home, if he wanted to do anything harmful, the ropes would at least delay him for a while. You've gained some weight lately, and you look better. Wang Haoran leaned over to fan my Mang. Seeing her face finally lose its sunken look, he thought she looked incredibly beautiful now. Not only my face has gained weight, but my body has gained weight too. Feel it if you don't believe me. My Mang took Wang Haoran's hand and placed it around her waist, rubbing it against her stomach. Stop it, there are people outside. Wang Haoran whispered. What are you thinking? I just wanted to tell you I've gained some weight. But since she was lying flat on her back, not only her belly, but even if she was 6 months pregnant, her belly wouldn't be there. My Meng sat up straight away, grabbed Wang Haoran's hand, and touched his waist, saying, Look, my waist's almost gone. Turning to his stomach he said, Pinch it, it's got a little belly. What's a little belly? Wang Haoran asked. This place isn't near the sea, so hardly anyone can swim, so naturally, they don't know what a little belly is. I'll tell you later. Give it a pinch, and see if there's any flesh. My Meng picked up a small piece of flesh, and showed it to Wang Haoran. Yes, I've gained some flesh. Wang Haoran removed my Meng's hand and smiled, saying, Why are you pinching so hard? It hurts. He placed his hand on my Meng's stomach and felt it. It seemed like he actually gained weight. As he felt it, he noticed something was wrong. Wait a minute, stand up. Wang Haoran took my Meng's hand, and helped her stand. My Meng stood up as well. Looking at her belly, which had become even more pronounced after she stood up, Wang Haoran was stunned. He gently placed his hand on my Meng's belly. The fetus, as if sensing its father's presence, moved slightly. Wang Haoran looked at my Meng with wide eyes. It's moving, it's moving. He felt around, but felt no more movement. Don't touch it anymore. It's so lazy. Sometimes it doesn't move for days. My Meng sat down. It was 5 months now, so it should be time for the fetus to move. If Bai hadn't said she was perfectly healthy, my Meng would have almost forgotten she was pregnant. Wang Haoran looked at her blankly. My Meng saw Wang Haoran hadn't moved for a long time. She looked up and saw him staring at her blankly. What's wrong? My Meng asked. Is this true? Is this true? Wang Haoran happily placed his hand carefully on my Meng's belly. You idiot! If it's not real, then what's it supposed to be? My Meng smiled and poked his forehead. Be gentle. Be careful not to hurt your hand. Sit a little closer. Don't fall off the bed and get hurt. Are you feeling unwell? Are you hungry? Want to eat? Wang Haoran fiddled with my Meng. Okay, just lie down. I'm fine. I'm fine. My Meng pulled him down. Can I touch you again? Wang Haoran was a little overwhelmed. He had never imagined that the fruit of his and my Meng's love would arrive so soon. Here, touch it. My Meng bared her belly for Wang Haoran to touch. Wang Haoran quickly covered her up, saying, You can't do that. It'll be bad if you get cold. Then he gently placed his hand on my Meng's belly, feeling this special father-son bond. Why didn't you tell me earlier? You've been running around like this these past few days, and you even climbed a tree today. If you feel unwell, you must tell me, okay? How about we not go into the jungle for now, and just wander around nearby? I'll give you all the fine food at home. I won't eat anymore. I'll deal with everything else after you give birth. My Meng slowly fell asleep to Wang Haoran's chatter. Wang Haoran, however, was so excited he stayed awake all night. One hand rested on my Meng's belly, the other fanned her, and he even managed to keep a slight eye on the people outside. Chapter 108. Since she wasn't planning on going out today, my Meng slept until she woke up naturally. Upon waking, she saw Wang Haoran still rubbing her belly. You didn't sleep all night, did you? My Meng rubbed her eyes and said. Not really. I just didn't expect that I'd be chatting with him until dawn. Wang Haoran said embarrassedly. You guys can still chat? My Meng asked in surprise. Yes, I put my hand on your belly and whispered to him, and he would occasionally respond. He responded to me 3 times that night. Although Wang Haoran hadn't slept all night, he still looked energetic. I made you some porridge. Bring it to your room later. The woman outside isn't awake yet. I'll take her to the guards later. Wang Haoran said to my Meng. Okay. My Meng nodded. But she still had to go out because she hadn't washed up yet. After washing up, my Meng returned to her room, not noticing that the person on the ground had just opened her eyes. Sinyu saw a woman walk past her. She wasn't particularly pretty, but she had a noticeable light scar on her face. When Wang Haoran emerged, he discovered the person on the ground had woken up. Are you awake? If you are, go ahead and leave. It'll save me the trip. Wang Haoran walked over and untied her. Why am I here? Sinyu asked quietly. I saw you collapsed in the wild yesterday when I came back from collecting, so I brought you back. Wang Haoran replied. Sinyu looked at the dilapidated house, the black balls on the shelves, and the firewood stacked in the corner. Although everything was neatly arranged, it all betrayed a sense of shabby, impoverished living. I don't have anything valuable on me. Sinyu lowered her head. All her valuables had been taken from her. It seemed the other party had no intention of letting her go back alive. No! Look at you, you're dressed so well. You must have plenty of star coins. How could you not have anything valuable? Wang Haoran said dissatisfiedly. Everything I have has been taken. Look, not even my bracelet is gone. Sinyu quickly held out her hand for Wang Haoran to see. Alright. It's my bad luck. Go away. I don't have anything to eat at home. Wang Haoran said with a look of disgust. As if he hadn't expected there would be no benefit to be gained. Fearing that the other party would go back on their word, Sinyu hurriedly ran away. After all, people in the slums are greedy. If the other party went back on their word, she might not be able to escape. Only after watching the woman leave the alley did Wang Haoran close the door. Leaving? Mai Meng asked. Yeah. Is that enough to eat? If not, I'll make you a bowl of noodles. Wang Haoran said. Yes, have you eaten yet? These pickled beans are delicious. I'll cut a piece of meat and stir-fry them with them for lunch. It'll definitely go well with rice. I've lost my appetite in the sweltering heat, so I need this kind of appetizer. Okay, then I'll make you some white rice for lunch. And a steamed egg. Wang Haoran said. Okay. Mai Meng nodded. Then you eat first. I'll go tell Grandma the good news. She'll be so happy when she hears. Wang Haoran saw that Mai Meng had nothing to do here, so he wanted to share his joy with his grandmother. Wait a minute. Mai Meng walked to the box, took out a piece of cloth, and handed it to Wang Haoran. The baby was born in winter. Ask Grandma to help make some clothes for the child. Make a cotton coat. I'll have the cotton delivered later. We can make a half-finished garment first, and stuff it in once the cotton arrives. And a small quilt, Mai Meng advised. The three of us should also make new cotton-padded clothes this year. Let Grandma make it first. If there's not enough fabric, we can have it delivered later. It's still a few months away, so tell Grandma not to rush and take her time. If she hurts her eyes, it won't be worth it. Okay, I got it. Wang Haoran took the cloth, wrapped it in an old piece of clothing, and put it in a bag before carrying it out the door. That way, no one would know what he was holding. Mai Meng continued to sit in his room and eat breakfast. Really? Upon hearing the news, Grandma Wang stood up excitedly and asked again in disbelief. Really, I felt the child moving yesterday. Look, Grandma needs to use this fabric to make a cotton coat and quilt for your great-grandson. Mai Mom will have the synthetic cotton delivered later. Grandma, you must not rush the work. Protect your eyes. After finishing the children's work, there are still the adults' work. From now on, all the needlework at home will depend on you. If you hurt your eyes from rushing, there will be no one to do these things in our family. Wang Haoran urged. Okay, I'll definitely get more rest and won't have to keep an eye on her. Grandma Wang said happily. So what's Mai Mom doing now? Can I go see her? Grandma Wang asked. After all their time together, Grandma Wang rarely visited Mai Mom. Now, she wanted to see her great-grandson. She could finally see him. Of course, she was having breakfast when I came over. Let me help you put the fabric away first. And where should we put all this needlework? Mai Mom said if you need anything, just tell me. We have money now, so we can buy it. Wang Haoran said to Grandma. Okay, that's great. Grandma has everything she needs. Just take care of yourselves. Pregnant women are delicate, so don't let her do anything dangerous, okay? Also, don't give me the meat and eggs anymore. As an old woman, it doesn't matter what I eat. Leave them for Mai Mom to replenish my nutrition. Grandma Wang said to Wang Haoran as they packed up. The two quickly hid the fabric in the room, and then Wang Haoran took Grandma to Mai Meng's house. Mai Mom was about to take the bowl out of the room when Grandma Wang saw him and immediately asked her eldest grandson to come forward. What are you standing there for? Go take the bowl. Wang Haoran took 2 quick steps and took the bowl from Mai Meng's hand. Mai Mom, from now on, just ask Haoran to do anything, especially any heavy work that requires bending over or squatting. Grandma Wang also walked over to Mai Meng and helped her sit down. How, hurry up and give me a glass of water. Grandma Wang called to Wang Haoran. Then, with a loving look, she said to Mai Meng, drink more water while you're pregnant. That way, your baby will be juicy and healthy. Is there anything you like to eat? If How doesn't know how to cook, just tell Grandma and she'll make it for you. Also, pregnant women can't stand being scolded. If How does something wrong, just scold him. If you're really angry, a few slaps won't hurt. Grandma, don't worry. Brother Haoran takes good care of me, and the child is sensible and doesn't make any noise at all. If my belly hadn't been growing, I wouldn't have even realized I was pregnant. Maimong said to Grandma Wang with a smile. Okay, okay, just be good, Grandma Wang said happily. Grandma, do you want to touch it? Maimong asked, noticing Grandma Wang staring at her belly from time to time. Chapter 109. Can I touch it? Grandma Wang asked excitedly. Of course, he's just a little lazy and doesn't like to move. Maimong leaned back, exposing her belly. Grandma Wang quickly supported her back and said, no need to do that, just sit down. She helped Maimong sit up and gently placed her hand on her belly. Maimong's belly wasn't very large, just slightly noticeable. With her hand on it, she could still feel the bulge. Grandma Wang carefully stroked it, for it held the blood of their Wang family. Just as she was about to remove her hand, a small round bump appeared on her belly, pressing against Grandma Wang's palm. It's moving. The child is saying hello. He knows Grandma is here to see you, right? Oh, he was so smart in the belly. He's sure to have a great future. Grandma Wang grinned. She started to cry as she smiled. After so many years of being a burden, she finally got to see her great-grandson. Now, even if she went to see the old man right away, she wouldn't have any regrets. Look at me, crying on such a happy day. What a bummer. Grandma Wang quickly wiped away her tears and said embarrassedly. I know, Grandma, you're just so happy. Tell Brother Howard to make some delicious food for lunch so we can celebrate together, Maimong said with a smile. Grandma Wang was a little tempted, but she was afraid that Maimong was just being polite. After all, she was now a real burden. It used to be okay to be dragging her own grandson along, but now he was just taking advantage of her. Their relationship had become even more distant. Brother Howard, Grandma's having lunch here too. You can make something delicious, so we can celebrate today. Maimong saw Grandma Wang hesitate, so he called out directly to Wang Howard. Since Maimong had said so, Grandma Wang stayed. She pulled Maimong aside to talk about some pregnancy precautions. Maimong didn't understand much, so he sat aside and listened with rapt interest. Of course, being in the slums, there wasn't much to be aware of. Many people didn't spend their time rubbing hemp vines at home until the month before giving birth, but they still had to go out to gather hemp during the rest of the year. Giving birth was also easy. There was a midwifery office at the trading office with midwives. After all, it was a joyous occasion, adding to the family, and the safe zone would provide subsidies, so the cost for the poor wasn't that expensive. The safe zone still encouraged childbirth, but it was mostly verbal encouragement, and only girls received some benefits. After Qin Yujing took Xia Chengfeng away that day, the two didn't go directly into the safe zone. They deliberately ran around the countryside, and then swaggered in through another city gate. The first stop was to visit the Chengfeng squad to announce the upcoming assignments. The team members were all delighted. From now on, they had a strong backer. The emotions were a bit mixed though. They hadn't imagined they would one day become someone else's dowry. From then on, all team affairs were handed over to the deputy captain, as their captain was newly married and would no longer be living with the team. The captain was responsible for issuing orders, while the deputy captain was responsible for executing them. Of course, the captain would still accompany them on some missions. It wasn't as if they were hands-off. Qin Yujing, holding Xia Chengfeng in her arms, swaggered back to her villa. She didn't leave the house for the next 3 days. Looking at Qin Yujing feasting heartily before him, Xia Chengfeng frowned. Didn't they say that food doesn't taste good after returning home? Then who is this person who is so absorbed in eating? The food here is pretty good though. Every meal includes rice, 2 dishes, and a soup, all made with low-radiation plants. I can't stay here forever, can I? When can I leave? Xia Chengfeng asked. Although they were in a relationship, Xia Chengfeng had to pay for his daily expenses. Just because someone helped him out, he couldn't really eat and drink for free. Although he had some money, he couldn't afford to stay idle at home for long. Eating low-radiation food every day was a feast, but it also cost a lot. Almost 3 days later, things should have recovered over there. Our honeymoon should be over, Qin Yujing said, swallowing her food. Oh, I really miss Wang Haoren's cooking. Qin Yujing's face was filled with longing. Xia Chengfeng, then you should eat slower. Qin Yujing's private villa is a small 3-story building. Besides the kitchen and the nanny's quarters on the first floor, the rest of the space is a gym. However, the nanny's quarters has been temporarily converted into a storage room, as Qin Yujing doesn't like strangers staying at his house. There's also a wide variety of training equipment, including virtually every type of indoor fitness equipment on the market. Not only that, there's even a swimming pool. You know, water is charged by the liter. How many star coins would this pool cost? Even Xia Chengfeng, who wasn't short of money, was stunned by the lavishness. There were all sorts of weight training equipment, more than even their own team had. Don't be shy now that you're here. You can use all of this equipment. It's a pity my place is too small, so many large pieces of equipment can't fit in. But if you need it, you can go to the team's gym, which is more fully equipped. Qin Yujing introduced Xia Chengfeng. Looking at the villa, which covered at least 500 square meters, Xia Chengfeng nodded. It was indeed a bit small. There were also some green plants planted in the yard, which was unusual even in the safe zone. Although the safe zone was protected by a shield, no one could guarantee that radiation was completely eliminated. Plants can mutate, so private planting was prohibited in the safe zone. You can plant them if you want, but you must compensate for any losses. Even places like the Agricultural Science Institute, which deal with plants all day, occasionally produce mutant plants, so others dare not try it easily. Another point is that the cost of trying is too high. Whether it's soil, water, or seeds, everything must be low radiation, preferably radiation-free. This is because low radiation soil makes it easier to grow medium radiation plants. Although the plant growth cycle is short, at least it's safe. It would take more than a week. The only crops that could be harvested in a week were vegetables. While sustainable, they still needed constant watering. And vegetables with moderate radiation levels weren't very expensive in the safe zone. Grow fruit. Fruit requires more soil and water, and has a longer growing cycle. And you have to grow low radiation or no radiation crops to make a profit. If you only grow moderate radiation crops, you lose a lot. Finally, you still need a place to grow them. Taking all these factors into account, there were almost no farmers in the safe zone. The young master of the Xia family had been smashing things up for a week before finally quieting down. He knew he couldn't get his hand back. Thinking back to that day, he was furious. Xia Chengfeng must have woken up before them, but he didn't wake them up and instead escaped. He caused them to wander so far inside, where the entire team was killed. Not only that, he also lost an arm. Chapter 110. Go, investigate the recent movements of the Chengfeng squad, especially their captain, Xia Chengfeng. I want them dead. All of them. Bring their captain back to me. I'll make his life worse than death. The young master of the Xia family commanded the guards beside him. His eyes were red, and his face was filled with madness. He had been acting crazy every day for the past few days, and he looked completely dejected, like a madman. The guards immediately went out to find the head of the Xia family. Go ahead and investigate. As long as he's happy. The head of the Xia family waved his hand, signaling the other party to investigate. This son of his was his late-born son. He had more than one child, but only this one had superpowers. So he had been somewhat indulgent towards him. Although superpowers were in decline nowadays, what major family didn't want a superpowered descendant? This son of his was useless. It seemed he had to get married soon. As long as he could produce a child with superpowers, his mission would be accomplished, and his decades of love for him would be worthwhile. Because before the age of 10, everyone was ordinary and treated the same. A few days later, a subordinate reported, "Young master, the Chengfeng team is no longer in the safe zone. As for their leader, I haven't seen him recently." The man stood aside after reporting, awaiting young master Xia's instructions. But he was so quick. How could we not see him? Could he have died outside? Send someone to guard the area. If they spot him, bring him back immediately, young master Xia said. Yes. The man walked out. Ha ha ha. Xia Chengfeng, see? This is what happens when you offend me. The young master of the Xia family laughed wildly in his room. Now that he was feeling a little better, he was willing to cooperate with the hospital's treatment. This matter must be kept a secret. At the very least, he must not hear a word before the young master is discharged. Otherwise, you will all die as an apology for your sins, the head of the Xia family said to the guard nearby. The guard immediately went to consult the guard after learning the news. But now that the Chengfeng squad was under the control of the Tyrannosaurus Rex Brigade, he couldn't tamper with it openly. Keep an eye on that team leader. If there's an opportunity, deal with him. This must be done discreetly, the head of the Xia family instructed. He's just a small team leader, isn't he? It's a blessing for him to be favored by his own son. He never expected him to refuse. Not only did he refuse, but he also implicated the Qin family. How could he possibly put his face down? This man must die. It's time to arrange his son's marriage. Once he gets married, he can continue the family line. With more children, the chances of him having superpowers increase. Since his son isn't capable, then he should train his grandson. With so many sons, he can't have none who are capable. After this incident, He also turned his attention to his other sons. The Xia Chengfeng team has been doing quite well lately. The uniforms have all been changed. After all, they're no longer the Chengfeng team. They're an independent team of the Tyrannosaurus Rex. The name sounds unique. They also go on missions with the Tyrannosaurus Rex. They can take on more dangerous missions with higher rewards. Although it's dangerous, the Tyrannosaurus Rex is well equipped, and traveling with them significantly reduces casualties. Xia Chengfeng has really learned a lot. He used to operate only in the middle layer of the safe zone, but now he's suddenly jumped to the inner layer. This left him a bit dazed. No wonder everyone down there was desperately trying to climb up. The difference in life between different classes was truly enormous. Xia Chengfeng also saw the beauty Qin Yujing had described. She was indeed beautiful. He felt a little ashamed of himself. Fortunately, he didn't rely on his looks to make a living. In this world, strength reigns supreme. Where are you taking me? He had been quietly staying in his room when Qin Yujing suddenly pulled him out. I told you to stay out, not to stay out. Don't worry, as long as you stay by my side, that old man won't dare do anything to you. The Xia family had someone keeping an eye on Xia Chengfeng, and despite their covert efforts, they were discovered. After all, both of them were psychics, and had spent years fighting outside, so their acumen was much greater than others. At first, he thought it was the work of the Xia family's lunatic, but Qin Yujing quickly dismissed it. If the Xia family's lunatic didn't have that much patience, then it could only be the Xia family's old man. I'm not hiding at home on purpose, I just don't need to go out on purpose, Xia Chengfeng explained. Even when there aren't missions, he usually stays in the team and doesn't go out much. I'm taking you to see an old friend. I wasn't allowed to visit him in the hospital. After he was discharged, you hid him at home and wouldn't let him out. Now that he's finally out for some fresh air, I have to rush over to offer my support, Qin Yujing said excitedly. He quickly slowed down, placed his hand on Xia Chengfeng's shoulder, and said loudly, Little Feng, don't always stay at home. Look how lively it is outside. Wouldn't it be nice to come out with me for some shopping? Look, whatever you like, I'll buy it all for you. Just listen to me tonight. He finished with a wicked smile. Hey, isn't that young Master Xia? Long time no see. Come on, let me introduce you to a friend. Xia Chengfeng, this is the little wildcat I've been chasing for so long, and I finally got to bring her home. I have to thank the kind-hearted unknown person. If he hadn't been so weak when he met the little wildcat, I wouldn't have been able to take her down. Qin Yujing embraced Xia Chengfeng and approached him warmly. Xia Chengfeng felt a little unaccustomed to their intimacy, and tried to pull Qin Yujing's hand away. Hey, don't be shy. We're family. We'll see each other often. After saying this, he turned to the lunatic Xia. Young Master Xia, you're not like those vulgar people. You understand my hobbies, don't you? The lunatic Xia looked at the two people before him with red eyes. He hadn't expected the person he'd been searching for so long to appear in this form. Hey, hurry up and support your young master. You can't treat him lightly just because he's disabled. I'm telling you, let alone one hand, even if both were broken, he's still your young master. You treated him just as you did when he was healthy, and now he's a cripple, so you're still treating him the same way. Do you understand? Qin Yujing pulled Xia Chengfeng back 2 steps, and directed the Xia family members to hold crazy Xia down, lest he lose his mind and pounce on them. TSK, 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 how fickle the world is, how people's hearts have changed. Qin Yujing shook her head. Look at you. I always thought you were ugly, and now you're missing a hand, you're even more unbearable to look at. But your injury isn't without benefits. After all, it serves as a warning to us all to take good care of our bodies. Otherwise, if you become disabled, no matter how prosperous you were before, you'll be like a lost dog now. I heard your old man has started interacting with your brothers. TSK, 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 TSK. Tell me, how come your old man is so lucky? Others struggle to have children, but he's had one after another. Not only is he rich, but he also has 1, 2, 3, and 4 sons. Even if 1 or 2 are missing, there are still 2 or 3 more. Qin Yujing didn't even give the young master of the Xia family a chance to speak, stabbing him in the heart. Chapter 111. Hearing Qin Yujing constantly call him a cripple, the young master of the Xia family wanted to tear him apart, but he didn't move. Not to mention the similar backgrounds of the 2 families, he couldn't even defeat the other based on strength alone. Watching the young master of the Xia family, so irritated that he was practically fuming, not fighting back or speaking back, Qin Yujing suddenly felt bored. It seems not only is your hand broken, but your mouth has also been poisoned and silenced. How boring. But after all, we've met, And you've been in such a miserable state, I have to show some appreciation. Here's a gift for you, and I wish you a speedy recovery. They say you replenish what you eat, so I had an arm made overnight to replenish you. After saying this, Qin Yujing produced a dark, ugly arm. It was made from the cheapest mixed grain flour, featuring a thin, black arm with fingers of varying lengths and twists. It's my first time, and I'm inexperienced, so it's a little ugly. Please forgive me. But don't worry, I've mastered the technique. When your other arm is broken, I'll definitely make something even better. Don't waste this kind gesture. You must eat it. Qin Yujing held out her arm to the madman from the Xia family. The twisted middle finger, twice as long as the others, pointed squarely at the Xia young master. The Xia young master couldn't hold back any longer. He grabbed the arm and threw it to the ground, lunging forward to strike Qin Yujing. Qin, you're going too far. The bodyguards behind him quickly grabbed their young master and pulled him back. What are you doing? What are you doing? Are you trying to rebel? Before, when your young master beat people, you used to pass the whip. And now? Seeing he's crippled, you're bullying him like this, right? Hurry up and let him go. Hurry up and give him the whip like before. Qin Yujing saw the man retreat, and quickly pulled Xia Chengfeng forward to chase him. At this time, the Xia family's young master also shouted, "Let me go. I'm going to kill him. Let him go." Did you hear that? Your young master said to let him go, and you didn't even listen to him? I'm telling you, be careful when you get home. He'll kick you, bite you, and bite you. Qin Yujing followed behind, adding fuel to the fire. Seeing the young master's hand bleeding, the leading bodyguard knocked him unconscious with a chop. The others carried him up and ran off, leaving no one paying any attention to Qin Yujing. TSK, 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 how pitiful. Now, if you want to hit someone, you have to be knocked unconscious and carried away. Seeing the real target knocked unconscious, Qin Yujing muttered a few words and stopped pursuing. After the irritation, he returned home refreshed. He had someone specifically assigned to keep an eye on the Xia family. Whenever anyone from the Xia family dared to go out, he would visit and give them gifts. He had no idea he nearly driven them crazy. After waking up, young Master Xia took out his anger by beating up all the bodyguards who had followed him. Who dared them to knock him unconscious? Who dared them to bring him back? Not satisfied with beating someone, he smashed the house's belongings, leaving a mess everywhere he went, leaving no place to step. The villa had been turned into a demolition site. After he vented his anger, old man Xia appeared. He had the injured person dragged away and replaced his son's bodyguards. Dad, help me. I want to kill that kid from the Qin family. I want to kill him. If you help me kill him, I'll do whatever you say. I won't go the other way. Dad, please, I'll take whoever I like. He's just trying to make things difficult for me. If he's making things difficult for me, isn't that also making things difficult for you? He's showing no regard for you. They say you should always look at the owner before beating a dog, and this one, your own son, is a blatant slap in your face. Doesn't he enjoy going out on missions? Find a way to kill him and prevent him from coming back. Please, Dad, please. The young master of the Xia family saw his father approaching and ran over, grabbing his hand and pleading. Looking at his son's frantic behavior, old man Xia was completely disappointed in him. But he didn't show it. Instead, he said lovingly, "Don't worry. I've already sent someone to keep an eye on him. As soon as we get the chance, we'll make him disappear forever. If he disappears, won't he have to give up everything he stole? Then, if you still want him, I'll capture him and give him to you." Old man Xia clapped his hands and said, "Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. Yes, 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 it's all mine, all mine. When the time comes, I'll make them all kneel at my feet and beg me. Dad, thank you. From now on, I'll be obedient." The Xia family's young master said happily. He seemed to see all the wonderful life he had lived after Qin Yujing's death. "You're my son. As long as you're happy, that's all I need you to do. What else can I do? But as you know, when people get old, they want grandchildren. It's time to arrange our marriage with the Xin family. I know you haven't recovered yet, but I just want to ask you a question. Do you want to marry into their family? If you don't want to, forget it. I'll let one of your other brothers take over. After all, she's a psychic too. I can't let someone else take advantage of her, right?" said old man Xia thoughtfully. He looked like a devoted father devoted to his son. The madman from the Xia family fell silent. He definitely didn't want to marry the one from the Xin family. But he absolutely couldn't let anyone else take advantage of her either. Everyone knew female psychics were far more valuable than male psychics. After all psychics are born from female psychics. If he dared to refuse, his own father might turn his attention to someone else. Then, he might not even fulfill his promise. Thinking things through, the young master of the Xie family immediately put on a sweet face and said, "I'll do as you say. Since Dad wants a grandson, I'll definitely work hard to get you one sooner." Okay, then I'll go talk to the Xin family, and have you get married sooner so I can have a grandson sooner." Old man Xie left happily. Before leaving, he told him to stay home and recuperate. Watching the other man's retreating figure, the Xie family's young master's expression suddenly turned cold. "Isn't it just about holding a grandson? If you want one, I'll give it to you. As long as I can help kill someone, that's all that matters." Thinking of his future life, the Xie family's young master smiled happily again. He walked to the second floor, and someone on the first floor immediately came forward to clean up the mess. Soon, the broken things were replaced, and all the garbage was cleared away, as if the chaos had never occurred. Maimong was afraid the big bird was still guarding the dense forest, so he decided not to go. Aside from a single strange flavored fruit, the most valuable thing, there was nothing special. Finally, the two decided to visit the dense forest to the west. The rats had been killed, so there shouldn't be much danger there. As for the mutant earthworms, they agreed with Lin Cha to come back the next night to get them. Maimong opened the lid and took a look. The rat had become a dried corpse, and 20 or 30 earthworms were burrowing around in the box, making his scalp tingle. Chapter 112. Because they were all so large, they were jostling each other, and my Mang was worried they all become tangled. After closing the lid and waiting for them to take the things away that night, my Mang felt that seeing this made his meal taste less appealing. Because this part of the dense forest was closer to the slums, the two of them walked instead of riding a cart. The weeds on the outskirts of the dense forest had already grown back. In just a few days, the traces of human footfall would be covered over by weeds again. One can't help but marvel at the tenacity of wild grass. The morning sun was gentle, not scorching, as the two strolled under the shade of the trees. A gentle breeze rustled, bringing a touch of coolness and a refreshing feeling. The vibrant weeds beneath their feet seemed to speak of the power of nature and the beauty of life. "Let's go to the sweet potato field," my Mang suggested. "Okay," Wang Haoran agreed. As expected, the sweet potato field contained only some newly grown weeds, interspersed with a few sweet potato vines. As for the sweet potatoes, they were clearly absent. The two continued walking forward. Last time, they had only reached this point before stopping, so this time, they had a good opportunity to explore. "Do you smell anything?" my Mang asked Wang Haoran. Because of her impaired vision, she had to rely on her hearing and sense of smell. My Mang pulled Wang Haoran forward, following the scent. "I think I smell mugwort faintly." "Let's go a little further and see," my Mang explained. Wang Haoran led the way, helping her cut down the weeds in front of them. After many twists and turns, the two finally found a mugwort forest hidden among the weeds. Wow, what huge mugwort leaves! The leaves grew larger and thicker, and even the rhizomes grew much stronger. My Mang and the others immediately became happy porters. They tried to pick the youngest leaves for testing, because the older leaves, having enjoyed too much sun, were mostly high-radiation plants, making testing useless. At noon, they were drawn to a patch of purple and came to a hillside. "This is sweetgrass root, right?" Wang Haoran said happily. My Mang looked at the plant in front of her, almost as tall as her, with its clusters of purple flowers. She didn't recognize it. She plugged in the detector. "Yes, it's a high-radiation plant, non-toxic, not recommended for consumption." "What a shame, it's high-grade." "Yes, it's a medium radiation plant, recommended for consumption in small quantities." My Mang looked at Wang Haoran, who was pulling several pieces of wood out of the soil and testing them. "What are you doing?" my Mang asked. "This whole sweetgrass root has medium radiation levels," Wang Haoran said happily. Then he quickly dug out the remaining grass roots. Each root was as thick as an adult man's thumb. By the time he had pulled all the roots out, he estimated it weighed several pounds. "Okay, let's go downstairs to avoid the sun, and come back this afternoon to continue digging." Wang Haoran pulled my Mang downstairs. He had just spotted a small cave on the side of the hillside. While not large, it was sheltered from the sun, so it wouldn't be exposed until the sun set. Entering the cave, Wang Haoran peeled a grass root and handed it to my Mang. "Is it edible?" my Mang asked curiously. Sweet," Wang Haoran said with a smile. My Mang brought the root to his lips and took a bite, looking at Wang Haoran in surprise. It was indeed sweet. "Is this licorice?" my Mang asked. "I don't know. We call it sweet grass root because it's sweet, and the price on the exchange is quite high. But not many people go there to exchange it. After all, people rarely get to eat anything sweet year-round. And not everyone is lucky enough to come across it. Even if you do come across it, it might not be of moderate radiation, it's more likely to be of high radiation. At noon, Wang Haoran made a bamboo tube rice for my Meng. White rice, mushrooms, carrots, and bacon. The aroma was so fragrant that my Meng's mouth watered. But Wang Haoran refused to eat it, leaving it all for my Meng. My Meng had her first picnic in her life, and she was so happy she almost floated away. Finally, she was free from the daily grind of steamed buns. Even if she couldn't cook every day, it was nice to have a better meal occasionally. After all, carrying so much stuff out was quite a challenge. My Meng couldn't let herself get so pretentious. As for the space, she wasn't ready to reveal it just yet. That afternoon, the two of them plunged into the licorice pile. Wang Haoran was in charge of digging, while my Meng was in charge of testing. Just enough to expose a little bit of the root. If it detected moderate radiation, they would dig it out. If it detected high radiation, they would leave it alone. With a few shovelfuls of Wang Haoran, the surrounding soil loosened, revealing the beetroots. My Meng was in charge of the final sorting and storage. Of course, everything had to be retested before storage. There were only about 30 beetroots in total, and they ended up harvesting 3. That's a good chance. Each one had quite a few roots, enough for half a bag in total. As they walked up the hillside, they startled a pheasant. My Meng, quick-witted, fired a crossbow. The pheasant hit its target and fell into the grass. Wang Haoran happily ran over to pick up the pheasant, retrieving Mei Meng's crossbow bolt. It was a shame. Highly radioactive mutants didn't have energy stones in their bodies. However, Wang Haoran found a nest of pheasant eggs. All the eggs here are edible. There were 15 in total, each about the size of a duck egg. Wang Haoran searched the entire nest and wrapped the eggs. After examining them, he still felt unsatisfied, so he gathered some hay from the surrounding area to separate the eggs. He did his best to keep the eggs intact. Going further, he found another large rooster. Although it was also a highly radioactive animal, he harvested a white energy stone. Because Wang Haoran knew Maimon was pregnant, he didn't want to return on time as usual. Since today's harvest was good, the two decided to return home early. As they walked, Maimon also gathered some wild vegetables she wanted to eat. The family needs fresh vegetables every day, but the two of them haven't gathered a single one today. Please let me go. It's almost dark. Aren't you afraid of getting stuck in the dense forest? A woman's voice echoed. What's there to be afraid of? I'm not going in. I'm just outside. I can still get out. As for you, it depends on whether you can serve me well. If you satisfy me, then you're still valuable, and I'll take you out. Otherwise, you'll just stay here and feed the mutant beasts. A lewd male voice echoed. Mai and Meng didn't want to get involved. This kind of thing wasn't uncommon, but it wasn't uncommon either. It was just something Mai and Meng hadn't encountered before. But the woman's next words stopped them in their tracks. Please, I'm still pregnant. Can you wait 2 months? I told Daong and the others to let you join. Once the baby is born, you can do whatever you want. The woman pleaded. Stop talking nonsense and get going, or I'll be blinded by my knife. You're not carrying my child, so if it's gone, it's gone. Joining you? Humph, I'm not stupid. If I join you, I'll still have to support you. Anyway, your family members have to go out and gather too. If I need something later, I can just come to your house and find you. The man smirked. Chapter 113. Just let me go now, and I promise not to tell anyone next time you come, okay? The woman continued to plead. With a dagger pressed against her back, and the child she carried in her belly to worry about, she couldn't outrun this man. Let you go? How could I possibly let you go? If they hadn't ruined my plans, you would have been mine long ago. Why are they all going to have children, and I'm still single? Today, I finally have my chance. I'm telling you, you better be obedient. I can be gentle, but if you piss me off, you'll be in trouble for that little bastard in your belly. The man threatened. Okay here. It's spacious. Take off your clothes quickly. 3 years ago, he had nearly succeeded, but those 3 men had ruined his plans. Now retribution had arrived. Looking at the woman before him, she'd fallen into his hands. Aye? The woman was unwilling, slowly backing away. But behind her was a dense forest. Would she survive if she ran into it? The woman hesitated. But would she survive if she stayed? Just now, as usual, she had been gathering supplies with the others. Because she felt a little sick in her stomach, she thought about returning home early. Who knew she'd run into this man? He pressed a dagger against her stomach, urging her to follow him or else stab her. Helplessly, she followed him slowly, and before they knew it, they reached the dense forest. I'll untie it. I'll untie it myself. Don't touch me. The woman slapped his hand away, quickly stepped back 3 steps, and slowly placed her own hand on the opening of her clothes. She backed away slowly in fear, tripping over a branch and falling to the ground. The woman grabbed a handful of sand and threw it into the man's eyes, blinding him and causing him to curse. The woman took this opportunity to turn and run back into the dense forest. She would rather die there than endure such humiliation. If he succeeded today, she would be in endless trouble in the future, dead or alive. You bastard, wait and see how I'll kill you later. The man cursed as he brushed the sand off his face. Before he could even open his eyes, he was stabbed to death. To his death, he didn't know by whose hand he had met his end. Hey, stop! Stop! If you run in again, you won't be able to get out. Hong Hong ran out for a while before she heard a woman's voice. She wasn't sure if she was talking to her, but she slowly turned around and glanced back. She saw a woman facing her, indeed, shouting at her. There was a man beside the woman, and the man who had threatened her had fallen to the ground. Thank you. The woman, clutching her belly, slowly walked back. After all the emotional ups and downs, and the intense running, she felt a nausea in her stomach. Mei Mong watched the woman approaching, furtively glancing at her belly. It wasn't that big. It seemed like everyone here didn't have a large belly after pregnancy. She was just glad she wasn't that special. What Mei Mong didn't know was that while others didn't have large bellies due to nutritional deficiencies, she had a system to protect her. Go throw him away, and bring us the card we've hidden. Mai Meng spoke to Wang Haoran. The small box on the card was on his back, and Wang Haoran immediately understood what she meant. He dragged the person deeper into the dense forest. Sit down and rest for a while. I'll get you out later, Mai Meng said to the woman. She rarely showed kindness, and she wanted to do her best to be kind. After all, she was pregnant. Of course, this was also Mai Meng's chance. If she refused, she could leave now. After all, not everyone would reveal their residence. Thank you. The woman didn't refuse and slowly sat down. Her stomach ached, and she was terrified that she wouldn't be able to protect the baby. Hong Hong told herself to relax, she was out of danger. She leaned against a large tree and tried to relax. This was a method her mother had taught her. She said that children and mothers are connected by heart. Providing him with a safe environment would allow him to sense it. She didn't know if it was a psychological effect, but Hong Hong did feel that her stomach pain had subsided. Are you feeling unwell? Mai Meng asked, observing the other man sitting there weakly. However, she didn't rush in. Here, people needed to maintain their distance. I just have a stomachache. I'll be fine after sitting down and resting for a while. I'll be fine once your companions arrive. I won't waste your time. Hong Hong, seemingly worried that Mai Meng would abandon her, spoke quickly. Although this place was still on the outskirts of the dense forest, it was still quite a distance from the outside. The fear of the dense forest was ingrained in everyone, and naturally, they wanted to have companions. It's okay. Rest a little longer and wait until he arrives. Mai Meng pretended to pull 2 eggs from his arms, but in reality, he pulled them out from his space, handing one to the woman. Want some? No, just eat it yourself. Hong Hong quickly waved her hand away. Those were eggs, and she couldn't afford them. Here, you'll have the strength to walk after you're full. Mai Meng walked over and pressed the egg into her hand. She was now a major food producer, so giving her an egg was perfectly acceptable. For humanity to survive, children and pregnant women deserve better protection. Aye, but I can't afford it. I don't have that many star coins. The woman looked at the still warm egg in her hand, feeling lost. Her family had recently gained some extra income, but it was for a new home soon, so she couldn't afford to eat eggs yet. Well, I'm in a good mood today. I won't charge you. Come on and eat. Mei Mong had already cracked the eggshell against a nearby tree and began peeling it. Smelling the fragrant eggs and watching Mei Mong devour them with such relish, the woman swallowed. But she still didn't peel them. She couldn't bear to eat them, wanting to take them home for the others to try. Thank you. Can't I keep them for later? Hong Hong asked Mei Mong. It's yours, so you can eat it anytime you want. Mei Mong devoured the egg in a few bites and took out his kettle to drink. Just then, Wang Haoran arrived, pushing a cart. He threw the bag on the ground onto the cart and asked Mei Mong to sit on it. Mei Mong patted the seat next to Hong Hong and said, "Come and sit down. Push the cart faster, it's getting dark." Thank you. Hong Hong wanted to refuse, but she knew she couldn't keep up with him at her current pace, so she blushed and accepted. This time, since there wasn't much else on the cart, Maimong sat on top instead of on the edge. There were guardrails on both sides, perfect for handrails. Chapter 114. Hong Hong held the railing with one hand and her belly with the other. She was surprised how stable the stroller was. Hello, my name is Hong Hong. I live in the West District now. Thank you so much for saving me today. Let's stay home for dinner tonight. I hope you don't mind? Hong Hong asked shyly. It was obvious that the other person was better off than she was, and she wasn't sure if he would agree. But since he had saved her, she couldn't just say nothing. No, we have something else to do later. Let's talk about it later. My Mang declined. She wasn't lying. She did have something to do that evening, and even if she didn't, she wasn't used to eating at a stranger's house. Then Hong Hong was stumped. Give her star coins? Too much would be too much, too little would be insincere. But there wasn't anything else of value at home. Don't worry about it. Saving you was just a matter of convenience. If it were before, she couldn't save him even if she wanted to. At that moment, she began to understand the system saying, with great power comes great responsibility. However, having experienced that feeling of powerlessness once was enough. So, she still needed to become stronger. This was Mei Mang's first time in the West District, and it gave her a new perspective on poverty. In the East District, at least everyone's homes were neat, safe, and secure. But what about the houses in the West District? They were a chaotic jumble of large and small, mostly wooden. The best houses were those built of stone. There were also many bamboo houses. I wondered how these people would survive the winter. The door was a regular gate, not a security door. If no one was home and they were robbed, they'd be left crying. Of course, the base was quite strict about this kind of theft. If anyone wanted to steal, they had to do it secretly. Otherwise, if they were caught, their entire family would be sent to hard labor, locked away for life. Although the house in front of them was made of wood, most of the exterior walls were made of stone. My parents started building this house when they were still around, and they laid these stones one by one, Hong Hong explained to Mei Mong. Mei Mong didn't intend to delve into it. She had once struggled to make ends meet. She was lucky to live in the East District thanks to her father. After dropping them off at the door, Mei Mong and the others turned and left. When Hong Hong returned to the house and saw something inside, she knew it was Daong and the others. They must have gone out looking for someone, since she wasn't home. Just as she was about to leave, she saw Xiaong returning home. Xiaong. The woman called to Xiaong. Hong Hong, where have you been? We were so worried when we came back and didn't see you. Xiaong ran out of breath. Originally, the three of them had gone out together to look for her, but halfway through, the eldest brother said they needed to leave someone at home so Hong Hong wouldn't worry if she came back and didn't see anyone. So Xiaong was sent back. I'll tell you later. Where are the eldest brother and the others? Hong Hong asked. Lock the door at home. I'll go get them. Xiaoyong saw that Hong Hong was fine and ran out again. As Hong Hong was about to close the door, she noticed something at the door. She opened it and saw mugwort leaves and beetroot. What surprised her even more was the nest of eggs. Her eyes welled up. These must have been left behind by those two. I'm sorry, Wang Haoran said to Mai Meng. Why apologize? Mai Meng asked. I kept all the eggs, Wang Haoran whispered. Just seeing this woman reminded her of his past life with Mai Meng. If they hadn't met Captain Chun Feng, if he and Mai Meng had been together, would their lives have been the same as this woman's? If Mai Meng's health had remained the same, he would surely have been reluctant to let her go out with him after she became pregnant. Would she have faced the same danger if she were alone at home? For a moment, he was a little mad, impulsively keeping the eggs. But now that he had calmed down, he regretted it. It was someone else, not Mai Meng. And what I left behind was food for Mei Mong. I saw it. Even if you didn't stay, I would have let you. It's just a few eggs, we don't need them. But giving them to her might save 2 lives, and the eggs' usefulness would suddenly be multiplied. Look, I left some medicinal herbs. That mugwort seems to protect the fetus. Life is hard for everyone. I hope her baby is born safely. Mei Mong touched her belly. Perhaps she had become more sentimental after becoming pregnant. I considered myself doing good deeds for the little one. Hong Hong didn't want to worry the 3 brothers, so she briefly recounted what happened today, focusing on how Mei Mong and the other had saved her. She also mentioned the bag of eggs. They were very grateful to Mei Mong and the other, but since they hadn't seen them, they didn't know who they were. There are so many people in the slums, and who knows if we'll ever see them again. Today, Mei Mong gave her an egg, and she asked everyone to take a bite. At Hong Hong's insistence, everyone took a small bite of the egg white to taste. They didn't waste the peeled eggshells, they dried them, ground them into powder, and added them to their little black dumplings, which would last them a few days. That evening, Hong Hong looked at the red stain on her pants and touched her belly. "Child, we all have to thank those two kind people today. Otherwise, we might not have survived." She slowly washed the red stain away. The matter was over, so she didn't need to worry others. From now on, she just had to stay close to the main group and not act alone. The three brothers were worried about Hong Hong's health, so after discussing it, they decided to buy her a supplement for pregnancy. The supplement was concentrated. They had to mix 1/3 of it with water. One bottle lasted for 3 days. In the safe zone, because someone was watching, the Xia family's young master only dared to wander around when Qin Yujing was away, which made his temper even more irritable. He felt that everything was going wrong, and remembering the news from his spies, he thought about causing trouble. He led a group of people directly to the East District slums. Someone said they had seen the woman's gigolo there. He thought about how they had dared to lie to him, and say that the gigolo was dead. Hadn't Xia Chengfeng wanted to protect him? Then he would go against him. He would drag the other man's body to Xia Chengfeng and tell him that this was the result of offending him. He wanted to see if the Qin man could protect everyone. A dozen people headed straight for Mei Mang's residence. It was time for everyone to go home, so the Xia family's young master had 2 people guard the intersection. Anyone who dared to escape would be caught. He, on the other hand, had someone bring a stool to sit in front of Mei Mang's door, waiting. Chapter 115. At first, Grandma Wang thought it was Mei Mang's friend, but then, seeing the situation, she knew it wasn't a good intention and hurriedly sent a message to Wang Haoran. Wang Haoran and the others had no time to check their bracelets, because they were being hunted by a giant bird. Over a month later, the two decided to pick another batch of exotic fruits. But before they finished, they saw a giant bird swooping down from the sky. Mei Mang had been keeping an eye on the bird since it appeared, seeing it was about to attack, so the two quickly ran into the woods. The dense forest made it difficult for the bird to maneuver. After the bird left, a smaller one appeared. Although it was called a small bird, it was actually about the size of an eagle, just smaller than the larger one. Although the dense forest was a hindrance to the bird, it didn't affect its flight. The two had no choice but to dodge the bird's pursuit while searching for a suitable escape route. Mei Mang tried using mental attacks on it, but they were ineffective, only stunning it without causing much harm. She was also afraid that if she really hurt the little bird, the big bird would desperately come down to fight them. Mei Mang felt that the big bird treated them as toys for the little bird to chase. If they won, they would gain life, and if the little bird won, they would gain food. So the two ran deeper and deeper, unknowingly entering the dense forest. The vegetation inside was even denser, making it more difficult for the little bird to move. In a place where there was no sunlight, the big bird couldn't come down even if it wanted to. Mei Mang saw the opportunity, and turned back to fire a crossbow bolt at the little bird, but it dodged. It cried out in anger. The big bird responded from the sky. The little bird continued flying for a while, but finding itself surrounded by too many obstacles, it reluctantly returned to the big bird. With a single sprint, it spun through the dense branches, leaving only a trail of fluttering leaves in the air. Watching this, Mei Mang was thankful he couldn't defeat the little bird and hadn't considered killing it. Otherwise, the big bird would have fought him head-on, and both of them would have died today. But the feud was over. When he grew stronger, he would definitely roast the whole bird for a feast. Only after confirming they wouldn't come back to attack him did he slump to the ground, exhausted. "How are you? Are you okay?" Wang Haoran, ignoring his own fatigue, quickly moved to check on Mei Mang. Just as he dodged the attacks, Mei Mang had fallen several times and rolled on the ground. "I am fine. Let's sit down and rest for a while. We need to find a place to stay for the night." Mei Mang sat there, panting heavily. She pulled Wang Haoran over to sit and rest. They couldn't go out. It was already dark, and they needed to find a place to stay for the night. She was carrying a dragon child, the heir to the throne. With the system protecting her, how could anything go wrong so easily? Besides, he hadn't conquered his kingdom yet, so he couldn't afford to get into trouble. After carefully confirming that Mei Mang wasn't being stubborn, Wang Haoran felt relieved. "I didn't expect this bird to hold such a grudge. It's been so long, and it's still guarding there." Mei Mang took a deep breath, drank a sip of water, and handed the water bag back to Wang Haoran. They had no time to rest. They had to quickly find a cave to spend the night. In the dense forest at night, no one knew what dangers might arise. Grandma said someone was blocking your door, but they didn't seem to know the relationship between yours and mine. Wang Haoran only then saw the message from his grandmother. No signal here, can't send. Wang Haoran wanted to reply to his grandmother, but to his surprise, there was no signal. Let's find a place to stay for the night. We'll go out for a walk tomorrow and see if we can find a way out. Mai Meng stood up and said. If they delayed any longer, it would be dark. Mai Meng and the others had no idea where they had run to. They had been so focused on escaping that they hadn't even remembered the direction. They started walking in a random direction. Their priority now was to find a deserted, safe cave. But there was nothing but trees here, and the trees here were very different from those outside. Each tree was as thick as 4 or 5 people could hug, and 5 or 6 meters tall. Its branches stretched out in all directions like giant arms, layer upon layer, blotting out the sun. The bark bore the marks of time, cracks, bumps, and mottled colors, as if telling of the storms they had endured. Now, the woods were silent, save for the sounds of the 2 people walking. Mai Meng found the silence a bit eerie. Look over there. Wang Haoran pointed to 2 trees not far away. Mai Meng couldn't tell if they were 2 trees or one, as it appeared to have 2 root systems. But as they grew taller, their branches intertwined, forming a unique shape. By the time they were over 3 meters tall, it was impossible to tell which branch belonged to which tree. The key point was that there was a small, empty area beneath the 2 trees. It was unclear how big the space was, and whether they could spend the night there. Mai Meng threw a stone in, but there was no movement. As they approached, they found it was empty, with a rotting smell. Mai Meng saw that it was caused by rotting leaves. The entrance to the cave isn't big, but there's enough space inside for the 2 of us. I'll clear out the rotting leaves, and we'll spend the night there, Wang Haoran said, carefully surveying the space. Clear the rotting leaves, add some hay and leaves, and it should be enough for the night. Most importantly, it was getting dark. It was obvious there were no caves nearby. If they left this place, they wouldn't know for sure where to stay for the night. Wang Haoran tried shoveling the area and said with surprise, not bad, not many dead leaves. Sit down and rest for a while. I'll finish cleaning up, and we'll stay here tonight. With that, Wang Haoran walked into the tree hollow, picked up the shovel, and began shoveling out the leaves, including some moist soil. How could Mai Meng rest? She searched nearby for useful branches to use as a door curtain at night. While they offered no protection, they could at least confuse the enemy's vision. As for dead leaves, there were plenty on the ground. The 2 of them set to work, and soon Wang Haoran had the place clean. He shoveled away 2 layers of dirt, making the space seem larger. Then he found some dry soil nearby and spread it on top, creating a thick layer. Next, he filled the hollow with sacks of dead leaves, dumping them one by one into the tree hollow. Although the leaves were messy, they were much drier. Many of the dead leaves still held a faint warmth. Chapter 116. Mai Meng also found 4 relatively dense branches and dragged them back. He saw Wang Haoran nearby, having found many large leaves half a man's height. He was spreading them on the ground one by one, covering the smaller leaves. Go inside and rest for a while. I'll take care of the rest, Wang Haoran said, taking the branches from Mai Meng's hand. He tied the branches together with ropes, making them even denser. As for the rotten leaves, he spread them on both sides of the tree hole. Although they smelled unpleasant, they did some of the job of covering up the 2 people's scent. Finally, he also stepped into the cave, set the tied branches at the entrance, and secured the bottom with rocks. A simple cave entrance was now concealed. Mai Meng was certain that these were 2 trees that had somehow grown together. They were now in the gap between the 2 trees. Is this considered a unique way of surviving in a crevice? Wang Haoran hugged Mai Meng, and the 2 of them huddled together for warmth. By this time, it was already dark, and the temperature, which had been scorching just moments before, suddenly dropped. Actually, I have a secret I haven't told you, Mai Meng said, looking at Wang Haoran. She hadn't wanted to tell him, but now she understood the meaning of a large temperature difference between day and night. She was afraid that if she didn't reveal the space, they would both freeze to death in it at night. If you don't want to tell me, then don't. Your secret will always be yours. Wang Haoran hugged Mai Meng tightly and said, I'll give you something good. Mai Meng stretched out his hand, then looked at his blackened hand and fell silent. This is too dirty. Then he put the bag of food he had packed for lunch on his hand, palm facing up, and a steaming hot steamed bun appeared in his hand. Wang Haoran's eyes widened in disbelief. Actually, I have another dimension with some food in it. I secretly hid it there when you were working on it, Mai Meng said with a smile. That's great. This way, you won't be hungry later, Wang Haoran said happily. Hurry up and eat. You're pregnant, and you've been running around for so long today. You need to eat a full stomach, Wang Haoran urged. You eat too. There's more. My Meng asked him to put on a bag and eat together. We don't know how long it will take to get out. You eat first. I'll eat tomorrow. I'm not hungry yet. Wang Haoran pushed the steamed buns in front of my Meng. Don't worry, there's enough. If she wasn't worried about the aroma causing unnecessary trouble, she would have plenty of roast chicken and meat in her dimension. They each ate 2 steamed buns, and my Meng brought out a pot of porridge. Because they didn't have a spoon, they had to drink directly from the pot. After finishing a pot of steaming hot porridge, both of them felt warm all over. Finally, Wang Haoran even swept the entire pot clean with a steamed bun. That's great. When we get back, I'll make you some more delicious food and put it in your space, so you can always have something to eat when you're hungry. Wang Haoran said happily. Don't you blame me for not telling you? My Meng asked. Secrets like this are best kept secret by as few people as possible. You were right to keep it from me. Wang Haoran smiled. The more ways my Meng could save her life, the happier he must have been. How could he blame her? Then, a quilt appeared out of thin air, covering them. My Meng hadn't made a quilt yet, but she had already sewn several quilt covers. Having already sewn 3 sides, she thought she could use it as a bag in an emergency. Is it warm? My Meng asked with a smile. The happiest thing in my life is meeting you, and the most correct thing I've done is being with you. Wang Haoran bent down and kissed my Meng's cheek. You'll be even happier in the future. Because she would become even stronger, until she could protect everyone she wanted to protect. Because the duvet cover was too thin, my Meng took out 3 pieces and wrapped them tightly together. My Meng had never known summer nights could be so cold. Because the tree hole was small, they had to sleep sitting up. Wang Haoran pulled my Meng into his arms, letting him lean against him, and try to sleep as comfortably as possible. Awah! 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 As soon as they closed their eyes, they heard the howling of wolves in the distance. Their nerves tensed. Judging from the noise, there was more than one wolf. If they were discovered, would they still be alive tonight? Don't make any noise, don't talk, and try to breathe slowly, my Meng said softly. She had no better plan. Their strength was insufficient, and their weapons were limited. They simply couldn't afford to fight the wolves. Lin Cha, the crystal core the rat pack had taken last time, said Qin Yujing had taken it, saying it was a surprise for her. So much time had passed, and no such surprise had appeared. Besides the wolf howls, a tiger roar was heard shortly afterwards. Oh my god, is this a fight between 2 powerful men? My Meng carefully released her supernatural power and sealed the tree hole with ice, leaving only a small opening for ventilation. This should at least seal off the 2 men's breath. She closed her eyes and concentrated on radiating her psychic powers. Unfortunately, her psychic powers couldn't yet become her eyes. She could only make a rough guess based on the air flow. The wolves and tigers were quite far away, and my Meng didn't want to waste too much energy exploring further afield, so she gave up for the time being. Accompanied by the howls of wolves and roars of tigers, the 2 lost their sleep and kept a nervous eye on the movements outside. The battle raged for most of the night, until the sounds gradually faded, and it was unclear who had won or lost. Of course, the possibility of a shift in the battlefield was not ruled out. The 2 breathed a sigh of relief. As long as it didn't affect them, it would be fine. My Meng secretly reinforced the ice with another layer, and looking at the thick ice, she finally felt a sense of security. Want to eat something? My Meng asked quietly, pulling out a steamed bun. She had been on edge for a while, and now it was the middle of the night. She was a little hungry. I won't eat, you eat, Wang Haoran said. My Meng took the steamed bun and began to tuck into it, occasionally feeding Wang Haoran a few bites. After finishing the bun, my Meng took out some dried meat and began to eat. He didn't dare eat the fragrant stew, but he needed some meat to replenish his energy, and dried meat was the best. After feeding Wang Haoran several pieces, my Meng reluctantly withdrew. Because there was ice at the entrance of the cave, the 2 of them lay down near it, wrapped tightly in their small blankets, and closed their eyes to rest. Then, my Meng and the others heard a rustling sound, this time very soft and close. The 2 froze for a moment, and my Meng listened. It seemed that this little creature was not very large, but my Meng was not sure what kind of animal it was. However, an animal that could survive in the dense forest should not be underestimated based on its size. The little creature sniffed and groped around, and soon found its way to my Meng's door. Sizzle! Sizzle! The sound of claws scraping against ice made the hairs of Meng and his companions stand on end. Were they discovered? Chapter 117. My Meng stared intently at the cave entrance, his hidden crossbow raised. If it breached the entrance, He would kill it with a single bolt. After a while, the ice thinned, and their hearts leaped to their throats. Suddenly, the little creature paused and darted away. Then, a rustling sound followed, chasing the creature. My Mang's anxiety settled. She approached the cave entrance and quickly repaired the damaged ice. This night was incredibly exciting. If I stayed here for a long time, even if I hadn't encountered any danger, I have worn myself out long ago, my Mang grumbled. They hadn't fought, but their experiences that night were more thrilling than any battle. After such a tossing and turning, neither of them felt sleepy. But to have enough energy for the next day's journey, and to guard against any unknown dangers, they leaned against each other to rest. All the while, various sounds tingled at their nerves. They tried their best to ignore it. After all, the cave entrance was so small that only a limited number of animals could enter. Even so, the two men held their weapons tightly in their hands, not daring to let go. My Mang's sleeve crossbow was cocked, ready to fire at any moment. Morning finally arrived, and the two men dared not venture out, until the sky gradually brightened and the noises outside quieted down. My Mang tucked away his blanket and listened carefully. Only after confirming there was no danger outside did Wang Haoran begin to chip away at the ice. My Mang could only make ice, not melt it. Only after Wang Haoran left did he pull my Mang out. The morning air was exceptionally fresh, mingling with the fragrance of trees and flowers, inviting one to breathe deeply and savor this gift from nature. Sunlight struggled to penetrate the layers of leaves, casting dappled shadows on the ground. An unknown bird sang cheerfully, and everything was filled with a vibrant energy. I'm kind of falling in love with this place, my Mang said to Wang Haoran. I can't agree to that. Let's hurry and find a way out, Wang Haoran said to my Mang with a smile. My Mang smiled back at him. The environment was beautiful, but one had to be alive to enjoy it. Beauty always comes with danger. The two planned to retrace their steps the previous day, hoping to escape the dense forest. But after just one night, all traces of their previous journey had vanished. In their haste to escape, neither of them had the energy to find their way, and the dense forest was nothing but trees, everything seeming both strange and familiar. The two finally decided to head east. The dense forest was west of the safe zone, and perhaps heading east would lead them to a way out. My Mang carefully observed the plants around him, trying to determine the direction. At this moment, she sincerely thanked her jungle survival skills for preventing her from being completely blinded and unable to distinguish one thing from another. The two of them walked for the entire morning. Although they were sheltered from the sun by the trees, the scorching heat and their constant pace meant they were sweating profusely. The various venomous insects they encountered along the way treated the two of them like a precious commodity, eager to take a bite. Some were killed by my Mang, and the others before they could even bite them, while others had already bitten their arms and calves. If it weren't for their protective suits, which could withstand anything below level 3, they would have collapsed long ago. Most of the poisonous insects here possessed a small energy stone, and the two had already harvested over a dozen of them. There were also many rare herbs and grains along the way, but neither dared stop to pick any, fearing a delay. I don't know if we've reached our destination or not. We've been walking for most of the day, yet the scenery seems to remain the same, my Mang whispered to Wang Haoran. The road was utterly quiet. Besides the chirping of insects and birds, the only sounds were the two people's footsteps and the rustling of leaves in the wind. If they stayed too long, my Mang wasn't sure if his mind would fail him in this environment. At noon, the two of them didn't stop. Each of them drank a bottle of nutrient solution and continued on their way. It must be said that while the nutrient solution didn't taste good, it was certainly convenient and quick. After one bottle, the hunger was immediately relieved, but the fatigue wasn't. After not getting enough rest last night, and another day of forced marching, my Mang felt his fatigue growing worse. Do you want to stop and rest? Wang Haoran asked worriedly, looking at the listless my Mang. No, I can still hold on. Let's keep going. We have to find shelter before dark. My Mang shook her head. She was afraid that if she stopped, she wouldn't want to move again. She felt sleepy and exhausted. That was exactly how she felt right now. My Mang shook her head and patted her face, forcing herself to cheer up. We were in a dense forest now. Danger could strike at any moment. How could she be so lethargic? Let's find a place to rest nearby tonight. Wang Haoran hadn't found another tree hole, cave, or similar habitable space on his journey. The spot he'd chosen had a small mound of earth. Since he didn't have the conditions, he created them. He immediately picked up a shovel and began digging beside the mound, preparing to manually carve out a cave. The opening needed to be small, just enough for one person to pass through. As usual, Wang Haoran would dig the hole, while my Mang would find branches to pad the ground. As for lighting the fire, wouldn't that be a clear warning to the surrounding flora and fauna that someone was here? Thankfully, he had a blanket to cover himself with. As long as he didn't freeze to death, it would be fine. Just as my Mang bent down to pick up a branch, her heart suddenly tightened. She rolled to the right, and a figure passed right past where she had been standing. My Mang saw the other figure clearly, a large, iridescent python. The snake was over 10 meters long, its girth thicker than my Mang's. My Mang was completely terrified, his fear of mollusks rising from his heart. Furthermore, if he hadn't dodged just now, he would have been in its stomach by now. The python, seeing its attack had failed, paused and slowly turned to look at my Mang. This tiny human had actually dodged its attack. The snake's eyes shot up, its head held high, a hint of aggression evident. My Mang struggled to suppress his trembling legs. Facing a creature more powerful than himself for the first time, he felt once again how close death was to him. The python opened its mouth wide and swam towards my Mang at a breakneck speed, attempting to swallow him whole. My Mang dodged the python's attack again with a leap to the side. This behavior completely enraged the giant. How could it allow its prey to provoke it so repeatedly? It turned around and attacked my Mang. Chapter 118. My Mang seized the opportunity, rolled a few times, and hid behind a tree, firing 3 arrows at the python. Unfortunately, the hidden arrows couldn't penetrate the snake's skin, causing no damage. The downside of the hidden crossbow is that it can only fire 3 arrows at a time. The upside is that it automatically reloads, though it takes about 2 seconds. Thankfully, Xia Chengfeng had helped her craft 200 arrows. Besides the one she carried, the rest were stored in her space, so there was no need to worry about wasting them. After missing her first shot, my Mang remained undeterred, quickly dodging from one tree to another. She was afraid, but she wanted to stay alive even more. The moment she left, the python bit down on the spot where she had been, but it hadn't realized its prey had already left. My Mang nimbly moved through the woods, where the numerous trees presented some obstacles. It's common knowledge that snakes move in an S-shaped pattern. My Mang also hoped to circle around a few more times, ideally getting behind the python. At the same time, she was mentally racing to figure out how to quickly defeat the enemy, otherwise her strength would sooner or later be exhausted. Then, she saw Wang Haoran waving at her. My Mang ran towards him without a word. The python was irritated by being led around, but the trees around it were too thick to wrench through, so it could only weave through them. Now, seeing my Mang running towards the open space, it immediately opened its mouth, ready to swallow him whole. My Mang turned around and saw the snake's mouth so close. Using her mental power to freeze it, she raised her hand and shot 3 arrows into its mouth, then rolled to the side. Wang Haoran's sack landed just in time on the snake's head. Everything happened in a matter of seconds. The python still lunged forward with all its might, but, having been misdirected by Wang Haoran, it crashed directly into a thick tree. The python felt dizzy for 2 seconds, shaking its head to shake the sack off its head and clear its head. In a flash, my Mang stepped onto the nearest tree and stabbed the snake with the dagger in hand. She didn't know where the snake's weak spot was, but if she could cut off its head, it was sure it would die. The dagger sank into the flesh below the snake's head, and the snake began to shake wildly, trying to shake the dagger off its body. My Mang held the dagger tightly. The more the snake shook, the wider the dagger's cut. Finally, the dagger slashed through the snake's body, and the dagger fell off. Wang Haoran quickly let go of the stick and leaped over to catch the dagger. The sack, unable to bear the weight, burst through the snake's midsection, snagging it around its neck. It had no time to remove the pendant from its body, and glared angrily at the human who had dared to hurt it. A swipe of its tail sent both of them flying aside. Wang Haoran tightly protected my Mang and crashed into a tree. When the tail swung again, Wang Haoran pushed my Mang aside and hugged him tightly. The python must have been injured by my Mang's previous blow. Its upper body didn't move, and it lashed its tail against the tree, trying to throw Wang Haoran off. Wang Haoran held the tail tightly with one hand and, with the other, grabbed the dagger he carried and stabbed it hard into the snake's tail. Unfortunately, it was an ordinary dagger, unable to pierce the snake's skin. This action infuriated the python, having just been injured by the dagger. The snake's tail swung, ready to strangle Wang Haoran. Because of the human wrapped around it, its movements were restricted. My Mang took advantage of this opportunity to climb up the tree and leap onto the snake's body. He simultaneously unleashed his ice and psychic powers at the snake's head, seizing the few seconds it could move to slash its neck with his dagger. The python released Wang Haoran and began to swing wildly, flapping its wings. My Mang fell with the snake's head, ignoring the pain as he hurried over to pull Wang Haoran away. Having been struck by the snake's tail would have meant death or crippling. The two hid behind a tree, allowing the snake's tail to make its final struggles as its head fell to the side, emitting a chill. "Are you okay?" Wang Haoran asked. "I'm fine. Are you okay?" My Meng looked at Wang Haoran worriedly. If he had broken a bone, the situation would have been difficult. "It's okay. No broken bones. I'll be fine after some rest," Wang Haoran said with a smile. The strengthened body was much stronger, even its bones had become stiffer. The snake hopped for several minutes before coming to a stop, and my Meng and the others collapsed there to rest for a few minutes. "Can you fit such a large snake into your space?" Wang Haoran asked. "Not to mention, they wouldn't know how to deal with it. Even if they did, they couldn't take it away." "Let's try it later." My Meng wasn't sure. As long as it could fit in the bag. Oh, if the bag didn't fit, then in the quilt would be fine. As long as it could fit into the space. After resting for a while, Wang Haoran, despite the pain, stood up. Now was not the time to rest. It was getting dark, and they had to deal with the snake quickly. Their shelter wasn't ready yet. Curious about the snake's level, my Meng cracked open its head and took out the energy stone. Purple energy stone. They had unexpectedly defeated a level 3 mutant snake. My Meng and the other man exchanged glances, each feeling they saved their lives. It was a pity it was a highly radioactive mutant, otherwise, they have been able to eat so much meat for ages. Luckily, you activated your ice ability, otherwise, this would have been disastrous. Wang Haoran touched the slightly cold snake's head, knowing it was my Meng's masterpiece. No wonder psychics are so popular, they're truly powerful. My Meng smiled, saying nothing. She knew her ice ability alone wouldn't have been enough to kill the snake. She could only thank her good fortune, her spiritual, ice, and daggers were all essential. Of course, they also had reliable teammates. "Without you, I couldn't have killed it on my own." My Meng looked at Wang Haoran and smiled. Wang Haoran's heart swelled. So, he was somewhat useful, wasn't he? The two of them worked together to pack up the snake and place it in the space. They then expanded the cave and covered it with hay. They had originally planned to use ice as a door, just like yesterday, but my Meng's powers hadn't fully recovered yet, so they had to find more branches and leaves to block the cave entrance. Wang Haoran also pulled up a good amount of stinking grass, hoping to mask their scent. After cleaning up, the two sat inside the cave, and my Meng brought out a large amount of food. They were exhausted today. If they didn't replenish their energy, they wouldn't be able to walk tomorrow. Even so, my Meng didn't dare bring out any food with a strong smell. They could only nibble on steamed buns and dried meat, along with water and porridge. The Xia family's young master, on his side, moved a stool and sat by the door, waiting until nightfall, but the two didn't return. In anger, he smashed the stool and left with his men. Though they had publicly left, he secretly left someone behind to watch over them. He refused to believe they wouldn't return, unless they had died outside. Grandma Wang was worried when her grandson didn't respond. But she had still listened to Wang Haoran's brainwashing during this time. She was going to have a great-grandson, so she had to take good care of herself. Perhaps the two of them just weren't available to reply and would be back tomorrow. She chewed a black dumpling, staring blankly at the door, hoping Wang Haoran would appear any second. Chapter 119. That evening, upon returning from the mission, Qin Yujing received a message from his subordinates. At first, he thought my Meng and the other two were being retaliated against, so Xia Chengfeng explained the previous events. After all, they were all in this together, and keeping it a secret wouldn't be conducive to the subsequent developments. "Is there a traitor in your team?" Qin Yujing asked Xia Chengfeng. After all, the only people who knew Wang Haoran was alive were from their own team. Only a few of us knew Wang Haoran was alive at the time. "We'll find out if we investigate," Xia Chengfeng said. Knowing Wang Haoran's life and his exact address, yet unaware of my Meng's existence, this person's identity is a bit strange. We should also investigate the people around those who knew about this. Perhaps they accidentally leaked the information, Qin Yujing said. We're the only ones who know Wang Haoran's address. It's easy to investigate, Xia Chengfeng said. We should expand the scope. Maybe they knew Wang Haoran was alive, and his location was discovered by the Xia family member themselves. After all, they go back and forth every day, so it would be too easy to track him down. Do you think the madman has become calmer, or is he truly unaware of my Meng's existence? Qin Yujing asked. After all, as far as he knew, if he knew the person he killed was still alive, he would definitely go crazy. He wouldn't care about the gate or the house being demolished. Who knows? Xia Chengfeng replied. He wasn't familiar with the Xia family member to begin with, and their meetings were limited. Who knew he could have fallen in love with him out of nowhere? If Qin Yujing knew Xia Qingfeng's thoughts, she might be able to help him solve his mystery. Now that we can't contact them, where could they go? Qin Yujing asked again. Could they be in real danger? The two looked at each other. No one could say for sure. Besides, under normal circumstances, their watches shouldn't have lost contact. The only possibility is that they were far from the safe zone, or in the dense forest. The magnetic field in the dense forest is chaotic. It's fine in the outer areas, but once you enter the inner area, all electronic devices lose their function. This is also a major factor in the danger of the dense forest. The three parties were waiting for news of my Mang and the others. Qin Yujing even had people patrolling the perimeter of the dense forest, ready to intercept them immediately if they spotted them. Soon, a week passed, and there was still no news of my Mang and the others. Young Master Xie was in high spirits. Although it was a pity that he didn't take action himself, the outcome was always good. How could he let someone he wanted to kill live? Even so, young Master Xie still left 2 people to guard the place, to notify him if anyone entered the room. Meanwhile, my Mang and his companions were still struggling to survive in the dense forest. My Mang had replaced the vegetables with water-rich vegetables, such as cucumbers, tomatoes, and lettuce. These replenished vitamins and hydration. Watermelon also provided not only hydration, but also sugar. Wang Haoren was shocked at how much fruit my Mang had produced. It clearly exceeded the amount Xia Chengfeng had brought. Furthermore, Xia Chengfeng might not have been able to produce so many fresh fruits and vegetables, but he didn't ask a single question. As long as my Mang didn't want to talk, he wouldn't ask. Seeing my Mang munching on fruit whenever she had nothing to do, but not taking out much water each day, Wang Haoren guessed that my Mang's space probably didn't have much drinking water. Mei Mong was still pregnant, so Wang Haoren left her milk and water. He also replenished his water by eating fruits and vegetables every day. Mei Mong had plenty of food, but she certainly didn't have much drinking water. Mei Mong drank milk, and she also fed Wang Haoren some happy fat house water. After all, as a pregnant woman, she should limit her beverage intake. At first, Wang Haoren refused, saying he'd save it for her to drink later. It was only after my Mang advised pregnant women to limit their beverage intake that Wang Haoren finally drank some, but he didn't dare drink too much. He believed that once the water ran out, he could drink anything. The two of them traveled during the day and had to deal with various emergencies at night. They didn't eat or sleep well, and they quickly lost weight. Thankfully, they ate a variety of foods, so while they were a little thinner, their spirits were still good. Aside from being a little slovenly, decadent, and listless, everything else was fine. Fortunately, aside from the python, the two encountered no other ferocious beasts. Although they could hear the sounds of various beasts at night, they were all at a distance and didn't approach them. The inventory in Mei Mang's space was also growing, with an increasing number of small prey, such as mutant rabbits, mutant chickens, and mutant eggs. Some were intended to ambush them at night, while others attacked them openly during the day. Besides the edible meat they could take away, much inedible material was buried on the spot. Of course, the energy stones would be dug up. Most were level 1 and 2, with no level 3 left. They also encountered a small wild boar. Though it was considered a small boar, it weighed about 100 or 200 pounds. Unfortunately, the meat was inedible, but my Mang thought its thorns might be useful, so he stored it in his space, intending to study it again when he returned home. Have you noticed? The trees around us aren't as thick anymore. Doesn't this prove we're on the right path? We'll soon be out of the dense forest, my Mang said happily, observing the trees around him. The trees we seen before were as thick as 4 or 5 grown men could hug, but now they were half as thin. Wang Haoren was also delighted. Hope was just around the corner. Let's find a place to stay first. It looks like it's going to rain, Wang Haoren said worriedly, feeling the humid air around him. Up here, you could feel scattered glimpses of sunlight during the day, but just now, it disappeared, replaced by a scorching hot wind. The two quickened their pace. The trees here weren't that large, so naturally, there weren't any tree holes big enough for a person. The hillside seemed nowhere to be seen. Did you hear any noise? My Mang asked Wang Haoren. Besides the sound of the wind and their own footsteps, my Mang seemed to hear the sounds of others walking. The two stopped and listened carefully. The sound of something scurrying through the weeds became even more pronounced, and it was clearly coming in their direction. The two drew their weapons, taking precautions. Soon, a wild boar came into view. The boar, weighing over 200 pounds, charged directly at them, seemingly intent on knocking them away. My Mang and the others dodged to the side, avoiding the boar's attack. The boar, undeterred, turned and charged back. For a moment, my Mang thought they were engaging in a pig fight. This wild boar is so naive. My Mang complained to Wang Haoran. Suddenly, her expression changed, and she pulled Wang Haoran away, running, "Run! It's a trap." Chapter 120. After knocking the wild boar unconscious, my Mang used ice to freeze its feet, and the two of them took off running. It turned out that this foolish wild boar was just bait. My Mang heard several footsteps coming their way. The heavy footsteps suggested a minimum weight of 400 kilograms. This was another bait and switch, just like the little rabbit last time. No matter how foolish the wild boar was, catching it would take time. By the time the two of them had taken care of it, the larger wild boars that had sprung up would have been able to take care of them. Have all the mutant beasts in this dense forest become spirits? Maimong and the other two twisted and turned, hoping to shake off their pursuers. Raindrops began to fall, soon becoming a heavy downpour. While blurring their vision, it also washed away their scent. As the sounds of pursuit faded, the two of them didn't dare stop. They had to find a place to stay for the night. "Look, is there a house up ahead?" My Mang asked Wang Haoran loudly. The rain was pouring down, stinging even slightly. The distant scenery was blurry. If it weren't for his supernatural powers, my Mang wouldn't have been able to see the house. Wang Haoran shook his head and exclaimed, "I can't see it clearly." My Mang dragged Wang Haoran directly towards the house. The house was small, and the lock on the door was rusted, completely ruined after the two men had violently removed it. The house was empty, with broken spider webs hanging from the windows and the air, and the floor was covered in dust. Luckily, there were no leaks. Wang Haoran went in first, and swept away the spider webs. The spiders were gone. Perhaps this was their former nest. Due to limited conditions, the dust on the ground could only be ignored. The glass in the window had long since shattered, leaving only the rusted iron bars. The wind and rain blew hard inside. My Mang had no choice but to add a layer of ice glass to the window to prevent the cold wind from entering. Thankfully, despite the cracks in the wall, the wind wasn't leaking in. My Mang covered his mouth and nose. It was simply too much dust, but it was better than standing outside in the rain. The dust on the ground, wet from the rain, looked muddy. The two of them quickly stripped off their wet clothes. Fortunately, the protective suits were waterproof, so they only needed to wipe them with a clean cloth. My Mang changed into his spare clothes. Wang Haoran had no spare clothes, so he found a stick to wipe them clean and then put their clothes on them, waiting for them to dry before putting them on. After all, they were wearing protective suits now, not naked. My Mang pulled a bulging bag from the space, opened it, and dumped a pile of dry leaves in the corner. This was what she had packed in the dense forest. There were several bags in her space. Because the further outside you went, the fewer fallen leaves there were. Mailong had Wang Haoran make a dozen large bags overnight, just in case. For example, the snake from last time, and several bags of dead branches and leaves. She spread a thick layer of leaves in the corner, and the bag of leaves on top, and a simple bed was ready. Maimong quickly took off her shoes and socks, dried her feet, and stepped on it. She then pulled out a quilt, and wrapped herself in it. The temperature difference between day and night in the dense forest was already significant, and with the rain, Maimong was shivering with cold. It was called a quilt, but it was actually just cotton stuffed inside a duvet cover. Although it was clumped together, it was much warmer than a single duvet cover. Watching the heavy rain outside, my Mang longed to collect a basin of water, purify it, and boil it. However, she wasn't sure if the rainwater contained parasites besides radiation, so she gave up. She still had Wang Haoran clean the pot they used to drink porridge, and fill a basin with water. After purifying it, she wrapped it in cloth and placed it in the space. She would have Qin Yujing take it to help with testing when she had a chance. If it was truly edible, it would make it much more convenient to use on rainy days. Wang Haoran moved a large stone to block the iron door, and climbed into bed. Without the cold draft, the two of them felt much warmer in bed. Once their body temperatures had risen, and the dust in the room had settled, my Mang took out the food and slowly began to eat. It was still steamed buns with fruits and vegetables. My Mang sighed, "Alas, life isn't easy. Let's eat and cherish it." She bit the steamed bun in her hand tastelessly. My Mang looked at the heavy rain outside, then at the sealed space they were in. Unable to resist, Wang Haoran took out 2 large leaves and placed 2 fragrant roast chickens on top. She had picked the large leaves in the dense forest and stored them in her space for future use, perfect for situations like this. She could also use them for drinking water later. "Eat!" Maimong bit into the roast chicken with a roar, her mouth filled with the aroma of meat. Maimong sighed with satisfaction. Finally alive. Seeing the roast chicken, Wang Haoran was momentarily surprised. Then, he took the roast chicken and cut it into 4 large pieces, then separated the wings and drumsticks. The smaller pieces made the roast chicken easier to eat. He placed the roast chicken on the large leaf in front of my Meng, replacing her own, the incomplete roast chicken she had gnawed on several times. Meng didn't hesitate, handing the roast chicken to Wang Haoran and picking up the drumstick on the leaf to continue gnawing. Wang Haoran took the roast chicken and began to carve it up. Then he placed the legs and wings on the Meng leaves and began to devour it. Taking a bite of the fragrant roast chicken, Wang Haoran closed his eyes in comfort. Who wouldn't be tempted by the aroma of roast chicken? Outside, the rain was pouring down, but inside, the two of them were devouring their meat. The downpour effectively masked the wafting aroma, saving them a lot of trouble. After eating, Wang Haoran opened the door a crack to let the aroma waft into the room. Wang Haoran fetched water for Meng's hands. Washing greasy hands wouldn't get them clean, but drying them with a cloth afterward would make them much cleaner. Meng continued to drink milk, while Wang Haoran sipped soda. Ignoring the living environment, their life was quite comfortable. When the smell had mostly dissipated, Wang Haoran closed the door and continued to snuggle in bed with Meng. Perhaps because of the heavy rain, my Meng enjoyed a rare, good night's sleep without being disturbed by mutant beasts. He slept through the night, had a quick breakfast, and then it was Wang Haoran's turn to catch up on some sleep. My Meng also laid down to rest his mind. The heavy rain lasted 2 days before stopping, and the two of them stayed hidden in the cabin for 2 days. On the 3rd morning, they woke up to find the weather had cleared. They happily opened the door and went out to check. The forest after the rain was like a freshly painted watercolor painting, fresh and mysterious. Glistening water droplets hung on the leaves, like countless shining stars, shimmering with a dazzling array of colors under the sunlight. The air was filled with the delicate fragrance of earth and green leaves, bringing a sense of incomparable comfort and tranquility. Birds began to sing cheerfully, as if celebrating the new life after the rain. The small animals also came out to play, bringing a touch of life to the tranquil forest. Wang Haoran stepped on a spider that was trying to scam him and killed it. It would be a better life if there were fewer of these unpleasant little animals. Chapter 121. Look, why are there still houses here? My Meng and the others looked back. In the distance, there was a row of 3-story European-style buildings, though their exteriors were now covered in unknown vines. Some of the houses on the right had collapsed considerably, and others had been separated by growing trees. The houses on the left were still relatively intact, though a bit worn. I wondered what had become of them inside. It looked like a manor, or more accurately, a dilapidated one. It must be a house from a long time ago. I heard our safe zone was built after the intense radiation. And there weren't so many trees back then. Wang Haoran said uncertainly. Then this house must be at least a few hundred years old. Really good quality. My Meng sighed. The small house they lived in was somewhat like a gatehouse or security room. However, the gate was gone, and the walls had collapsed considerably, leaving only faint traces. There were 3 such gatehouses. The other 2 were leaking, leaving only the last one stubbornly standing. But it looked like it wasn't far from being scrapped. The area in front of the house must have been a lawn or something. Now it was overgrown with weeds, almost 2 meters high. If the house behind wasn't a bit taller, neither my Meng nor the others would have noticed it. My Meng simply looked at it curiously, with no desire to explore. Who knows what might have taken over the place? Trespassing into someone else's house and getting hunted down wouldn't be worth it. The 2 packed up their things and prepared to continue their journey. I hadn't replied to Grandma Wang's letter in so many days. I wondered how worried she must be. I just hope she doesn't do anything stupid. Grandma Wang, watching the days pass, was also in a state of struggle. On the one hand, she felt the loss of her grandchildren, grandsons, and great-grandchildren. On the other hand, she felt that they were no longer as weak as they once were, had met many powerful people, and must be somewhere safe. It was just not convenient to reply to messages right now. The 2 thoughts battled furiously in her mind, neither willing to give in. In just a few days, she had become quite haggard, as if her energy and spirit had been drained away. If this continued, Grandma Wang wouldn't be able to hold on for much longer. Meanwhile, my Meng encountered danger again. Not long after they left, they were targeted by a wild boar. Looking at the wild boar, the size of a tiger, my Meng swallowed. Looking at those 2 sharp tusks, this battle was going to be difficult. Luckily, there was only one wild boar, otherwise, the 2 of them wouldn't have had the courage to even stand still. The wild boar didn't rush to act, simply watching the 2 quietly, as if it were looking at its own meal, currently contemplating how to enjoy it. My Mang examined the wild boar. Its skin was so thick and tough, his hidden crossbow surely couldn't penetrate it. Then, he could only attack its facial features. Eyes were a major weakness for any animal. The wild boar seemed irritated by my Mang's gaze, and charged at the two men. "Separate!" my Mang shouted, and he and Wang Haoran each ran on either side. After missing its target, the wild boar ran directly towards Wang Haoran. "Brother Haoran, run forward. Buy some time. Climb the tree when the time is right." My Mang screamed and snuck up behind the wild boar, preparing for a surprise attack. She raised her sleeve crossbow and aimed at the boar's swaying hips. Swish, swish, swish. It hit the bullseye. One of her 3 arrows hit the target, and the boar let out a scream. It abandoned Wang Haoran, who was chasing it, and ran towards my Mang with bloodshot eyes. The arrow was halfway in, the other half dangling, piercing pain with every run. The pain drove the boar mad, and it charged straight at my Mang. My Mang had already begun climbing the tree the moment the arrow was released, and by the time the boar arrived, she was already there. The boar, staring at my Mang in the tree, took a few steps back, then ran the tree with all its might. My Mang hugged the trunk and swayed. Fortunately, the tree was sturdy, or it would have broken. The wild boar rammed the man 3 times, only to find it failed to knock him down. Instead, it aggravated the wound on its buttocks, causing more bleeding. The wild boar roared angrily, then did something that stunned my Mang. "Who told her wild boars can climb trees?" Looking at the wild boar trying to climb, my Mang sensed her chance. She gripped the trunk tightly with one hand, and aimed at the boar's eyes with the other. Swish! Swish! 2 arrows flew, and the boar roared as it fell, landing squarely on the trailing arrow, which lodged completely inside the boar. The blinded boar scurried about under the tree, breaking several smaller trees. My Mang clung to the trunk tightly. If she fell, she would surely be trampled to death. After running around for several minutes, the boar stumbled away. After waiting for a while, and seeing no sign of it returning, my Mang and the others climbed down. "Should we chase it?" Wang Haoran asked. This wild boar was definitely dead, but there was no telling how much longer it could hold out. "No, let's just move on. Who knows how far it can get? If the scent of blood attracts other beasts, it'll be disastrous." Mei Mang's greatest strength was his lack of greed and self-awareness. The two of them quickly ran in their chosen direction. They couldn't stay in this place for a moment longer. Just over half an hour after Mei Mang left, other wild boars, hearing the news, arrived and headed towards the injured boar. They usually didn't move together. After all, they were all quite strong. Instead of finding prey and then fighting, it was better to search separately. They had heard the others' cries so desperately, so they came to see what was going on. Maybe they could snag something. Mei Mang and the other ran until they were out of breath and could run no longer, then they slowly stopped. They didn't stop to rest, but instead walked slowly. "This day, every day, is so exciting." "Huff," Mei Mang said to Wang Haoran after catching his breath. In just 1 week, they experienced countless life-or-death experiences. Not to mention the giants they encountered, the number of bites they received in the past few days alone was enough to kill them multiple times. In the dense forest, not even an ant could be underestimated. Mei Mang even had a bag of poisonous ants in her space. She planned to take them back to see if she could extract the toxin. If she could, she'd have another way to save her life. The sun grew brighter as they walked further out, and the two began frantically searching for a place to hide from the radiation. Even with radiation-proof clothing, the steaming heat was enough to make them boil. Finally, unable to find a cave, they had no choice but to lean against the edge of a cliff. Wang Haoran began to dig a hole with familiarity. Since he wouldn't be coming here again, he only dug a hole large enough for 2 people to sit in. Then he stopped. Chapter 122. I think we've reached the outskirts of the jungle. If we come across anything valuable, we can stop. We can't just go into the jungle and come up empty-handed. My Mang munched on a steamed bun and discussed with Wang Haoran. With their lives no longer in danger, the next thing to consider was making money. "Okay, let's just walk and see. We won't go searching specifically, but if there's anything valuable we pass by, we'll take it." Wang Haoran nodded. "We come across several medicinal herbs in the jungle before, but unfortunately, at that time, their lives were uncertain, so we didn't dare stop for them. We were afraid we'd get the money but not the life." Looking at the surrounding scenery now, it wasn't much different from when they explored the jungle before, so it wouldn't hurt to slow down a bit. Besides, it wasn't always so lucky to come across something. However, surprises always come unexpectedly. They hadn't walked far when they saw a sweet potato field. The sweet potato vines were much more lush than the last time I saw them in the rat colony, and I'm sure the sweet potatoes underneath would be much larger as well. Without saying a word, the two of them set to work. Maimong was responsible for cutting the vines, while Wang Haoran dug the soil. The vines were set aside for now. We decide whether to use them later. Sure enough, the sweet potatoes this time were more than twice as large as before, each one a king. After Wang Haoran unearthed a small pile of sweet potatoes, Maimong sat there inspecting them while Wang Haoran continued to till the soil. After inspecting all the sweet potatoes, Maimong ran over to inspect the leaves and discovered that the edible rate was also very low. The leaves I brought back last time were the same, only a few out of 100 were edible. Maimong's interest suddenly faded. He could have used that time to search for other vegetables. Maimong checked Wang Haoran's progress and, while he was digging sweet potatoes, ran to gather firewood nearby. At this rate, they wouldn't be able to finish the inspection by evening. With no shelter nearby, they had no choice but to spend the night in the cave where they'd taken a lunch break. This time was different from previous times. Their shelter had no protective measures at all. It was impossible to spend a lot of time digging a large cave. They had to gather more firewood and build a fire at night to deter small animals and provide light. Even if danger approached, they wouldn't be blinded. The firewood they collected was packed into a large cotton bag, which could be tied tightly and placed in the space, saving Maimong the trouble of dragging it around. After filling the bag with dry firewood, Maimong returned to see that he had already dug up a large pile of sweet potatoes. He sat down and continued diligently inspecting. Until dusk, Wang Haoran stopped what he was doing. He left the machete with Maimong and went to expand the cave. "Call me if anything happens," Wang Haoran said worriedly. "Don't worry, it won't happen. If anything happens, I'll just call you." Maimong smiled and sent the man away. Looking at the few remaining sweet potatoes, Wang Haoran went back to work. He had seen Maimong's fighting prowess for a while now. Now the most urgent task was to prepare a shelter for the night. In one afternoon, Maimong had recovered 2.5 bags of medium radiation sweet potatoes and half a bag of low radiation ones. It was a truly bountiful harvest. Of course, this was also due to the large size of the sweet potatoes. Seeing Wang Haoran still digging the cave, Maimong returned to collecting branches. If it weren't for her heavy belly, she would have climbed the tree and cut some down. Partly dry, partly wet branches are more resistant to burning. Thick smoke can sometimes repel animals. Back in the cave, seeing that Wang Haoran had already dug it, Maimong instructed him to cut branches. Maimong drew a semicircle around the cave with a shovel and began digging a trench. After digging a shallow trench, he dug another trench 2 meters further back. He also cleared away the hay and fallen leaves nearby. A simple firebreak was complete. After all, they were going to light a fire, so caution was advised. When Wang Haoran returned with the branches, Maimong instructed him to drag them all to the innermost part. Then he handed him the shovel and told him to continue digging. The inner trench only needed to be about 30 to 40 centimeters deep. The outer trench needed to be nearly a meter wide and deep. "Remember to leave a path nearby, or I won't be stuck getting out tomorrow," Maimong reminded. By the time they finished, it was completely dark. Wang Haoran lit a fire, adding a touch of warmth to the chilly night. "I wonder how many days it will take before I can get out," Maimong muttered, looking at the sky outside. The sky was pitch black, without a single star, only a bright moon hanging high above. It was the first time in her long journey through time that she had observed the sky so intently. Before, she'd been so preoccupied with escaping and hiding that she hadn't had the time to appreciate the scenery. In the slums, once she returned to her room, she wouldn't even leave, let alone enjoy the night view. "How long will the food last?" Wang Haoran asked. "There's still plenty to eat, but we're running low on drinking water," Maimong said. Wang Haoran no longer drinks anything, only eating vegetables to stay hydrated. Maimong was fine, after all. She'd been rewarded with so much milk before. Although it tasted different from water, it still quenched her thirst. But it had been a week since she even had a sip of hot water, and she was still quite uncomfortable. Not to mention the lack of even basic hygiene. Now, the two of them could only chew a mint leaf morning and night to deceive themselves into brushing their teeth. "It's almost there. At most 2 or 3 days, we'll be able to get out," Wang Haoran reassured. If it weren't so flat inside, Maimong would have wanted to take out her stroller and drive it, saving her from such a snail-like pace. "You can take out the stroller tomorrow, set it to the lowest setting, and I'll push you around," Wang Haoran said. "I don't know if it's the coming of age, or if she hasn't rested enough lately, but Maimong's face has lost some of its fat, but her belly is becoming more and more pronounced. Even through the tightness of her protective suit, you can still see the slight bulge in her belly. Does your stomach hurt? If so, I can give you my protective suit. Wang Haoran looked at my Mang's stomach worriedly. It's okay. Although it's a little tight, it's bearable. No need to change. I won't wear it again after we get out. For now, saving their lives was paramount, so the more it tightened, the better. As they spoke, my Mang spotted a small rabbit heading their way. It stopped just outside the second ditch, its large eyes curiously gazing at my Mang and the fire in front of it. It seemed puzzled as to why such a creature was in the forest. My Mang had no intention of capturing it. As long as trouble didn't arise, she wouldn't take action tonight. It was a pity that if my Mang didn't take action, something else would. Curiosity kills not only the cat, but also the rabbit. Chapter 123. A dark shadow flew over, and snatched the rabbit away. It was so fast, my Mang couldn't see clearly what animal it was. He just saw a dark shadow fly down, and then the rabbit disappeared. It was probably an owl or a bat, if they had grown larger. After all, the figure they just saw was quite large. If not, it must be an unknown large bird. Who cares? As long as it doesn't attack them. However, nothing can withstand constant nagging. Before my Mang could even think, he noticed several more figures outside. They didn't attack, but simply stood quietly in the trees, staring at the cave, wondering if they were looking for an opportunity or just keeping watch. Brother Haoran, go light up the whole row, my Mang said to Wang Haoran. They had only just lit the middle fire, leaving the fires on both sides empty. After all, starting a fire requires fuel, so every penny saved is a penny earned. Once the entire ditch was ablaze, it would be like adding a fire curtain to the cave, forcing any animals hoping to sneak in would have to think twice. Of course, this wasn't a foolproof plan, as there was still a chance they could fly down the hillside. So the two of them didn't dare slack off, and my Mang quietly listened to the noises outside. Aside from the sound of Wang Haoran adding more firewood, nothing else moved. Perhaps they were hoping to wait until my Mang and the others ran out of firewood. If that was their plan, my Mang apologized. She didn't have much firewood stored in her space, but it could easily last 2 or 3 nights, not just one. Late into the night, the fire still blazed on my Mang's side, and some animals, unable to wait any longer, began to fly away. Maimong noticed they hadn't flown away. After circling the area for a while, one animal finally discovered the loophole and flew down. Maimong raised his hand and fired an arrow at it. This didn't frighten the other animals. They seemed to have received the message and flew down the hillside. Maimong shot 1 arrow at a time, 3 at a time, and then used his machete to deal with them, while he waited for his arrows to reload. The other 2 remained at the cave entrance, defending it. After 1 round, dozens of bats were killed. Yes, Maimong saw clearly what they looked like, bats. After dozens of bats were killed, the world returned to peace. Maimong heard that some more bats were still lingering around, but they didn't attack again. Maimong initially considered kicking the bats into the fire. Not only would so many of them take up space, but they would also look unsightly. But then he thought, if the aroma of the barbecue was too strong and attracted some large beasts, it wouldn't be worth it. Finally, Wang Haoran was handed a bag, told to pack up the bats and toss them into the space. Out of sight, out of mind, the energy stones in their brains could still be exchanged for a few star coins. For the rest of the day, both sides lived in peace. Aside from a few bats that flew off to hunt other prey, everyone else remained quiet. It wasn't until dawn that they gradually flew away. Get some sleep, Wang Haoran said to my Mang. I'll keep watch from now on. I'll call you if anything happens. My Mang nodded. With a group of bats guarding outside, she hadn't dared sleep last night. At dawn, my Mang was up and working. Just a short rest would be enough. She could find another place to rest in the afternoon. Why don't you take a break too? You haven't been sleeping well lately. My Mang looked at Wang Haoran and said. She had dozed off for 2 hours, while Wang Haoran hadn't slept all night. It's okay. I'll rest at noon. Now let's go harvest the sweet potatoes. The sooner we finish, the sooner we can continue on our journey. We already reached the outskirts. Once we were out of the dense forest, we could rest as much as we wanted. It wouldn't hurt to wait a little longer. Seeing Wang Haoran's persistence, my Mang said nothing more. One of them dug while the other examined the sweet potatoes, and soon they had the remaining sweet potatoes in their bag. Seeing it was already 11 o'clock, the two decided not to rush on. They would rest here for lunch and continue their journey in the afternoon. My Mang took out a basin of water. She had collected several basins of water during the rain. Then she took out another empty basin, poured a layer of water into it, and froze it into ice. Just like that, the basin of water transformed into pieces of ice. Using her supernatural power, she linked two pieces of ice together, and just like that, a large piece of ice was complete. The two entered the cave. My Mang erected a layer of ice at the entrance and used his supernatural powers to patch up the edges and corners. A simple ice door was complete, leaving only a few small holes for ventilation. How clever! Wang Haoran praised. My Mang reinforced the ice a little more and ran inside, hugging Wang Haoran and preparing to sleep. If his supernatural powers weren't so weak, he wouldn't have relied on external forces and could have simply raised an ice wall. But with this layer of protection and the cool air emanating from the ice, the two could sleep peacefully inside. Even if an enemy attacked, it would make a sound. After a comfortable nap, the two hurried to their next stop. They ignored scattered plants. They only stopped when they saw a whole field of valuables. My Mang took out her stroller, and Wang Haoran asked her to sit in it while he pushed her forward, saving some energy. My Mang didn't refuse. Who would want to walk when they could sit? She was exhausted from the last few days of traveling, and with a heavy belly, she was also very tired. Because the stroller was very flexible, Wang Haoran didn't slow down much even with my Mang. To prevent the road from getting bumpy, Wang Haoran even asked my Mang to take out a quilt to put underneath. Not afraid of my Mang getting bumped, Wang Haoran pushed even faster. The two of them rushed like this for 3 days, before finally finding a signal on the wristband. Wang Haoran immediately sent a message to his grandmother, and my Mang also received a series of messages, all from Qin Yujing and Xia Chengfeng. They both reassured each other that they were safe and where they were. Now that they had a signal, they were not far from leaving. But their exact location was still uncertain. Also, given the current situation, they couldn't go to the slums. Grandma Haoran also needed to find a chance to retrieve the person. Just because they hadn't discovered him now didn't mean they wouldn't find him later. Xia Chengfeng had secretly gone to Grandma Wang in the middle of the night to ask, but she refused to leave. She wasn't sure if her grandson was alright. If he was, there would be no point in living alone. Qin Yujing had arranged for 2 people to secretly protect him, so there was no problem for the time being. So the question now became what to do next. We couldn't just let my Mang and the others stay in the dense forest forever. Not only would they have trouble eating and sleeping, but the radiation levels would also be high. A few people began to discuss the matter urgently. In the end, it was Qin Yujing who made the final decision, move into the safe zone, into his villa complex. Even if they were exposed, the enemy wouldn't dare come looking for them. As for what would happen next, we could talk about it later. Autumn was approaching, and with autumn, winter wasn't far behind. First, let's get through this winter safely. Chapter 124. Finally, my Mang and Qin Yujing activated their GPS tracking. Qin Yujing drove out to pick them up, using the excuse of a mission. Mei Mong and Qin Yujing also rode their bikes out. It would have been even better if they could meet up directly outside. At night, the two sides reunited. My Mang looked at the location, and found it was the same place where they had dug bamboo rats last time. Ding, mission target detected. Sometimes a small surprise can strengthen the bond between 2 people. Give each other a small gift. Upon completion of the mission, you'll receive 30 kilograms of mutton and 10 kilograms of dry goods as a reward. The system's voice followed. Qin Yujing looked at the 2 beggar-like figures, and gave them a big hug without any disdain. You 2 are truly amazing. You managed to survive in the dense forest for so long. Qin Yujing praised them sincerely. You must have suffered a lot. Look how thin you are, Qin Yujing said, observing their thin faces. Then he glanced at them again, then again, uncertainly. Holy shit, holy shit, holy shit. Qin Yujing stepped back, and looked at my Mang in surprise. You're pregnant? You're actually pregnant. After Qin Yujing's outburst, everyone's eyes turned to my Mang's slightly bulging belly. My Mang tightened her clothes, looked at them, and said, It's just a pregnancy. What's the big deal? Yes, there's nothing to be surprised about being pregnant. But what pregnant woman would bravely venture into a dense forest, crawling and rolling around in it for 10 days? Hurry, 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 get in the car and go back. Get the doctor ready. We'll come check you out when we get back. Qin Yujing urged everyone to get in the car and head back. It was already dark. Even with their large-scale presence, they didn't expect any blind mutants to appear. But one should always be prepared for the worst. There was also a pregnant woman. She had completely forgotten that she had just emerged from the perilous jungle. I'd like to go back to the slums, is that okay? My Mang asked. Someone will pick her up from Grandma Wang's place. Qin Yujing, assuming she was worried about Grandma Wang, spoke up. No, I have some things I want to go back and get myself. My Mang shook her head. This time, she was in the safe zone, and she didn't know when she would be able to leave again. She might never live in the house in the slums again, so she had to pack up her belongings. She still had her big refrigerator inside, with so much food that she couldn't let it go to waste. And if someone discovered it, it would easily cause trouble, since there was a lot of radioactive food inside. Okay, let's go get Grandma Wang back to the safe zone. Send a message to Shotzi, and have her prepare, Qin Yujing said. Forget it, let's not send it. When we get there, just grab your important belongings and leave. It won't look like you're missing, Qin Yujing said. So, when the car reached the outside of the safe zone, the group sneaked into the slums. My Mang went into the room to pack his belongings, while Wang Haoran went to get his grandmother to leave. Qin Yujing and Xia Chengfeng stood outside to keep watch. Since receiving the message from Wang Haoran, Grandma Wang finally felt relieved. Seeing Wang Haoran, who had lost weight, she nearly burst into tears again. The first thing my Mang did upon entering the room was pack up her large refrigerator and the solar panel. Next, she packed up the food, bacon, and other items. Finally, she grabbed the kitchen utensils before leaving. She left the remaining dried vegetables, cereals, and clothes untouched. She couldn't pack too cleanly. You came just to take these things? I already have them, Qin Yujing said disdainfully. Don't you think it's unusual for people in the slums to own these pots? My Mang replied. She had already packed up the food, so leaving these pots there wouldn't be very strange. Besides, if the food was left there, it would either go bad or be sold to someone else, and that's not something I want to see, my Mang added. After all, her bag wasn't transparent, so no one could tell what she had brought. Alright, whatever makes you happy. Qin Yujing wanted to take the bag from my Mang, but Xia Chengfeng got there first. At this time, Wang Haoran and his companion emerged from the house. Grandma Wang also brought out a large bag filled with the children's clothes she had made earlier. Among them was the cotton cloth that my Mang had brought over. And this? Is there room in the car for it? Wang Haoran produced a baby's cradle that Grandma Wang had woven for her great-grandson. Take it with you. Hurry! It'll be too late if we don't return. Qin Yujing stepped forward to take the cradle, allowing Wang Haoran to support Grandma Wang as she walked. The group quickened their pace toward the motorcade. The car nodded silently and returned to the open air, pretending to have just returned from outside. Beep, beep, beep! The car horn honked, and the gatekeeper slowly emerged. The safe zone has regulations. The time for entering and leaving the safe zone has passed. The goalkeeper said to the car. Stop talking nonsense. Tyrannosaurus Rex team, open the door now. The driver showed the goalkeeper a sign. Tyrannosaurus Rex team, that was truly unacceptable. Alright, show us your signs. We'll let you in after verification. The goalkeeper yawned. This was standard procedure. Each person had an ID card, and the car had to be inspected. You couldn't just drive in. Are you looking for death? Open the door now. Hurry up, open the door. Qin Yujing got out of the car and kicked the goalkeeper, yelling. Then he said to the people in the car, Dafa, keep applying the hemostatics. Monkey, is the doctor here yet? Step on the gas and drive right to my villa. He spoke as he walked towards the car. Seeing the guard standing there motionless, he pulled his gun and pointed it at his head, saying, Didn't you hear me? Get out of here and open the door. Young Master Qin, the base rules. Before he could finish, Qin Yujing kicked him away. Then two men from the team came down, pulled Qin Yujing into the car, and urged, Captain, get in. Why are you taking it out on him? The door opened. The deputy captain is more important. Deputy captain, thank you so much. Qin Yujing then noticed the door had slowly opened. Another guard quickly came out and pulled the man off the ground, bowing and apologizing to Qin Yujing. The convoy roared past, heading straight for the Tyrannosaurus Rex team. They haven't checked yet, the man said, pointing at the convoy. Alright, let's go back now. The safe zone rules only apply to ordinary people. Be more careful next time. If I hadn't come out just now, you'd be dead. What's the point of worrying about safe zone rules? The man said, as he pulled him into the room. Qin Yujing felt uneasy because he hadn't examined this pregnant woman, who had been crawling around in the dense forest for over 10 days. Our team has a dedicated medical room. Although we haven't examined pregnant women before, we have the basic equipment. Rest well tonight. I'll take you for a checkup tomorrow. Qin Yujing said to my Mang. Chapter 125. Okay, thank you, young Master Qin. My Mang agreed obediently. Since he had already decided to trouble someone, He didn't want to be so fussy about a small matter. Besides, he had never had a prenatal checkup since becoming pregnant, so a local checkup would be helpful. The car drove directly to the basement of Qin Yujing's villa, and the group took the elevator directly to the second floor. Most of the rooms on the second floor are empty. You can choose any you like. Go to bed tonight, and then take a look around tomorrow after you've rested up. Qin Yujing introduced them. Then she pointed out 3 occupied rooms and a study, and offered to choose any of the others. You can choose this one. It has a bathtub, Qin Yujing said, pointing to one of them. My Mang's eyes lit up, and he nodded. Wang Haoran still chose the room next to my Mang. Grandma Wang had been feeling a bit overwhelmed since entering the villa. Looking at the clean floor, the dust-free room, the exquisite furnishings, and then at her own worn-out clothes, she felt out of place. I'll take that one. Grandma Wang, seeing everyone's eyes on her, chose the one in the corner. In fact, she'd rather share a room with her grandson, where she could just sleep on the floor, but she knew that was impossible. Okay, then you guys. Qin Yujing checked her wristband. Why hadn't they arrived yet? Captain! A voice called from downstairs. Come up. Qin Yujing called. The man was holding a bag. Qin Yujing said to my Mang and the others. I didn't send anyone out to buy clothes, for fear of causing unnecessary trouble. These are the uniforms our team has prepared for the members. They're clean. Wear them for now. I'll have them make some special clothes for you tomorrow. Qin Yujing took the bag from the team member and opened it. Inside were 2 sets of men's clothes and 4 sets of women's clothes. The 4 sets of women's clothes were identical, as the team members' uniforms were all the same. Each person received 2 sets, and they went to their rooms to wash up. My Mang sighed as he looked at the house, which was decorated much like it did before the apocalypse. No matter what time it is, there are always people enjoying themselves. She had never lived in such a nice house before. She went straight to the bathroom, and sure enough, there was a large bathtub. Shampoo and shower gel were on the counter. My Mang turned on the shower and washed herself thoroughly from head to toe several times, until the bubbles were white. The water was still shimmering, and my Mang finally rinsed the bubbles off his body. Putting on a bathrobe and drying his hair, my Mang walked out of the bathroom. So comfortable, both the unfettered body and the free showering were breathtakingly comfortable. Knock, knock, knock. Are you done? I'm coming in. Wang Haoran's voice came from outside the door. Come in, my Mang replied. Wang Haoran came in, with a hair dryer in hand. Wang Haoran blushed slightly, because when Qin Yujing gave it to him, he hadn't known what it was. Great. Come and help dry my hair. I thought I had to do it myself. My Mang waved happily at Wang Haoran. Drink some water? I'll help you. Wang Haoran handed my Mang a water bag. He had already drunk 2 bags of water. He really been craving water these days. Thank you, Brother Haoran. My Mang took the water and gulped it down. Although she'd been hydrated lately, she mostly been drinking milk and fruit, and only a small amount of plain water each day. Wang Haoran stood behind her, blow-drying her hair. After drinking enough water, my Mang relaxed on the table. This was life as it should be. Don't go to sleep yet. Young Master Qin has made some porridge downstairs. Let's go down and have some before bed, Wang Haoran whispered to my Mang. I don't want to eat. I want to sleep. My Mang mumbled, groggily, as she lay on the table. She'd been on edge these days, exhausted. It was a rare opportunity to relax, and all she wanted was a good night's sleep. By the time Wang Haoran had blow-dried my Mang's hair, she was already fast asleep. Wang Haoran gently picked her up and laid her on the large bed. He carefully tucked her in before leaving. My Mang didn't know she missed the chance to meet another sheep. Even if she had, it wouldn't have mattered. After all, they were living together, and there was still a long way to go. The next day, my Mang slept until noon. She stretched comfortably and rolled around on the big bed. A soft mattress and quilt. No more hard beds or sleeping on the floor. After a while, my Mang got up, grabbed the toiletries she'd taken out the night before, and began to wash. She tossed all her dirty clothes and shoes aside. After checking around, she found no slippers in the room, so she walked out barefoot. The room had wooden floors, so it wasn't cold, it was comfortable. My Mang left the room. The space between the first and second floors was empty. From the sounds, everyone seemed to be downstairs. My Mang walked down the spiral staircase and saw Wang Haoran, Qin Yujing, Xia Chengfeng, and a beautiful person she didn't recognize, sitting there chatting. Ding, new target found. Take the initiative and meet a handsome man. Your harem will be more lively. Complete the mission and receive 40 kilograms of sticky rice and 10 kilograms of peanuts as rewards. The system's voice rang out. Ahem. Ahem. Maimong was choked by the system's harsh words. Wang Haoran saw my Mang and immediately ran over to pat her on the back. Xia Chengfeng silently lowered his raised foot. Why aren't you wearing shoes? Put them on first. I'll help you take them off later. Wang Haoran noticed my Mang's bare feet and quickly took off his own shoes for her to wear. The first floor wasn't wooden, it was freezing cold. It's okay, it's okay. It's quite comfortable on the wood floor. Maimong finally stopped coughing and whispered. The shoes are right at your door. Wait a minute, I'll get them for you. Wang Haoran then ran upstairs and returned with a pair of shoes. Maimong put on her shoes and walked into the hall. Everyone looked at her. Hello, I'm my Mang. Who is this? My Mang extended a hand in greeting, then looked at Su Qinghe. This is my icy beauty, Su Qinghe. Qin Yujing stood up and introduced them. Hello, Su Qinghe. Su Qinghe nodded at my Mang. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission. Reward: 40 kilograms of glutinous rice and 10 kilograms of peanuts. My Mang stole a few glances. This person was truly handsome, prettier than anyone she had ever seen, male or female. I almost forgot. You must be hungry. There's rice and porridge in the kitchen. What would you like? Afterwards, I'll take you to the infirmary for a checkup. Qin Yujing slapped her forehead and said to my Mang. Chapter 126. Just now, they were all stunned by my Mang's belly. The team uniforms were relatively loose-fitting, but the waistband couldn't hide my Mang's round belly, which was much more visually striking than yesterday. Okay, you guys keep chatting. I'm going to eat first. My Mang agreed and prepared to go eat. Wang Haoran helped my Mang stand up and headed to the kitchen. The remaining people watched them go. Hey, why don't you go over? Qin Yujing kicked Xia Chengfeng. You're vying for favor? Aren't you afraid of losing it? She already has a child. Xia Chengfeng rolled his eyes. My Mang had just returned, and the two of them hadn't exchanged a single word. Besides, even if others didn't know the relationship between the three of them, how could he not know it? In terms of family status, he certainly couldn't compare to Wang Haoran's. After dinner, the group sat together and chatted for a while. My Mang felt a bit dazed, as if he traveled back to another time and space. Otherwise, how could he be sitting here, drinking tea and chatting? But looking at the familiar faces around him, they were indeed people he knew from the Wasteland. Having drifted off, my Mang was led to the medical room. There weren't the blood tests he imagined. Just a few dozen seconds in a row of machines, and that was it. That's it? No need for blood tests or anything like that? My Mang asked curiously. Did anyone trick you into having blood drawn? Did you do it? Qin Yujing asked quickly. No, I'm just curious. My Mang shook his head. You scared me to death. I thought you had your blood drawn. I wonder how much good food you need to eat to produce a healthy blood volume, especially since you're pregnant. One person provides the nutrition for two. If someone asks you to have your blood drawn, they definitely have bad intentions. Stay away, Qin Yujing warned. My Mang nodded. What she had thought would be a lengthy prenatal checkup was done in less than half an hour. My Mang was still a little dazed when she got home. Were prenatal checkups this simple before the apocalypse? Why were there such long lines at the hospital? In about 2 hours, the report came back. The radiation level is very low. The fetus is developing normally. You're just a little malnourished and anemic. You still need to supplement your nutrition, Qin Yujing said, looking at the results. Then, several grown men took her report and pored over it, mumbling to each other from time to time. What are you doing? What's so interesting? My Mang asked curiously. Look, this shows a 3D image of the fetus in your belly. We're discussing who this child resembles. Qin Yujing handed the report to my Mang. There was indeed a color picture attached to it. My Mang took it curiously. The photo only showed the baby in profile, bent over, holding something. Because it wasn't visible, the baby's front was empty. The baby's eyes were closed. My Mang looked at him several times, but couldn't see who he resembled. Look! He has a penis. It's a boy. Qin Yujing pointed at the baby's picture and said to my Mang. My Mang took a look and saw that it was indeed true. This doctor was very considerate. Look, your son. Doesn't he look like you? Show it to Grandma. She'll be very happy. My Mang handed the report to Wang Haoran. It would be even better if he looked like you. Wang Haoran took the report and said with a smile. Hey, why do boys have to be so good-looking? They need to be masculine. When the time comes, I'll be your godfather. Once he's born, I'll help you raise him. I'll definitely raise him to be brave and invincible. Qin Yujing hurried forward. Is he as strong as you, but simple-minded? Su Qinghe asked back. Nonsense. I'm both brave and resourceful. Otherwise, how would I have become the team leader? Qin Yujing said defiantly. How did you say I became the team leader? Su Qinghe asked back. Forget it. Since you're my beautiful wife, I won't bother with you. Qin Yujing pointed at Su Qinghe, furious. Su Qinghe didn't respond, but continued to sip his tea. In the evening, everyone gathered for dinner. A cleaning lady came to the villa every day to clean and cook, but she wasn't staying there. My Mang raised his glass of milk and said to them, I'd like to take this opportunity to sincerely thank you. Having friends like you makes me feel the warmth of home. Mr. Qin, thank you for taking me in. May our friendship be like this glass of milk, hidden in our hearts, forever fading. After saying this, my Mang gulped down the milk in his hand. That's so true. Meeting is fate. I make friends based on chemistry, not to mention you saved my life before. From now on, this will be your home. Just settle down and enjoy yourselves. No one will dare to come knocking on our door. Qin Yujing patted his chest and said, calling you Mr. Qin is a bit awkward. I'm older than you. From now on, just call me Brother Qin. This is your brother Su. Qin Yujing introduced herself and pointed at Su Qinghe. Su Qinghe also stood up and raised his glass, clinking it against my Mang's. Brother Qin, Brother Su, my Mang called sweetly. The group was in a state of joy. After dinner, Qin Yujing mysteriously pulled my Mang aside. Didn't I take your energy stone earlier? I wanted to give you a surprise, but I didn't expect it to take so long. What surprise? My Mang asked expectantly. Who doesn't like a surprise? Look! Qin Yujing pulled a dagger from her bosom. Unsheathed, a sharp, cold light flashed. To blind the enemy? My Mang took the dagger and said playfully. Yes, yes, yes. Qin Yujing nodded. Then she stood behind my Mang and instructed her to press a button on the front of the handle. The dagger instantly extended, transforming into a knife. Wow, so cool! My Mang tried wielding the knife. It was nice and light, but I wondered how sharp it would be. There's something even cooler. Qin Yujing pointed to one of the indentations. If you put a level 2 or higher energy stone here you can. You know what I mean, right? Qin Yujing gave my Mang a look. The energy sword. My Mang said excitedly. Isn't this the weapon she wanted most? Thinking of everyone's group attack skills that day, it was so cool. If they had this sword a while ago, the two of them wouldn't have had to endure so much hardship in the dense forest. Thank you, I love it. My Mang looked at Qin Yujing and thanked her sincerely. There's something even better that you'll like even more. Qin Yujing continued to pull things out of her pocket. Didn't I say I wanted to thank you for saving my life? Chunfeng told me to just thank you, because he was saved too. So, I even went out and asked for this just for you. Thump, thump, thump. Chapter 127. My Mang's delight deepened as he looked at the small pistol in Qin Yujing's hand. This for me? My Mang asked. Yes, this gift. Do you like it? Qin Yujing said proudly. He had gone to great lengths to get it. It was all the work that had delayed him so long. I love it so much. My Mang carefully took the gun and looked at Qin Yujing. But I can't shoot. Is there a place I can practice? There's a shooting range on the first floor below ground. I'll show you there later. This is the level 2 energy stone I exchanged for you. Keep it. Qin Yujing handed my Mang a bag. It contained the level 1 energy stone he had exchanged from the squad. Of course, there were also his personal notes. He felt his life was worth more than that, so a generous gift was justified. Thank you so much, I'm tired of saying it. In a word, good brothers for life. My Mang clenched his fist and bumped it with Qin Yujing's. My Mang fondled this and that, each one a life-saving treasure. Determined to act, my Mang immediately grabbed Wang Haoran and had Qin Yujing take them to the basement level. They would begin shooting lessons today. The basement level was large, and not only did they have guns, but they also had bows, crossbows, and darts. After all, only a few people could afford guns. Put away your guns and swords. We have gun practice here. Once you've mastered the art of shooting, you'll naturally be able to fire your own gun. After all, my Mang was holding an energy gun. Even a landlord wouldn't be able to resist. My Mang set his weapon aside, took a stroll around the shooting room, and was then driven away by Qin Yujing. Go back to sleep. Why should a pregnant woman stay up all night? There's no danger right now. We'll talk about practice tomorrow. Anyway, you all stay here and come down to practice whenever you want. And so, the two of them were driven upstairs by Qin Yujing. After receiving such a large gift, my Mang pondered what gift to give Qin Yujing in return. She had the most food. But while most people ate low-radiation foods, it was clear that Qin Yujing had plenty of it. So, giving food as a gift seemed a bit inappropriate. She had fruit, milk, soda, and all that stuff. She couldn't just give away a bag of rice or flour. My Mang looked through her inventory, feeling a little worried. She had no gifts to give. Looking at the newly acquired glutinous rice and peanuts, she suddenly felt a craving for zongzi. But there were no zongzi leaves. It was too inconvenient not being able to go out. After some thought, she decided to send a message to Xia Chengfeng to see if he could get some. Xia Chengfeng replied, "No problem." Then, my Mang fell asleep peacefully. My Mang felt like she was finally getting the treatment a pregnant woman deserved. Eat when she wanted, sleep when she wanted. Ding, mission target found. The beauty looks a little unhappy. Tell a joke to cheer her up. Complete the mission, and you'll receive 40 chicken, duck, and goose eggs, and 40 kilograms of milk. My Mang looked at the seemingly gentle, yet actually cold, face at the table. It was hard to tell a joke to that face. Where are Brother Qin and Xia Chengfeng? Seeing only Su Qinghe and Wang Haoran at the table, my Mang asked curiously. Out on a mission. Su Qinghe replied. Oh. My Mang replied and sat down at the dining table. Wang Haoran had already prepared her breakfast. There was porridge, steamed buns, and a cup of milk specially prepared for her. I don't know where Qin Yujing heard that pregnant women should drink more milk, but now there's milk at home every day. My Mang drinks 2 cups a day, 1 in the morning and 1 in the evening. I'm going to the Agricultural Science Academy. Text me if you need anything. Su Qinghe wiped his mouth and said. Now, Wang Haoran and his wife were the only ones left at home, along with Grandma Wang, who had locked herself in her room. Let's make some delicious food today, and store it away. Wang Haoran said to my Mang. My Mang knew Wang Haoran meant to save it in his space. Okay. Since they didn't come back at noon, my Mang texted Su Qinghe, saying that Auntie didn't need to come over today. They would cook for themselves at noon, and Wang Haoran would make them something delicious in the evening. Wang Haoran began kneading the dough. Then while it rose, he began cooking and stewing meat. Then he placed each pot, one by one, into the space. Only when the pots he brought from the slums and the pots in the space were full did they stop. The steamed buns and dumplings didn't need to be packed. They could just be placed directly into the space. So they minced the meat, made the dumplings, and steamed them. They boiled water and filled the water bags in the space. My Mang sent another message to Xia Chengfeng, asking him to buy him a dozen more pots. He prepared to fill them with water and place them in the space. The two worked all day, filling the space again. With so much food and drink, there was no need to rush. Just add a little each day. My Mang was worried that Grandma Wang would get sick from being bored, so he dragged her out for a walk. Everyone noticed Grandma Wang's discomfort, so they didn't force her to come out and eat with the others. She took her food to her room every day to eat. My Mang saw that the bolt of cloth he'd given her was almost finished, and then he remembered that he hadn't given her the cotton yet. The next day, my Mang brought 20 kilograms of cotton and a bolt of cotton cloth to Grandma Wang. He asked her to help make 2 sets of cotton-padded jackets for everyone. This time, they left in such a hurry that they didn't bring anything with them. Even if they had, the cotton-padded jackets and quilts at home wouldn't have been warm enough. Now that they had the means, they definitely had to dress better. My Mang also asked Xia Chengfeng to buy a lot of windproof fabric. The outer layer of a cotton-padded jacket needed to be windproof to stay warm. They used as much as they could, and save any leftovers. My Mang knew he couldn't stay hidden away in the villa complex forever. There would always be a conflict with the Xia family, and life wouldn't be as peaceful then. But the most urgent thing was to make plans after the baby was born. Thinking of this, my Mang began to collect more things, intentionally or unintentionally. He bought food, drinks, household items, and everything else. Xia Chengfeng was very sensible and didn't ask any questions, simply buying everything my Mang needed. This way, my Mang swallowed all the excuses he had on his lips. Not asking was the best. Sometimes, when he saw something he hadn't thought of, he bought it too. For example, a clothes dryer, a food dryer, etc. But they were all small, household items. They were all things my Mang urgently needed. Besides Wang Haoran shooting training on the basement floor, Xia Chengfeng and Qin Yujing would also teach him some systematic fighting techniques when they were at home. They noticed that Wang Haoran had excellent physical fitness, but his fighting style was a bit unsystematic. After studying with Qin Yujing for a while, he was sure his fighting skills would be greatly improved. Chapter 128. Maimong found a box, took out some sweet potatoes, and made a candied sweet potato. A plate of candied sweet potatoes was placed inside, tied with a bow. The second box contained Wang Haoran's potato stew, also placed in a box and tied with a bow. Finally, the real gift arrived. She took a plate and placed some of the snacks she received on a 3-layered plate. She placed it in the last box, also tied with a bow. The first layer contained various spicy snacks, the second contained crab, cucumber seeds, strange flavored peanuts, and the like, and the third contained various dried fruits and meats. A little of each, it was a token of my appreciation. Preparing 3 gift boxes made it seem less shabby. After all, the other party had given her a gun, a knife, and a bag of energy stones. My own gift would seem a bit shabby. When everyone returned, they would be greeted by a delicious feast. Smells so good. Our Haoran's cooking is still the best. I'm in for a treat today. Qin Yujing inhaled a few times, exclaiming exaggeratedly. Today I prepared a little gift for you. Pick one of 3 and see if you can pick the real thing. My man grinned, stopping Qin Yujing and asking him to stand a meter away from the table. Ha ha ha. I love this part. I'll pick. Qin Yujing stood there, closing her eyes and sniffing hard. It smells so good. So fragrant and spicy. Is your gift for me edible? Qin Yujing asked curiously. You have a dog's nose, right? These 3 are all edible. So you pick? My man exclaimed in surprise. Of course I do. I'm so proud of my nose. I can tell where the good food is just by smelling it. Qin Yujing said proudly. The first one, the sweet one, is for Xia Chengfeng, definitely not my gift. Qin Yujing shook her head. Qin Yujing had long noticed Xia Chengfeng's sweet tooth, but he was a little embarrassed and kept quiet. The second and third ones are both delicious. Keep them away. I need to choose carefully, Qin Yujing said. Wang Haoran took out the peeled sweet potato, and my man separated the 2 boxes on the table. Okay, no need to choose. I want the third one. Let's open the prize. Qin Yujing said confidently. Are you sure? Don't you want to think about it? My man asked. A gentleman's word is as good as gold. I never go back on my word. Qin Yujing said. Okay, then let's see what this is. My man opened the box, revealing a pot of stewed potatoes and meat. This smells so good. I'll have 4 bowls of rice tonight. Qin Yujing said, moving towards the third gift box. I'll open the last gift myself. He carefully lifted the box and saw something he had never tasted before. What is this? Qin Yujing asked curiously. Some of the things below were familiar to him, but most were new to him. This is spicy noodles. Have you ever tried them? Maimong picked up a spicy noodle and put it in his mouth. Wow, it was delicious. I'll try it. Qin Yujing picked up a large piece of meat and put it in his mouth. His eyes lit up. It was so delicious. So, he quickly closed the box and carried the entire gift box into the kitchen. As he walked, he said, It's not that I don't want to give it to you. Look, it's time for dinner. Snacking isn't good. Wait until you're full. He had a plan. Once everyone was full, he'd give everyone a taste, and the rest would be his. Hee. This tastes amazing. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission. Reward, 30 kilograms of mutton and 10 kilograms of dried goods. Although Wang Haoran had never tasted it before, he wasn't that greedy. Xia Chengfeng had already set his sights on the candied sweet potatoes. Su Qinghe wasn't that gluttonous either. So, no one bothered to argue with him. After washing their hands, they sat down. That brother Haoran I was bragging about his cooking skills back then was him. Back then, I was thinking of bringing you along for a free meal. Who knew I was so good I actually bring him home? We're in for a treat. Come and try it. Qin Yujing said to Su Qinghe. Then he said to everyone, No need to ask, everyone, help yourself. With that, he picked up his bowl and began to eat, his food guzzling with such relish. Maimong felt that seeing him eat with such an appetite, she could have eaten 2 more bowls herself. After finishing their meal, Maimong and the others sat back chatting and eating fruit. Seeing the atmosphere was just right, Maimong said, How about I tell everyone a joke? Are you going to dance for us again? Qin Yujing asked. Maimong, Isn't it annoying that I wanted to cover his mouth? Jokes, not dances. Maimong continued without waiting for his reply. A polar bear was alone on the ice, lost in thought. Bored, he started plucking his own hair for fun. 1, 2, 3, until there was nothing left, and he froze to death. After Maimong finished, the atmosphere cooled for a moment. She looked at everyone and asked, Isn't it funny? Qin Yujing quickly led the applause. Funny, so funny, ha ha ha. My Mang's scalp tingled, so embarrassed. I'm going upstairs to sleep. My Mang ran off. She didn't even bother to pay attention to the system's message about the reward being credited. Do you think she'll sing for us again? Qin Yujing asked everyone. No one answered him, and they all went back to their rooms. Wang Haoran brought my Mang his evening milk and said, "Actually, your jokes were pretty funny. Let's forget about it. It's so embarrassing," my Mang said after taking a sip of milk. If it weren't for the system-issued mission, she wouldn't have been so socially frustrated. That evening, my Mang asked Wang Haoran to stay. Ever since they'd been together, they'd basically been living together, and she'd gotten used to it. Ding, mission objective discovered. Dining table habits are the best way to foster relationships. Treat her to a meal. Complete the mission, and you'll receive 40 kilograms of rice and 40 kilograms of self-raising flour as rewards. This was from Su Qinghe. Ding, mission target found. We've known each other for so long, it's time for him to realize your deep love. Complete the mission, and you'll be rewarded with a multifunctional outdoor tent. Accommodates up to 5 people, waterproof, fireproof, and theft-proof. This is Qin Yujing's. A dinner treat is a piece of cake. I can do it tonight. But what's the point of realizing her deep love? My Mang walked downstairs calmly. Everyone wasn't on a mission today, and was chatting together. My Mang was lost in thought, thinking about how to complete the mission. The others, assuming she was still reeling from yesterday's awkwardness, didn't bother to speak to her. Even though there weren't any missions, everyone else was busy. After dinner, they prepared to head to the training grounds for some training, and Wang Haoran was dragged along. Chapter 129. Mei Mong was the only one left at home, and then, finally, he came up with a brilliant idea. When everyone returned at noon, drenched in sweat, they discovered that the dining area had been cordoned off by Mei Mong. Mei Mong heard a voice and emerged from behind the curtain. "You're back. Go take a shower. I've got a big surprise for you today." Mei Mong made a big circle with his hands. "I can already smell the chili peppers," Qin Yujing said. "You have a sharp nose. Go take a shower." Mei Mong shooed them away. Then everyone vanished in a flash, ready to make a quick decision and rush down to meet the surprise. When everyone had arrived, Mei Mong pulled back the curtain. Thump, thump, thump! 2 boiling pots were steaming. One was a spicy hot pot, the other a mushroom hot pot. They were her previous quest rewards. In addition to a variety of hot dishes, there was also a small selection of dipping sauces. "Oh my goodness, this is such a feast!" Qin Yujing took the lead, choosing a seat in the middle. He wanted both spicy and mushroom. Su Qinghe couldn't handle spicy food, so he sat near the mushroom side. There were only 5 of us, so everyone could eat if they stood up. Qin Yujing and Su Qinghe sat on one side, while my Mang and the other 2 sat on the other. Brother Qin doesn't have a shabu-shabu hot pot at home. You can buy one. We won't have to make 2 hot pots next time, my Mang said. I'll have someone go get some in a minute, Qin Yujing said. Thank you all for your hard work. This is my lunch treat. Let's eat. Especially our brother Su. You haven't tasted my cooking yet, have you? I must try it this time, Mei Mong said with a smile. Not bad, with a beautiful, fragrant, and delicious appearance. Su Qinghe praised. Ha ha ha. That's a high praise, Mei Mong replied with a smile. If you keep being polite, the pot will be cooked dry. Let's eat, let's eat, Qin Yujing said impatiently. Eat, eat. At my Mang's command, Qin Yujing started by tossing the various meatballs in. Then the lamb, beef, and other dishes were poured into the pan, the red oil swirling around, and everything was cooked in no time. Mei Mong grabbed a portion of everything and added it to the mushroom soup, boiling it. He also cooked a bowl of noodles and had Wang Haoran bring it to Grandma Wang. Mei Mong had just called, but Grandma Wang didn't want to come down. Su Qinghe leisurely ate his mushroom soup base. Try this, it's amazing. Qin Yujing picked up a piece of beef with chopsticks and placed it between Su Qinghe's. In the bowl. Looking at the bright red beef, Su Qinghe picked up a small piece and tasted it. It was spicy, really spicy, but still bearable. After Su Qinghe took a bite of something spicy, he would take several bites of something mild to balance it out. From time to time, he took a sip of the ice soda in front of him. The 5 of them ate heartily. Mei Mong wanted something spicy, so Wang Haoran pushed her over to the mushroom soup and boiled up a lot of non-spicy food for her. I remember you said you can't eat spicy food while pregnant, Wang Haoran said. Really? Did I say that? No. There's no such thing as something you can't eat. As long as a pregnant woman wants to eat, she can. Mei Mong didn't remember saying that and played dumb. Chili peppers are too pungent. Pregnant women really should eat less, Suchinga said. Finally, despite my Mang's protests, she still got to eat the spicy meat slices, though not much. She only ate a few bites to satisfy her craving. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission. Rewards include 40 kilograms of rice and 40 kilograms of self-raising flour. After feasting and drinking, everyone reclined on chairs to sunbathe. I discovered my dad was right. A family still needs a woman. Look how quickly our quality of life has improved since Sister My Mang arrived. Qin Yujing patted her belly. But it's mainly because I have good taste. If I hadn't spotted a talent and roped Sister My Mang in the first opportunity, you wouldn't be able to enjoy such delicious hot pot. Yes, you have the best taste. My Mang gave him a thumbs up. There's another surprise, specially prepared for you too. We've been together for so long, and we've been so busy before, we haven't had a proper celebration together. This time, I borrowed Brother Qin's space to personally prepare a little surprise for you. Thank you both for your care, and I hope we can live happily together in the future. I hope we can always live in harmony and happiness forever. My Mang said, holding Wang Haoran and Xia Chifeng's hands. Then they pressed the two of them into chairs, and blindfolded them with 2 strips of cloth. Hee. Quite a ritual, right? Wait a minute. With that, my Mang trotted upstairs. Take your time. There's no rush. Slow down. Be careful, the 4 of them said hurriedly. Soon, my Mang slowly came down from upstairs, holding a fruit cake she spent the morning making. On top were quartered strawberries and mangoes. The strawberries were too large to be displayed whole, so they had to be cut into quarters. But it still looked quite nice after presentation. Although the design wasn't particularly elaborate, my Mang could only say she'd done her best. But for the fruit alone, this cake deserves full marks. Qin Yujing quickly ran over to help my Mang take the cake, and placed it on the table in front of him. And, after that, my Mang ran upstairs again. When she came down, she was holding 2 bouquets of flowers. They were made of broccoli and cauliflower. My Mang inserted small florets of broccoli and cauliflower onto bamboo sticks. Finally, she tied them into a long and short bundle, and wrapped them in bamboo leaves. It looked quite realistic. My Mang stood in front of the 2 and asked Qin Yujing to help remove the bandages from their eyes. When they opened their eyes, they saw a smiling My Mang and the 2 bouquets in her arms. For you. My Mang smiled and handed them the flowers. Thank you. The 2 took the flowers and expressed their sincere gratitude. Then, each of them gave my Mang a hug and a kiss. Looking at this makes me want to start a family. Oh. It's so touching, Qin Yujing said, hugging Suchinga's arm. Then why don't you hurry up and find someone? Suchinga said. You better shut up, Qin Yujing said disdainfully. Is he not looking? Hasn't he found the right one yet? And here's this cake I made for you. Try it, and see if it's delicious. Because there wasn't a cake plate, my Mang simply used a kitchen plate and a fruit knife to cut. The 3 of them clasped their hands together and cut into the cake. They cut the cake into 6 pieces, giving each person one. Wang Haoran brought it to his grandmother, while my Mang brought it to Qin Yujing, asking, Brother Qin, as a bystander, do you feel my overflowing love? Chapter 130. Not only did I feel overflowing with love, I also took 10,000 points of damage. Don't you know that your brothers Qin and Su are still single? Is it really okay for you to display your affection like this in front of us? Qin Yujing tearfully accepted the cake. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission. You'll be rewarded with a multifunctional tent. Accommodates up to 5 people, waterproof, fireproof, and theft-proof. My Mang said with a grin. Brother Qin and Brother Su can also display their affection together. I don't mind. The 2 glanced at each other, and Qin Yujing quickly stepped back. Forget it. I still prefer girls who are sweet and soft. Qin Yujing looked at Suchinga with disdain. Heh. Suchinga sneered at him. Complete today's mission, and my Mang's mission for the day is complete. After finishing the cake, everyone returned to their rooms. After a while, Wang Haoran knocked on my Mang's door, clearly meaning he was here to sleep with him. My Mang happily welcomed him in. Just as the 2 of them lay down on the bed, there was another knock on the door. My Mang held Wang Haoran back and ran to open the door, pulling Xia Chengfeng in along with him. Xia Chengfeng came in and saw Wang Haoran. A flicker of surprise crossed his face. Today's a good day. The bed's big enough for the 3 of us. My Mang felt like she couldn't do anything with her big belly. They were just sleeping under the covers, so it didn't matter to any of them. My Mang lay in the middle, holding a handsome man in each hand. Ha, I suddenly feel so happy. My Mang glanced left and right, grinning foolishly. Wang Haoran and Xia Chengfeng were both infected by her silly smile, and the slight discomfort they felt while lying in bed slowly dissipated. In this devastated world, it's truly rare to still have someone around you who genuinely treats you well. Wang Haoran thought about how he and his grandmother were only getting better day by day thanks to her generosity in sharing supplies. He had the least ability, but she still treated him, the head of the family, with due respect. Compared to those petty families in the slums, their little family was far superior. Xia Chengfeng thought about how she had never given up on him in such a critical moment, and how his life was essentially saved by her, and how she had sincerely welcomed him when he was about to join her, and how she had taken care of him in that little house. Thinking of this, he felt relieved. Actually, having a home was good. It was much better than being alone in a cold house. They both looked at Mai Meng and smiled at each other. All this was because of her. A dreamless night. Mai Meng, who stayed in the villa every day, didn't realize that the trees outside were slowly turning from emerald green to withered yellow, with a gentle breeze dropping a few dead leaves. Mai Meng's 6-month-old belly was growing larger and larger. Of course, thanks to the system's support, she didn't feel any inconvenience. Every day was still a frantic training and study session. For the next week, our team will be out doing cleanup missions to prepare for the upcoming hunting trips with the civilians. So we won't be home during this time. You guys should take care of yourselves, okay? At the dinner table, Qin Yujing said to Mai Meng. Can I go out with you? Mai Meng looked at Qin Yujing expectantly. No, just stay home. Qin Yujing flatly refused. I've been here for so long, unable to even leave the house. I'm almost going moldy. Brother Qin, please, take me with you. Mai Meng clasped his hands together and begged. Although he had good food and drinks here, and was surrounded by handsome men, hearing about the opportunity to go out made him want to go, especially in autumn. It's harvest season, it would be a shame not to go out. No, this is the first autumn cleanup mission for the major hunting teams, and the goal is to eliminate those large mutant beasts. So this trip is very dangerous, and I can't take you with me, Qin Yujing said. This trip wasn't as easy as Mai Meng's previous ones. In the past, hunting trips that ordinary people went on were preceded by a cleanup by the hunting team. While the cleanup reduced the harvest, it also greatly ensured safety. Okay. Maimon wasn't one to make a fuss. Knowing he couldn't take her with him, he kept quiet. He was definitely a little disappointed. Qin Yujing couldn't bear to see Maimon so dejected, so she consoled him. Although we can't take you with us this time, next time we take ordinary people on a trip, we can secretly include you. Then not only you, but Qinghe too will go, so we can just go out together. The autumn scenery is quite beautiful, and the weather is perfect. Really? Great. I'll prepare delicious food for you then. Mai Meng's tears immediately turned to laughter. I won't go, Su Qinghe said. Go you must go. Staying home and growing mushrooms? I'm here, what's there to be afraid of? Staying in the research institute every day is turning you stupid. How long have you been out of the safe zone? Qin Yujing made the decision immediately, setting everyone's schedule. Wang Haoran looked at the others with envy. After so much training, he also wanted to test his skills. But he was worried about Mai Meng being home alone, so he gave up. If I can't go with you, can Brother Haoran go? He's been training with you for so long, it's a good time for him to go out and test the results. Mai Meng looked at Qin Yujing and asked. No, I still have to take care of you at home, Wang Haoran said. I'm not about to give birth, so why would I need someone to take care of me? Besides, I still have Brother Su and Grandma at home. I can just call them if anything happens. They say combat effectiveness is improved through actual combat. No matter how much you practice at home, it won't be as good as a real fight with Brother Qin. Then let Brother Qin assign you to the Chengfeng squad. I'll feel more at ease with someone watching over you. Mai Meng naturally saw the envy in Wang Haoran's eyes. Besides, if Wang Haoran becomes stronger, she will also benefit. Will her safety be better protected in the future? What do you think? Qin Yujing asked Wang Haoran. Wang Haoran hesitated. What man doesn't admire strength? He also wanted to be Mai Meng's support. But the thought of Mai Meng living alone at home for a week made him a little worried. Hurry up and reply to Brother Qin. I have the final say in our family, and you have to listen to me. Mai Meng nudged Wang Haoran with his elbow. Wang Haoran looked at Qin Yujing and said firmly, Brother Qin, thank you for your help. I also want to go and gain some experience. Okay, then you'll be in the same team with Chengfeng, so we can look after each other, Qin Yujing replied. He knew Wang Haoran's skills well, he was considered above average in the team. His only flaw was that he was too gentle, not fierce enough. It all came down to a lack of combat experience. Constantly sparring with teammates didn't sap his murderous aura. Constantly facing mutant beasts was the only way to sharpen his moves. Chapter 131. Since they left, my Mang was the only one left at home. Grandma Wang, aside from being occasionally dragged out for a walk, still preferred to stay in her room making clothes for them. In her words, having something to do made her feel at ease. Besides, the environment here was so beautiful, many people wanted to stay home like her, but they weren't so lucky. So staying in her room wasn't uncomfortable at all, it was so comfortable. As for Su Qinghe, since the men and the family were out, he traveled back and forth between the plantation and home every day. Unlike before, when he only came back every few days. Qin Yujing said that coming back every few days was a sign of diligence. He used to only come back once every 10 days or half a month. As for the tasks, Qin Yujing was stuck on holding hands. As for Su Qinghe, the previous task was to praise him, which was easy. Now she was stuck on having sex with him. Mei Mong knew that he loved farming, but she couldn't go to the plantation with him. Frustrating. Brother Su, besides farming, what else do you like to do? One day after dinner, my Mang asked Su Qinghe. Su Qinghe looked at my Mang with a smile. Aside from farming, I don't know how to do anything else. My Mang was surprised. So, do you like farming? Yes, I do. I love watching them slowly sprout from seeds, grow, and mature. It's wonderful. Su Qinghe's face was filled with tenderness as he spoke of his hobbies. That's good. At least you're doing something you love. My Mang nodded. Yes, fortunately, I can still farm, and I happen to enjoy it. Su Qinghe said with a smile. My Mang thought his words were odd, but couldn't quite place them, so she finally let it go. Although they lived alone in the villa, they didn't have many opportunities to talk each other. When my Mang woke up in the morning, Su Qinghe had already left, and he didn't come back for lunch or dinner. He said it was to spare my Mang the hard work. And at night, when Su Qinghe returned, he would go back to his room to shower and sleep, and they didn't interact much. Because they were all out on missions, my Mang figured it was just the 2 or 3 of them at home, so they didn't need Annie to come over to cook, they could handle it themselves. As for cleaning, they could clean their own rooms, and the empty rooms didn't need to be cleaned every day. The common areas were small, so it would only take a few minutes. Grandma Wang was incredibly proactive in cleaning, and she'd done it without my Mang even having to do it. Seeing how happy she was to have something to do, my Mang didn't compete with her for the job. A week passed quickly, and Qin Yujing and the others returned home. My Mang prepared a large, sumptuous meal to welcome them home. Grandma Wang came down to help. When the meal was ready, my Mang filled a large bowl for her and ran upstairs again. Chicken stewed with mushrooms, pickled fish, hot and sour shredded potatoes, sweet and sour pork with pineapple, minced eggplant with pork, and a stir-fried vegetable. There was also a family soup, with rice as the main dish. The variety of dishes surprised everyone, who were used to eating 3 dishes and 1 soup. So Sister My Mang is the hidden boss. I was blind. Qin Yujing complimented her, and immediately went upstairs. He had to clean himself up quickly, so he could come downstairs and eat. Seeing him like this, the others also rushed upstairs. Su Qinghe followed behind, grinning at the bustling room. It's so lively, so nice. Brother Su, before they come down, come over and take a seat. You can sit wherever you like the dish. Hee hee. My Mang said to Su Qinghe. This is such a hard decision. They all look delicious. I like them all. Su Qinghe agonized over the dishes on the table. My Mang knew he was flattering himself in disguise, and laughed heartily. What chef doesn't like praise? After working so hard to prepare a table full of dishes, there's nothing more satisfying than receiving praise and admiration. Welcome home safely, everyone. This is the celebration dinner I prepared for you. Let's eat. My Mang quickly greeted everyone as they arrived. Great, great. This is the first time I've ever heard of fish being prepared this way. Qin Yujing sat directly in front of the pickled fish. He liked spicy food. Wang Haoran and Xia Chengfeng continued to sit around my Mang. Someone delivered this fish this morning. They left it at the door, and I brought it in. Since this area was all Tyrannosaurus Rex territory, anything left at the villa's door must have been for them. It must have been sent by my old man. He knows Qinghe likes fish, but 1 is too little. He must have forgotten his son likes fish too. I'll have him send a few more next time. Su Qinghe likes steamed fish, while Qin Yujing likes spicy. Mei Mong silently noted it. So Su Qinghe likes fish. He usually seems to like everything, so I thought he had no particular favorite. What's your favorite? My Mang asked Wang Haoran. Everyone has a favorite, But it seems like Wang Haoran can do it all. I like everything, Wang Haoran said with a smile. What's your favorite? My Meng asked. Every dish you cook is my favorite, Wang Haoran replied. You're so talkative. Come on. After that, he picked up a piece of chicken for him with his chopsticks. You should try it too. I think you'll like this dish. My Meng placed a piece of sweet and sour pork in Xia Chengfeng's bowl. Thank you. It's delicious. I love it, Xia Chengfeng said. Sister My Meng, which one is my favorite? I need your help picking up some vegetables too, Qin Yujing said quizzically from the side. This one is your favorite. Hurry and bring the bowl over. My Meng stood up and picked up a piece of vegetables with his chopsticks. Qin Yujing quickly stood up and handed the bowl over. Thank you, My Meng. You should sit down quickly so your stomach doesn't get too much pressure. Finally, My Meng even helped Su Qinghe grab a piece of eggplant, ensuring everyone gets the best meal. Afterward, there was fruit. My Meng had originally wanted to cut some watermelon, but then decided to go easy on the watermelon and opted for strawberries. On the plate, the strawberries, each dripping with water, looked like beautiful rubies. As they swayed as they walked, the water droplets gently rolled across the strawberries, shimmering with a faint luster. The light made the strawberries' red color even more vibrant and juicy. Maimong couldn't resist, picking up the largest strawberry and taking a quick bite before setting the plate on the table. It's delicious, My Meng said. Qin Yujing and the others also each had a strawberry. As soon as they put it in his mouth, Qin Yujing noticed the difference. He'd been eating low and no radiation foods for years, so he knew the difference the moment he tasted it. Qin Yujing had assumed that Su Qinghe or her own father had brought some of the extra things in the house. But who had brought all these radiation-free strawberries? Chapter 132. Maimong was also testing the strawberries. If Qin Yujing and the other three were reliable, they could all share the goodies. If they weren't, she'd find an excuse to trick them out and eat all by herself. Yes, Xia Chengfeng was among the test subjects. After all, he was just a familiar figure to My Meng. And during their conversation, she learned that superpowers in this world were at most level 2 or 3, but energy weapons were not to be underestimated. Maimong didn't know what her abilities would be like after upgrading, but at level 3, she'd at least have no problem protecting herself. If these people weren't trustworthy, she'd take the supplies and go out with Wang Haoran. That was why she'd been asking Xia Chengfeng to buy the supplies. She was already prepared to run away. That evening, Qin Yujing and Su Qinghe compared their statements and realized that none of the goodies they'd been eating recently had come from them. This My Meng's sister is quite something, Qin Yujing said, stroking her chin. What are you going to do? Su Qinghe asked. What do you mean by what? I once said that anyone who gives me something delicious is my brother. But no one's willing to share more with me. I tell you, from now on, Sister My Meng is my real sister. Besides, it's good for your health. We must keep this kind of good thing a secret, Qin Yujing said. Su Qinghe didn't care. Publicly, he just needed to cultivate the land. Personally, he had a better relationship with Qin Yujing and My Meng, so he had no motive to report them. Besides, he was still the beneficiary. Although everyone knew My Meng was up to something, no one pointed it out. Food was still delivered to them. Qin Yujing's family ate low-radiation food, and occasionally some radiation-free food was served. Maimong had previously offered to give Qin Yujing star coins, but Qin Yujing declined. Maimong felt it was awkward for the four of them to eat and live here for free, so he would occasionally sneak some radiation-free food in. From time to time, he would also share some fruit, which helped supplement their food expenses. Another week passed, and it was finally time to go out. The previous hazmat suit was no longer wearable, so Wang Haoran gave My Meng his hazmat top. While it didn't fit well elsewhere, it was a little tight around the stomach, but not uncomfortable. What are you wearing? My Meng asked. The Tyrannosaurus Rex team has uniforms. While they were both hazmat suits, they weren't as powerful as this one. Don't worry, there are so many people around this time, there won't be any danger, Wang Haoran said. Even though he knew there was no danger, he still wanted to protect My Meng, fearing any mishaps. When the Xia family heard that Qin Yujing had not only taken Xia Chengfeng on this mission, but also Su Qinghe, he was furious and smashed his own house again. Ever since he returned from his injury, his elder had restricted his movements, preventing him from leaving the base. The last time they went out, they lost so many elites, including 3 with psychics, which was a huge loss for the Xia family. Furthermore, the Xia family's young master was getting married in a few days, and at this critical juncture, he couldn't go anywhere. He felt that his life was becoming increasingly frustrating, and nothing was going his way. It all started with that kid from the Qin family. He had to find a way to get rid of him, or he'd never be able to quell his hatred. And that bitch from the slums hadn't been seen since. The people guarding there had said they hadn't seen anyone return, which made him feel a little better. He already killed that bitch, so there was no reason she'd still be hanging around. Aren't they both close friends? Then let's all go down and reunite. The young master of the Xia family had no idea that the person he'd been missing was actually out on an autumn outing with Qin Yujing in a car. Because the Tyrannosaurus Rex was a large hunting team, they were bringing people from the safe zone. Their hunting range was much farther than Xia Chengfeng and his team had ever gone before, so naturally, their gains were greater. But they were out under the guise of protection. After reaching their destination, the 5 of them drove their car away from the main group, heading deeper into the woods. Even if the others saw them, they paid no attention, assuming the hunting team had other tasks. They stopped the car in a relatively open area. Qin Yujing was the first to get out, and after confirming the area was clear, she called the others down. Mei Mong, like a bird just released from its cage, ran around happily. The air in nature was refreshing, and autumn was the most comfortable season, neither too hot nor too cold, neither rain nor scorching sun. Golden fallen leaves covered the forest floor like a vast carpet. Warm sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting dappled shadows on the fallen leaves on the ground. The surroundings were quiet, with only the occasional chirping of birds or the rustling of falling leaves. It was a perfect place for relaxation and contemplation. I didn't expect the autumn forest to be so beautiful. I used to be so preoccupied with finding food, never had the chance to appreciate these beautiful sights, Mei Mong sighed inwardly. Everyone thought that Mei Mong had been locked up for too long, and now that she was suddenly free, she was so active. Thinking of her age, well, she was still a little girl. A few people followed Mei Mong. This area had been cleared before, so there was basically no danger. Of course, there would still be some small mutant beasts. Wang Haoran followed Mei Mong closely, reminding her to be careful. Grandma Wang was also brought out and placed in the crowd. Qin Yujing instructed 2 people to keep a close eye on her. Grandma Wang hadn't been out for a while. Although she knew everyone needed her little food, she was still happy to gather it all around. After spending the whole morning with Mei Mong, everyone got in the car again and continued on to their next destination. This time, the car landed directly on a platform. How should I describe this spot? It looks a bit like a frog's mouth. The platform gradually widened from the inside out, leaving a vast expanse of space. They'd taken shelter from the sun and had a picnic there at noon. Mai Meng had Wang Haoran stand inside. She took Wang Haoran's hand and slowly peered over the edge. My God, it was like a sheer cliff below. Mai Meng didn't dare look any further, so she took Wang Haoran's hand and walked back. She was a little afraid of heights, and suddenly she worried about the safety of the platform. Su Qinghe lit a fire and took out a pot to start cooking broth. Xia Chengfeng and Qin Yujing went around to see if they could find any prey. If they did, they have a snack for lunch. Wang Haoran was in charge of guarding the base camp and helped Mai Meng unpack and arrange the prepared items. Chapter 133. Because they had a car, they also brought a folding table, so everyone could stand and eat instead of sitting on the floor. Of course, as a pregnant woman, Mai Meng received special treatment, the only folding stool. Not long after, they actually caught 2 pheasants, but slaughtering and cleaning them proved too much trouble, so they gave up. They still took 2 prepared pheasants from the car, skewered them, and began to grill them. Mai Meng sat on a stool, eating fruit and snacks, watching a group of handsome men busying themselves around her, feeling delighted. I never thought I'd have such a day, surrounded by handsome men, a winner in life. Don't eat too much fruit, or you'll lose your appetite, Wang Haoran warned. Okay. Mai Meng finished her fruit and stopped working, concentrating on watching them work. No wonder men like to have 3 wives and 4 concubines. The feeling of being surrounded by handsome men is simply too good. Look at myself now, like a local tyrant, with 4 handsome men constantly walking around me, busy and busy. Although 2 of them aren't my own. Mai Meng lost herself in her own fantasies, then she felt a heavy sensation on her forehead. It was Qin Yujing who had hit her head, though not hard. What are you doing? Mai Meng said unhappily. What are you thinking about? I've called you so many times, but you ignored me. Time to eat. Qin Yujing walked past her, holding a roasted chicken. Oh, it's ready so soon. Mai Meng replied guiltily. What was she thinking about? It must be something she couldn't tell anyone. She had already thought of names for her children, and suddenly she was brought back to reality. Why are you blushing? Qin Yujing asked curiously. Dry it. Mai Meng replied. Wow, it smells so good. Who made this? It's amazing. Hee hee, you have good taste. This is your brother Chin's secret recipe. Not many people can have it. He couldn't cook, but he was a master at roasting chicken. I'd never smelled such a delicious roast chicken before. My mouth is watering. My Mang slurped his saliva. Hey, a pregnant woman can't go hungry. I'll give you a chicken drumstick first. Qin Yujing pulled off a drumstick and handed it to my Mang. Thank you, brother Qin. My Mang took the drumstick, and it was indeed delicious. He took a bite. The skin was crispy, and the inside was juicy. My Mang chewed the chicken and gave Qin Yujing a thumbs up. Qin Yujing saw that she was so engrossed in her food that she had no time to talk, and smiled smugly. Others also brought their food. There was roasted chicken, bamboo rice, roasted sweet potatoes, roasted peanuts, roasted potatoes, roasted corn, and roasted vegetables, a rich variety and a fragrant aroma. Maimong skipped the bamboo rice and reached for the other items. As for rice, you have it every day, but you never know when you'll get to enjoy a barbecue outdoors again. Barbecue in one hand, sour plum soup in the other, this day was like heaven. The group devoured everything, even the rice balls and fruit they brought from home. After loading their food into the car, they all went for a walk to digest their food. This day is truly wonderful. I almost don't want to go back, Maimong said wistfully, his arm around someone else's. It seems you didn't suffer enough in the dense forest those few days, so you're still thinking of spending the night outside, Qin Yujing said coldly. Out in the wild, the days are fine, but the nights are far from easy. Even if you don't have to keep watch, sleeping in the wilderness isn't as comfortable as at home. Yeah, it's just not as peaceful at night, but the days are still okay. If you ignore the bugs and stuff, it's okay. When it's snowy and icy for a while, the animals won't dare come out. Would you like me to move a bed over here for you? Then you can enjoy the snowy scenery up close? Let's pick the place we were just in. It's spacious, airy, and bright, Qin Yujing teased. Maimong thought of the heavy snow and shook himself. Never mind. A warm bed was still more comfortable. Ha ha ha. Qin Yujing laughed ungraciously at her. The group chattered and strolled around for a long time. Seeing it was almost time, they prepared to head home. Then, my Mang pulled the others aside and said, There's a snake. Where is it? The others dropped their smiles and looked around warily. Qin Yujing pulled Su Qinghe behind her, letting him stand with my Mang. I think snakes are just not my thing. Why do I keep encountering them everywhere? My Mang muttered softly. Soon, a snake thicker than an adult's arm appeared in front of him. No way. It's a rubber snake. This is going to be tough. Despite the outburst of difficulty, Qin Yujing's actions were decisive. The two men lured the snake to the other side, discussing how to defeat it with a single strike while preserving the integrity of its skin. After all, the snake's most valuable asset is its skin. Come along and help. I'm here, it'll be no problem, my Mang said to Wang Haoren. It felt like the two men were trying to capture the snake alive, which would make it much more difficult. But it also proved that a few people were more than enough to handle a single snake, which was why they had the energy to focus on capturing it alive. Su Qinghe's eyes darkened as he looked at the dagger-wielding woman beside him. Had he really fallen to the point of needing a pregnant woman's protection? How was this any different from being useless? My Mang was on guard against the snake and didn't notice anything unusual about the people around him. With Wang Haoren's help, the battle was quickly over. The three of them easily obtained an intact rubber snake and walked over happily. Wow, Brother Su, they're amazing, my Mang said happily. Yeah, Su Qinghe echoed. You guys are amazing. You took it down so easily. Isn't this the rubber snake they say is the most difficult to deal with? Now it seems, it's not that great. My Mang happily approached them and praised them. It's not that it's not great, it's that the three of us are amazing. Next time you encounter one of these, don't let your guard down, Qin Yujing warned. Yeah, you guys are amazing. My Mang nodded. The group happily returned home. On the way back, Su Qinghe remained silent. Although he was a quiet man, my Mang sensed something was amiss. After returning home, he greeted everyone and went straight back to his room. Brother Qin, what happened to Brother Su? My Mang looked at Su Qinghe's dejected figure and quietly walked over to Qin Yujing to ask him. Oh, this is a long story. Qin Yujing shook her head as she watched her friend disappear. Chapter 134. My Mang pulled Qin Yujing to sit on the sofa. Come on, Brother Qin, sit down and talk slowly. Come on, Brother Qin, have some water. My Mang fawningly poured Qin Yujing a glass of water and also poured himself a glass. Why are you so attentive? Are you trying to steal my girl? Qin Yujing looked at my Meng. That's right. We live under the same roof, so it's normal for me to show some concern for Brother Su. If you're ever upset, I'll ask Brother Su to show some concern for you. My Meng rolled his eyes at Qin Yujing. Ask him? You might as well ask me directly. He's such a heartless bastard. He doesn't even care about my life or death. You hug those flowers and plants every day. You're much more affectionate than you are to me, Qin Yujing complained. All the fruits and vegetables you eat are the offspring of Brother Su's flowers and plants. My Meng ruthlessly exposed him. Do you still want to hear about your Brother Su? Qin Yujing looked at my Meng coldly. Listen, listen, listen. I'm listening. My Meng shut up and listened as Qin Yujing began to recount past events. Did you know, your Brother Su was once a psychic, a very powerful one at that. He was at least at the peak of level 2, and could have broken through to level 3 at any time. Because his psychic power was wood-based, he had a natural affinity for plants. Back then, besides growing vegetables at the Agricultural Science Academy, he would also accompany me on missions. You haven't seen his dashing demeanor before. Entering the dense forest was like a tiger with wings, and those plants were his helpers. What a pity. Qin Yujing shook her head regretfully. What happened next? My Meng asked curiously. Didn't I tell you I've always had a beef with that Xie guy? One time, when we were in the jungle, he bribed a member of our team to spray me with a powder. It was a powder that drove mutant beasts mad. Our team suffered heavy casualties that operation, and I nearly died in the jungle. In the end, Qinghe had to use up his superpowers to get the rest of us out. The end result was that I was bedridden for a month, and Qinghe lost his superpowers. Because superpower users are becoming increasingly rare, all research on superpower potions has been suspended. So there was no way to restore his powers. The last tube of the Research Institute's high-level power restoration agent was also purchased, and after taking it, it had some effect. At least he can now live like a normal person, though he can't get excited or use his powers. Even his daily diet must consist primarily of radiation-free foods, otherwise his body would feel weak. It's like being sick. Fortunately, our two families still have some foundation, and Qinghe can continue his beloved work at the Agricultural Science Academy. Qin Yujing said dejectedly. This incident must have been a huge blow to such a proud person. Qin Yujing even thought that if it had been him who lost his powers, he could have been so shameless and freeloading. Is this matter over? Is there no punishment for Xie? My Meng asked. In the beginning, we had no idea who did it. The team member who drugged him died during the operation, and he had no relatives, so there was no way to investigate. But I didn't expect Xie to actually try to harm Qinghe after hearing he lost his powers. Considering our ongoing feud, he was the most likely suspect. Especially after I made such a big deal about Qinghe bringing him to my villa, he looked at me with eyes that seemed to want to devour me. I never imagined he actually want me dead. For a while, I stopped everything I was doing and went to watch him every day, putting him in a sack, and each time I beat him so hard he couldn't get out of bed for a month. For nearly a year, he didn't dare leave the house, only coming out to get some fresh air when I was on a mission. But what's the point? Even if I kill him, Qinghe's powers won't return. Qin Yujing muttered finally. My Meng felt a little sad after hearing this. No wonder he was in such a bad mood today. The general who used to charge at the front was now protected by others in the middle. The gap was too big. Try not to mention the past in front of him. Although he looks calm, I can tell from his performance today that he definitely hasn't let it go, Qin Yujing said to my Meng and the others. The three nodded. Before long, Wang Haoran and the others also stood behind my Meng and listened to his story. The evening was not very exciting. After a quick dinner, everyone went upstairs to rest. Bye-bye, thank you for choosing me. My Meng sincerely thanked the system. Whether it was for giving him a new life, rewarding him with so many supplies, or finally giving him the skills to make a living. Host, you're welcome. You earned all this by completing your own missions. A faint voice echoed from the system, revealing it must have been asleep again. Bye-bye, how could you, a system, be even sleepier than a pregnant woman like me? Maimon struck up a conversation. Who made this system so aloof and reserved? It hardly ever talked. Ah, what else could I do? The system asked faintly. Isn't eternal sleep also the ultimate pursuit of you humans? When you have endless life, you'll realize that only sleep is truly wonderful. Alright, don't bother me, I'm going to sleep. With that, the system fell silent. Is eternal sleep the ultimate pursuit of humanity? Of course you have to sleep, okay, but endless life, thinking about it, I'm a little excited. It's so cool, okay? I want it. Of course, I also want eternal youth and beauty. The next day, Su Qinghe left early and didn't return for the next few days. Qin Yujing and Xia Chengfeng also went back to their respective teams to work. With all the arrangements in place, everyone can enter the hibernation season, except for those assigned to patrol. Anyone who wants to go home can go home, and those who want to stay in the team can stay. The most leisurely time of the year is approaching. The Xia family's young master's wedding also went smoothly before winter arrived. Both sets of parents hope the couple can take advantage of this winter to have a child, preferably one with special powers. Even if they don't have one, no worries. After all, even if a child born from two people with special powers doesn't have special powers, it will be much stronger than others. The closer the wedding day gets, the more depressed the Xia family's young master becomes. But this is what his father wants, and he dares not resist. As far as he knows, his father has already begun searching for a new heir. He understands that if he and his wife can't produce an heir that satisfies him, their future life will be in vain. Chapter 135. Thinking of his childhood and the years he lived, he absolutely refused to return to that life. So, he suppressed his nausea and diligently worked with his new wife to have children. If Wang Haoren had seen her, he would have recognized this newlywed woman as the one he saved in the forest. Because my Mang had left the slums, he hadn't known that another wave of residents were facing a housing shortage this year. Many people, unable to pay their rent for the year, were evicted to even worse-off apartments. No matter how much they cried and begged, the guards remained unmoved. If they cleaned up themselves, they could still keep their belongings. If they let the guards do it, their belongings wouldn't be safe. Some, however, earned star coins and moved on to their dream homes. Because the Mai Mang and his family had paid their rent in advance, their homes remained untouched, even if no one was living there. In just one night, the wind blew all the dead leaves off the trees, snow fell, and the temperature plummeted. Mai Mang shivered, but before she could even feel the chill, the room gradually warmed up. The next day, when she woke up, she felt the air was a bit chilly, but she didn't think much of it. After all, it was almost the beginning of the season, so a bit of chill was normal. She could just put on an extra layer of clothing. She got up as usual and opened the window. The cold wind blew in her face, making her sneeze several times. Mai Mang quickly ran back to bed and hid under the covers, not even having time to close the window. She covered herself with a quilt and, from beneath it, texted Wang Haoren. A moment later, Wang Haoren came over and helped her close the window. "What's going on? Why is it suddenly snowing outside?" Mai Mang said, wrapping herself tightly in the quilt. She was only wearing a thin long-sleeved shirt. The temperature started dropping last night, and there's already a thick layer of snow outside. Wang Haoren pulled a long coat from Mai Mang's closet. It was made by Grandma Wang for them. Mai Mang put on the coat and thick socks, and Wang Haoren helped her put on her cotton shoes. Only then did Mai Mang feel warmer. Going downstairs, she found them all sitting on the sofa, chatting in just sweaters. She couldn't help but ask, "Aren't you cold dressed like this?" The second floor has heating panels installed in the walls, and the first floor has floor heating. "You're going to sweat in these clothes," Qin Yujing explained. The villa complex is inhabited by the wealthy and powerful, and heating equipment was installed when the houses were built. Heating panels were installed in the walls and between the floors, and the first floor had floor heating, with centralized heating from the safety zone. So come winter, staying in the villa won't be too cold. Damn capitalists. Mai Mang muttered after understanding the situation. "Can you give me some of these goodies? I'll use them in case I build my own house in the future." Mai Mang asked Qin Yujing. "I wonder if they still have any. I'll ask for them when the time comes. After all, there aren't many opportunities to build houses these days, so naturally, there won't be any surplus of these building materials. Are you unhappy living here, brother? Why are you still thinking of moving out?" Qin Yujing said. "Of course, it would be comfortable, but I can't stay in the villa forever. I need to get out eventually. If he finds you still living here, not only will you get into trouble, but you can't protect me 24/7, right?" Mai Mang analyzed calmly. "Have you decided where you're going to move? You won't even live here, let alone the slums. Do you think you're going to move to a safer area? Not to mention the distance, it's hard to say whether you can get there safely." Qin Yujing asked. "That's a good idea. Perhaps there's a chance I could move to a safer area. But right now, I don't have the ability," Mai Mang said regretfully. "If you ask me, just stay here and settle down. That kid from the Xia family wouldn't dare to act recklessly here. If you want to go out, you can follow my team. Then your unborn baby will be safe in the villa," Qin Yujing said. "Let's talk about it later. I haven't decided yet. Maimong didn't say anything definitive. She didn't know what her abilities would be like after upgrading, nor did she know what the system would reward her with. The hibernation days were boring, and Maimong thought of the system rewards and pulled out a plate of hopscotch. Everyone gathered around, staring at this strange object. It was actually just a plate of glass beads with different colors. Checkers had 6 colors, and the 5 of them could play. Maimong explained the rules and played a game with them until they all learned. So, except for mealtimes, everyone huddled on the sofa playing hopscotch. While Wang Haoran was cooking, Maimong taught the remaining 4 how to play flying chess using the lids of the hopscotch boxes. Then she discovered that mental power could be used to cheat, allowing her to bet on any desired points. But the game itself was meant to be fun, and Maimong didn't deliberately cheat. She used her mental power to control the game for a while, before retracting it. Sister Maimong, is there anything else fun? Qin Yujing asked Maimong after playing for a few days. She was getting a little bored with playing this every day. Maimong pulled out playing cards and Go again. 3 of them played Landlord, and 2 of them played Go. Maimong only knew Gomoku, but she had no idea how to play Go. She also copied down the instructions, and brought them out. The originals were still in her space, along with several other items. Many of them were inexperienced, so these instructions were crucial. Su Qinghe was the first to learn Go, followed by Xia Chengfeng and Wang Haoran. Qin Yujing was impatient to learn that, saying it was meant to relax, and Go was too demanding. Maimong looked at Qin Yujing. No wonder they always lost at Landlord, they were just counting the cards. One of them was too lazy to count, and the other couldn't. Finally, they forbade them from counting the cards during their games, or else they wouldn't play with them. Happy days always pass quickly, but they were unaware that someone was causing a huge uproar over them. The cause of this all came from the Xia family. After a month of hard work, upon learning his young wife had her period, all his emotions erupted. The Xia family's young master fiercely grasped the woman's chin and demanded, "Didn't you run away? Why are you coming back? If you hadn't come back, I wouldn't have to rush into marriage." Sinyu stared at him in disbelief, her eyes wide. "So, it was you who persuaded Yi to run away? You were the one who wanted me dead, right? Tell me, how could someone as foolish as you have the nerve to come back alive? What's the point of coming back if you can't even have a child?" The Xia family's young master slapped the woman hard, her face flushing instantly. Chapter 136. I'm quite curious. We abandoned you outside, so how did you manage to come back alive? The Xia family's young master squatted in front of Sinyu. He carefully cupped her face and lovingly caressed the red and swollen area. "TSK, such a pretty little face. Apply the medicine later, and don't let the swelling affect you. You're already ugly, and if you were disfigured, it would be even more difficult for me to kill you. Tell me, how did you escape that day?" The Xia family's young master gently inquired. Sinyu trembled with fear at his words. She had heard before the marriage that the Xia family's young master had a moody personality, but her family was just a small, affiliated clan of the Xia family. When the Xia family was seeking a female psychic to marry, she didn't even have the chance to refuse. She had been urged by her friends to run away because she didn't want to marry him, but after escaping, she realized that without the family's protection, she was nothing. Even if she were a water-based psychic, it wouldn't have been of much use. Her job in the safe zone was simply to provide regular water supply. This psychic ability had no combat power at all. So after being rescued, and realizing someone was trying to kill her, she immediately ran back to her family in shame to wait for her wedding. The first month of their marriage was fine. The young master of the Xia family, aside from a bit of a bad temper and roughness in bed, barely spent any time with her in daily life. She could still tolerate this minor setback. Who would have thought that today he would actually attack her, even claiming he was the one who had previously tried to kill her? How could Sinyu not be terrified? I don't know. I woke up that day and found myself rescued by someone from the slums, and then I came back. Sinyu said in a trembling voice. "TSK, they saved you, and you don't ask for anything in return? Like, your money, your body." The Xia family's young master's hands wandered over the woman's body. No, he saw me wake up and let me go. He didn't ask for anything." Sinyu felt a chill where she was touched. She had never known the man beside her could be so terrifying. "Oh, then you really don't know how to be grateful. They saved your life, and you don't even know how to repay them. Tell me, who saved you? As your husband, you're being naive, but I can't be. It's winter now, and the people in the slums must be short of food and clothing. Let me go, and bring you some warmth." The Xia family's young master slowly helped the woman to her feet and said, I don't know who they are. They're just a man and a woman, living in the innermost room on the first row of the East District. Sinyu didn't notice that the man's face darkened the more she spoke. A man and a woman, what are their characteristics? The Xie family's young master's voice immediately grew cold, but Sinyu, lost in her own memories, didn't notice. Characteristics? Nothing, I suppose. I was afraid they asked for too much, so I ran away as soon as I knew I could leave. Oh right, that woman seems to have a large scar on her face, which makes her look a bit scary. Sinyu racked his brain and finally came up with a clue. Just when he thought he could finally leave, he was slapped again, this time much harder than before. Sinyu's head was buzzing. You bunch of bitches, how could you get together like this? The Xie family's young master cursed after the beating. Unfortunately, Sinyu couldn't hear anything right now. A scar on his face, a pretty boy, a woman, very good, they didn't die even after that? The Xie family's young master said sinisterly. Someone, get the car ready, I'm leaving. The Xie family's young master shouted to the people outside. The Xie family's young master led a group of men, heading aggressively towards the slums. The road was mostly deserted, and aside from the patrolman and the gatekeeper's few complaints, no one knew what he was going to do. We really don't understand the world of the rich. Why are they wandering around in this freezing weather instead of staying home? Do you think they're freezing out there like us? See? They're in a car. Comparing yourself to others is really infuriating. Enough talk, let's get back on patrol. Similar conversations slowly spread among the patrol teams. Nothing unusual happens in the winter, but the rare exception is something they can talk about for days. Because people in the safe zone regularly clear snow, aside from the cold, there's not much snow on the streets. In the slums, it's different. Except for the end of a snowy day, when the safe zone sends people to clear the snow, the rest of the time you either have to clear the snow yourself or wait for it to cover your house. So, besides keeping your house warm, the roof is also very important. If it's not sturdy, you might have to shovel snow every day. The more you go out, the greater your chances of getting sick. Once your car enters the slums, it's no longer able to drive. Surveyors may clear the snow in areas surrounding the safe zone, but in the slums, people aren't so diligent. Once a week is considered a good start. As a result, the snow in the slums was almost thigh-high. Seeing this, the young master of this family immediately ordered his men to clear a walkable path. As for the snow, there was a special disposal center where accumulated snow could be dumped and regularly cleared. Young Master Xie had, in a sense, done a good deed. Although he didn't clear everything, he had cleared a significant amount of snow from the entire street. By the time he was done, it was already evening. Young Master Xie stood at the door, his face gloomy as he said, "Tear down the door." Instantly, someone stepped forward from behind and pried the lock open. The moment the door was pried open, a hidden camera activated, alerting the patrol officers who rushed over. Who knew they would encounter a larger group than their own? They were stopped before they could even get close. The patrol officers, upon seeing it was young Master Xie, dared not utter a word. The patrol officers were minor figures. They naturally wouldn't offend the powerful for the sake of the people in the slums. Anyway, the number of people they brought with them was not as many as the young Master Xie's, so they couldn't defeat them in a fight. But after all, this was their duty, so they couldn't just walk away. They could only watch from the sidelines, waiting to see what tricks this little ancestor would pull so they could report it immediately. The door was quickly pried open, and a cloud of dust blew in. The man looked at the young Master Xie, awaiting his next instructions. The young Master Xie walked into the room and saw that the furniture was complete, but covered in dust. The whole house had a cold air, and it was obvious that no one had lived there for a long time. The house was small, and you could see through it to the bottom. The summer sheets were still on the bed, indicating that this was indeed where a man and a woman had lived before. Could they really have died outside? The young Master Xie muttered. Of course, this was just his way of comforting himself. He was more inclined to believe that they had been taken to a safe zone. Chapter 137. Xia Chengfeng had now taken refuge with that Qin brat, and he was no longer someone he could manipulate at will. The thought of them actually living together intensified his fury. The Xie family's young master angrily swept everything off the table, kicked it over, and then declared to the group, "Go back." With that, the group stormed off. The patrolman followed him into the house, and took a look around. It was all covered in ashes. It seemed the family had met their end quite swiftly. Otherwise, who knows what torture they would have endured in the hands of crazy Xie. They picked out the items they liked and stuffed them into their pockets. After all, the man was dead, so if they didn't get a good deal, someone else would. When they traced it back, It was the Xie family's young master who had messed things up, so whatever was missing was none of their business. Of course, they still closed the door before leaving. After all, they had paid for the house, and it would be theirs until summer arrived. Although autumn is the season for the rush, the safe zone also marks houses devoid of life during the winter, allowing them to be inspected and reclaimed in the summer. This prevents any waste of resources. The guards love this job because it's a good one. The items inside the houses are considered unowned, allowing them to take whatever they like. And the people in the villas have no idea that the houses in the slums have been invaded. My Mang looked at Qin Yujing in front of him and said, "Brother Qin, come and help me." A wave of pain washed over him, and my Mang clutched Qin Yujing's hand. Wang Haoran was cooking, while Xia Chengfeng was cleaning up the mess. Only Qin Yujing happened to be standing right in front of my Mang. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission. Your reward is a large outdoor cooking set. This includes 2 sets of pots, pans, spoons, 2 coal stoves, and 200 kilograms of coal. Though happy to receive the reward, my Mang had no time to think about it at the moment. She grabbed Qin Yujing's hand, sat on a chair, and took a deep breath before saying to him, "Brother Qin, my stomach hurts. I might be giving birth soon." This meant that he could invite the midwife, who was stationed in the team. A month ago, 2 midwives had quietly moved into the team. In addition to the baby supplies made by Grandma Wang, Qin Yujing had also secretly bought many small toys. If he hadn't been afraid of being discovered, he would have gone on a shopping spree. "Oh, she's giving birth. It's okay. Just sit down and rest for a while," Qin Yujing replied. After a pause, he shouted, "What? She's giving birth?" Then he shouted towards the kitchen, "It's about to be born. It's about to be born. It's about to be born." Wang Haoran and the others were drawn to his voice. Su Qinghe was away at the Academy of Agricultural Sciences today. "What do you mean it's about to be born?" Wang Haoran asked, not even having time to take off her apron. It dawned on him that something was wrong. There was only one pregnant woman in the house. "I'll carry you to the delivery room." Wang Haoran took off her apron and was about to pick up my Mang. Wait, it's starting to hurt again." My Mang gripped the armrest of the chair tightly with one hand and pinched Qin Yujing's hand with the other. Just now, after helping my Mang sit down, he was so frightened by the talk of childbirth that he didn't even have time to let go. After the pain subsided, my Mang spoke, "All right, take me to the delivery room." The first floor was warmer and more convenient. There was a nanny's room that had been converted into a delivery room. "Brother Qin, get someone over here first," my Mang reminded him. Yes, I'll call someone." Qin Yujing picked up the bracelet, her mind blank. No, it wasn't him giving birth. Why was he so nervous? Qin Yujing calmed herself down and dialed the number. "Call the nurses over quickly and ask them what I need to prepare first," Qin Yujing said to the bracelet. "Okay, got it." Qin Yujing looked at Xia Chengfeng. "Boil some water." Then he ran to the delivery room to see if they needed any help. Xia Chengfeng immediately ran into the kitchen, grabbed 2 large pots, and began to boil water. Aside from the labor pains, my Mang was fine for the time being. TSK, I didn't expect giving birth to be so complicated," Qin Yujing sighed, lying outside the door, watching the sweaty my Mang. Although the temperature on the first floor was high, Qin Yujing still lit the heating bulb inside. Although my Mang didn't cry out, her expression told you how much pain she was in. Bye, why can't I have an epidural?" Maimong enjoyed the labor pain inquiry system. Yes, but not now. To let the host appreciate the hard-earned value of life, the pain will last for half an hour. The epidural mode will be activated after half an hour, the system explained. Alright, half an hour, she'll endure it. There was no other way but to endure it. Soon, 2 nurses arrived, one an older, experienced midwife, the other a younger, equally experienced nurse. The young nurse was not only skilled in delivering babies, but also experienced in postpartum care for pregnant women and newborns. The 2 men were asked to leave while they examined Maimong. Check the baby's position, cervical dilation, and so on. "Oh, is this really your first child? Your cervix is dilating quickly, already 2 fingers dilated in just a short while," the midwife soothed. "The faster the cervix dilates, the less pain you'll suffer. The baby's position is perfect. It looks like the baby is really worried about its mother and wants to come out quickly. I'll go get some hot water." The 2 of them chatted back and forth, speaking to each other constantly, all for my Mang's ears. They didn't need my Mang's answers, they just wanted to reassure the mother. When Qin Yujing heard the hot water needed quickly, she immediately ran to the kitchen and added a little fire to the bottom of the bucket. If Xia Chunfeng hadn't stopped her, the bucket of water might have burned in vain. Are you crazy? Don't you know the temperature of your flame? What if the bucket melted? In a rush, I forgot, Qin Yujing said embarrassedly. Fortunately, it didn't take long. With Qin Yujing's help, the hot water was indeed ready quickly. The two of them poured 2 basins of hot water and brought them to the delivery room door, where the nurse quickly filled them. 3 grown men waited outside, pacing anxiously. My Mang? Ah! 3. Why are you screaming so miserably? Did something happen? After waiting for half an hour, my Mang's pain was blocked out, and he felt much more relaxed. My Mang, who didn't scream, didn't know that 3 grown men were waiting outside, imagining 108 possible scenarios. Why is there no sound? Wasn't she screaming miserably just now? Could something have happened? My Mang, painless, so nice. After 3 hours of waiting, the delivery room door finally opened. The nurse came out, holding a chubby little person, her face beaming with joy. Congratulations, it's a son. He'll definitely grow up to be a sweet and caring child. I've never seen a mother deliver her first child so smoothly. This baby is so cooperative. Would anyone like to hold him? Just as the two hesitated, Qin Yujing took 2 steps forward and rushed to hold the baby. Quick, quick, let me see. I haven't even seen a newborn yet. Qin Yujing gently took the cloth bag from the nurse's hand. Chapter 138. The 2 new fathers, having finally reacted, could only stand by and watch helplessly. Oh my god, this baby is so tiny. Qin Yujing stared at the tiny face, barely bigger than his palm, and they both stared at each other. After holding him for a while, he realized he couldn't move at all. Hurry, hurry, someone take him away. My hands are cramping. Standing still for so long, feeling nervous, Qin Yujing felt like his hands were going to break. In fact, he only held the baby for less than 5 minutes. The older midwife brought the baby over and said, all right, the baby needs to be close to his mother. You can hold him later. In the meantime, Deng Xinyan, the young nurse, had almost finished cleaning up the delivery room. Mei Mong experienced what it meant to play cards in the morning and give birth in the afternoon. She truly fought to the very last moment. Please bring 2 more basins of hot water to clean the newborn, and have someone bring a set of newborn clothes. Deng Xinyan came out and said to the 3 of them. Normally, this wasn't necessary, but for some reason, this newborn was sweating so much that her clothes were soaking wet. She prepared to clean her body and change her clothes. So the 2 of them ran to get some water, while Wang Haoran ran upstairs to get some clothes. When everything was done, Xia Chunfeng went inside, wrapped my Mang tightly in a blanket, and carried him upstairs. Wang Haoran also carried his newborn son. But for fear of catching a cold, he didn't dare lift the blanket to peek, and could only wait until he was upstairs to see. My Mang's room had already been lit with a heating element, and it was now warm and comfortable. Neither my Mang nor the baby would catch a cold inside, and they wouldn't need to wear too many clothes. Everything was settled, and the elderly midwife happily took her generous reward and left. Deng Xinyan stayed behind, as she was also responsible for helping my Mang with her confinement and taking care of the baby. Sister Yin, please put a towel on my back. In the room, my Mang was directing Deng Xinyan to place a towel. She also placed one on her chest. Bai Bai explained that she was currently in the detoxification phase, and after 42 days, the toxins would be completely eliminated. Not only would her facial scars be gone, but her skin all over would also improve. Scars would gradually fade over time. They wouldn't disappear suddenly. Brother Haoran, have Grandma sew me some more pants. I've been sweating a lot, and I might need to change soon. I'm afraid the stock I have isn't enough, my Mang said to Wang Haoran. Because the system hadn't indicated anything in advance, she only had a dozen or so pairs of pants. If she sweated excessively and ran out of pants to change, it would be a hassle. Okay, I'll go tell him now. Wang Haoran reluctantly handed the little boy in his arms to Xia Chunfeng. The little boy's face was rosy red, and the more he looked at her, the cuter he looked. Don't hold him all the time. He'll get used to it, and start making a fuss if you don't hold him. She heard this before. They said their family had only one son for 3 generations, and after having a son, they were spoiled to death. He was held every day, and he'd cry as soon as he touched the bed. The adults had to take turns holding him to sleep at night. Just holding him wasn't enough. They had to walk around and coax him. She was stunned at the time. Okay. Wang Haoran agreed. It was just the same if he just sat there and watched. Xia Chunfeng looked at the little one in his arms, sleeping peacefully with his eyes closed. He thought, his own child must be different from others. How could he be so fussy when he's so well behaved? But under my Mang's watchful eye, He still placed the baby in the crib beside him. The crib was woven by Grandma Wang herself, but she covered it with cloth strips to prevent the bamboo from cutting the baby. Chicken soup. Qin Yujing entered, carrying a large pot of chicken soup. He heard that chicken soup was a must for postpartum women, so he found a way to get it. Mr. Qin, you can't drink chicken soup right after giving birth. You have to wait until your milk ducts are unblocked. Deng Xinyan quickly intervened. Then you should get them unblocked. Qin Yujing said. There's no rush. I'll give you a massage to clear the blockage. It usually takes 1 to 3 days, Deng Xinyan explained. Well this? Qin Yujing looked at the chicken soup in front of her. It had been simmering for hours. You guys drink it. You'll be working hard later anyway. She was about to start acting like a useless, needy person. Okay, we'll bring it down to drink later, and then make it for you in 2 days. So what can she eat now? Qin Yujing asked. Have you prepared the brown sugar, eggs, and ginger I mentioned earlier? I'll go make Miss Maya a bowl of brown sugar and egg soup, Deng Xinyan said. Everything is ready. The other ingredients are in the refrigerator and in the kitchen. Just ask for anything you need. I have everything, Qin Yujing instructed. Okay, Mr. Qin, I'll go down and make the soup first. With that, Deng Xinyan went downstairs. She was tired of saying envy. Is this the life of the rich? She wanted it too. Looking at the refrigerator full of food, tears of envy streamed down Deng Xinyan's lips. The mutated eggs were as big as duck eggs, some even as big as goose eggs. She took 4 eggs, and cooked a large bowl of brown sugar egg soup. Maimon lay in bed, not feeling the slightest bit of the postpartum weakness. Aside from the constant sweating, she felt incredibly comfortable. Having emptied her stomach of dozens of pounds, she felt completely relaxed. This little guy weighed 6.8 gene when he was born, quite a sizable one. Actually, you don't have to stay in confinement now. The system will automatically detoxify you anyway, Bao Bao said in my Mang's mind. Forget it. I can't explain it. I'll just stay in confinement, my Mang said. While waiting, she checked her ability upgrades. Her mental ability had reached level 3, transforming from a grain of rice into a small glass ball. The purification ability reached level 3, and the white mist seemed thicker and larger. The ice ability reached level 2, but the ice cubes didn't seem to change. Bye-bye, why did my purification ability level up twice? What's the difference between my current ability and my previous one? My Mang asked the system. That's because the child's father is the provider of the purification ability. Bye-bye explained. Your current purification ability can not only purify radiation, but also other microorganisms in the water. In short, all water resources are now drinkable after you purify them. Also, after reaching level 3, your energy pools can be shared. This means that if you run out of energy in your spiritual pool, you can borrow energy from other level 3 pools. And vice versa. Wow, that sounds impressive. This way, you don't have to worry about running out of energy. It's like having many more reserve pools than others, my Mang exclaimed. Chapter 139. So what changes have occurred with my psychic abilities? My Mang asked. After reaching level 3, psychic abilities can project mental energy, raise a protective shield, and simply control the actions of others. The host is kindly requested to explore the details on their own, Bye-bye replied. As for ice abilities, level 2 is more stable than level 1, and produces more ice, but it doesn't have any additional functions. After hearing this, my Mang tried to control the spread of his mental energy. And then, nothing happened. He found it was no different from before. Host focus. Think of your abilities as eyes and ears. See or hear whatever you want, Bye-bye instructed. My Mang closed her eyes, and felt it with her heart. Then she saw Sister Yin slowly walking upstairs, carrying the brown sugar egg soup she had cooked. My Mang followed Sister Yin's gaze, the sights and sounds as clear as if she were there. Knock, knock, knock. Following Sister Yin outside, there was a knock on the door. Maimon opened his eyes, and Sister Yin walked in with a bowl of brown sugar and egg soup. It was exactly the same as what he had just seen. She placed the bowl on the table, and helped Maimon sit up and lean against the bed, considerately placing a pillow under her. Then she set up a small table on the bed, and for the next month, Maimon would just sit and eat directly in bed. Smelling the food, Maimon also felt hungry, and he devoured the egg and syrup in big mouthfuls. Thankfully, the syrup wasn't overly sweet, making it tolerable. Since he didn't have breast milk yet, Sister Yin prepared formula for the little one. The formula was still produced by the system. Qin Yujing had said she would buy some, but Maimon didn't know the quality. Since the system gave me milk powder as a reward, I might as well just drink it. So, when my Mang told Qin Yujing not to prepare anything, saying she was already prepared, Qin Yujing didn't say much and went straight to prepare other small things. The child gulped down the milk powder in the bottle in one gulp, leaving not a single drop. This is truly the easiest baby I've ever seen. And you're also the fastest giving mother I've ever seen, Ding Xinyan said to my Mang as she patted the little girl's back. It's good that he's easier to take care of. I'll have less worries in the future, my Mang said with a smile. After hearing the little girl burp, Ding Xinyan put him back in his crib to sleep. She poured some water into the bottle, shook it, and then asked my Mang, Miss Mai, would you like some? It's just water, but there's still some powdered milk in it. You need to drink water anyway, so if you're used to it, you can drink it. My Mang rubbed her stomach and said, can you wait a little longer? I just ate quite a bit. It's better not to. If you wait, it might have a bad smell, Ding Xinyan replied. Then forget it, my Mang said. She had just watched the little girl drink it all, so there wasn't much powdered milk left. Then, can I have some? Of course, if you don't mind, I'll pour it out, Ding Xinyan said. She knew that some people would rather pour it out than give it to a maid like them. She said nicely, she's a nurse, but in reality, she was just a servant to a wealthy man. Of course, if you don't mind, you can drink it. My Mang had experienced hardship herself, and she didn't mind being generous when it didn't conflict with her own interests. Okay, thank you, Miss Mai. Ding Xinyan happily took her cup, poured the powdered milk into it, and rinsed the bottle with a little water. Finally, she happily drank it. Sister Yan, please come and help me change my towel and pants, my Mang said to Ding Xinyan. Okay. After helping my Mang change her pants, Ding Xinyan packed up everything and left so that the mother and baby could rest. After my Mang and the others left, she began to check her rewards. She had only heard that the rewards were generous, but she hadn't really listened to the details. Mainly, there were just too many. The rewards included 200 cans of infant formula, 200 kilograms of children's rice cereal, 200 kilograms of children's biscuits, 100 boxes of trace elements for infants, 20 pills per box, 1 pill per day, 1,000 pullets, 1,000 eggs, 100 kilograms of brown sugar, and 100 kilograms of rice wine. 1,000 kilograms of rice, 1,000 kilograms of flour, 1,000 kilograms of glutinous rice, 1,000 kilograms of sweet potatoes, 1,000 kilograms of potatoes, 1,000 kilograms of vegetables, 1,000 kilograms of fruit, and 1,000 kilograms of meat. 10 kilograms of high-yield rice, 10 kilograms of high-yield corn, 10 bottles of plant nutrient supplement, 1 bottle per acre of planting soil per year. 1 acre of nutrient soil for planting, 10 level 5 energy stones, 10 crystal cores, and a 500-meter protective shield, upgradable. 1 bottle of advanced supernatural repair agent, 2 bottles of healing potion, 1 box of sanitary products, and 1 box of toiletries, 100 sets. My Mang, a wealthy grain farmer, was amazed at the sight. It was indeed a childbearing system. The rewards were simply too generous. My Mang wiped the sweat from his face with a towel, chuckling to himself. He was now a bona fide grain farmer. Not only was there food, but the space also had fields and a protective shield. Although it was only 500 meters, it was enough to build a shelter, and the extra space could be used for farming. I would have a constant supply of food in the future. It also said it was upgradable. Does this mean that if I had more children, my safe haven would get even bigger? Knock knock. After a knock, the door opened. Wang Haoran and Grandma Wang walked in. Maimong, thank you for your hard work. Here are 2 sets of clothes I made for you. I didn't know if you wanted them, but since Hao Hao said you did, I brought them. Grandma Wang walked in with a beaming smile, holding 2 sets of clothes. Thank you, Grandma. Come check on the kids. They've just eaten and are asleep. Maimong greeted with a smile. Thanks to the improved living environment, Grandma Wang, who used to be unable to get out of bed in the winter, could now move around normally. But she wasn't as agile as she was in the summer, so her movements were slower. Oh, okay, let me see. Grandma Wang slowly walked to the bed. She was overjoyed to see her great-grandson sleeping in the crib she had woven herself. She knew Maimong could use a better crib now, and keeping it was a token of her old age. Looking at the baby, who looked exactly like Wang Haoran when he was little, a tear welled up in Grandma Wang's eyes. So good, so good. Both her life and her eldest grandson were good. Grandma Wang watched anxiously, not holding him, but even just looking at him made her feel incredibly satisfied. Time slipped by unnoticed, and it wasn't until Sister Yin arrived with dinner that everyone realized it was time for dinner. Maimong, Qing is back. Is it okay to come in now? Xia Chengfeng asked. Maimon looked at himself. Aside from being a little slovenly, there was nothing unsightly about him, so he agreed to let him in. Chapter 140. Congratulations, Sister Maimang, on the safe birth of your baby. I brought you a little gift and left it in the kitchen. I'll have Sister Yin cook it for you tomorrow, Su Qinghe said gently. The other two grown men followed behind. Thank you, Brother Su. Maimang thanked him with a smile. Do you want to see the baby? I wonder if it's awake yet. You eat first. Don't worry about us. Don't worry if the baby wakes up, we're here for you, Qin Yujing said to Maimang. He then turned to Deng Xinyan, go eat first. Come back when you're done. Okay, young Master Qin. Deng Xinyan nodded and left. Maimang ignored them, and devoured the food in front of him. After a busy afternoon, he was hungry. I don't know if it was because he slept too much or because the others were too noisy, but the baby slowly opened his eyes under everyone's expectant gaze. Qin Yujing opened his eyes only a fraction as he excitedly exclaimed, he's awake, let me hold him. He reached out to take the baby from the cradle. But then Su Qinghe intercepted him. You have no moral integrity. I'm telling you, I was the first one to hold him after he was born, and you were the last. Qin Yujing stood nearby, teasing him. Grandma Wang returned to her room when everyone else arrived. She was still a little unaccustomed to being around these people. In her mind, these young men were a class beyond her reach. After living here for so long, she still felt a little dazed every time she woke up. She had never imagined she'd live in such a nice house in her lifetime. Puff puff puff. Time stood still. The four grown men stood there motionless, and Su Qinghe's face froze for a moment. A minute later, the little Tuanzi in her arms closed his eyes, and wiggled uncomfortably, seemingly looking for something to eat. Qin Yujing took 2 steps back and burst into wild laughter. Ha 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 ha. He was breathless with laughter, feeling somewhat relieved that he wasn't holding the child himself. Because the system hadn't provided Maimon with diapers, all the diapers that Tuanzi used were provided by Qin Yujing. Maimon pretended not to hear, and quickly ate the rice in her bowl. By the time Qin Yujing called Sister Yin up, she had already finished her meal. After the little Tuanzi had his bowel movement, he wanted to eat again, so Sister Yin made him some more formula. Then, because they had to help Maimon with her milk ducts, the men were all sent out. Maimon grimaced in pain, saying she wouldn't do it anymore, saying her breast milk would come normally in a couple of days, and she wouldn't need any additional help. At least the little one won't go hungry. Originally, the confinement nanny was supposed to stay in the same room with the mother and child during the confinement period, but Maimang wasn't used to having strangers around. So at night, the child slept with Wang Haoran, and Deng Xinyan slept next door. Deng Xinyan would regularly check on the little one to see if he was hungry or had bowel movements. This way, Maimang could get a good night's sleep, though of course, he still had to change clothes in the middle of the night. The next day, Sister Yin brought Maimang a small bowl of bird's nest and milk, saying it was a gift from Su Qinghe. Birthplace is weak, and bird's nest is nourishing, so a moderate amount is just right. But don't overdo it. Bird's nest contains a lot of protein, and eating too much can overload a mother's stomach, leading to bloating, diarrhea, and other indigestion symptoms. Maimang glanced at the bird's nest in the bowl and thought to himself, so this is just the saliva of a swallow. Before, when I couldn't get enough to eat, I could only tell my bestie that I wouldn't eat their spit. Now, all I can say is, it smells delicious. The next day, Maimon had breast milk. To ensure Maimon got a good night's sleep, Wang Haoran kept her with him at night, and he was fed formula directly. Little Tuanzi was also well behaved, eating whatever he was given. Aside from the occasional fuss, he was a sweet child all day long. So, Maimon ate and slept, and she didn't have to worry about the child. During the confinement period, she gained over 10 pounds. But someone who used to be just over 5 feet 10 inches, and weighed over 80 pounds now weighed nearly 5 feet 7 inches, and nearly 100 pounds. She still looked thin, but even that weight loss gave her a curvy figure. Breastfeeding gave Maimang's breasts an unusually fuller shape, and her hips became even more perky, giving her a perfectly curvaceous figure. That tiny waist didn't show any signs of having given birth. After being confined for a month without being able to wash her hair, Maimang locked herself in the bathroom as soon as she left confinement. She washed her hair 3 or 4 times, then rinsed herself up and down twice. If baths hadn't been advised, Maimang would have soaked for half an hour. When Maimang emerged from the bathroom after over an hour, Wang Haoran was stunned. A graceful young woman gracefully emerged from the smoke-filled room. Her face was flawless, crystal clear. From the long bath in the hot water, her complexion was rosy. Her bathrobe hung loosely, faintly outlining her perfect shoulders and alluring curves. However, the most striking thing was the magnificence of her breasts. Even lightly veiled by the robe, they couldn't conceal their impressive charm. The bathrobe only reached above the knees, revealing a slender, white thigh as its owner moved. A pair of small feet touched the floor, even the toes tinged with red. Brother Howren, I seem to have gained weight. This bathrobe seems too small for me, my maid complained as she wiped her hair. Gulp. Wang Howren swallowed unconsciously. Then, Wang Howren's face flushed. He knew my Mang was beautiful, but he had never imagined her to be this beautiful. When they lived in the slums, even though she always stained her face, he lived next door and often went collecting together, so he had seen her true face. Later, a facial scar obscured her beauty. Unexpectedly, my Mang was so beautiful beneath the scar. Wang Howren ran over and picked up my Mang. His voice was a little hoarse as he spoke. You're so old, and you always forget to wear shoes? The floor isn't cold, and besides, I forgot. My Mang took the opportunity to hang on to Wang Howren. She let him carry her to the table to blow-dry her hair. Sit still, I'll blow-dry your hair. Wang Howren walked over to the chair and said to my Mang. If you don't get down, I'll just hold you. My Mang buried his head in Wang Howren's arms and said cheekily, Okay, as long as your hands aren't tired. Wang Howren said with a smile. In fact, fearing my Mang would fall, he sat on the chair, letting my Mang sit on his lap, and concentrated on blowing my Mang's hair. My Mang wrapped his arms around Wang Howren's neck, enjoying his service, and suddenly noticed that Wang Howren seemed a little haggard. Is it tiring to take care of the little one at night? My Mang reached out and stroked Wang Howren's cheek, asking. Not tired, the little one's so well behaved. Wang Howren replied with a smile. That was his son, a bloodline he inherited, and he was able to raise him himself. It was such a joyful thing. How could he possibly be tired? Maimong naturally didn't believe it. Raising a child is always tiring. Slender hands slowly caressed Wang Howren's features, filled with care and affection. Chapter 141. Wang Howren was seriously blow-drying my Mang's hair. If he hadn't noticed his red ears, my Mang might have thought his charm had diminished. My Mang wrapped his arms around Wang Howren's neck and blew gently. Not only did Wang Howren's ears turn red, but his neck as well, causing my Mang to burst into laughter. Your forehead is so hot. Are you sick? My Mang reached out and touched Wang Howren's forehead, asking with concern. Or are you wearing too many clothes? How about I help you take one off? My Mang then lifted a corner of Wang Howren's only piece of clothing. A small hand groped its way in. Because he had just taken a hot shower, the room was warm, so my Mang's hands were also warm. Wang Howren felt a pair of soft, boneless hands groping over his stomach. Perhaps thanks to the good care she'd taken lately, the calluses on my Mang's hands had disappeared, and her skin was now as smooth as a newborn's. Maimong immersed herself in the tactile feast. Wang Howren, who originally had only a few abs, had become well-defined after this winter's exercise, with his 8-pack clearly visible. Maimong lit a fire and unexpectedly set herself on fire. Since her second trimester, she initially entered the dense forest, then returned to a safe zone. Living on someone else's property with a large belly, she wasn't that desperate. Although the three of them had slept together several times, it was always just under the covers chatting. Now, looking at the handsome man in front of her, who was also from her own family, a kiss wouldn't be too much of a stretch. My Mang had buried her head in Wang Howren's arms, but now she slowly raised her head, her red lips resting on his neck. My Mang heard the sound of swallowing, but it was muffled by the sound of the hairdryer, making it less clear. My Mang gently bit his voluptuous Adam's apple, and could hear Wang Howren's breathing become heavier. Thanks to the system's support, my Mang's body had long since recovered, and her condition was better than before she became pregnant. I had originally thought it would take 42 days to detoxify, but it was completed in 30. Forget about Jiang Jiang and Yang Yang. Even getting pregnant right now wouldn't be a problem. Bai Bai said that this was her first child, and the accumulated toxins hadn't been cleared away, so there were more. Next time, it wouldn't take 30 days, maybe 10 or even a week to recover. Before turning off the hairdryer, it fell directly onto the table, and my Mang threw him onto the bed. The two of them were so close, their passion raging like firewood, and it was unstoppable. Wang Howren grasped the small hand reaching for his waist, panting, No, you just gave birth, it's not okay yet. If I say yes, then yes. My Mang knelt on Wang Howren, swallowing all his rejections. With his beloved woman so passionate, it would be unreasonable for Wang Howren not to respond. The bathrobe untied, revealing flawless white skin before their eyes. Wang Haoran's slightly rough hands roamed my Meng's body, causing her to gasp. Wang Haoran was so immersed in my Meng's gentle embrace that he didn't even consider how the scars on my Meng's body had disappeared. With a counterattack, he pinned my Meng beneath him, switching from defense to offense. Qin Yujing knocked on the door, but received no response. Thinking it was the noise of the hairdryer, he pushed it open. Downstairs, the meal was almost ready, and the little girl had been taken downstairs. He came up to see what had taken the two of them so long. Today was Mei Meng's confinement day, and Qin Yujing had a large amount of food prepared to celebrate. Mei Meng had contributed much of it, and Qin Yujing made up for the missing ingredients. As soon as he opened the door, he saw two naked people entwined, and Qin Yujing instinctively closed the door. In broad daylight, the two of them were so careless that they hadn't even locked the door. He patted his flushed face. He hadn't expected that at his age, he could still witness such a thrilling scene. In fact, in that split second, he couldn't see anything clearly, he just knew what the people inside were doing. As a single dog, Qin Yujing felt hurt. "Are you done?" Su Qinghe asked as he saw Qin Yujing coming down. "I'm still blow-drying my hair. I'll be down in a minute," Qin Yujing explained. "Oh!" The two people who were playing with the child didn't notice Qin Yujing's strange expression, and continued to play with Little Dumpling. Little Dumpling didn't have a name yet, everyone just called him Little Dumpling. After the meal was served, the two of them slowly descended from upstairs. Mai Meng's face still had a lingering blush, making her look even more charming. She sauntered down the stairs with a languid demeanor, exuding a captivating charm. She used to give the impression of an innocent girl, but now, that innocence was tinged with the allure of a mature woman. This feeling is indescribable, perhaps a natural one for those who have given birth. The three of them were stunned for a moment. They had never known Mai Meng to be so beautiful. Although Mai Meng was in confinement after her birth, they saw her almost daily. Su Qinghe saw her less often, only once every 3 to 5 days. They had been surprised by the gradual fading of the scars on Mai Meng's face, but they had simply assumed she had applied some scar cream. However, they had never imagined that Mai Meng, now scar-free, was so stunningly beautiful. Her waist was slightly curved, her skin rosy and fair. Having just been busy for a while, she now languidly leaned against Wang Haoran. Mai Meng desperately wanted a house of her own. If she had her own house, she wouldn't have to walk by herself. Wang Haoran could carry her downstairs to eat. Or she could just eat in her room. "Don't you recognize me? Why are you looking at me like that?" Mai Meng simply tossed her hair, and she looked incredibly alluring. "If you know I'm beautiful, then you don't have to stare at me like that. It makes me feel embarrassed." That affected tone and gesture, surprisingly, didn't feel out of place on Mai Meng. "Eat, eat." In the past, Qin Yujing would have praised her no matter how good or bad she was. But today, the moment he saw Mai Meng, he thought of the scene he just accidentally witnessed, and for a moment, he found it difficult to face the real person. "I used to hear people say that women who just given birth were the most attractive, but I didn't understand what they meant then. Now, seeing Mai Meng, I instantly understand. She's truly much more beautiful than before. If we didn't see each other so often, I wouldn't have recognized her on the street." Su Qinghe smiled and praised Mai Meng. "Ha ha ha. This is all thanks to Brother Qin and Brother Su. Without your shelter and care, I wouldn't be doing so well." Mai Meng wasn't exaggerating. During this time, the two of them had gathered a lot of supplements for her. There were still plenty left in her room, and they said they saved them for her to enjoy later. The beautiful Mai Meng's every smile and frown reveals her charm, leaving the two grown men beside her stunned. Chapter 142. Eat, eat. Let's talk after dinner. The food will get cold soon. Qin Yujing couldn't help herself and spoke. "Eat, eat. Sister Yan's cooking is amazing. It smells so good." Mei Meng felt a little hungry and began to eat. After eating and drinking, they all settled on the sofa. Mai Meng went to the crib. She hadn't had a good look at the little Tuanzi yet. Except for daytime feedings, she never got to hold the child, and no one would let her. The 1-month-old Tuanzi had grown up, and was now looking around with his big eyes. Mai Meng reached out, and poked his little face. "Oh, who's this adorable little guy?" Then Wang Haoran grabbed his hand. "Don't poke your face. What if he gets hurt? Besides, Grandma said he'll drool if you poke his face." Mai Meng looked at Wang Haoran and complained, "Now that I have a little one, I'm no longer important, am I? He's only a month old, and I can't touch him. Will I even be able to touch the hem of his clothes in the future?" Although he knew Mai Meng was being unreasonable, Wang Haoran coaxed him. No, it's just that he's too young now. Wait until he's older, and you can touch him as you please. I want to touch him now. He's my son." Why would I be so afraid of him just because I touch him? Will I hurt him? My Mang looked at Wang Haoran, her expression as if she was going to make a scene if I didn't let her touch him. You can touch him, you can. You're his mother, so of course you can. After that, he picked up the little boy and handed him to my Mang. Maylong took the little dumpling, and it was really amazing that this little guy was plump and white, and was really adorable. My Mang poked his little cheeks. They were so bouncy and smooth, comparable to his own. Finally, my Mang pinched his cheeks before letting him go. Wang Haoran, standing by, didn't show any distress. It was just a pinch that made him drool. He just had to keep a few towels handy. My Mang's happiness was what mattered most. Wang Haoran watched my Mang hold him for quite a while. He was worried she'd get tired, so he took her in when he saw she lost her playful spirit. Even though the little one was only a month old, she'd been eating and sleeping well, yet she gained over 2 pounds in a month. Now she was plump and quite heavy. While the little one was awake, he could hold her and play with her for a while. The snow has been melting these past few days. Starting the day after tomorrow, Chung Feng and I will lead the team out to clear out the mutant beasts, Qin Yujing said, teasing the little girl. Winter's over so quickly? My Mang asked in surprise. She stayed cooped up in her house every day, not really paying attention to what was happening outside. Every winter used to be like a life or death struggle, but this one had passed so quickly, it seemed like she hadn't even felt the cold yet. Heat bulbs are really good. Remember to stock up on them for me when you get a chance. Also, keep an eye out for those building materials, like the floor heating system and the heating walls. My Mang said to them. Are you going to build your own house? Qin Yujing asked curiously. I'm planning on it, but I haven't decided yet. My Mang didn't deny it. Isn't it nice to live here? It's so cozy and lively, so comfortable. If you get bored, you can go on missions with us, and there's someone to take care of little Tuanzi. Qin Yujing said reluctantly. In the past, when they were alone at home during the winter, it was cold and lonely. This winter was the happiest he had ever experienced. It's great here, so comfortable, and you've taken such good care of us. But I still want a home of my own, my Mang said with a smile. Don't be so sentimental. A house can't be built in a day or two. Even if you want to kick me out now, I won't leave. It's okay. I'll keep an eye on the materials for you, and I'll be able to help when the house is built. My requirements aren't high. Just leave a room for Qinghe and me. If that doesn't work out, we can share a room. And you have to take us in for the winters, Qin Yujing said from the side. Of course, we each have a room. And if you come, we'll provide food and lodging. Everything will be perfectly arranged for you, my Mang said, patting his chest. The group joked around and skipped the topic. All good things must come to an end. We should have known that when we first met. At night, little Tuanzi still slept with Wang Haoran. He had already mastered the techniques of mixing formula, burping, and changing diapers, so Sister Yan's help was no longer necessary. Sister Yan was now primarily responsible for bathing little Tuanzi and preparing nutritious meals for Mei Meng. There was supposed to be postpartum recovery, but after the checkup, Deng Xinyan was starting to question her life. She was even tighter than a girl who had never given birth. She had a flat belly, not even a trace of fat. What use was there for her here? Sob, sob, sob. Her work was almost over. It was time to say goodbye to the delicious food and go back to her steamed buns. That night, my Mang lay alone in her soft, large bed. She had just fed her little one, her day's work complete. Although waking up in the morning with a swollen stomach was a little uncomfortable, compared to having to get up in the middle of the night to feed, it wasn't unbearable. Sleep was still more important. There was a gentle knock on the door, and then someone opened it from outside. My Mang was getting ready for bed, a little curious about who would visit her so late at night. She saw Xia Chengfeng, a serious face. What's wrong? My Mang asked, looking at him. He looked so serious. Had something serious happened? Xia Chengfeng looked at my Mang, paused, and then said, Can I stay tonight? He then looked at my Mang expectantly. He had been pacing around the room for a long time, and now, thinking about it, he felt a little embarrassed. Although they were together, they had rarely been alone together except for those few days. So their relationship was still a little delicate. Intimacy with a touch of distance, familiarity with a touch of strangeness. Xia Chengfeng didn't like this feeling. He also wanted a warm home, so after much hesitation, he finally came. Don't be afraid of strangers. The more you visit, the more familiar you become. Just come. Why are you being so serious? I thought something was wrong. My Mang rolled his eyes at Xia Chengfeng. Xia Chengfeng felt a little embarrassed, but he quickly went to bed. You must be careful when you go out in a few days, okay? Harvest comes second, safety comes first. Besides the threat of mutant beasts, you must always be mindful of the madman's plots. After all, a madman's mind is incomprehensible to ordinary people, and no one knows what he'll do next. My Meng reminded Xia Chengfeng, thinking he would be going out the day after tomorrow. Anyway, they had enough food and drink for the time being. There was still an acre of land in the space. Once they found a suitable place to release the land, they would have no shortage of food and drink in the future. Yes, I will protect myself. Xia Chengfeng held my Meng's hand. The big hand wrapped around the small hand, and my Meng turned to look at Xia Chengfeng. Chapter 143. Xia Chengfeng lowered his head and pressed his lips against hers. He had wanted to do just that downstairs. He was now especially grateful to the young master of the Xia family. Without him, he would never have found such a wonderful partner. Since he had done something good with bad intentions, he wouldn't mind leaving him with an intact body if he fell into his hands in the future. Ears rubbing against each other, lips rubbing against each other. Xia Chengfeng reached out and pulled my Meng into his arms, wishing he could rub her into his flesh and blood, preventing anyone from glimpsing her beauty. For the first time, Xia Chengfeng realized how possessive he truly was. Just now, when the other two stared blankly at my Meng, he felt a pang of bitterness inside him. He wanted to hold her in his arms and hide her from them. My Meng didn't understand why the man in front of her had suddenly become so passionate. Her mouth was numb. Soon, her mouth was free, and his cold lips moved down her neck and lingered over her body. Your scars are gone too, Xia Chengfeng whispered in my Meng's ear. He took my Meng's earlobe in his mouth and nibbled gently. My Meng moaned. Her earlobe was a sensitive spot, and when Xia Chengfeng bit her, she felt her whole body soften. Their clothes had long since vanished. Xia Chengfeng whispered in my Meng's ear, You're so beautiful I want to eat you. He kept his word, not giving my Meng a chance to reply. He devoured her completely. My Meng bit down on Xia Chengfeng's exposed shoulder. Xia Chengfeng moaned and relaxed the muscles in his shoulder, fearing he would break my Meng's teeth. Then his movements intensified, as if he wanted to tear her apart. My Meng wanted to scream, but she held it back. She had noticed that afternoon that her body, after detoxifying, was much more sensitive than before, easily aroused. MMM. My Meng hugged Xia Chengfeng tightly, preventing him from moving. The intense pleasure left her eyes blurry. Her cheeks flushed. After my Meng recovered, Xia Chengfeng began to move slowly. Each movement sent a slight shiver through my Meng. The night was long yet short, blissful yet agonizing. Finally, Xia Chengfeng carried my Meng in for the wash. Xia Chengfeng looked at my Meng, covered in red marks, with a look of heartache. He didn't seem to be using much force, so how could she be red? So, he placed my Meng on a reclining chair designed for washing hair and slowly washed her. Another hour passed before they were clean. It was simply because my Meng, lying on the chair, was so charming. She lay there, seemingly boneless, letting him do whatever he wanted. Xia Chengfeng thought of a difficult move and couldn't resist trying it again. As expected, no matter how difficult the move was, it was child's play for my Meng. At dawn, my Meng fell asleep before Xia Chengfeng could clean her up. After months of early bedtime and early rise, she couldn't bear to stay up all night. Xia Chengfeng kissed her forehead, hugged her, and fell asleep. Love, indeed, grows with time. After spending a night together, he felt the gap between them narrowed considerably. He believed that with more time together, their relationship would become closer. The next day, Wang Haoran knocked on the door, but received no response. He opened it, and saw clothes scattered on the floor, and he understood. He quietly closed the door, and went to make formula for the little girl. The two of them slept until noon. Xia Chengfeng opened his eyes to find it was already bright daylight. My Meng lay on her side beside him on the soft bed. A few strands of long hair lightly covered her charming face. Xia Chengfeng tucked it behind her ear, her fair face tinged with a faint pink. She emanated a tranquil aura as she slept, like a beautiful painting, captivating. Xia Chengfeng gently withdrew his hand, and slowly walked to the bathroom to wash up. My Meng gently touched his waist. Fortunately, not only had he become more beautiful, but his health had also improved. No more back pain. My Meng rolled over in bed. The feeling of refreshment was truly wonderful. And then, ouch! My Meng clutched her chest. It was swollen and uncomfortable after a night and a morning without feeding. A gentle touch made her chest feel hard. What's wrong? Xia Chengfeng asked, popping his head out of the bathroom after hearing the sound. It's okay. Maimong put on his shoes and ran into the bathroom, to wash up with Xia Chengfeng. The two of them gathered around the wash basin, blowing bubbles together, looking at each other, and then bursting into inexplicable laughter. After washing up, my Mang ran next door to find Xia Chuanzi. She felt sick and needed to eat some more. Wang Haoran was preparing to make formula for Xia Chuanzi when he saw my Mang coming over and picked her up and handed her to him. The three of them stayed quietly in the room. One fed, one drank, and one quietly watched the mother and child. A peaceful life. It wasn't that they didn't talk, but whenever Maimong spoke during breastfeeding, little Tuanzi lost interest in eating and kept staring at her. Later, she stopped talking. After feeding her left and right for nearly half an hour, Maimong finally felt relieved. She waited until little Tuanzi woke up to eat the remaining food. Let's go downstairs and eat. I've warmed the pot for you. Wang Haoran gently placed the sleeping little Tuanzi on the crib, then led Maimong out the door. Xia Chengfeng sat downstairs, waiting for Maimong. He only brought the food to the table when she arrived. Why are you waiting for me? Just eat first, Maimong said, sitting at the table. I'm not that hungry anyway. More people make for better food. Xia Chengfeng poured her a bowl of soup, and Wang Haoran went in to serve them both their food. Thank you. Thank you. They both thanked him in unison. You're welcome. Let's eat, Wang Haoran replied. Where are they? Maimong asked. Brother Qin went to the team to arrange for tomorrow's departure, and Brother Su went to the Academy of Agricultural Sciences, Wang Haoran said. They looked at each other in silence. The only sound remaining was the chewing of their food. After dinner, Xia Chengfeng also went back to the team to work. He still had to take care of his dowry. Let's go downstairs and practice later. We've been lying around for a month, and our bones are sore, my Mang said to Wang Haoran. This system rewards a lot of things. If her martial arts skills can keep up, my Mang has a bold idea, but for now, she only has one idea. The specific implementation will need to be refined and considered over time. Okay. Since little Tuanzi is sleeping, Grandma Wang will be watching. When he wakes up, just call Sister Yin. The two of them said goodbye to Grandma Wang and Sister Yin and headed to the training room. This is where they practiced their spearmanship and crossbows. My Mang had been training her mental strength for the past month, and today, she wanted to come downstairs and do some experiments. Chapter 144. My Mang took aim at the red dot, and the red dot 300 meters away seemed right before her eyes. Bang, bang, bang. She emptied a magazine, and every shot hit the target. Is this the benefit of enhanced mental power? My Mang felt she didn't need to aim deliberately. With a simple raise of her hand, she could clearly know where her target was. This mysterious feeling was truly captivating, and my Mang emptied magazine after magazine. Then she continued experimenting with the bow and crossbow. Every time she grasped it, it felt like a connection with her mind, flowing naturally and without any hindrance. Amazing! You don't look like someone who hasn't practiced for a month. If I weren't by your side every day, I have thought you've been training for ages. I thought I could give you a run for your money, but I'm still no match. Wang Haoran watched my Mang put down his bow and arrow and applauded. In previous training sessions, my Mang, with the added power of her mental power, had always been better than Wang Haoran. While both had excellent accuracy, my Mang was faster. I assumed my Mang's skills would be a bit rusty after a month without practice, but surprisingly, he was even better than before. Even though I haven't practiced physically, I practice in my mind every day, my Mang replied with a smile. She then took a sandbag and placed it on the open ground. She retreated 2 meters away and said to Wang Haoran, Brother Haoran, try to split it with your sword. Wang Haoran grabbed a large sword from the nearby weapons rack and chopped it down hard on the sandbag. Dang! A sound rang out. Wang Haoran took 3 steps back, his arm numb from the shock. He looked at my Mang in surprise, and my Mang was also quite surprised. Her protective shield could be extended to a maximum of 3 meters, but if fully extended, the defense might be weak, so she tried to only cover the objects and people she needed to protect. She had just wrapped the sandbag. Try with the gun, my Mang said. So she used her mental power to envelop the sandbag, herself, and Wang Haoran, because she wasn't sure if the bullet would rebound. Enveloped by mental power, the bullet could be fired from inside as usual. Another clang sounded, and the bullet didn't rebound, but fell under the protective shield. Try continuous shooting. Bang, bang, bang. Wang Haoran emptied a magazine at a single location, and all the bullets fell out, leaving the sandbag unscathed. My Mang stretched out her hand and released an ice needle, shooting it at the sandbag. The needle broke with a sound. My Mang then doubled the thickness of the needle. This time, the needle didn't break, But the sandbag wasn't punctured either. My Mang didn't know whether to lament the strength of her shield or the weakness of her ice attacks. My Mang remembered her energy weapon and felt a pang of urgency to try it out. However, it wasn't suitable to use energy weapons indoors. She waited a few days with the team to test them outdoors. My Mang remembered the reward she received for giving birth, and combined with her martial arts skills, she felt a sliver of confidence about heading out to explore new horizons. With so much food stored and an acre of fertile land, she wouldn't have to worry about food and drink for the time being. As for the remaining supplies, Qin Yujing and the others would help her collect them during this period. She knew full well that becoming powerful in the safe zone was impossible. While this safe zone wasn't enemy territory, it was swarming with spies, making any move difficult. Besides, a stable safe zone wouldn't necessarily welcome a newly established faction. The best option was to avoid crowds and slowly expand one's own influence. My Mang had another bold idea, to see if he could abduct Qin Yujing and Su Qinghe. Both of them had their own factions within the base, and if they were willing to go together, the future would be much easier. Even if they weren't willing, taking Su Qinghe's wood-based abilities with them before leaving would be a plus. She had already thought of the terms of exchange. One night for a potion that might restore his abilities. No matter how you looked at it, it wasn't a loss. My Mang touched his cheek. Besides, he wasn't the ugly scarred freak anymore. Sister Yan's call echoed through his wrist, and my Mang pulled his thoughts back. The two of them packed up and went upstairs. My Mang prepared Xia Chuanzi's meal, while Wang Haoran helped prepare afternoon tea for my Mang. Sister Yan now prepares all 3 meals at the villa. Her cooking is excellent, and everyone loves her. Grandma Wang often stays in Wang Haoran's room to look after little Tuanzi. This is the Wang family's first grandchild, and even though it's a boy, it's better than nothing. The other 3 didn't return until evening, and my Mang sat in the living room instead of going upstairs. How many days will you be away this time? My Mang asked Qin Yujing. Probably about a week. After a long winter, the animals now emerging are starving, so they need to go out and clean up in preparation for the upcoming trip with the civilians. A week? That's a bit long. My Mang felt a little regretful, still thinking about going out with them. Do you want to go out too? Qin Yujing asked. Yeah, I thought if you guys were out for a day or two, I'd go out with you and test my skills. After being at home for so long, I feel like going out and seeing the world. My Mang replied. A day or two isn't impossible. I can arrange a car to bring the prey back and bring you back along. The only downside is that there won't be many people on the way back, and we'll need to continue on our journey, so we won't be able to escort you back. Qin Yujing thought for a moment and said, although there might not be much to gain, it's not impossible to come back first. Is it convenient? If it's not too much trouble, I really like to go out and see the world. My Mang asked expectantly. What about the arrangements for the little one? Qin Yujing asked. My Mang looked at Wang Haoran pitifully. Brother Haoran. As long as Wang Haoran stayed home, it would be fine. Little Tuanzi slept with him now, anyway, and he could drink formula during the day. As for her, she could just ask someone to buy a breast pump and milk storage bags. She could put the milk storage bags in her space and heat them up for little Tuanzi at night when she got home, saving a few meals of formula. Okay, I'll stay home with the baby. You guys stay safe. Wang Haoran smiled helplessly. My Mang had already spoken, so what else could he say? Thank you, Brother Haoran. I knew you were the best. My Mang happily rushed over and hugged Wang Haoran. Oh, is your Brother Haoran the only one who's the best? Qin Yujing said sarcastically from the side. Hey, Brother Qin, Brother Su, and Brother Chunfeng, you all are great. My Mang quickly called out the names one by one. Since you're leaving too, we need to make some careful arrangements. Qin Yujing gathered a few people together for a discussion. After all, with Maimong suddenly joining, the returning crew needed to be carefully selected. They couldn't take all the main force with them, but they still needed a few key players. Chapter 145. Maimong was a bit excited. To comfort Wang Haoran, who was home taking care of the baby, she stayed overnight in Wang Haoran's room. Because they were going on a long trip the next day, Wang Haoran simply held her in his arms, and the two chatted about all sorts of things. They only went to sleep when little Tuanzi woke up from a nap and was ready for her second feeding. With Maimong around, there was no need to prepare formula. She didn't notice it while chatting, and while feeding little Tuanzi, Maimong fell asleep. In the end, Wang Haoran took little Tuanzi back to her crib after seeing that he was full. The next morning, everyone got up early. Because they had a mission, Maimong changed into the Tyrannosaurus Rex Brigade's protective gear. As usual, she wore her usual protective gear underneath. It was still quite cold, but it wasn't uncomfortable. The protective gear, a system reward, was made of very comfortable material and felt like regular clothing. I had a protective suit made for you, just like mine, but I didn't expect you'd be going out so soon, so it's not ready yet, Qin Yujing said to my Meng. Before, when she was pregnant, my Meng could wear men's suits, but now, with her smaller frame, she had to get a new one custom made. Thank you, Brother Qin. I'll use the same suit next time. My Meng smiled and thanked him. She knew her sudden arrival had already been a nuisance, so why would she ask for so much? But she really wanted to test her current abilities to plan for the future. If their strength wasn't high enough to survive in the wild, they have to rethink their future plans. She couldn't just stay in the villa and give birth until her strength peaked, and she could come out again. After hugging Wang Haoran, and then the little girl, my Meng set off with Qin Yujing. The car's design was similar to the previous one, except that the tires were larger and thicker. The body and glass were also bulletproof and collision-resistant, and coated with radiation-proof material. So even at noon, they could continue on their journey without stopping to rest. The car was somewhat similar to the old Jiefeng trucks, except that the rear compartment was fully enclosed, with the rear door opening and closing from the inside. A row of glass windows ran down the middle of the car, letting in light and allowing those in the back compartment to see out. It was said that there was a switch that could be turned on, revealing small holes in the rear compartment for firing guns or bows. There were off-road vehicles in the front, middle, and back. These were smaller than the trucks, making them more convenient for emergency situations. Qin Yujing and my Meng sat in the middle car, with Qin Yujing driving herself. Because Xia Chengfeng was commanding the small team, while the main team's assignments had already been handed down to the individual team leaders, Qin Yujing was the one with the least time, barring any unexpected events. Another reason was that Qin Yujing had the highest combat power, so my Meng naturally followed him. This kind of hunting happened several times a year. For them, it was simply a matter of changing locations. It was a daily routine, so the atmosphere in this small team wasn't particularly heavy. Are you curious about why I'm driving? Qin Yujing asked amusedly, looking at my Meng's puzzled face. Yeah. My Meng nodded. I thought you'd be in the middle car. Perhaps the person who wanted to assassinate me had the same idea in mind, Qin Yujing said. Huh? No way. Someone else would want to assassinate you. My Meng asked in surprise. She had thought they were only facing mutant beasts. Hasn't that Xie kid always wanted to do this? He did it, but he just didn't succeed. Qin Yujing sneered. I thought he only attacked in secret, but I didn't expect him to do it openly. My Meng was surprised. After all, he looked like a villain. In the safe zone, everyone can still put on a show, but once they enter the wild, everyone drops their disguises and reveals their worst side, Qin Yujing said. When out in the wild, sacrifices are common. If the tactics are more sophisticated, the enemy won't be able to find any fault. If the tactics are less sophisticated, just use a more brute force to wipe out the enemy, leaving them without evidence. My Meng listened quietly. Wherever there are people, there are indeed rivers and lakes. She wanted to strike out on her own. She still had much to learn. Don't worry, with your brother Qin protecting you, no monster can get close to you. Qin Yujing saw my Meng fall silent, thinking she frightened her, and quickly offered a comforting word. Ha ha ha, sitting next to brother Qin, I feel incredibly safe. I'm not worried at all, my Meng said with a smile. She truly wasn't that worried. No matter how ferocious the mutant beasts were, they could be defeated. They weren't as scary as humans. The area we're patrolling this time is actually quite safe. The largest mutant beasts are a pack of wolves. However, over the years, we've only seen wolf tracks, never a direct encounter. This suggests they're intentionally avoiding us and don't want to provoke a conflict. Also, we have 2 days left to explore a new area, one we haven't explored before, and the dangers are unknown. But this has nothing to do with you. You'll be taking the bus back to the safe zone by then. Qin Yujing was worried my Meng would get bored, so she explained the important points to keep in mind for this mission. Everyone spent the first day in the bus, as the safe zone was surrounded by traces of human life and there were few large creatures. Midway, my Meng felt uncomfortable with the bloating, and had to pull out a cloak to cover herself tightly due to lack of space. Although Qin Yujing was sitting next to him, the entire process was silent, so my Meng could hide under his clothes, making it less awkward. Afterwards, my Meng looked at Qin Yujing and asked, "Aren't you curious?" My Meng was asking about the supplies she had taken out at the villa, and the items that had now vanished. The items could only remain fresh in the space, so my Meng put them back in after sucking them out. Qin Yujing looked around and said meaningfully, "Walls have ears. My Mang nodded in understanding, and the two of them consciously changed the subject. Did you know that the Xie family kid's mother has a space ability? Because his mother's family was quite powerful, and spatial abilities were rare, none of his father's other women were allowed to be seen in public. While everyone knew he had many wives and children, he was the only one publicly known. And here's something even more interesting. Not only did his father have many children, his mother actually had many too. However, the family wasn't that large. It seems they only had one daughter, who was registered under her mother's name. There are only 3 publicly known spatial abilities in the base. The other 2 are officially owned. One is in the weapons depot, and the other is moved wherever needed. My Mang knew Qin Yujing was reminding him that while psychics were rare these days, having energy weapons wasn't essential. Spatial abilities were different. He had to keep his little secret. Chapter 146. That night, my Mang and Xia Chengfeng stayed in Qin Yujing's tent. Because, except for Qin Yujing, all the other tents had large bunk beds, my Mang couldn't squeeze in with everyone else. Sleeping alone with Qin Yujing wouldn't have been appropriate, so in the end, Xia Chengfeng was brought along. Xia Chengfeng slept in the middle, and the other 2 slept on either side. At first, my Mang felt a little awkward. This was her first time sharing a room and a bed with other men. After a day's journey, she fell asleep quickly in Xia Chengfeng's arms, not having the energy to feel awkward. Qin Yujing, on the other hand, was suffering from insomnia. Even though Xia Chengfeng was sleeping next to him, he could smell the delicate fragrance of a woman. The entire tent was filled with my Mang's scent, and memories she had long forgotten flooded back to her mind, and Qin Yujing recalled those 2 white bodies. Qin Yujing pinched herself. If she hadn't been afraid of waking others, she would have wanted to punch herself. Was she crazy? My Mang was someone else's woman, and she already had 2 men. Just as Qin Yujing was cursing herself for 300 rounds and forcing herself to sleep, she felt something touch her hand. Qin Yujing opened her eyes, and saw it was my Mang. She put her arm around Xia Chengfeng's waist. Since Qin Yujing was sleeping next to Xia Chengfeng, my Mang placed her hand directly on his wrist. Because it's cold at night in the wild, and it's still early spring, each tent has a heating bulb. It's much more convenient to carry this than each person carrying a separate quilt. He should have pulled his hand away at this point, but for some reason, Qin Yujing didn't move. He felt the warmth of my Mang's small hand, the softness of her wrist. Qin Yujing slowly lifted her own hand until it rested in his palm. He secretly squeezed it. It was truly soft. Are all girls' hands this soft? Then he froze again. What was he doing? Was he a pervert? Qin Yujing quietly extended her hand, turned sideways, her back to the 2 of them, and fell asleep with mixed feelings. After Qin Yujing fell asleep, Xia Chengfeng quietly opened his eyes and looked at my Mang. Alas, having a partner who's too good isn't a good thing. It draws too much attention. He placed my Mang's hand back in front of him, kissed her forehead, and continued to sleep with her in his arms. The next day, Qin Yujing woke to find his arms and legs pinned down. Opening his eyes, he saw Xia Chengfeng, who had been sleeping on his side, now face up, with my Mang's body mostly draped over him. Her arm was wrapped around his arm, and one foot was resting on top of his. The quilt had already been tucked under her. Does this count as cheating on me? Qin Yujing wondered. He quietly pulled his hands and feet free, draped his quilt over my Mang, and got up to wash up. The moment the quilt was pulled over, my Mang woke up, but sensing his own awkwardness, he chose to feign sleep. He usually sleeps so quietly. Why is he so unrestrained today? After Qin Yujing left, Xia Chengfeng gently patted my Mang's butt. Her body tensed for a second, and though it was brief, he still caught it. Hee hee. My Mang smiled broadly at Xia Chengfeng. Get up as soon as you wake up. You're about to squash me. Xia Chengfeng pinched my Mang's nose and said, sleeping on your stomach is actually quite uncomfortable. My Mang touched his tender chest, feeling swollen and aching. Go keep watch for me, while I clear out my rations, my Mang said to Xia Chengfeng. Xia Chengfeng understood immediately, and went to the door to help my Mang keep watch. After my Mang finished and dressed, they went to wash up together. What's for breakfast? Leaving the tent, a cold breeze hit me in the face. I happened to run into Qin Yujing returning to the tent. The team shot a lamb, and we're warming everyone up this morning. Qin Yujing had already completed the day's tasks. Are you out hunting so early? My Mang asked in surprise. Everything was delivered to us last night, Qin Yujing explained. Many animals come out at night, and will come over when they see the light. So the night watchers just need to wait and see. Small ones can be easily taken, and if they encounter a large one, they should sound the alarm. As a night watch bonus, all the crystal cores captured belong to the watchers. except for the edible mutant meat. Oh. Thinking of those nights in the dense forest, it was indeed restless. We'll be walking from now on. It might be tiring. Follow me and talk when you get tired. The prey is gradually increasing here. Last night, the team killed over 100 prey, although they were all small animals, Qin Yujing said. Okay. My Mang nodded in agreement. Everyone ate breakfast in batches, some eating first while others packed up and loaded their belongings into the car. The bowls and chopsticks everyone used were disposable and disintegrating. After eating, they were buried in a pit. They were gone in less than 3 days. Mei Long had never seen these bowls and chopsticks before. She curiously looked at them and touched them. They felt a bit like cardboard. She gave Xia Chengfeng a look and told him to stock up on some when he got home. Xia Chengfeng nodded, indicating he had received the message. The main group set out one after another, with each team fanning outward. After reaching a certain distance, they would stop and then continue in a single direction. This allowed them to search for prey and provide mutual assistance. If anything happened nearby, everyone could provide immediate support. Mei Mong, participating in this kind of operation for the first time, was a little excited. She radiated her mental power, taking in the surrounding scenery. Even the rabbit's nest in the ground was visible to her. Mei Mong used her mental power to control a rabbit, causing it to slowly hop out of its hole. The little rabbit flew directly toward the location where Mei Mong had given the command, and once it emerged from the ground, it was enveloped by Mei Mang's mental power. Brother Qin, try your energy blade on it, Mei Mang said, pointing at a rabbit not far away. No need. It's just a little rabbit. I can take it out with one strike. Why would I need an energy weapon? Qin Yujing said nonchalantly, looking at the rabbit in front of him. Because the two of them were responsible for the rear guard, there was no one else around. Then go for it. Mei Mang didn't say anything, just testing the power of his mental barrier. Qin Yujing stretched out his hand toward the rabbit and fired an arrow. The arrow landed in front of the rabbit, which lay motionless, oblivious. Qin Yujing's eyes widened in disbelief, and he fired another, with the same result. He looked at Mei Mang, who smiled back at him. Qin Yujing seemed to understand something. Without saying anything, he took out his long sword and loaded it with an energy stone. Chapter 147. Mei Mang glanced nervously at Qin Yujing. She was only level 3. If she could even withstand energy weapons, she'd have to hurry up and have a baby. Time seemed to slow down as Qin Yujing raised her long sword and swung it at the rabbit. The distinctive humming sound of energy weapons echoed, sending weeds flying and splitting the soil. Then, the destructive force abruptly stopped in front of the rabbit, which remained standing there, intact and motionless. What's wrong? Did you spot the big guy? Just then, several people came running back from the front. They were the deputy captain of the Tyrannosaurus Rex team and their military advisor, Lei Zhudi and Lei Hao. They were a rare pair of twins, but not only did they look alike, their personalities and hobbies were also completely different. To an unfamiliar eye, they had no idea they were twins. A few team members followed behind the two men. Upon hearing the captain unleash the energy weapon, they hurried back to see. It's okay. I was just scaring a rabbit for fun. Qin Yujing calmly sheathed her long sword. Everyone could only see a rabbit not far away, panicking and hopping into a hole. This was Mei Mang's second experiment. She wondered if controlling others would make them stupid. While she didn't know whether they were stupid or not, Mei Mang was dumbfounded. After all, you couldn't tell with a rabbit. The rabbit, frightened, jumped back into its hole and crouched there, trembling. Mei Mang had no idea what had frightened it. The few who ran back looked up at the sky in silence. They knew their captain was unreliable, but they hadn't expected him to be so unreliable, even targeting a rabbit. Mei Mang, who had originally wanted to test the power of the energy gun, quickened her pace amidst the mixed looks from her teammates. No rush. We can try again later. It's a good time to recover my superpowers. However, Mei Mang also knew that her current experiment only involved using her mental power to envelop a small area. If the range were expanded, the defense would undoubtedly decrease significantly. So, they would likely still be unable to withstand the energy gun. Luckily, the number of people with energy guns was limited. Unfortunately, their enemies also happened to have them. So, having another child was essential. Since she had 2 men, having another child was perfectly natural. It was just a shame. The pregnancy would take another 10 months, and killing her enemies would have to be postponed again. It wasn't that she was keen on having children, but she needed to build up her strength first. Mei Mang mentally explained to Bye, ha, woman. The Tyrannosaurus Rex squad advanced in a blanket manner, and my Meng spread her mental power to search the area. The feeling was magical. She didn't need to look, everything around her automatically unfolded in her mind. This time, however, she didn't activate her underground clairvoyance, as my Meng discovered that exploring underground required a greater expenditure of mental energy. And aside from a few small animals, there was nothing special underground. Then, my Meng saw a team member frantically peering around, reaching into his arms as he did so. Just as he ejected a packet of powder, my Meng called out to Qin Yujing. At the same time, the man was restrained by his team leader, and the powder in his hand was confiscated. "What's wrong?" Qin Yujing asked, seeing my Meng hadn't continued. "It's okay. I was just having trouble figuring something out, but now I've figured it out." My Meng shook her head. Since the man had been captured, she'd take a look. "What's going on?" Qin Yujing asked curiously. Before my Meng could answer, the team leader, who had captured the man, approached Qin Yujing with him, and explained what had happened. Qin Yujing examined the powder, his expression becoming somewhat serious. He asked the dejected man, "Actually, I'm quite curious. The team has been very kind to you. What conditions would allow you to be used by them?" The man lowered his head, saying nothing and making no excuses. "You have no parents, no other relatives. Did he offer you better conditions, or promise you something I can't? That's not right. After all, if you had spilled this powder today, you might not have made it back alive. So what temptation would have made you willing to sacrifice even your own life?" Qin Yujing recognized it immediately. It was a powder that could induce estrus in mutant beasts. As soon as this powder is spread, the surrounding mutant beasts will all come here to mate. When they meet, they'll fight like crazy, even more powerful than the drug that drove the mutant beasts crazy before. "Master Qin, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to do this, but 2 weeks ago, Master Xie captured me. He forced me to see some of his torture instruments, and even use some on me. I couldn't stand the pain, so I defected. You have no idea how perverted he is. His methods of punishment, I simply can't stand them. He said that if I could spread this powder, I'd be lucky enough to return alive, and he wouldn't bother me again. If I die here, it would be a relief for me. I know it's unethical of me not to tell you what happened, but a good death is worse than a miserable life. I'm telling you, you can protect me for a while, but not forever. Thieves can be thieves for 1,000 days, but you can't be on the lookout for thieves for 1,000 days. I don't dare gamble. If I get caught, it would be worse than death, even if you catch me. Considering I've followed you for so many years, please, young Master Qin, give me a quick death. He still has spies in this team. If I fail this mission, I'm sure young Master Xie won't let me go. I hope young Master Qin will help me." The last sentence was said by the team member in a low voice. "Also, I'm just an insignificant pawn in this operation. I hope young Master Qin takes good care of himself. Take him away first." Qin Yujing had him taken away. Then he ordered them to rest where they were and summoned the team leaders and their military advisors. The team leaders were each equipped with a dedicated team communicator, similar to a walkie-talkie, but with a compact body and earpiece, allowing them to communicate with each other within a certain range. My Meng used her mental power to observe everyone's expressions and movements. There was nothing unusual. She checked several vehicles. Besides some edible prey in the freezer, the inedible prey was also loaded onto a separate vehicle and burned and buried on the spot when it arrived. Some still living edible prey was trapped in another vehicle. These living animals were more valuable than dead ones. Furthermore, there were energy stones. The driver didn't have any extra time bombs or anything like that. For a moment, everyone was at a stalemate. The team was also at a stalemate. Some suggested turning back early, while others felt it was impossible to return for such a fabricated excuse. After all, their mission was still unfinished. Chapter 148. Although their captain's status was not ordinary, it was precisely because of this that they couldn't set a precedent. Otherwise, if other teams followed suit, the safe zone would be difficult to manage. Finally, Qin Yujing made the final decision. The team narrowed its scope and continued toward its destination. Each team member was to monitor each other and report any developments. My Meng didn't participate in the discussion. After all, she was just a bystander. She was watching the rabbits fight with gusto. The same unsportsmanlike lack of ethics. A group of rabbits fighting one against another. "Let's go!" Qin Yujing woke my Meng, who was watching the show. "Oh, okay." My Meng agreed and followed Qin Yujing. This time, the two of them weren't at the back, but rather ran to the front to lead the way. Whenever my Meng spotted prey, he used his mental power to control it and capture it alive. The mutant beasts that had once seemed terrifying to my Meng were now like toys. But just as Qin Yujing had said, there weren't any big prey, mostly small animals. As for small animals, unless they caught the gun, they wouldn't go out of their way to hunt them. Qin Yujing's expression was grave, and he observed his surroundings warily. Is that powder really that powerful? My Mang asked curiously. Well, it'll make the mutant beasts go into heat, causing them to gather together, and clearing out obstacles like us. Mutants in heat are incredibly ferocious, practically in a riotous state. If they were surrounded, the consequences would be disastrous. Qin Yujing said seriously. Last time, it was just the powder that drove the beasts crazy, but it ultimately cost Su Qinghe and most of the team members their lives before he could escape alive. This time, they were even more ferocious than last time. It seemed they were planning to repeat their old tricks and not let him return alive. Did you find it very quiet along the way? Qin Yujing asked my Mang. Yes, it was indeed very quiet. Didn't you say there weren't any big game nearby? My Mang replied. Is there something wrong? This is the wilderness. Too much silence is a sign of something wrong. While there aren't any big game nearby, it's impossible for there to be only these small creatures. Qin Yujing explained for my Mang. He then spoke into the intercom. Everyone, alert. There might be a large creature nearby. Mei Mang's mental power covered about 500 meters, and within that range, there were no large creatures. Woo! A wolf howl echoed through the forest. Soon, the figures of a wolf pack appeared within my Mang's mental power. At this point, everyone knew the wolves were coming, without my Mang's warning. Then, the sounds of fighting rang out. It seemed a small group had encountered a wolf pack. Team 5, requesting support. We've encountered a pack of wolves, estimated to be over 20. Team 4 has arrived, providing support. Team 6 has arrived, providing rescue. Team 1, under attack from a pack of wolves, requesting support. Team 2, affixed, heading out to rescue. Listening to the various voices coming through the headset, Qin Yujing issued an order. Everyone, gather towards Team 1. Fight if you can, but abandon your prey if necessary. Team 1 was the convoy. Today's kill was being protected in the center. It looked like a ferocious pack of wolves. They had sent out 8 teams this time, totaling over 100 people. If it were just 20 or 30 wolves, capturing them would be easy. The wolf pack exceeds 40, requesting a retreat. Deputy Captain Lei Judy's voice echoed. Everyone, prepare to board the vehicles. Vehicle 1 leads the way, and Vehicle 3 will follow behind, ready to abandon the prey. Qin Yujing arranged everything in an orderly manner. Vehicle 3 was filled with skinned, highly radioactive mutants. All the energy stones had been removed, so even abandoning them wouldn't be a big deal. Everyone fought while covering the team members getting into the vehicles. Those already in the vehicles also covered those below. Everyone coordinated seamlessly, not panicking at all. Mei Mang was filled with admiration. This was the spirit of the great hunting team. Most people would be too frightened to run after seeing so many wolves. Although she didn't face the wolves directly, she could see through her psychic sense that they were all oversized huskies. The sharp fangs bared, and the huskies lost their cuteness. They looked terrifying. Each wolf was over a meter tall, 2 or 3 meters long, and gray and terrifying looking. After everyone boarded the vehicles, vehicle number 3 followed closely behind, with people throwing mutant beasts out along the way. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief when the prey was cleared. Although there weren't any large prey, the herbivores had still taken some. They were all highly radioactive mutants, and their valuable parts had been collected, perfect for feeding the wolves. How did you catch that guy so quickly? My Mang, sitting next to Qin Yujing, asked in surprise. Just as she was about to warn him, the man was restrained by the team leader. Did you know about Xia's ambush at your residence while you were in the jungle? Qin Yujing asked. My Mang nodded. That's because there's a traitor in the Chunfeng team. He went to your residence and saw someone. But he probably didn't see you. If he knew you were alive, that madman wouldn't have been able to hold it in for so long. Qin Yujing explained. Is Lin Cha the traitor? My Mang asked in surprise. But it doesn't look like it. Lin Cha, the deputy captain? No, how could you have guessed it was him? Qin Yujing was stunned for a moment, then shook his head. But they've always been the two of them going to our place. It can't be Brother Chunfeng. My Mang thought carefully, and it seemed that no one else had been there. I'm not sure. I just heard Chunfeng mention that he went to your place. Qin Yujing shook his head. This was an internal matter within the Chunfeng team, so he didn't ask any further questions. But after this incident, I also secretly had someone investigate the team members, and I actually uncovered some clues. This person was also under observation, and their every move was being secretly monitored. That's why we were able to apprehend him so smoothly this time, Qin Yujing explained. It seems you've uncovered quite a bit about them. My Meng sighed. The bigger the scope, the greater the responsibility. It's not just about investigating traitors, but also those who bully others, tarnish the team's reputation, and use the team's name to do bad things. There are quite a lot of them, but they're all minor matters, and the deputy captain can handle them. Qin Yujing told my Meng some interesting stories, hoping to ease the tension. But soon everyone realized that the wolves hadn't stayed long and were chasing them again. The people behind hurriedly passed on the news, and the atmosphere suddenly became tense. Maybe this is a large pack, and the little food we left behind isn't enough for them. Chapter 149. The highly radioactive mutants are the biggest. If those aren't enough, then even throwing all the remaining mutants off the car won't help. It seems they're treating us like food. Speed up. We just need to get away from the wolves. Let's do it. We'll be caught up sooner or later. Facing so many wolves, the team might suffer losses. We'll just have to wait until we get to the safe zone. What if they don't retreat? Won't there be even more casualties? The road ahead is difficult, and the car can't go fast. Fight. Only by scaring them will they retreat. A group of people chattered, each with their own reasons. Finally, after discussion, they decided to engage in a fight first, killing some of their team leaders. It would be even better if they could take out the leader. Unfortunately, the leader was very clever and remained hidden. The artillery trucks were deployed first, firing at the wolves. Killing one was a win, and even if they weren't killed, it could still temporarily slow the pack's advance. The trucks were parked in a row, their cargo bays bulging with holes, from which guns extended, ready to fire if any wolves broke through the crowd. The artillery trucks were also on standby, ready to fire if needed. The team members disembarked in an orderly manner, each armed, and rushed towards the wolves. Soon, the sounds of fighting rang out as the wolves engaged the team members. Although my Meng was afraid, he was eager to try. Actual combat was the best way to improve his fighting skills. I want to join the fight too, my Meng said to Qin Yujing. Qin Yujing was now sitting in front of a screen, watching the video feed from a camera mounted high above the convoy. In the wild, many high-tech gadgets, like drones and exploration robots, can't be used. Even surveillance cameras can only use wire connections. A pole sprouted from the top of a car, with several smaller poles branching out from it. A camera was fixed to the top. The pole was long and adjustable, allowing for real-time viewing of the battle. Qin Yujing turned her gaze away from the screen and looked at my Meng. The wolves are too dangerous right now. Even if you want to try your hand at fighting, you should choose a suitable time. In this situation, even the slightest negligence could cost you your life. Qin Yujing disapproved. Life-threatening battles unleash one's potential, don't they? I came out this time just to participate in the fight, so just let me go. I won't run into the wolf pack. I'll just pick a fight with a lone wolf on the side. My Meng cherishes her life, she wouldn't play with it. Delay, come and watch. Qin Yujing shouted to someone nearby. Delay is Lei Zhudi, the vice-captain of the Tyrannosaurus Rex squadron. Because he's the older twin brother, Qin Yujing usually calls him Delay. Xiao Lei is the military advisor. Together, the two Leis are invincible. Captain. Delay hurried over. I'm getting bored sitting here, so I'm going to stretch my legs. You'll be watching. If you can't make up your mind, call Xiao Lei over to watch too. After giving her instructions, Qin Yujing ran off with my Meng. Delay sat down as usual, carefully monitoring every angle to prevent any unsuspecting team members from sneaking into the group. Which team might have injured personnel and needed medical attention, or which team was low on energy and needed additional assistance. Thank you, Brother Qin. Mei Mong thanked him sweetly. She knew Qin Yujing must have been worried about her, so she come along. Qin Yujing tapped her head and smiled. I brought you out here, so I must get you back safely. Mei Mong was wearing a protective helmet, so the tap only hit her head, she didn't feel it at all. She grinned, thinking that while her start here was a bummer, the people she met were pretty nice. Pick a smaller one first. If you can't defeat it, call me. Don't try to be stubborn. Qin Yujing brought Mei Mong to the front lines and gave him instructions. Although he was there to protect Mei Mong, he couldn't just stand there. He had to find a wolf to fight. It was better to call out if there was danger, otherwise it would be terrible if he didn't see. Got it. Mei Mong looked around and found a wolf cub, less than a meter tall, to pick on. The wolf, seeing that this tiny human dared to challenge it, pounced on Mei Mong in anger. With that wide mouth and sharp teeth, it could easily devour a large friend. My Meng didn't use her mental energy, preparing for a melee first. After all, She had spent so much time learning combat techniques from Qin Yujing. Besides, her superpower pool was limited, so it was best to use it as a trump card. Those with more trump cards always survive, right? After a fierce struggle, my Mang successfully killed the little wolf. Though she suffered a few bruises, they were the price paid by the little wolf's life. She hadn't lost. After killing one wolf, my Mang's confidence soared, and she attacked the larger one. Seeing how easily she navigated the wolf pack, Qin Yujing felt relieved. His eyes shone with admiration. He hadn't expected the seemingly frail my Mang to possess such exceptional fighting prowess. He surpassed most of the others in the team. After all, most of the team used 2 or 3 people to fight one wolf. This was a safer strategy and minimized casualties. The battle continued into evening, and the drizzle turned to a moderate downpour, blurring visibility. Both the wolves and the team suffered considerable casualties. Yet the remaining wolves showed no sign of retreating, as if they were facing not only food, but also a mortal enemy. Everyone in the team is tired, and with darkness and rain obstructing vision, this won't be good for us if we continue. Just now, artillery and gunfire were deployed in rotation, just to give everyone a moment to breathe. The battle had already lasted a full 3 hours. Although the team members had taken short breaks, they were merely a drop in the bucket. With the deployment of energy weapons, they had successfully annihilated most of the wolves, but nearly 20 cunning ones remained scattered and lurking, waiting for the right moment to attack. Now, with the wolves dispersed, the effectiveness of the artillery fire was greatly diminished. To make matters worse, the wolves seemed to realize this, and were taking advantage of the terrain to hide in the shadows, awaiting nightfall. There's something wrong with these wolves. In the past, they have gone away on their own after killing a few. It's not like they have any deep hatred, so why are they so persistent? Did someone in the team offend the wolves? As someone asked, everyone looked at each other in bewilderment. That's unlikely. This is our first time out. We just encountered the wolves. How could we have offended them? Even in previous years, our team and the wolves kept to themselves. We haven't even met, so how could we have offended them? Yes. So what should we do next? Break through or annihilate them all? The leadership debated intensely, while the team members took the time to rest and recharge. Chapter 150. Qin Yujing frowned, thinking back to the team members' words, but he couldn't quite fathom their tactics. Did you capture their cubs? That's why they're so persistent. My Mang asked from the side. This was her first time facing a wolf pack, and she didn't realize anything was wrong. She assumed encountering a mutant beast meant a life or death struggle. How could that be? Every hunter knows capturing cubs is taboo, especially wolves, who are known for their protectiveness. Killing an adult wolf is fine, but if you get a cub, it's a fight to the death. That's right, little kid, if you don't understand, don't talk nonsense. Everyone had been tormented by the wolves for an entire afternoon, and just when they were at their wits' end, someone who knew nothing suddenly appeared, and everyone instantly turned their fire on my Mang. But there was clearly a wolf cub, or even a puppy, in the car? My Mang asked, puzzled. She remembered that afternoon, those rabbits had been beating up the little wolf. At first, she thought it was a dog. After all, it was so weak, it was hard to associate with a wolf. It wasn't until she heard their discussion that she asked uncertainly. How could there be a wolf in the car? It must be a dog. No one has killed a dog these past few days. Sure enough. Just go and see. Qin Yujing led the way to the car, opened the door, and found a dying wolf cub in the corner. The wolf cub had its eyes closed, whimpering faintly. Awoo! 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 Just as the car door opened, and the wolf's whimpering emanated, the howling of wolves echoed all around. Qin Yujing immediately grabbed the wolf cub's mouth to stop it from making any more noise. Why is there a wolf cub here? And by the looks of it, it's not going to make it. No need to say anything, get ready for battle. As soon as Qin Yujing finished speaking, the sound of weapons clashing could be heard. Qin Yujing grabbed the wolf cub and walked out, closing the car door behind him. The wolf cub's cries were just the right moment to keep the pack engaged. If they escaped, there would be endless trouble later. Wolves are known to hold grudges, especially the alpha wolf. If they weren't eliminated this time, they could easily form another pack and come back to cause trouble for the team. Ah! The team members howled in unison. The wolves attacked desperately, and the casualties soared rapidly. No, we have to find the alpha wolf. But with trees all around and the light dim, it was impossible to spot the hidden alpha wolf with the naked eye. The camera's limited range meant it couldn't capture any hidden areas. Cover me, circle around, and I'll see if I can find it. My Mang whispered to Qin Yujing. Her mental strength allowed her to maintain clear vision even at night. Darkness was no barrier to her vision. Okay. Qin Yujing led the way, and Mai Meng followed him around the perimeter. Found it. Mai Meng held Qin Yujing. She wasn't sure if this wolf was the real one, but compared to the other wolves, which were over a meter tall, this one didn't look like a wolf at all. It was taller and larger than the others, nearly 2 meters tall, standing majestically on a thick branch, commanding the situation. For strong wolves were guarding the tree. Unlike the others, this wolf had a tuft of silver hair on its forehead. Mai Meng thought of the wolf cub he had just seen. It seemed to have a streak of white on its forehead as well. Ouch! It's the cub of the leader wolf. No wonder everyone went out to rescue it. What should we do next? Mai Meng asked Qin Yujing. I'll call a few more people over. Qin Yujing whispered. He called 4 elites over through the intercom, primarily to deal with the 4 guards. Let's go fight the alpha wolf. Do you have the confidence? Qin Yujing asked Mai Meng. Mai Meng felt her blood boiling. She had never known she was actually a warmonger. Mai Meng nodded. I won't hold them back. The alpha wolf seemed alert and howled at the group. Oh no! It's trying to retreat. Qin Yujing, not caring whether her teammates had arrived or not, fired a single round at it and charged towards the alpha wolf. The rest of the pack could leave without a problem, but the alpha wolf must stay. But the alpha wolf clearly didn't want to continue fighting them. He planned to lead the rest of the pack in a retreat, resting and recovering before returning for revenge. Mai Meng cast a protective shield over the alpha wolf, trapping it. She had just attempted a direct mental attack on the alpha wolf, but found it too strong, and she couldn't penetrate its brain. The leader wolf was puzzled when he realized he was trapped. The area ahead was clear, so why couldn't he escape? Unfortunately, before he could figure it out, Qin Yujing and the others arrived. The 4 guards of the leader wolf came to meet them. Fighting 1 against 2, the 2 of them were struggling. The 2 men immediately unleashed their energy weapons, stuffing them with energy stones as if they were free. However, those who could serve as guards around the wolf leader were no simple creatures. They dodged nimbly, and for a while, neither side was able to do anything to the other. The stalemate was quickly broken, as the men Qin Yujing had summoned arrived. Leaving the 4 wolves to them, Qin Yujing and the others headed directly towards the wolf leader. Mai Meng's spiritual energy was nearly depleted. The wolf leader had been trying to break free since being trapped, and trapping it still required a significant expenditure of energy. Thankfully, the purifying energy pool was available, preventing Mai Meng from exhausting his energy. The 2 men raised their swords and slashed at the wolf leader. The wolf leader, trapped, could only dodge awkwardly. Despite its size, it was also incredibly agile, dodging the 2 men's barrage of attacks. Although it sustained numerous wounds, few were fatal. Back off. Qin Yujing had originally considered leaving its body intact. After all, a wolf's entire body is valuable, and this one could fetch a high price. Qin Yujing unsheathed her energy gun. The wolf leader, seemingly sensing a threat to its life, struggled even more fiercely. Seeing both energy pools nearly depleted, Mai Meng quickly pulled out a crystal core to absorb it. Watching the depleted energy pool slowly recover, Mai Meng breathed a sigh of relief. Bang! With a bang, a bloody hole exploded in the wolf leader's stomach. But the expected blood splattering didn't occur. The debris was trapped in a circle. Even though we lost its skin, at least we saved its energy stone. The wolf leader still made a final struggle, but both knew it couldn't survive. Rest here for a while. I'll go help them. Once we've eliminated the wolves, we'll head back to the safe zone. Qin Yujing said to Mai Meng. Mai Meng nodded. It was the first time she had used her energy for so long, and she felt mentally exhausted. Qin Yujing looked at the person before her, wanting to ask many questions, but she figured now wasn't the right time. Forget it, let's finish what we're doing first. Chapter 151. With Qin Yujing's help, the 4 guard wolves were quickly captured, one even taken alive. They were bound and thrown into the cart, and several men returned to join the other battles. The leader wolf struggled for 10 minutes before finally collapsing to the ground, his life or death uncertain. However, Mai Meng, who was wrapped around the leader wolf, could clearly feel its warm breath and strong heartbeat. It seemed it was feigning death. A fatal blow was yet to be delivered. Qin Yujing, without waiting for it to react, dispatched the leader wolf with a single blow. The scene was a bit bloody, and after such a long battle, his body was stained with the smell of blood. Mai Meng couldn't help but retching. It was so exciting during the battle, but now that I've stopped fighting, I'm feeling rather pretentious. Mai Meng despised himself and mentally prepared himself. It's okay, I'll get used to it after seeing it more often. Without the leader's command, the remaining wolves were quickly wiped out. Aside from a few wolves that escaped, the rest were completely wiped out, a resounding victory. The ones that escaped were just ordinary wolves. The chances of them forming their own packs were very low. At most, they would join other packs and start their lives anew. Or they might become lone wolves. Surviving in this forest is difficult, and the likelihood of returning for revenge is very low. Everyone quickly cleaned up the battlefield. Although there were a few casualties on this trip, the harvest was also very rich. Those 40 or 50 wolves were a significant income. After cleaning up the battlefield, the team drove back to the safe zone overnight. The smell of blood here was too strong. Not to mention the possibility of attracting other mutant beasts. Even camping here would be impossible to sleep. It would be better to head directly to the safe zone than to camp elsewhere. We'll be able to sleep well once we get back. After we get back, clear a building and assign a team to protect all the people on this trip. No contact with anyone is allowed. Guards are also prohibited. Anyone who deliberately approaches will be treated as a traitor. Qin Yujing spoke to the deputy captain, but all the team leaders heard. Innocent people will naturally sleep well once they return, but those with ulterior motives may not. Next, except for stopping to let the people go through the cycle of food, the rest of the time we'll continue at full speed back home. We'll eat with just our dry rations. We also caught a team member who was trying to escape. Qin Yujing said nothing, only telling them to keep an eye on him and discuss everything after we get back. Xia Chengfeng came to check on them along the way and, seeing that they were unharmed, he left relieved. Meimong took the opportunity to give him a bag of dried meat to replenish his energy. Meimong had fought the wolves for so long and knew that relying on dry rations alone wouldn't be enough to satisfy him. But they were used to it. They weren't out in the wild to enjoy themselves. My Mang was still in the same car with Qin Yujing. Taking advantage of the fact that no one was around, my Mang secretly took out some of the food from her space and fed it to Qin Yujing. Since she had the means, why would she put herself in a difficult position? She couldn't control the others, but with Qin Yujing by her side, she had more to eat. Of course, there was plenty of dried meat, and there were also meat buns made by Wang Haoren. Not only was there meat, but it was also warm and tender. They opened the window, and the aroma wafted out. Even after getting out of the car, no one else would notice. There was also hot ginger soup. After a bowl, she felt instantly warmed up. After a satisfying meal and fruit afterward, Meimang's products were bound to be top-notch. Not only was the food delicious, but it was also radiation-free, making Qin Yujing feel incredibly happy. Her mood improved a bit. Knowing you is truly my greatest fortune, Qin Yujing said with a smile. Me too. Knowing you is also my greatest fortune. Of course, the greatest fortune of all is having the system. Qin Yujing thought Meimong was being polite. After all, she was so powerful and had so much supplies. Even if she didn't take her in, she had plenty of places to go. I have a question I'm curious about. If you don't want to answer, just pretend I didn't ask. Qin Yujing glanced at Meimong and asked. Given your skills, how could that lunatic from the Xia family have pushed you into that state? Everyone grows. I wasn't that powerful from the start. Meimong felt there was nothing wrong with answering, so he replied. She was telling the truth, it was just that she had grown up too quickly. Qin Yujing still felt a little confused. After all, it had only been a little over a year. Even if she wasn't as powerful as she is now, she wouldn't be much different. But he wasn't one to pry into details. Everyone had their own little secrets, and asking any more would be rude. The group took turns resting, finally returning to the safe zone the following evening. After sending my Mang back to the villa, Qin Yujing didn't even enter the house. He had to start dealing with the team's affairs. First, the gains from this trip, then he had to find the traitor, and explain the details of the trip to the safe zone. A trip took 3 to 5 days to complete, and he couldn't return home until it was completely finished. Xia Chengfeng was also part of the group, so he was placed under guard along with the main group and couldn't return until the matter was settled. It wasn't that he couldn't return early, but there was no need to give rise to gossip over such a small matter. My Mang didn't care about the trivialities of Qin Yujing's situation. She immediately ran to her room and showered. She was still in her combat uniform. She hadn't had time to change out after rushing all the way. It was fine in the wilderness, but as soon as she got home, she felt completely unwell. Wang Haoren was startled when he first saw her, thinking my Mang was injured. Though he eventually realized it was a mistake, seeing my Mang covered in dirt gave him a good idea of how intense the fight had been. After my Mang finished showering, the kitchen had already prepared a meal. Eating the hot, fragrant meal, my Mang was content. Isn't it all about coming home to a warm meal after working so hard outside? Learning that my Mang had been on the bus for nearly a day and a night, Wang Haoran stopped talking to her, simply telling her to eat and rest before going to bed. My Mang was actually fine, as Qin Yujing had been driving the entire trip, but she hadn't rested at all to avoid infecting her with her sleepiness. The two chatted idly, and my Mang even channeled her mental energy to help her keep track of the road to stay awake. So after eating and drinking a satisfying meal and feeding little Tuanzi, my Mang went back to her room to sleep. That night, Wang Haoran slept with little Tuanzi and my Mang. Looking at the slightly exhausted my Mang, Wang Haoran kissed her forehead, blaming himself for his lack of fighting ability, unable to share her burden or stay by her side. But he wasn't the fool who didn't see things clearly. Since they were so capable, he would guard the rear and let my Mang go without worrying. During this time, he and Sister Yin learned a lot of nutritional recipes that he hadn't learned before. Wang Haoran secretly set a small goal for himself, to learn more dishes and reach the level where he could cook anything Maimong wanted. Chapter 152. Because Wang Haoran slept with little Tuanzi beside him, even if my Mang didn't need to get up, Wang Haoran would still take little Tuanzi over and find food himself. As a result, my Mang slept until noon, not waking up until dawn. The first thing he did when he woke up was, "Oh my, I'm so bloated." Before the groaning started, my Mang felt around. Huh? Why isn't it bloated today? Is it gone? If he couldn't figure it out, he'd just get up, brush his teeth, and fill his stomach first. Regardless of whether he had enough or not, little Tuanzi had plenty of formula, he wouldn't starve. Going downstairs to eat, he found Su Qinghe there too, and my Mang happily greeted them. "Su, you didn't go to work today," my Mang said with a smile, sitting across from Su Qinghe. "Yeah, I heard you were back, so I stayed to see you," Su Qinghe said half-jokingly. "Ha ha ha. A man should be looked at with new eyes after 3 days of absence, right? Have you noticed that after my training, I've become even more, well, heroic?" My Mang pondered for a moment before coming up with his own adjective. "Indeed, full of energy." Su Qinghe nodded. "The past few days without my Mang, the house has been eerily quiet. It's only been 3 days, but it feels like an eternity." Su Qinghe couldn't help but wonder. Isn't he a quiet person? Why did he feel a little unaccustomed to the quietness of the house? He thought back to when he and Qin Yujing lived there together, and how this house would often become empty. Either he'd be at the Agricultural Science Institute for 10 days, or a month, or Qin Yujing would be away on a mission for 10 days, or a month, or they leave together. Maimong had only been there for 1 winter, and the house had instantly come alive. So, upon hearing Maimong had returned, he couldn't help but linger, a familiar laugh, a familiar tone of voice. As long as she was around, no words were needed, her whole being was filled with energy. Su Qinghe was simply curious. How could she maintain such a positive outlook in this environment filled with the aura of death, like a little elf, devoid of all worries, ignorant of the sufferings of the world? But her life before had clearly been so hard. Maimong, full of energy after a good sleep, realized it wasn't that she didn't have enough, but that she had eaten all the food. Wang Haoran, wanting Maimong to sleep better, would take little Tuanzi to finish his rations at a set time, so that Maimong wouldn't have to get up. Sure enough, Maimong slept until noon, and his complexion and energy were much better than the day before. My Mang flew forward, draped himself over Wang Haoran, and gave him a hearty kiss. "Brother Haoran, how can you be so thoughtful? I can't live without you anymore." Wang Haoran blushed, stole a glance at Su Qinghe beside him, but still didn't pull my Mang off him. He held my Mang's hips to prevent her from falling, then said sheepishly, "I can't help you much. I can only help with these little things. This isn't a small matter, it's a big deal. A really big deal. You've helped me so much, think about it. If I don't sleep well, my complexion will be bad, my temper will be bad, and my appetite will be poor. Then I'll be in a bad mood all day. When I'm in a bad mood, I'm more likely to do irrational things. What if I run out in a rage and come back in trouble? Brother Qin isn't here, and this villa might even be turned upside down," my Mang said exaggeratedly. "Wow, you indirectly saved this villa. How impressive." Puff. Su Qinghe couldn't help but burst out laughing. "Brother Su, how could you eavesdrop on others?" My Mang jumped off Wang Haoran embarrassedly. "You're a good preemptive striker. I was staying in the living room the whole time, and I didn't even say anything about you showing off your affection in public. How about, when your brother Qin comes back, I'll have him give you an award. After all, by not running out and getting into trouble, you helped him save the villa. Shouldn't you deserve a reward?" Su Qinghe said to my Mang with a smile. "Brother Su, I didn't expect you to be this kind of person. I thought you were a humble young master, but I didn't expect you were so good at teasing. Although my Mang was embarrassed, she was thick-skinned enough. When they first moved in, the three of them were often teased by Qin Yujing. At first, she blushed and felt embarrassed, but now my Mang had developed a thick skin. But Brother Su, you look so beautiful when you smile. I've never seen anyone more beautiful than you. My Mang praised sincerely. However, Su Qinghe's smile froze. When one is capable, good looks can be the icing on the cake. But if one can't even protect oneself, then that good looks can become a nuisance, which is not something to be happy about. You're really vindictive. I haven't even said anything yet, and you're already teasing me. Su Qinghe still had a gentle smile on his face, but it was completely different from the heartfelt smile he had just given. I'm not teasing you, I'm telling the truth, my Mang said. Okay, I know you find me annoying, so I won't interrupt your affectionate display. With that, Su Qinghe prepared to go upstairs, clearly not wanting to continue the conversation. Brother Haoran, I'm going upstairs to see Brother Su, my Mang said to Wang Haoran and followed them upstairs. Su Qinghe's room was at the back, and it was my Mang's first time in his room. She knocked on Su Qinghe's door with trepidation. What's wrong? Su Qinghe opened the door, saw my Mang, and asked. Brother Su, I want to tell you something. Is it okay for me to come in? My Mang said. Su Qinghe stepped aside to let my Mang in. My Mang secretly glanced around Su Qinghe's room. The layout was similar to hers, except that everything was exceptionally tidy, a stark contrast to her own messy room. Even the quilt was neatly folded and placed beside the bed. My Mang's obsessive-compulsive disorder kicked in, and she wanted to just roll around in his bed and mess it up. What? You're attracted to my bed? Want to trade rooms? Su Qinghe said with a smile. No. That's not the case. She wasn't attracted to his bed, she was attracted to him, okay? No, to be more precise, it was his abilities, but it was still a little difficult to say it out loud. My Mang was like the person struggling with whether to confess their love. He was afraid that if he asked, they wouldn't even be friends. But what if he didn't? After all, he coveted her body. Oh no, her supernatural powers. My Mang stole a few glances at Su Qinghe. He looked so handsome. His mind raced, trying to figure out how to best get her to agree. Chapter 153. Could it be that Brother Qin was right? You're trying to steal his girlfriend. Su Qinghe straightened his clothes and took 2 steps back. My Mang's face was chopped off. Although, don't say it so carelessly. What should he do when his lines are taken away? Finally, my Mang decided to just say it directly. After all, sticking his head out is a risk, and so is keeping it. Yes, I'm tempted by you. No, I was wrong. I'm trying to steal Brother Qin's girlfriend. My Mang, impulsively speaking, blurted out his thoughts. No, Brother Su, you're not Brother Qin's girlfriend, so I'm not stealing her. So you're tempted by me, Su Qinghe said softly. My Mang blushed. I. He hesitated for a long time, unable to utter a single word in rebuttal. After all, Su Qinghe was right, and he couldn't afford to contradict himself. Brother Su, well actually, I heard about you from Brother Qin a while ago, and know your powers have been damaged. I just happened to have a high-level superpower repair agent, and wanted to give it to you, but I was afraid you wouldn't accept it. So I thought, why not just pledge your love to me? Didn't that book say it? You can't repay a life-saving favor, so you should pledge your love to me. Then Su Qinghe tapped my Mang on the forehead. Don't read those crap books. That's not right. What book is that line? I've never seen it before. Su Qinghe asked, puzzled. You said it was a crap book, so it's normal you didn't know about it, my Mang replied. How could she know if that line would appear in current books? Her old books did, anyway. No, Brother Su, I just said it, and you just listened to it. Do you want to pledge yourself to me? Before he could finish his words, Su Qinghe interrupted him. My father bought me a high-level psychic healing potion a while ago. Although it cost a lot of resources and energy stones, it also proved that I could afford it. Those who can't repay me must have limited abilities. Don't you think our positions have been reversed? Su Qinghe looked at my Mang and said. My Mang thought about it, and it seemed so. It was just a high-level psychic healing potion, so Su Qinghe wouldn't pledge himself to me. Then if you follow me, I can let you eat radiation-free food every day. My Mang revealed her bargaining chip. Well, it does sound tempting, but have you forgotten that I'm a farmer? Although food isn't plentiful, I'm not short of it. Su Qinghe looked at my Mang with interest and retorted. My Mang was embarrassed. It seemed so. Before they knew me, they had no worries about food and clothing. But besides that, I had no other leverage. But I'm beautiful. Just think about it. Every morning when you wake up, you can see my pretty face. Wouldn't that make you feel much better? I'm not only beautiful, but also interesting. Living with me is so much fun, right? My Mang said cheekily. Do you think I'm good looking? Su Qinghe asked. I think, after seeing the same face too many times, it becomes SOSO. You've been seeing it for so many years. It's time to try a new one. My Mang said reluctantly. Well, I think that makes sense. So let me think about it. I'll get back to you later, okay? So, that means they're kicking people out. My Mang instantly became dejected. Before entering, she had been full of confidence, but she had forgotten that their statuses were fundamentally different. With money, you can really do whatever you want and buy anything. Sigh, another day of hating the rich. Brother Su, actually, I was just joking with you. No matter what you decide, I'll give you that high-level supernatural healing potion. I hope you won't refuse the potion just to reject me. Before leaving, my Mang looked at Su Qinghe and said seriously. Even if he ultimately didn't want to be with her, she could still live well with the limited supernatural power she had. On the contrary, she genuinely wanted the best for the other person. She hoped that good things would be rewarded to those who showed her kindness. Are you so unsure of yourself? Maybe I accepted that potion for your sake. Su Qinghe smiled and ruffled my Mang's hair, then ruthlessly closed the door. My Mang stood at the door, bewildered. So what exactly did Brother Su mean? Inside, Su Qinghe sat limply in a chair, his heart less at peace than he appeared. His superpowers were his greatest pain. Wanted to recover? The answer was self-evident. But my Mang didn't understand. He did. Advanced superpower healing potions didn't guarantee healing once taken. If it didn't heal once, then it proved the potion couldn't, and even taking it 100 times would have the same effect. But people always want to be safe. What if it healed? What troubled him wasn't the potion itself. After all, while losing his superpowers was difficult to accept, he had slowly come to terms with it over the years. He was thinking about joining Mei Mang's small family. His father had only ever married his mother, so his family was very harmonious. He also had a younger sister, who was already married and now had several men, though he hadn't really noticed how many. After all, his sister was a philanderer, with numerous men, both legitimate and unlegal. The family was always in turmoil. So he was very opposed to this kind of life. He had always longed for a life like his parents. But after losing his superpowers, he knew that was impossible, so he had no plans to get married. He was fine the way he was, but Mei Mang's small family was a little different from the polyandrous families he had encountered. Perhaps it was because of the small number of people that the three of them could get along harmoniously, but what if he were to join the group? Would the atmosphere still be so harmonious? If his presence would cause the harmonious atmosphere to become chaotic, then why would he even wade into this mess? Besides, he had never considered becoming someone else's mistress. After all, with his background, appearance, and abilities. It wasn't that he was narcissistic. Even if he lost his powers, he would still be someone who would be sought after by many. So, he needed to think carefully. My Mang didn't know what Su Qinghe was thinking, but she felt that his nonchalant attitude probably meant there was no hope. If he had feelings for her, wouldn't he be blushing and his heart be beating? Or furious, accusing her of humiliating him? Such a calm demeanor meant he definitely didn't take it to heart. What's wrong? Is Brother Su angry? Wang Haoran saw my Mang walking down the stairs in a sullen manner, and thought Su Qinghe was angry. Chapter 154. No, that's not the case. My Mang shook her head. What was she going to say? She said she wanted to find him another brother, and then got rejected? She had to be crazy to say that. This matter had to be kept to herself, and no one could tell it. It was time to discuss leaving with everyone. Living together under these circumstances would be too awkward. No wonder everyone urged caution when confessing one's feelings. If it failed, they wouldn't even be able to be friends. Brother Haoran, what are your plans for the future? My Mang looked at Wang Haoran and asked. Wherever you are, that's my home. Wang Haoran said to my Mang. My Mang snuggled into Wang Haoran's arms. Brother Haoran was the best. Do you remember that dilapidated manor we found in the jungle? My Mang asked. Yes, I do. But it was in the jungle, full of dangers. Was it safe to live there? As soon as my Mang said this, Wang Haoran understood what she meant. But if it were just the two of them, it wouldn't matter where they lived. But with elderly and children at home, would that place be habitable? Actually, that's just the outer edge of the jungle. Most of the danger we face lies within. Of course, it's not that there's no danger, I just had my eye on that location. After all, there's a ticking time bomb inside the safe zone. We can't just hide in the villa forever. This is just an immature idea. If we really go ahead with it, we'll have to rebuild the house and the walls. It's a massive undertaking, and it won't be ready anytime soon. Thinking of this, Maimong felt a bit hesitant again. Yes, the project is too massive, and I definitely can't complete it alone. So I need help. Is anyone willing to work in the dense forest? If so, how will the compensation be calculated? Also, if too many people know about this location, will I still have the peace I desire? I still haven't thought it through. I need to think it over carefully. Wang Haoran quietly held my Meng, not interrupting her thoughts. These leisurely times will become increasingly rare. The two were awakened by the baby's crying. Little Tuanzi was hungry, and my Meng sat in a chair to feed her. Suddenly she thought, this stable life wasn't bad. Comfort can indeed wear down one's will, especially for someone as weak-willed as her. Who would be willing to work hard with a stable life? What they end up with might be worse than what they have now. But my Meng knew clearly that all this was just an illusion. The arrival of spring meant frequent hunting missions for the hunting team, with missions lasting 10 days, or even half a month being common. Once her protective umbrella is gone, all sorts of evildoers will immediately spring forth. Without any means of self-preservation, she'll be nothing but prey, at the mercy of others. Or, she could hire Qin Yijing's Tyrannosaurus Rex team to build her house, and handle the initial cleaning. After all, she still has so much food on her, it's more than enough to pay them. My Meng praised her own cleverness, a smile breaking out on her face again, because she had figured out a solution. Wang Haoran saw her smile and joined in. A gloomy expression really didn't suit him. A bright, sunny smile was much more appealing. That evening, Su Qinghe came down to eat as normal. My Meng stole a few glances at him, feeling no discomfort. It was as if their afternoon conversation had all been a dream. Is there something on my face? Why are you staring at me? Su Qinghe looked at my Meng in confusion. No, I'm not looking at you. I'm thinking. My Meng quickly denied. Looking at his casual, normal tone, my Meng's heart sank. It seemed like there was really no hope. This nonchalant attitude was actually a silent rejection, wasn't it? My Meng looked at the sumptuous meal before him, and suddenly felt it lacked flavor. Being rejected by a beautiful woman made him unhappy. My Meng ate sporadically. Eat more. Why are you eating so little today? Be careful, you'll be hungry tonight. Su Qinghe helped my Meng pick up a lot of food, saying something suggestive. My Meng didn't catch what he was saying, and thought Su Qinghe was trying to cover up the truth. I don't have much of an appetite today. I'm not very hungry. My Meng explained. Is the food not to your liking? Then have Sister Yen make some soup tomorrow. He then addressed Sister Yen in the kitchen. Sister Yen, let's stew a chicken tomorrow and prepare some nourishing dishes. Okay, young Master Su, Sister Yen replied from inside. Look at you, you've lost weight. Eat more. I've been giving you a lot of nourishment lately. Wang Haoran looked at the two of them with something a little strange, but he couldn't put his finger on what was wrong. He could only tell himself not to think too much. Maimong felt a little lost in the food. Although she thought about being rejected, it was still quite painful to actually be rejected. After dinner, my Meng played with her bubbling son. The little boy had grown a lot since he was a newborn, with round eyes and a small mouth. The tender, fair face caught my Meng's eye. She couldn't help but gently caress it, feeling the delicate softness of the baby's skin. Little Tuanzi seemed to enjoy this intimate contact, and he actually smiled a toothless smile. This smile was like the spring sunshine, warm and bright, instantly brightening my Meng's mood. Playing with little Tuanzi could make all her worries and unhappiness fade away. She watched little Tuanzi wave his tiny fists, which had nowhere to rest. The little hands were clenched tightly. My Meng gently squeezed the baby's, feeling the soft, warm hand in her palm, which brought her immense comfort and satisfaction. This was the son she had carried for 10 months, the inheritance of her bloodline. It was truly miraculous. The child slept a lot, and after playing for a while, he yawned. My Meng fed him well, and carried him upstairs to bed. My Meng carried little Tuanzi directly into her room, and Wang Haoran naturally followed. After washing up, my Meng collapsed comfortably onto the large bed. Home was still so comfortable. My Meng thought to herself, I'll have to ask Xia Chengfeng to buy a few mattresses when I leave. After Wang Haoran finished washing up, my Meng instinctively slid into his arms. Then, her bracelet began to chime. My Meng looked over, and saw it was Su Qinghe. She wondered if he was trying to remind her to give him the advanced supernatural healing potion. But on second thought, that seemed unlikely. If he really wanted to, he'd just say it directly. There was no need to beat around the bush. Brother Su wants to see what's going on. My Meng got up and said to Wang Haoran. After leaving, she still took out the supernatural healing potion. It had to be given to him sooner or later. The sooner he gave it to him, the sooner his supernatural powers might recover. His powers had been restored, giving him one more person to deal with that lunatic from the Xie family, and making him much safer. Thinking of this, my Mang felt relieved, and she happily knocked on Su Qinghe's door. Chapter 155. There was a knock on the door, and Su Qinghe, dressed in simple home clothes, opened it, exuding a casual, lazy air. My Mang, seeing Su Qinghe like this for the first time, was stunned for a moment. After recovering, he handed over the advanced supernatural healing potion. Brother Su, I wish you a speedy recovery. My Mang raised the potion in his hand, and handed it to Su Qinghe. Such a handsome man deserves to return to his peak, even if it's not his own. Well then? Su Qinghe asked. Then, should I leave? My Mang asked uncertainly. Come in, I have something to tell you. Su Qinghe said to my Mang. Remember to close the door, he reminded him. Oh, okay. My Mang obediently closed the door. I've been thinking carefully about your proposal all afternoon. I want to ask you, if I don't agree to join, will you still give it to me? Su Qinghe looked at my Mang seriously and asked. Of course, I brought the things. My Mang raised the things in his hand, and placed them on the table. Although he had been prepared, the rejection still stung a little. After learning about your situation from Brother Qin, I felt really bad. Now that there's a chance for you to return to your peak, I'm very happy for you. As for the other things, they're not that important in comparison. My Mang gave Su Qinghe a big smile. Others thrive with just one superpower, so it's unreasonable for her to not survive with 3. Besides, her own superpower can still be upgraded, making it much stronger than others. My Mang's confidence soared as she thought of her psychic abilities. If they're already this powerful at level 3, then further upgrades would surely be incredible. No wonder everyone in the apocalypse praised psychic abilities for being so impressive. I'm relieved when you say that. After all, I don't think I'll ever be reduced to trading my body for something. Thank you, Sister My Mang. Su Qinghe smiled at my Mang. Then I'll be leaving now, if nothing else. Before my Mang could finish, Su Qinghe interrupted her. Now that you've finished your story, it's my turn. Su Qinghe looked at my Mang and explained his family situation. My father was the president of the Academy of Agricultural Sciences, and he only had my mother. I also have a younger sister, and our family has always been good. Since I was little, I've longed to be single, like my parents. Especially because I used to be so strong, I could have given my partner a good life, but I just couldn't find the right person. When my younger sister grew up and married one man after another, and seeing their chaotic lives, I became even more determined. But life is like a drama. Overnight, I became a disabled person, and all my previous plans went to waste. Because I needed better food, even my daily needs depended on others. From the moment I became disabled, I gave up on the idea of starting a family. If I couldn't provide a good life for someone, why would I marry someone and have them suffer? Excuse me for interrupting, but do you have some misunderstanding about yourself? My Mang said weakly. Or rather, do you have some misunderstanding about the word disabled? In the entire safe zone, only those with special abilities are freaks, okay? Those without special abilities are normal people. You've simply become a normal person again, a very capable one at that. You can farm, and you farm better than anyone else. Doesn't that prove you're capable? Food is the most important thing for people. Not only do you feed yourself, you also provide delicious food for so many people. Without you, so many people would be lost. And yet, how dare you call yourself useless? Maimon glanced at Su Qinghe with a wry look. If he hadn't looked so serious, my Mang would have thought he was being sly. Ha! Su Qinghe smiled. This was the first time my Mang had seen him smile so happily. When he smiled, his eyes sparkled brightly. The corners of his mouth curved upward, forming a perfect arc, revealing a row of perfectly white, even teeth. He looked confident and warm. This smile radiated a captivating charm from his entire demeanor. Maimon was stunned for a moment. You're always like this. Everything seems trivial to you. You always find a different way to approach things, making even the most awful things seem much better. Su Qinghe smiled at my Mang. Not really. I'm just being honest. Maimon felt a little embarrassed by the compliment. She didn't seem that great. Do you know my current physical condition? Aside from farming, I can't do heavy physical work or any strenuous exercise. As for diet, it is best to focus on radiation-free foods. Of course, because reality does not allow it, low-radiation foods are now the main focus. It's fair to say, aside from my rather decent face, I have nothing else to offer. Su Chinghe said, looking at Mai Meng. Mai Meng's eyes sparkled as she stared at Su Chinghe. Was that what she was thinking? She had plenty of radiation-free food. After a winter together, I think you're my ideal partner. And I find your way of interacting acceptable. Of course, we'll work out the details later. If you don't mind me being useless, then will you allow me to join your little family? Su Chinghe smiled at Mai Meng, asking seriously. But didn't you reject me? Mai Meng looked at the potion. Su Chinghe cupped Mai Meng's cheeks with both hands. I hope we're together because you like me, and I like you, not because I'm selling my body for the potion. After all, I'm not ready to stoop that far. Mai Meng was still a little dazed. How could it suddenly become like this? Looking at Mai Meng's bewildered expression, Su Chinghe chuckled softly, giving her a deeper sense of reality. Her cheeks were cupped in his hands, and a warm touch touched her lips. Mai Meng had to pull her runaway soul back. This was real, not a dream. Unsatisfied with the lip-to-lip interaction, Mai Meng extended her delicate tongue and gently pried open Su Chinghe's pearly teeth. Su Chinghe seemed to have opened the door to a new world. The two of them chased each other, and before they knew it, they were lying on the big bed. After a long moment, they separated. Mai Meng pressed against Su Chinghe, looking at his slightly flushed face, and reached out to squeeze it. You don't seem to be able to do strenuous exercise, are you? She was panting, her brain a little deprived of oxygen, and her emotions were aroused. It's only my superpowers that are injured. What a normal man can do, I can do too. Su Ching and he counterattacked, their roles reversed. He gently kissed Mai Meng's forehead, nose, and cheeks, then whispered in her ear, even stronger. Chapter 156. Wang Haoran waited for a long time, but Mai Meng didn't return. He quietly left the room and checked everywhere. He wasn't on the first floor, nor on the second. So, the only place left was Su Chinghe's room. Wang Haoran dragged his heavy steps slowly towards the corner. The room was well soundproofed, so he couldn't hear anything, but he could faintly hear a woman's voice. Besides Sister Yin, the only other woman in the house was Mai Meng. The result was self-evident. Wang Haoran slowly turned around and returned to his room, as if he had never left. Looking at his sleeping son for a long time, Wang Haoran finally lay down on Mai Meng's large bed. One shouldn't be too greedy. Despite being busy all night, Su Chinghe's biological clock still woke him up early. He looked at the sleeping woman beside him, his lips curled up slightly. I hope our future will be as beautiful as our present. Looking at the magnificent undulations of Mai Meng's breasts, Su Chinghe got out of bed, found a breast pump, filled a bottle, and handed it to Wang Haoran. Sorry, I didn't tell you beforehand, Su Chinghe said. It wasn't that he didn't have time to greet Wang Haoran yesterday, but as a former powerhouse, he was a bit arrogant. Later, he thought carefully and decided that since he wanted to live a harmonious life, he shouldn't disrupt that harmonious atmosphere. So, he came to apologize early in the morning. It's okay. We're all family. I hope we can get along happily in the future. Wang Haoran smiled and took the bottle. I'll do my best. I've rarely interacted with people before, so if there's anything inappropriate, please let me know directly. Su Chinghe said. This was his true feelings. Both before and now, he hadn't had many people around him. It's fair to say, few people could enter his world. Aside from his childhood friend, Qin Yujing, most of the others were just trying to curry favor with him. After losing his supernatural powers, his circle of influence became even smaller. Even at the Academy of Agricultural Sciences, he was the one issuing orders. Okay, if I'm wrong, you can point it out directly. Wang Haoran smiled. Everyone here was more capable than him. He knew they respected him out of respect for Mai Meng and genuinely wanted to live together. Wang Haoran was naturally pleased with this situation. The more capable people around Mai Meng, the safer she was, and the better their lives would be. Returning to the room, seeing Mai Meng still asleep, Su Chinghe kissed her forehead, picked up the high-level supernatural healing potion on the table, and left. I'm going out for a while. When Mai Meng wakes up, please tell her I'm going to get the medicine. Su Chinghe said, walking over to Wang Haoran. Okay, are you feeling unwell? Wang Haoran looked at Su Chinghe, he looked well. No, it's a special medicine. If there's good news, I'll let you know later. Su Chinghe smiled sincerely. Although he knew the chances were slim, he still hoped for a miracle. Well, I wish you success. Wang Haoran said. Thanks for your good wishes. I'm leaving now. I'm not sure when I'll be back. Don't wait for me to eat. Su Chinghe turned and walked out of the villa. He was going back to the Su family. After taking the medicine, his body would excrete toxins, and he would experience excruciating pain. The Su family had many valuable herbs readily available, and he could go back and make a pot of medicinal soup. Soaking the medicine in it would not only improve absorption, but also alleviate physical pain. Maimong slept until noon again, and when she woke, her physical strength had returned to peak. She remembered the system notification from yesterday, looked at her rewards, and said to the system, "Bye-bye, could you give me a heating skill next time?" And things like earthen kangs, fire walls, and floor heating, the most primitive heating methods. She thought about how difficult winter would be if she built a house in the future without heating or radiators. "No problem, I'll assign you the next task." Bye-bye readily agreed. "Thank you, Bye-bye, you're so kind," Maimong said happily, truly a responsive commander. She glanced at the new additions to the warehouse. She did what he loved with him, and upon completing the task, she was rewarded with 40 kilograms of various beans. She also gained the protagonist's wood-related abilities, and a hidden earth-related ability. 300 kilograms of rice, 300 kilograms of self-raising flour, 300 kilograms of black flour, 30 fried chickens, 30 kilograms of cotton, 30 pieces of cotton cloth, 3 kilograms of various seasonings each, 30 sets of toiletries, 30 kinds of fruit, 10 kilograms each, 30 kilograms of dried meat, 30 kilograms of dried fruit, 10 bottles of soil purifier, 1 bottle diluted to purify 1 acre of land, 1 solar RV. Wow, what a thoughtful leader. Knowing I was about to go on a long journey, he even sent me a solar RV. Hey, Bye-bye, are you the worm in my stomach? You even know what I'm doing. Hey, I'm not one of those lower animals. Besides, humans don't have worms in their stomachs anymore. Also, I don't have the time to listen to your thoughts. My rewards are usually centered around food, clothing, shelter, and transportation. You already have food and drink, so I can only give you a car. Chapter 157. The rewards for having children aren't just necessities, right? I see a lot of goodies. Maimong asked doubtfully. I'm a child-bearing system. The rewards for having children must be the most generous. The system said proudly. Bye-bye, will I get such generous rewards every time I have children in the future? Maimong asked the system curiously. Host, don't be like those bad women. It's not good to be too fickle. Having too many children is bad for your health. 1 or 2 are enough to inherit the throne. Of course, the rewards will only get more generous with each child. The system said tearfully. Don't you think your system gets stronger with each child? The more you have, the better your health will be. How can it be harmful? Maimong asked doubtfully. Although yes, but wouldn't having so many children be annoying? They're chattering in your ear all day long. Let me tell you, 9 out of 10 children are bad, and the remaining 1 is someone else's. If you have a bad child when you're young, he'll become a prodigal when he grows up. Look at that Xie guy, how annoying he is. He must have been annoying when he was young too. The more children you have, the greater the base number, the greater the chance of having bad children, and the greater the chance of them becoming prodigals when they grow up. As for the host I told you about last time who loved having children, her 8th child was a slacker. He smoked, drank, and beat his wife. Oh, I just said it, he doesn't have a wife. But he smokes the best cigarettes, drinks the best liquor, and doesn't have a stable job. Listen, how sad. The system advised earnestly. No, didn't you say all her children would be promising? How come there's a prodigal? Maimong asked. Oh yes, because he became a master of wine connoisseurship through his drinking, and then he invented harmless e-cigarettes through his smoking. But, oh, he's a bachelor. That host was the one who worried the most about him. A man in his 70s or 80s, his hair turning gray with worry, all because of this troublesome son. You think it would be much easier if she had fewer children? Don't you think it would be better if she had fewer children? Don't you think it's better to raise a child for 100 years than to worry about him for 90? Don't make yourself unhappy. The system continued. A bachelor? That's really worrying. How can one not marry? More children, more blessings, right? Wait, Maimong said angrily. Nonsense. What's wrong with not getting married? I once had a host who was a stickler for marriage. She later founded a company and made it straight into the Fortune 500. In her old age, she was surrounded by a host of servants, much happier than those with children and grandchildren. Because she made a will, leaving all her property to the state after her death, the state always hired people to take care of her. With the state involved, no one dared to neglect her. It wasn't until we unlinked her before she died that she remembered she had a system. The system disagreed. What's wrong with not getting married? It's so much better. As soon as you link it, it goes dormant. It's like paid leave. Since you can live well without getting married, what's your host to worry about? Maimong suppressed a laugh, finding this system quite amusing. You mean you want to be like her? Oh, my life is so miserable. Why do I have a host who loves having children? The system let out a deafening cry. Ha ha ha. Okay, I won't tease you anymore. I'm not really that keen on having children. Let nature take its course. One baby per person is always a good idea. Maimon burst into laughter. One per person, no more please. The system asked incredulously. Do you have any contraceptives? Maimon asked. I'm a childbearing system. How could I have those? But can't you project your mental power externally? You could make yourself an invisible condom. Encase the sperm and kill them all, and you'll have perfect contraception. The system offered Maimon a suggestion. Maimon pondered the system's suggestion and decided it wasn't a bad idea. Are you awake? If you are, come down for dinner. A knock on the door interrupted Maimang's thoughts. Wang Haoran's gentle voice echoed outside. Awake, I'll be right there. Maimang replied, quickly washed up, and went downstairs. Wow, such a sumptuous lunch. Maimang looked at the chicken soup, steamed fish, steamed meat patties, steamed eggs, stir-fried vegetables, and finally, red bean porridge on the table. That's what Mr. Su ordered yesterday, Sister Yin said. Hey, where's he? Maimang looked around but didn't see Su Qinghe. He went out this morning. I told you he went to get his medication, Wang Haoran replied. Oh! Maimang nodded in understanding. Getting his medication is good. That way, he'll have another psychic by his side. Maimang smiled, as he looked at the extra dirt and branches surrounding his glass ball. If I sleep with a few more people, won't I become a psychic with all abilities? Ha ha ha. He's taking medicine. Why are you so happy? Wang Haoran looked at Maimang in confusion and asked. Taking medicine to cure the disease, and being cured is worth celebrating. Maimang smiled, and picked up a piece of meat pie for Wang Haoran. Eat it. I have something to tell you afterward. Remembering what he wanted to tell Wang Haoran, Maimang guiltily helped him pick up food and serve soup, being incredibly attentive. Wang Haoran probably guessed what Maimang was going to say, and silently ate the food Maimang had picked up. Well, actually, I should have told you first, but things weren't finalized yet. And I thought it was hopeless, but it suddenly worked out. So now it feels like I acted first and asked for your permission later. After lunch, Maimang and Wang Haoran sat in the living room and spoke to him. Just yesterday, Brother Su and I suddenly got together. I wasn't hiding it from you, but after what I said yesterday, and he considered it that way, I thought there was no hope. Then, this and that, we got together again. That's how it is. Don't be mad at me. Maimang said coquettishly, hugging Wang Haoran's arm. I know I'm not mad. Brother Su came to apologize to me early this morning. Actually, I'm happy that you have more people around to protect you. You'll be safer when you go out in the future. But do you think I'm useless? After all, they're all such wonderful people. Wang Haoran shook Maimang's hand and asked unsurely. Why do you think that? You're both capable of both housework and family life. You can protect me outside and cook delicious food for me at home. You'll never find another man as wonderful as you, even with a lantern. I must have saved the galaxy in my past life to be surrounded by so many wonderful people in this life. Maimang gestured excitedly. Wang Haoran felt warm at the sight. This was the person he loved. How wonderful, how charming. Chapter 158. Su Qinghe hadn't returned by evening, and Maimang was a little worried. She sent Su Qinghe several messages, but none of them received a reply. Out of trust in the system, Maimang went back to sleep peacefully. Since she had stood up Wang Haoran the previous day, Maimang went to sleep with him today as compensation. Knowing Maimang was distracted, the two of them didn't do anything. Wang Haoran placed Little Dumpling between them to distract Maimang. The well-fed little dumpling played with Maimang for a long time. As expected, the well-behaved and adorable little dumpling brought Maimang much joy, temporarily allaying her worries. Progress wasn't going smoothly on Qin Yujing's side either. This time, not only was the young lunatic involved, but the older members of the Xia family were also involved. One used intimidation, the other bribed, and both threatened the team members' lives, making them all very stubborn, making investigation particularly difficult. Despite this, several traitors were still identified. Qin Yujing felt exhausted. Although they were also victims, it was that lunatic from the Xia family. They could only say tough luck. But he didn't relent. He not only wanted to punish, but also to double the punishment and publicly punish him. Let everyone see what the fate of a betrayer is like. Wouldn't that be better than falling into the hands of lunatic Xia? The next morning, Maimang opened his bracelet and saw Su Qinghe's message. It's okay, don't worry. I'll be back later. Although it was just a short sentence, it made my Mang feel at ease. It's better to be safe than sorry. As long as nothing happens, it's good. But when he said that, did he really recover his powers? Maimong couldn't figure it out, so he simply stopped thinking about it. It wasn't raining today, so the two of them took Grandma Wang and little Tuanzi for a walk around the villa. Thanks to the good food and comfortable accommodations this winter, Grandma Wang's cold legs had become much less frequent. She used to be unable to get out of bed during the rainy season, but now she could go for a walk every day. What surprised Maimong was the heating bulb. At first, Maimong thought it was for winter, but the villa had heating on all winter. So it was for the rainy season. Lighting up a heating bulb not only warmed the room, but it also didn't feel damp. It was amazing. Stock up, stock up, stock up, bold and enlarge it on my must-buy list. Su Qinghe didn't return until the afternoon. Ding, mission target found. Send him a loving gift. Complete the mission, and you'll receive the full heating skill. The system sounded. Hurry up and change. It's raining, why don't you have an umbrella? My Mang and Su Qinghe were chatting in the living room when they saw them, drenched in the rain. It rained on the way, so I didn't have time. Because he was so happy and wanted to get back to see her quickly, he had forgotten to bring an umbrella. Who could have predicted that the beautiful weather would suddenly turn into a downpour? Go upstairs and take a shower and change clothes. Be careful not to catch a cold. My Mang came over with a dry towel. He saw Su Qinghe, completely soaked. There was no need to wipe him down. He could just take a shower and change clothes. Come up and help blow dry my hair, Su Qinghe asked. My Mang instinctively glanced at Wang Haoran. Wang Haoran, little Tuanzi is sleepy. I'll take her to her room to sleep. You two can chat. With that, he carried the little girl upstairs. Come on, let's hurry up. I might catch a cold. Su Qinghe took my Mang's hand and followed Wang Haoran upstairs. After the door closed, Wang Haoran suppressed his frustration, telling himself that things were fine as they were. Soon, convinced by himself, he carefully placed the little girl in her own little bed. The little girl was indeed sleepy, but there were beds upstairs and downstairs. In the other room, Su Qinghe was rushed to the bathroom upon entering. A shower of hot water warmed his chilled body. Sister My Mang, I forgot my towel. Please get it for me. Su Qinghe's voice echoed from the bathroom. Because the bathroom door was closed, the sound was muffled. Where is it? My Mang asked. In the closet, check. Su Qinghe replied. My Mang opened Su Qinghe's closet. It was filled with light-colored clothes that looked difficult to wash. The clothes, neatly arranged, were a delight to the eyes. Soon, my Mang spotted a sky-blue towel. Is it the light blue one? A very light blue? My Mang asked. Yes, Su Qinghe replied. My Mang walked to the bathroom door and knocked. No one answered. Knocking again, only the rustling of water. I'm at the door. Can you open it? My Mang called softly. Still no sound. She gently opened the bathroom door and saw a smiling Su Qinghe. Why aren't you here? Before she could finish her sentence, Su Qinghe pulled her into the bathroom. A fierce kiss came crashing down on my Mang, lifting her up and shoving her against the wall. My Mang wrapped her arms around his neck and her legs around Su Qinghe's waist. Naked people are a bit slippery, making them difficult to cling to. Thankfully, Su Qinghe held my Mang's hips, preventing her from slipping. Su Qinghe's kiss was a bit aggressive, completely different from the gentle, teasing man from yesterday. It seemed as if he wanted to devour her with every bite. As her back pressed against the slippery wall, my Mang realized with a start that her clothes had been undone and were now dangling precariously from her body. The two of them moved to the bathtub. With a splash, the water overflowed, kissing. My Mang felt like her waist was about to break. Had this guy taken stimulants? Why was he so passionate? As if to punish her for her inattention, Su Qinghe gently. I can't do it anymore. I need to rest, my Mang said hoarsely. She wasn't the one exercising, so why was she so exhausted? Let's go out after we shower, Su Qinghe whispered. If I shower any longer, my skin will rub off. No, I want to get out now, my Mang objected. Okay then. Su Qinghe stepped out of the tub with long legs, still carrying a my Mang. Ah! No. Every step felt like, that won't work. I'm always by your side. How can I let you get out of here yourself? Besides, the conditions don't allow it. Su Qinghe reached out, pulled out a large bath towel, and, step by step, he steadily walked out. Chapter 159. I haven't seen you all night. Did you miss me? Su Qinghe kissed my Mang tenderly, as if the fierce man just now wasn't him. No, I don't, my Meng replied. I don't. That would really hurt me. Ear and cheek. Perhaps because he was well fed, Su Chinghe was now particularly patient. He showered my Meng with delicate kisses on her face and body. But his slow movements made my Meng even more uncomfortable, and she punched Su Chinghe. Brother Su, hurry up. I'm sleepy. I'm not good at speed, Su Chinghe replied. But it's my fault for making you sleepy. I didn't expect my charm to have diminished. Being around you would actually make you sleepy. Then, my Meng felt something entangled in his hands and feet. Brother Su, have your powers returned? My Meng exclaimed in surprise. Yes, no one knew. I just wanted to share it with you right away. Su Chinghe's voice was brimming with excitement. Who knew how thrilled he'd been when he learned his powers had returned? Now, he wanted nothing more than to share his excitement with my Meng. Perhaps because he, too, had acquired wood-related powers, my Meng didn't feel any discomfort or aversion towards the branches. Instead, he felt a certain familiarity. My Meng skipped dinner and slept through the next morning. In the morning, after a hearty breakfast, Su Chinghe asked my Meng, now that it's not raining, do you want to go out for a walk? Can you? My Meng asked pleasantly. She had been in the safe zone all that time, but she'd never been out for a walk. No, it should be said that in all the time she'd been here, besides just trying to survive, she hadn't had a chance to go shopping. Of course, I can protect you now. Su Chinghe smiled confidently. My Meng then realized that the usually humble man was actually quite arrogant underneath. It was just that the loss of his supernatural powers had taken away his pride as well. My Meng felt that Su Chinghe was now even more genuine and charming than before. I won't go. Little Dumpling needs to sleep. I'll stay home to watch over him, Wang Haoran said from the side. In the end, only Su Chinghe and my Meng were out. My Meng ran upstairs and opened her closet, only to find, ugh, she had no nice clothes, not even jewelry. When she came here, she was pregnant, so her clothes were all baggy. Then, after giving birth and confinement, she had to deal with the postpartum period. There really weren't many occasions that required fancy clothes. Helplessly, my Meng put on some casual clothes and went downstairs. Even the loose-fitting clothes couldn't hide her impressive bust and slender waist. Her face was bare of makeup, her skin as delicate as porcelain, smooth and translucent. Her lips were naturally rosy, the corners of her mouth slightly upturned, always giving off a sense of vitality and hope. Her long, straight legs happily bounded from the second floor to the next. Her beauty lay not only in her outward appearance, but also in her inherent confidence and charm. She was a woman full of energy and sunshine, a ray of light in this gloomy world. I'm ready. Let's go! My Meng said happily, taking Su Chinghe's hand. The two of them went to the basement garage and drove out. Let's go straight to the department store. When the weather improves, I can take you to the shopping street. It's raining now, and many parts of the shopping street will be soaked. Su Chinghe asked. He rarely went shopping, and this was the first time he'd taken a girl out. His clothes were all custom-made and delivered to his door. All right. My Meng readily agreed. Everything around her was new to her. The inside of the safe zone felt like a pre-apocalyptic city. No wonder everyone was scrambling to get in. Inside, it felt like a peaceful era. Outside the safe zone, the pressure of survival was palpable. Forget entertainment. Even daily necessities were limited. And now, along the way, my Meng saw several clothing stores, tea houses, billiards clubs, karaoke bars, and more. Perhaps because of the rain, there were fewer pedestrians, only a few cars passing by. The two drove directly into the department store's underground parking lot. Take the elevator to the 6th floor. This department store was the largest in the safe zone. It had 8 floors, integrating food, entertainment, and clothing, with accommodations on the top floor. The 6th floor was the women's clothing section. A dazzling array of clothing lay before my Meng, and she happily dragged Su Chinghe around to look. No woman can resist new clothes. If so, it only proves there isn't enough variety. Cute, sexy, casual, ladylike, professional, and even a plethora of quirky and cute designs. As long as my Meng took a second look, Su Chinghe would buy. After buying, there was no need to carry the items yourself. They could simply have them delivered to the villa area, where someone would pick them up. After browsing the women's clothing section, Su Chinghe took my Meng to the lingerie and nightwear section. They bought a wide variety of pajamas and underwear. Enough. I can't wear them all. My Meng grabbed Su Chinghe's hand and pulled him out of the store. The clothes he picked out were getting more and more outrageous. Whose pajamas were one-piece? Not only were they one-piece, but they had crotches. Or they were just a few thin pieces of fabric or a few strings. What's more, these pajamas were no cheaper than the clothes she bought. Don't worry, these clothes wear out quickly. Su Chingha leaned over to Mai Meng and whispered in her ear. Hearing this, Mai Meng punched him twice. After buying clothes, it was time to buy shoes. Looking at the dazzling array of high heels and small leather shoes, Mai Meng felt as if she were in another world. Is this something from today? Buy it. You can wear it around the house. Su Chingha helped Mai Meng pick out several pairs of beautiful high heels and several pairs of nice small leather shoes. Finally, they bought a lot of sneakers and other items. The key is to treat everyone equally. Mai Meng isn't particularly particular about high heels, but the sparkling heels in her cupboard are so beautiful they're simply irresistible. Even if she doesn't wear them, just looking at them makes her feel better. Next, there are hats, bags, and other accessories. Besides the pretty items, Mai Meng also bought several backpacks, commonly known as dad bags. They can hold the children's belongings, so they can carry them when they go out. Mai Meng thought happily. Thinking of her little Tuanzi, she went to the baby products store again, doing another round of shopping. She already has baby products at home, and as for clothes, she has cotton fabric at home, which is definitely purer than what she buys outside and feels safer. As for food, her baby is only a little over a month old, so she can't afford all those snacks. So, Mai Meng picked out some small toys or things she found novel. While shopping, she ended up with a few snacks. That's okay, she can save them for when he's older. Chapter 160. No, I'm tired and hungry. I need to go eat something delicious. Mai Meng clung to Su Chingha's body, completely unrefined. It had been ages since she enjoyed such a brisk shopping trip. Happy, but also tiring, Mai Meng felt as exhausted as she had been fighting the mutant beasts. I'll take you to eat something delicious. The two had already agreed not to go back for lunch. Su Chingha led Mai Meng straight into a Western restaurant. Clear music, beautiful surroundings, well-dressed patrons, smiling waiters. Nothing here had anything to do with words, like Wasteland or Apocalypse. The waiter led them to a private room, and soon, the dishes were served. I haven't ordered yet. Why are they already here? Mai Meng was still wondering why the other party hadn't brought him a menu. Even though I know what you like, I'll still order a portion of their signature dishes. Eat more of what you like, and leave out what you don't. Su Chingha said from the side. Although I didn't see the menu, I could tell from the deliciousness of the dishes that this meal wasn't cheap. Mai Meng walked out with a slightly full stomach. To avoid waste, the two of them finished everything. Luckily, the portions here are small, otherwise, the two of them wouldn't be able to finish dozens of portions. After browsing women's and children's clothing in the morning, Mai Meng planned to go men's clothing in the afternoon to buy gifts for the men in the family. Since Wang Haoran, like Mai Meng, didn't have many clothes, Mai Meng bought most of the things for him. The men's section not only had clothes, but also watches, necklaces, belts, cufflinks, and more, everything you need. Mai Meng didn't buy anything impractical, only selecting a wide variety of clothes and shoes. Thinking of their great figures, it would be absurd not to wear professional attire. So he bought them a number of uniforms for different professions. Sister Mai Meng, if you keep going like this, I'm going to get jealous. Why does everyone in the family have everything? Even Qin Yujing has a belt, but I'm the only one with nothing? Su Chingha looked at Mai Meng with a look of resentment. But aren't all your things custom-made? You seem to have everything. Mai Meng looked at him, puzzled. Qin Yujing's clothes are custom-made too, so he just needs that belt? Su Chingha asked back. It seems so. Well, forget it. I won't give it to him. Mai Meng pretended not to understand Su Chingha's words, and said deliberately. Su Chingha put his arm around Mai Meng's waist, preventing her from leaving. Ha ha, stingy guy, I just think nothing here is good enough for you, but I actually have a gift for you. Close your eyes. Mai Meng laughed heartily at Su Chingha's expression. I thought she was a flower from a high mountain, but I didn't expect she could turn into a puppy in an instant. Su Chingha obediently closed his eyes, and Mai Meng pulled a box from his pocket. Okay, open your eyes. Mai Meng held the box up to Su Chingha. Inside was a royal blue earring. I don't have many star coins, but I spent all my money to buy this for you. Do you like it? With that, Mai Meng took out the earring and put it on Su Chingha. Mai Meng had discovered by accident that Su Chingha's right ear was pierced. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission. Reward, heating skill. Mai Meng quickly ignored the new knowledge that suddenly popped up in his head. Su Chingha bent slightly, letting Mai Meng help him put on his earrings. He had gotten them pierced in his youth, but he hadn't worn anything in a long time. It's really beautiful. Do you like my gift? My Meng admired it for a moment, then praised it. Look, all these things are from you, so they're considered gifts from you. Only this is mine. My Meng stood on tiptoe and pinched Su Qinghe's cheek. Speaking of which, although my Meng had no worries about food and clothing, she really didn't have many star coins. She only had a few thousand star coins she saved, and she spent them all on a single earring. Yes, you read that correctly. Prices were ridiculous. A few thousand star coins would have been enough for someone in the slums to live on for over a decade, but here, it was just the price of a single earring. Of course, there were more expensive or cheaper options. My Meng just thought this one was perfect for Su Qinghe. When did you buy it? How come I didn't know? Su Qinghe touched the earrings on his ears, feeling a warm sensation in his heart. Hey, just now when I lied to you and said I was going to the bathroom. My Meng hugged Su Qinghe's arm. We've almost finished shopping. Let's go back. As soon as my Meng finished speaking, she felt a murderous aura rushing towards her. Then, Su Qinghe grabbed her and moved her away. A half-human high-earth spike suddenly rose from thin air. If my Meng hadn't moved away, she would have been pierced by it. Looking to the right, they saw the madman from the Xie family charging towards them. Su Qinghe was about to step forward when my Meng pulled her back. Enemies often cross paths, and she was worried she'd never get the chance to deal with him. Who are you? The young master of the Xie family, accompanied by 6 bodyguards, stood before the two of them, angrily demanding. My Meng cast a subtle glance at him. It seemed he hadn't been having a good time lately. Not only was his arm missing, but his former arrogance had vanished, leaving my Meng with only a furious lunatic. Honey, who is this? I'm a little scared. My Meng feigned fear and threw herself into Su Qinghe's arms. Su Qinghe, happy to play along, patted my Meng on the back and soothed, Don't be afraid. It's just someone we don't know. Let's just go home. With that, he pretended he hadn't seen the murderous figure before him, hugged my Meng, and prepared to leave. I say, who is she? The lunatic from the Xie family had his men surround the two of them, and he stared at Su Qinghe, gnashing his teeth as he asked, Didn't you see my little wife is terrified? Get out of the way. Animals should play with animals. Running around all the time isn't a good sign, and will get you beaten to death. Su Qinghe glared at him with disgust, speaking word for word. Aren't you afraid I'll tell Qin Yujing if you do this? The lunatic from the Xie family thought he had something on him, and said with a hint of smugness, As long as you come with me, I can ignore what happened today. As for the one in your arms, I can also let her go. Honey, is he talking about Brother Qin? Is Brother Qin coming back? Then let's go back quickly. I'm going to cook him a table full of his favorite dishes. I've also prepared a gift for Brother Qin. I'm sure he'll like it. My Meng looked up at Su Qinghe and spoke innocently. Out of sight of everyone, she winked at Su Qinghe. Su Qinghe rarely saw my Meng so playful, so he continued to play along. He also wanted to see what she was up to. Chapter 161. If you say that, I'll be jealous. I only think about making delicious food for your brother Qin. Why don't you make it for me? Su Qinghe pinched my Meng's cheek and said, Go ahead. But I'm still a little tired. I'll make you something delicious in a few days. My Meng acted coquettishly in Su Qinghe's arms. Watching the two of them acting as if they were oblivious to her coquettish behavior, the Xie family's young master, with red eyes, used his supernatural power on them. Isn't it just a disabled woman? He'll deny it then. He just couldn't believe it. Would their family go to war over a woman? My Meng felt a mysterious force restraining her. Soon, she saw Su Qinghe break free. My Meng secretly pinched him, telling him to calm down. The Xie family's young master had no idea that his proud supernatural power had already been broken by the two of them. Aren't you quite arrogant? Keep going. Keep talking. Why are you silent? The madman from the Xie family took a triumphant step forward, barking in front of them. What do you think I would do to such a beautiful woman if I captured her? The young master of the Xie family gave Su Qinghe a malicious smile. Just as he was about to issue an order to his men, he realized he couldn't move. He looked around in terror, completely unaware of who was behind the action. Then, he uncontrollably fell to his knees, a thud that frightened my Meng so much that he grabbed Su Qinghe and took 2 steps back. Dad, I was wrong. I'm a beast, not a human. I don't do human things. I won't do it again. As he spoke, he slapped himself in the face with his remaining hand. Pia, pia, pia. He hit himself with every word, and the onlookers watched in pain. Honey, this man is sick. Let's go back. I don't want a son like that. See, he's still a cripple. My Meng seemed frightened, grabbing Su Qinghe and trying to leave. The bodyguards were also stunned by this. They wanted to stop them, but seeing their master still sincerely apologizing, they hesitated until my Meng and the other man had already walked away. Once they were completely out of sight, the young master of the Xie family realized the power he had exerted on him had vanished. He collapsed to the ground helplessly. Who was it? Who was helping them? What kind of supernatural power was this? Then, the rage of being mocked rose again. Who was that woman? He wanted her dead. Master, do you need help? A bodyguard asked cautiously. Lying on the ground in public was a bit unsightly. Are you blind? Hurry up and help me up, take me home. The Xie family's young master kicked the man down and roared at the others. The other bodyguards scrambled to help the man up. It's been so hard to serve this boss these days. He's constantly changing his mind. For example, they couldn't understand his kneeling down to admit his mistake, and lying on the ground. In short, it was all very confusing. But the other party was the employer, so those of us who were getting paid could only watch from the sidelines. The two of them took the elevator down to the underground parking lot. My Meng threw himself into Su Qing's arms, laughing so hard that he couldn't stand up straight. Ha ha ha. Did you see him just now? It was hilarious. It was a shame. It was difficult to take action due to the crowd, so the other party had to embarrass themselves. Did you do that just now? Su Qing asked confidently. He was even more curious about the young woman before him. What kind of supernatural power could she have? She could even control other people's actions. Yes. My Meng gave him a playful smile. Let's go back quickly. I've been out all day, and I'm getting a little homesick. The two drove home happily. On the street, it was pouring rain again. My Meng was no stranger to rainstorms. He thought back to a year ago, when he had to go out to find food in such a downpour, and now he could sit in his car and happily stroll around. Time flies. Those difficult days seem like ages ago. What's wrong? Su Qing has sensed the mood of the person next to him suddenly darken. It's nothing. I just feel like time has flown by so quickly. A year has already passed, and in the blink of an eye, I already have a child, my Meng sighed. What? Next, aren't you going to say you're old? I guarantee that if you go out and say that, you'll be mobbed by women all over the world. After all, there's no one more beautiful than you, both inside and out. Su Qing has smiled and looked at my Meng. Brother Su, I didn't expect you to be so good at talking. My Meng rested his chin on his hand and looked at Su Qing. I'm not good at talking because I only tell the truth, and the truth is the most unpleasant thing. Su Qing replied. Ha ha, but why do I find your truth so beautiful? My Meng laughed. If you like it, I'll talk more tonight. Su Qing winked at my Meng. My Meng rubbed his arms, indicating he couldn't stand it. Su Qing's interruption dispelled my Meng's melancholy. People should live in the present, not dwell on the past. When they got home, the groceries hadn't arrived yet, so Wang Haoran assumed they were just out for a stroll and hadn't bought anything. Then he noticed the shiny earrings on Su Qing's ears. Wang Haoran felt a pang of pain in his heart, but he had to try to maintain a composed and polite appearance. I've asked Sister Yin to prepare your favorite spicy hot pot tonight, but it won't be spicy or numbing, Wang Haoran said to my Meng with a smile. My Meng was about to happily pounce on Wang Haoran and reward him with a big kiss after hearing the first half of his sentence. But the second half made him feel as cold as if he had been doused in a bucket of cold water in the middle of winter. If there's no spicy hot pot, how can it still be called spicy hot pot? My Meng muttered softly. I didn't dare eat anything too strong during pregnancy, and I ate even more lightly in the 2 months before giving birth. Then I ate confinement meals for another month, and now, during breastfeeding, light meals again. My Meng felt like her taste buds were failing. It wasn't that the nutritious meals weren't tasty, but she needed the spicy kick. In that case, I'll let Sister Yin prepare your nutritious meal. Take the hot pot away, and we'll eat later. Wang Haoran made a move to go into the kitchen. My Meng quickly stepped forward, hugged his arm and said, No. We can't waste food. Since it's ready, I'll eat it. How about we wean little Tuanxiao formula? He's doing well with it anyway. That way, you can have whatever you want. Wang Haoran said to my Meng. Maimong hesitated for a moment and said, Let's feed it a little longer. I'm not really that greedy. After all, the baby is only a month old. Let's feed him for at least 3 months. By then, I'll definitely have a spicy hot pot. Chapter 162. After dinner, the team members delivered their spoils of the day. My Meng happily began unpacking. She stuffed everything she owned into the washing machine. Qin Yujing only had one belt, while Xia Chunfeng had a casual outfit, a flight attendant outfit, And a valet outfit. My Mang couldn't imagine what Xia Chengfeng would look like in the valet outfit, so she bought them for him, hoping he'd try them out. The rest were all Wang Haoran's. Mostly everyday wear, but there were also some nice-looking suits, more than a dozen in total. These were all long-sleeved, and my Mang decided to buy short-sleeved ones later. She carried Wang Haoran's clothes into his room. He was just about to put the little girl to bed. My Mang walked in quietly, and laid out the clothes one by one. When Wang Haoran came over, my Mang whispered happily, "Do you like them? I picked these for you today. I like them. They're all beautiful." Wang Haoran looked at the expensive-looking outfits. His current life was beyond his wildest dreams. "As long as you like them, wash them, and wear them once they're dry. You're so pretty, you should wear nice clothes. I bought 2 sets for Grandma, too. I'll give them to her." Wang Haoran grabbed my Mang's hand, stopping her in her tracks. "What?" Turning around, her red lips were silenced. The package in her hand was set aside. Wang Haoran hugged my Mang tightly. He felt his current life was too unreal. He was a little afraid it was all a dream. Wang Haoran's kiss was eager yet gentle. He asked softly, "Is it okay?" "I haven't showered yet," my Mang whispered. "We've been out all day and sweating. Let me help you." Wang Haoran pulled her into his arms, showering her with gentle kisses. They headed for the bathroom. Clothes fell one by one, and by the time they reached the bathroom, they were already naked. Wang Haoran turned on the shower, carefully pulled my Mang's hair back, and then lathered her up and washed her thoroughly from head to toe. My Mang, not to be outdone, ran his hands over Wang Haoran's body. With the shower gel, both of them felt slippery. My Mang gasped for air as well. The shower had washed my Mang from top to bottom, rinsing away the bubbles. Water droplets fell from her flawless white skin, making it even more alluring. It was tempting to touch her, to feel her smoothness and moistness. Wrapping her in a towel, they climbed onto the bed. His broad chest pressed the petite figure beneath him. Lips and teeth intertwined. Wang Haoran's kisses were always so gentle, while my Mang's movements towards him were like those of a porcelain doll, afraid to break it. "Brother Haoran." "Yes." "Brother Haoran." "Yes." "Brother Haoran." "I'm here." My Mang's cries reached Wang Haoran's heart, slowly calming him. As long as my Mang had him in her heart, that was enough. Tender, tender, my Mang's pupils trembled. He hadn't expected Brother Haoran to. My Mang's mind went blank. His hands unconsciously grasped Wang Haoran's hair. His eyes were hazy, misty. If there were a third person present, they would surely notice that my Mang looked even more desirable at this moment. After a passionate lovemaking session, Wang Haoran kissed my Mang's neck and whispered, "Everything about you is, yes." My Mang felt a warmth welling up inside her. How could she possibly deserve this? Ah! What followed was a moment of pure, ecstatic pleasure. My Mang felt deeply satisfied, not only physically but also spiritually. They say women are sentimental creatures? My Mang felt that only sex with love could be considered sex. Over and over again, Wang Haoran seemed intent on erasing every mark on my Mang that didn't belong to him. Faced with such gentleness, my Mang couldn't bring herself to refuse, and could only endure, again and again. Although she was also enjoying it, too much and for too long wasn't enjoyable anymore. "Brother Haoran, let's go to bed." My Mang hugged Wang Haoran tightly, and the two of them reached their climax together. "Okay." Wang Haoran kissed my Mang's chin. Then he carried my Mang into the bathroom and carefully washed her. My Mang enjoyed the attentive service, feeling delighted. After cleaning herself, my Mang snuggled into Wang Haoran's arms. "Wait a minute." Wang Haoran brought the little girl over and, after a hearty meal, placed her back in her crib. Looking back, he found my Mang already asleep. He went over to tuck her clothes in, pulled her into his arms, and fell into a deep sleep, holding her. Wang Haoran opened his eyes bright and early. He changed the little girl's diaper before she could even whimper, and brought her to my Mang to feed her. Looking at the two in his arms, Wang Haoran smiled happily. A luxurious residence, no worries about food and clothing, and a wife and child in his arms. He had never dared to dream of a life like this before, and now? This was his life. All of this was brought to him by Maimong. So what was there to be dissatisfied about? With his own abilities, even if he worked hard for several lifetimes, he might never achieve a life like this. Wang Haoran gently stroked Maimang's hair, and placed a gentle kiss on her forehead. "Thank you," he whispered. The words "I love you" lingered in his mouth for a while, but he never uttered them. After the little girl had eaten her fill, her father allowed her to lie down beside her mother for a while. Wang Haoran was enjoying this warm moment. Both the big and the small fell asleep in his arms. The little girl seemed to have smelled her mother's scent, and her tiny hands clutched Mei Meng's robe, unwilling to let go even after she was full. The three of them took another nap. Wang Haoran woke up, gave the little girl a good meal, and then took her downstairs. Seeing Mei Meng sleeping so peacefully, he decided not to wake her for the time being. Wang Haoran had barely left when Mei Meng woke up. It felt so good to wake up naturally. The relaxed feeling after waking naturally was even better. Mei Meng stretched, facing the morning sun. It's not morning, thank you. Ah, you sound like there's a sunrise. I can't bear rainy days, sob. After washing up, he opened the door to see what his family was doing. As soon as he stepped outside, Su Qinghe pulled him into his room. Because Mei Meng's room was next to Wang Haoran's, it only took a few steps to get in. You scared me to death. I thought there was a burglar so early in the morning. Mei Meng was so angry that he punched him several times. Are you guilty? Su Qinghe pressed him against the wall and asked. Found the mission target, hold hands, and get a reward of 40 kilograms of beef and mutton each. The system's voice quietly rang out. Chapter 163. I'm not a thief, you're the thief. Mei Meng kicked Su Qinghe, angrily saying. Yes, you're not a thief, you're a thief. Give me my heart back. Su Qinghe grabbed Mei Meng's hands, raised them above his head, and kissed her. Mei Meng refused to let him succeed, shutting his mouth. Su Qinghe then lingered around, biting. Mei Meng bit his lips directly. What madness was going on so early in the morning? Su Qinghe, ignoring his own lips still between Mei Meng's teeth, bit Mei Meng back. You're born in the year of the dog. Mei Meng cursed. It wasn't painful, just a little numb, but that didn't stop Mei Meng from cursing. Taking advantage of her pause, Su Qinghe achieved his goal, diligently provoking every nerve in Mei Meng. After 2 days of spending time together, Su Qinghe had a good idea of Mei Meng's weak spots, and knew how to break her down. Su Qinghe placed Mei Meng's hands on his shoulders, pressing her against the wall. He slipped his hands under her clothes. Mei Meng's hair stood on end at the chill of his hands. She wanted to ask him why they were so cold, but her mouth was full of empty air. He lifted Mei Meng up with his hands, supporting her hips. Now Su Qinghe didn't have to bend down to match her height. His fingers slithered beneath her clothes like little, cold snakes. Are you comfortable? You little devil. Looking at Mei Meng, her face flushed and her eyes misty. Su Qinghe's rationality had long since left his home. You know, I slept in your room last night. No, he didn't sleep at all. The room was so soundproofed, he couldn't hear what was going on next door, so he spent the entire night brooding. I'm a little regretful. I don't want to share you with anyone. What will you do? Su Qinghe whispered in Mei Meng's ear. God knows how he managed to get through yesterday. He had been mentally prepared, but when the moment came, all he wanted was to kick the door next door open and take the person away. His fingers flew. Mei Meng had no time to answer his questions. But I can't bear to leave. The best way was to get out before he got too deeply involved, but it seemed he couldn't. He couldn't imagine life without her. You annoying little devil. Su Qinghe carried the limp Mei Meng to the bed, and quickly stripped them both naked. He was like a puppy fighting for territory, trying to cover up everyone else's scent in his own territory. After a flurry of excitement, Mei Meng successfully woke up late. It was only once, but it had given the jealous person a treat. Only after Mei Meng begged for mercy did he agree to let her go. The requirement was to go to his room tonight. Downstairs, little Tuanzi was sleeping, and Wang Haoran sat nearby, waiting for dinner. Sister Yan's main task now was to prepare nutritious meals for Mei Meng and take care of everyone's meals. Of course, she also took care of little Tuanzi's baths and other things. To allow Wang Haoran more time to exercise, Grandma Wang often came over to help watch over little Tuanzi. Actually, she didn't need to watch over him, but Grandma Wang privately said that since she couldn't trust others, it was better to have someone watching over him at all times. Afraid of Wang Haoran becoming even more jealous, Mei Meng didn't dare throw herself into Wang Haoran's arms as she had before. Instead, she found a seat on her own. You're awake. Just in time. It's almost time for dinner, Wang Haoran said, looking at the two of them. Has little Tuanzi eaten yet? Mei Meng asked. Not yet. Almost there as soon as he woke up. As soon as he finished speaking, little Tuanzi's humming could be heard. You sit down. I'll feed him first. Mei Meng then slipped away, leaving the two grown men sitting there in a slightly awkward atmosphere. Why haven't Brother Qin and the others returned yet? Wang Haoran asked. There's a spy in the team, so it's going to be a bit troublesome. After all, we have to investigate thoroughly. Whether we wrongly accuse someone or overlook someone, it's not good for anyone. But it's almost time. Locking him up for too long wouldn't be good for team unity. Su Qinghe thought for a moment and said, "How are the things growing in the research institute lately?" Wang Haoran asked again with concern. After all, food is the most important thing for people. If he weren't ineligible to join the research institute, he'd want to go out and plant some crops, growing each seed with his own hands, slowly, until it blossoms and bears fruit, and finally, brings it to the table. This whole process was truly captivating. It's all fine. By the way, you haven't been to the Academy of Agricultural Sciences, have you? Let's see what the weather is like tomorrow. If it's good, I'll take you on a tour. Su Qinghe said with a smile. Can we go too? Wang Haoran asked in surprise. I still have the authority to take you on tours. It's not like I'm forcing you all to work there. Su Qinghe smiled. In fact, even if he could force everyone to work there, he could still do it. But there's no need. He might even leave. After all, my Meng's actions were obvious to everyone, and it was clear he was leaving soon. If that's possible, that would be great. Thank you, Brother Su. Wang Haoran said excitedly. Everyone in the slums dreams of planting crops. Not just in the slums, but even in the safe zones, most people have this dream. Who wouldn't want a piece of land to plant? Alas, there's none. Low to medium radiation soil, low to medium radiation seeds, and low to medium radiation water. Each item is inexpensive, but persistence is the challenge. After all, plants don't grow in a day or two. And the long-term watering, even with medium radiation water, adds up to a considerable expense. That evening, Qin Yujing and Xia Chengfeng returned. Have you investigated the matter? Su Qinghe asked. Why aren't you farming? Qin Yujing complained about Su Qinghe as usual, then turned to Sister Yin. Sister Yin, please bring a couple more sets of bowls and chopsticks, and stir-fry a couple more dishes. After a pause, he added, don't make it too complicated. Focus on being quick. I'm starving. The cafeteria food hasn't been terrible these days, but home-cooked food still tastes better. We've got a pretty good look at it. But it's going to rain heavily tomorrow, so we might not be able to leave the house for a few more days. We won't get anything out of them if we keep them locked up any longer, so we might as well release them. It's a good opportunity to give the team a break during this downpour. Qin Yujing picked up the bowls and chopsticks from the table and began to eat quickly. Releasing them, this time was a good opportunity to see who would make a move. A fox's tail will always show. Why haven't our wristbands given us any notifications? My Meng glanced around curiously, not missing any information. Why are you so anxious? This is inside information, but I'll let you know soon, Qin Yujing said. Su Qinghe glanced at his bracelet and saw that he had received the message too. In that case, tomorrow's trip is ruined. Still, staying home isn't bad either. It's a good opportunity for the two of them to bond. Chapter 164. After dinner, my Meng and the others received a message from the safe zone. After so many days of hard work, Qin Yujing and Xia Chengfeng returned to their rooms early after dinner to rest. Seeing this, the others also returned to their rooms. My Meng was pulled into the room by Su Qinghe. The next morning, my Meng followed Su Qinghe to get up early. While everyone was together, my Meng prepared hot pot for lunch. The thought of that bright red hot pot made my Meng's mouth water. She searched the room for ingredients, and finally, the table was filled with over 20 items. Sister Yan's eyes widened at the sight of so many things. She had never seen many of them before. She truly wanted to do this job for the rest of her life. Although her daily meals weren't particularly good, there were often leftovers. Because my Meng and the others weren't the sloppy type, even the leftovers were very clean. The food she had eaten here these past few days was better than anything she had eaten in her entire life. With hot pot on the horizon for lunch, my Meng had only a light breakfast, saving his stomach for a big meal at noon. Sister Yin had been sent off to look after the children, so my Meng and Wang Haoran were preparing the ingredients, while Su Qinghe was busy messing around. As for Xia Chengfeng and Qin Yujing, they were still fast asleep in their rooms. How do you wash this baby cabbage? Su Qinghe asked. Just pick each leaf and wash it, my Meng replied. Do you think there will be a baby cabbage if you peel it to the very bottom? Su Qinghe asked. Maybe, there will be, my Meng replied. Does it need to be cut? Su Qinghe asked. No, my Meng replied. What is this? Su Qinghe asked. Watercress, my Meng replied. Can this be eaten? Su Qinghe asked. No, we'll all be feeding the pigs later, my Meng replied. What about this mushroom? Su Qinghe asked. It's poisonous. Don't eat it. It'll make you mute, my Meng replied. Then, before Su Qinghe could ask, my Meng answered. Brother Su, this is the first time I've noticed you're so nagging. My Mang said speechlessly. Do you dislike me? It's only been a few days, and you already dislike me? Su Qinghe looked at my Mang hurt, then stormed out. I didn't. I was wrong. My Mang quickly begged for mercy. Mistakes must be forgiven on the spot, otherwise, if they fester, the consequences could be serious. Okay, since it's your first offense, I'll forgive you this time. Let's continue. What is this? Su Qinghe asked, picking up a carrot. Oh no! Maimong slapped her forehead and said, look at my brain. Little Dumpling is hungry, I have to go feed him. If you have any questions, ask Brother Howren first. With that, she slipped away. Anyway, the ingredients are almost ready, I'll be able to eat when I come back later. As soon as Maimong left, the kitchen fell silent. Brother Su, why are you silent? Wang Howren wondered if Brother Su was embarrassed to be around him. Are you stupid? Doing that with Sister Maimong is fun, but with you. That's embarrassing. Su Qinghe said. Don't you understand? Wang Howren asked, puzzled. Even though the varieties at the Agricultural Science Academy aren't comprehensive, I've been around for so many years. I can't be so blind as to not recognize something like this. But this water chestnut is the first time I've seen one. Su Qinghe tossed a peeled water chestnut into his mouth. It was crunchy and sweet, not bad. Very good, you should have one too. Su Qinghe handed a water chestnut to Wang Howren. Thank you. Wang Howren quickly took it. Wang Howren was only 1.8 meters tall, a standout in the slums. Normally, he looked quite a good match next to my Ming. But next to Su Qinghe, who was over 1.9 meters tall, he looked much smaller. What are you doing? Qin Yujing looked at the two of them curiously. Nothing. Su Qinghe replied. Why are you getting so close? Don't forget, you're both married. What's going on? Are you trying to steal each other's girls? As soon as he came down, he saw Su Qinghe, with a smile on his face, handing over. Something was given to Wang Howren, who shyly accepted it. He was worried. His friend's sexual orientation had been normal before. Could the rumor have become true? Even if it did, he couldn't do anything to his friend's wife. If it did, how would he explain it to Sister Maimong? If you're hungry, just wait outside. You'll be able to eat soon. Su Qinghe rolled his eyes at Qin Yujing. No, Brother Su just recommended this water chestnut to me. Brother Qin, you can try one too. It's delicious. Wang Howren quickly explained. Come on, let him try it. The whole bowl is gone. Su Qinghe casually took the entire bowl of water chestnuts away. No, what do you mean? In your mind, I'm just that kind of person, right? Qin Yujing asked unconvincedly. Yes. Su Qinghe nodded affirmatively. Okay, since you say so, then so be it. Hurry and get the food out, and don't force me to do it. Qin Yujing rolled up her sleeves, ready to fight Su Qinghe. Excuse me. Wang Howren quickly intervened, breaking up the fight. Don't try to persuade me. Unless he hands over the food, I won't let him off today. Qin Yujing refused to negotiate. TSK. Su Qinghe's attitude said it all. My temper. No, I was saying, if you want to fight, can you go outside? There are so many ingredients in the kitchen, and it would be bad if one of them gets knocked over. Wang Howren quickly finished his words. Okay, for this water chestnut's sake, I promise. Qin Yujing snatched the uneaten water chestnut from Wang Howren's hands. I'll wait for you outside. He snarled, eating as he walked out. TSK, a whole bowl for you. Take your time. Su Qinghe placed the entire bowl of water chestnuts in Wang Howren's arms and followed him out. Wang Howren stared at the empty kitchen, speechless. Perhaps these two had conspired to be lazy. Thankfully, the food was already prepared. All they had to do was bring it out. The pot was almost boiling. Perhaps displeased with Wang Howren's slow pace, Qin Yujing and Su Qinghe soon joined in. The entire table was quickly served, with more placed on a nearby shelf to be put away once the food on the table was finished. Maimong had just finished feeding Xia Zhuanzi and, upon emerging, was greeted by a tremendous visual and olfactory impact. The glutton that had been dormant for months was awakened. She pounced, ready to take center stage. Just as she approached the center position, she was abruptly pulled away. Seeing the bottom of the pot getting farther and farther away, my Meng fluttered her hands. Let me go, let me go. My place is over there. No, your place is over here. Su Qinghe forced my Meng to the edge, and even prepared a pot base for her. Chapter 165. My Meng was so moved by the mini hot pot prepared just for her, that tears welled up in her eyes. I don't want it, I don't want it, I don't want it, I want to sit in the middle. My Mang struggled to get up. She didn't want the clear soup base, she wanted the spicy red oil base. It's a good thing you just reminded me, or I would have almost forgotten you're still breastfeeding. Su Chingha smiled, looking at my Mang. Oh. I don't want it, I was wrong. I just wanted something spicy. My Mang knew Su Chingha was a stingy person. I'll start first, you guys continue. Qin Yujing took the center stage on the other side, dumping the slices of meat in front of her into the boiling pot. Watching Qin Yujing devour the red beef with big mouthfuls, my Mang's mouth watered with envy. Brother Qin, give me a bite. My Mang reached out and handed the bowl over. Qin Yujing looked at my Mang, then at the meat on her chopsticks, then at the man beside her. After a moment's hesitation, she stuffed the meat into her mouth, mumbling, "There's my saliva on the chopsticks. I'm afraid your man will get jealous." "Forget it. Don't just stare. If you don't sit down, he'll eat it all by himself." Su Chingha pulled out a stool and sat down. Next to him was Wang Haoran, and beyond that was my Mang. Xia Qinfeng's eyes darkened at this, and he sat down next to Qin Yujing. My Mang stared at the red oily pot in the middle of the table, then at the watery broth before him. He almost wanted to flip the table. Then, Wang Haoran secretly handed my Mang a chili dipping sauce. My Mang's cloudy mood suddenly cleared, and he took it with a smile. Clear soup is fine, she has dipping sauce anyway. Although my Mang sat at the corner of the table, Su Chingha would always leave some for Wang Haoran when he boiled something, and Wang Haoran would pour it into the my Mang pot. In the end, my Mang had tasted every dish. She ate until her belly was plump. "So full," my Mang said, rubbing her round belly. Qin Yujing glanced at her, then at my Mang, then at her belly again, and then looked puzzled. "What are you doing?" my Mang asked. "No, you ate so much. Where did all that food go? Why is your belly flat?" Qin Yujing asked, a soul-searching question. "How can it be flat? Isn't it a belly?" My Mang puffed out her belly, revealing a belly. "Huh?" Qin Yujing said, indicating she didn't want to talk anymore. "Have a drink." Su Chingha handed my Mang a cup of tea. "Thank you," my Mang thanked her. Qin Yujing looked from Su Chingha to Mei Long, then said, "I'm full too, so why don't I have any?" "If you want some, go make some yourself," Su Chingha said flatly. "There's something wrong with you." Qin Yujing looked Su Chingha over from head to toe, then back again, then asked, "Why are you home?" "If I'm not home, where would I be?" Su Chingha asked. "You shouldn't be here. You should have driven away as soon as you got the message and been with your loved ones," Qin Yujing said. "You still have time to leave now. There's a car in the garage anyway." "No, let's rest for a while." Su Chingha sat lazily on the sofa. Something's wrong with you." "Could it be?" Qin Yujing looked at my Mang in horror. Then she quietly approached and asked, "Has he been acting strangely lately? For example, writing a will, dividing the inheritance, or anything like that? Most importantly, has he said he'll give me the lion's share?" My Mang looked at Qin Yujing with a puzzled expression, then shook his head and said with a sly grin, "He said I'll inherit it all." Qin Yujing, shocked, looked at Su Chingha. "So you're really going to die?" Su Chingha smiled at Qin Yujing, his mouth slightly open, and said, "Get lost." The group laughed and joked, and the night flew by. My Mang yawned and wondered where to sleep tonight. "You guys keep chatting, I'm going to bed first." My Mang yawned and went upstairs. Wang Haoran had already taken little Tuanzi to bed. With my Mang gone, the rest of the group ran out of things to talk about. After a few scattered conversations, they each left. As Xia Qinfeng opened the door, he heard the sound of running water in the bathroom. He was delighted and hurried into the room. In the bathroom, a graceful figure loomed. Xia Qinfeng's heart was instantly filled with joy. He had waited in the room for a long time yesterday, thinking my Mang would come, but until the middle of the night, no one had appeared. After a long moment of despair, he finally fell into a deep sleep. "Why are you up here so soon?" My Mang opened the door and saw Xia Qinfeng standing stupidly by the bed. "Everyone's gone, so I came up," Xia Qinfeng said. "Oh, go take a shower." My Mang walked over to the table and blew his hair. Xia Qinfeng walked over, took the hairdryer from my Mang's hand, and said, "Let me help you." "Okay, I'll blow dry your hair after you finish your shower." My Mang found a comfortable position, enjoying Xia Qinfeng's care. "Have you found the traitor?" my Mang asked. "Yes. In fact, this wasn't just about the traitor, they were taking this opportunity to overhaul the team. I heard from Brother Qin that there was a traitor in the Qinfeng team before." "Who was it?" Speaking of traitors, my Mang suddenly remembered the one in the Qinfeng team and asked. "It's Kong Le." Lin Cha asked him to get something once, and then he saw Wang Haoran. It just so happened that he had seen Wang Haoran in the team before, so he went to tip off the young master of the Xie family. Xia Chunfeng explained, as he blow-dried My Meng's hair. How is he related to that lunatic from the Xie family? My Meng asked curiously. Because he was the Xie family's spy, Xia Chunfeng said. He was originally just an ordinary resident of the slums. By chance, Lin Cha discovered him and recruited him into the team. He was very smooth and ambitious, and Lin Cha liked him and valued him highly. Unfortunately, he was too ambitious and wanted to replace Lin Cha. Because the Xie family's young master promised him that if he could rise to a certain position in the Chunfeng team, he would be assigned to the same position in the Great Hunting team. Of course, he would have to provide some valuable information along the way. What a pity, My Meng said regretfully. What a pity, Xia Chunfeng said with amusement. In this situation, isn't it appropriate to say what a pity? My Meng tilted his head and looked at Xia Chunfeng. Actually, he's fine. To say he's truly exceptional isn't necessarily the best. It's just that Lin Cha saved him, and he just happened to have a good impression of him. Thinking of how hard it was for him in the slums, I wanted to give him some support. Who knew he'd be so conceited? Okay, that's enough blowing. Go lie down on the bed. Your neck's hurting from lying there for so long. Xia Chunfeng patted My Meng gently and said. Okay, I'll wait for you in bed. I'm feeling a bit sleepy. Lately, I've been either going to bed early and waking up early, or staying up late, which has made my sleep schedule a bit irregular. I'm so sleepy every night. Chapter 166. When Xia Chunfeng came out, My Meng was already asleep. Afraid of waking My Meng, Xia Chunfeng didn't use the hair dryer. He towel-dried her hair until it was half-dry before going to bed. He pulled My Meng into his arms and kissed her forehead. My Meng's hair was very soft, a fact he had noticed earlier when he was blow-drying her hair. It flowed, silky smooth to the touch, shimmering with a natural luster. Even though they were using the same shampoo, the results were different. Just holding My Meng filled his heart. Xia Chunfeng wondered, could this be peace of mind? After a dreamless night, My Meng woke up in Xia Chunfeng's arms that morning. Feeling the man's broad chest, My Meng wrapped her arms around him. Awake? Xia Chunfeng asked softly. His voice, languid and fresh-faced, sounded charming. Yeah. I slept so well last night, My Meng said with a smile. It's rare you're up so early today. I'll go make you breakfast, My Meng said excitedly. It's been ages since I've cooked. Although my cooking skills weren't great before now. Well, they weren't great now either. As long as it tastes good, that's all that matters. The two of them got up playfully and went downstairs. It was quiet downstairs, not a soul in sight. They're such lazy idiots. They get up even later than me, My Meng complained as she walked into the kitchen. Someone might have forgotten that she usually sleeps until noon. What's for breakfast? Some noodles, maybe? 2 eggs each, okay? My Meng asked. I'm fine with anything, Xia Chunfeng said. Okay. Help me wash these vegetables and add some later. My Meng handed a handful of greens to Xia Chunfeng and said. Okay. The two of them, one giving instructions and the other helping, seemed to be in perfect harmony. Everything is ready. I'm going to start cooking. Put the noodles in first, then scramble 2 eggs, add the tomatoes, and if you have shrimp, put 2 shrimp in. 2 is too few. Let's add a few more. With the shrimp, it'll be seafood noodles. Add some mushrooms. Do you like mushrooms? I think mushrooms are delicious when they absorb the broth. My Meng asked. Yes. Xia Chunfeng nodded. The water seems a little low. Is there any boiling water in the kettle? Bring it over for me. My Meng asked. I'll go check. A moment later, Xia Chunfeng came over with a thermos. Is that enough? He poured water directly into the pot. A little more, a little more. Okay, that's enough, My Meng said. Let's have more. I'm craving tofu skewers. They absorb so much. My Meng took out 2 more tofu skewers and added them to the soup. After adding the tofu skewers, he added some chili peppers for a more flavorful finish. More chili peppers, and finally, a bowl full of vegetables. Finally, the pot of noodles truly became a pot of noodles. Maybe it's spicy hot pot? Hot and sour noodles. It smells so good. What delicious food did you guys sneak in behind my back again? Qin Yujing walked in and explained exaggeratedly. Hey, how did you get up from down there? Weren't you sleeping? My Meng looked at Qin Yujing in confusion. How could you be so lucky to sleep until you wake up naturally? I went to the training room to work out before dawn, okay. Not just me, Qinghe and Haoran were there too. It's just you two lazy bastards sneaking in here, Qin Yujing explained. Wow, you're really early, my Meng exclaimed. Eat it. I cooked a lot this morning, so it's more than enough for the three of us. Then, Xia Chenfeng brought out a large pot. That's quite a bit. Qin Yujing was a little shocked by the pot. With more ingredients, the pot has to be bigger. Do you want to eat or not? If not, I'll call them over, my Meng said sheepishly and fiercely. She always been a kitchen killer. She'd been here all this time and hadn't blown up once. That's a huge improvement, right? Eat, eat, eat. I'll eat first. Then I'll go take a shower to avoid the noodles clumping up. Qin Yujing sat down unceremoniously and helped herself to a bowl. There was indeed a lot of toppings. With a chopstick, she couldn't pick up any noodles. Then with a spoon, she found very few noodles. Who taught you how to cook noodles like this? He taught me well, so I'll tell him not to teach me next time. Qin Yujing swallowed hard, looking at the noodles that broke easily in the bowl and the messy breakfast. After a second of hesitation, she finally started to eat. These are all radiation-free foods. Waste? No way. Although it looked mixed, it tasted pretty good. It didn't taste like anything, but it also seemed to have a lot of flavors. Maimon couldn't tell from his expression whether the noodles were good or bad. Xia Chenfeng watched Qin Yujing finish his meal and served himself a bowl, starting to show off. Maimon tentatively filled half a bowl. Thankfully, it didn't have the strange smell I imagined, but it wasn't delicious either. Just then, the elevator doors opened, and Su Qinghe and Wang Haoran stepped out. You've arrived just in time. I cooked a big pot of noodles for you. Come and eat, and then you can take a shower. My Meng waved at them enthusiastically. Wow, sister my Meng, you're up so early today. Su Qinghe saw my Meng startled for a moment, seemingly surprised by her early rise. Yes, I got up to prepare a loving and nutritious breakfast for you. Come and eat. My Meng greeted them warmly. I heard little Tuanzi crying. You guys eat first. I'll go feed him. Eat more. Don't save any for me. With that, my Meng ran off. My palate has become quite picky lately. In the past, I would have been overwhelmed by these delicious treats. Now, TSK, TSK, TSK. I even complain that they taste bad. My, you've fallen. But looking at the overflowing supplies in her space, let's just fall. When she didn't have food, she wasted it. Now that she has plenty, there's no reason to deprive herself of food. Besides, she didn't waste it. Everyone else ate it. Looking at the satiated little Tuanzi babbling away, my Meng played with him for a while before carrying him out. He had just been sleeping in the room on the first floor. When they came out, they found everyone full. My Meng placed the little Tuanzi in Wang Haoran's arms, and went to eat the nutritious porridge Sister Yin had prepared for her. Isn't it time to give the little Tuanzi a name? He's been calling her little Tuanzi all day, Qin Yujing asked. Sure, I don't have a good name. Brother Haoran, think about it. The name for the little Tuanzi is up to you. My Meng quickly passed the buck. She was such a bad namer. If she had been given a name, she would have just called him Damo. Simple and easy to remember. Next, for the second and third child, it'll be 20 cents, 30 cents, or 1 yuan. How nice. Chapter 167. After their meal, the group sat down in the living room and chatted. Well, I have a bold idea. Live in the jungle. Do you think it's feasible? My Meng offered his idea. Why go to the jungle? Isn't it better to live here? Qin Yujing asked. If you're afraid of that Xia kid, then there's no need to worry. Follow me. I can still protect you. If he can't, I still have you. I can protect you now. Su Qinghe followed suit. My Meng knew she was talking about her restored supernatural powers. They say it takes 1,000 days to steal, but it's impossible to guard against thieves. You can't protect me 24/7, and besides me, there's also a little one. As long as we stay in the safe zone, they'll always find a way in. I can't just stay in the villa all the time, or have little Tuanzi stay here all the time. My Meng replied with a smile. That's more reliable than living in the jungle. Not only are you exposed to the elements, but there are also all sorts of mutant beasts and unknown dangers. And most importantly, there's radiation. The reason we chose the safe zone is because, through extensive testing, it's determined to be the area with the lowest natural radiation in the surrounding area. With the addition of radiation-blocking paint, the indoor radiation is negligible. Out in the wild, it's okay for a short time, but for a long time, it's unbearable, Qin Yujing said seriously. Then let's identify and solve the problem. Besides the radiation, mutant beasts, and site selection issues, Are there any other issues? My Meng asked. Food, clothing, housing, and transportation. Everything is a problem, okay. Qin Yujing stared up at the sky in silence. Let me explain my thoughts first, and you can add to them later. First, we need to choose a location. Remember when Brother Howren and I strayed into the dense forest? We discovered a dilapidated manor. It should be located on the outer edge, close to the inner perimeter. If I post a mission to clear out the mutant beasts, will any hunting teams take it? After clearing out the mutant beasts that have settled there, the first step is to build a sturdy perimeter wall. I'll have to trouble you with the materials for this. Once the wall is built, we can clear out the broken walls and that towering tree. Raise everything to the ground. Uprooting everything is a massive undertaking. Then, there's the matter of building a house, one covering approximately 500 square meters. The floors can be raised, so radiation isn't a concern, but other natural disasters do need to be considered. The first floor can be used as farmland. The area might not be large at first, but it will gradually increase. One more thing. Could we secretly purchase some supplies from the base, so we have some initial resources? As for the rest of the story, we'll just develop it gradually. That way, short-term living won't be a problem. My Meng finished his thoughts and looked at them expectantly. What about water resources? There's also the issue of safety. A wall can't keep out those mutant beasts. Or perhaps you're planning to bring a group with you. More people would certainly provide security, but the daily expenses wouldn't be negligible. Can you afford it? After all, this isn't a short-term issue, it's a long-term life. Qin Yujing asked. As for water resources, the safe zone should have water tanks for sale, right? Buy a few and store extra water while it's raining. There won't be many people initially, so the supplies needed won't be much either. If there's a water source nearby, that would be even better. After all, her purification ability has reached level 3, which can not only purify radiation but also various parasites. Supplying everyone's daily water supply should be no problem in the early stages. As for the later stages, machines, we definitely need a bunch of machines. Have you confirmed the accompanying personnel? Qin Yujing asked. If there are only a few people, he absolutely does not recommend living outside. A small wave of mutant beasts could raise the so-called wall to the ground. No. I just wanted to ask you, do you want to come with me? My Meng winked at them. It might be a bit hard at first, but the living environment is radiation-free, and we'll be able to farm independently soon. My goal is to give each person a room and a plot of land. Later, it will be distributed based on seniority, and those who follow me first will get first dibs. You're painting a picture so big and round that it's tempting. But there's one problem. It sounds so unrealistic, it sounds impossible. Qin Yujing said with a smile. Then let's try another approach. Instead of following me, you will become hired servants. Whatever I tell you to do, you just do it. The price is clearly stated. Will you take this mission? My Meng asked, looking at Qin Yujing. This kind of dense forest mission is quite difficult. I'll take it, but the price is quite high. After all, you're on your own. Besides, your mission is quite long, and without an attractive reward, most people won't take it. After all, those who leave the jungle are the elite of the elite. They're certainly well off, and they usually have some goodies on the line. Qin Yujing analyzed for her. Although he was the hunting team leader, the team members also received rewards for each mission. If what my Meng said was true, this trip would take at least 1 or 2 months. A long timeline means too much risk. If the reward was just star coins, there wouldn't be many people going. Everyone's got star coins, right? What if I use non-radioactive food as a reward? My Meng asked. That would be great. I don't have star coins, but I have plenty of food. Fruits, vegetables, rice, flour, whatever. I can name a price for anything they want. Now that I've finalized the personnel, I want to leave as soon as possible. After all, my own arable land is still in my space. I need to find a clearing to set it up. Her space is a bit like a backpack, with the reward items stored in small compartments. You can see miniature versions of the items inside the compartments from the outside, or zoom in to see exactly what they are. So, an acre of arable soil is sitting alone in her backpack. Are you in such a hurry to leave? Qin Yujing asked. It's best if we can work overtime and finish before summer. As for the materials, I'll have to trouble Brother Qin and Brother Su. It would be too polite of me not to give you star coins. I'll use non-radioactive food as a deduction. My Meng clasped his hands together, his demeanor aloof. Sister My Meng, look how good Brother Qin treats you. Qin Yujing ran up to My Meng eagerly, servilely saying, well, whether it's good or not depends on what you ask for next. My Mang leaned back strategically, speaking cautiously. Look at what you're saying, I'm just that kind of person. It's just that dry weather, and I'm craving some watermelon. You know, it's raining so hard now that we can't go out. If you have any, lend it to me. As for whether it's returned or not, we're family, so you don't have to. Qin Yujing looked at my Mang expectantly. Chapter 168. Hey, I thought it was just a watermelon. Wait, I'll grow it for you. My Mang stood up and headed for the second floor. Since we're going to start planting, don't just plant watermelons. The other cuties will get mad. Spread the seeds evenly. Try apples, pears, grapes, and so on, and whatever else, just plant whatever you want. Qin Yujing called from behind. My Mang gave an okay sign. Look at them, how awesome. And look at them again. Qin Yujing attacked everyone indiscriminately. You, each and every one of you is worse than a woman. Originally, he wanted to specifically point out Su Qinghe, but remembering that his superpowers were his Achilles heel, he decided not to. In the past, he occasionally used his superpowers to produce fruits and vegetables. It's just that his superpowers regenerate slowly, so he wouldn't waste them like that. They were originally discussing the trip, but Qin Yujing's interruption turned it into a fruit discussion contest. Question: what's your favorite fruit? Answer: all fruits. Okay, all four of you agreed. We're all enemies. Then, my Mang appeared, carrying a large bucket of fruit in one hand and a 10-pound watermelon in the other. Oh my goodness! Be gentle. It would be terrible if it dropped. Qin Yujing quickly ran over and took the bucket from my Mang. He quickly ran to the table and carefully inspected it. Fortunately, it wasn't dented. He took some of the fruit out and ran with the rest. Thinking of this, he sat a little closer to the bucket. He was just about to place the bucket in front of him. His intentions were obvious to everyone. My Mang rolled his eyes at him, thinking he'd taken the bucket out of pity for her, but it turned out he was just out of pity for the fruit. In the end, Xia Chengfeng moved closer to the stairs and took the large watermelon from my Mang's hands. Thank you. My Mang smiled sweetly, then ran to the kitchen and pulled out a fruit knife. With a few swishes, the watermelon was sliced into slices of varying sizes. Your knife skills are amazing. Qin Yujing praised as she took the largest piece. My Mang felt a little embarrassed. Isn't that how they always act on TV? She asked Wang Haoran to give a few slices to Grandma Wang, then she grabbed one and started eating. Wow, it's not cold yet. I was a little impatient. I should have chilled it before eating. Brother Chengfeng, make an ice bowl now. We'll put the watermelon in there. It might become ice watermelon in no time. My Mang offered Xia Chengfeng some advice. Watermelon is sweet, but chilled watermelon is even sweeter. Unchilled watermelon lacks soul. Luckily, we only cut half. The other half was now immersed in ice water. Everyone slowed down their watermelon consumption, waiting for the ice in the bowl to cool quickly. In the end, the watermelon was gone before it even cooled. It's almost time for dinner, so why not save this half for the afternoon? My Mang suggested. The only downside to eating watermelon is that it's so juicy that it fills you up instantly. I'll do it. I can finish this half and still be able to eat dinner later. Qin Yujing quickly raised her hand. Watermelon is his favorite, he could even finish a whole one. Oh, he was talking about the mini watermelon my Mang had brought out. If it were a normal watermelon weighing dozens of kilograms, he probably wouldn't have been able to finish it. In the end, the grown men simply cut the watermelon into 4 pieces and each ate one. More to eat? Wang Haoran handed his piece of watermelon to my Mang. My Mang shook his head. No more. Just one bite. Wang Haoran held the red tip of the watermelon to my Mang's lips. My Mang took a bite and smiled sweetly at him. TSK, I'm really full from this watermelon today. Qin Yujing looked at Su Qinghe and asked, isn't that right? If you can't finish it, then don't eat it. It's a waste. She reached out to snatch the watermelon from his hand. Back off. I've already taken a bite. Qin Yujing quickly stepped back, munching on the watermelon in his hand. Then he realized he had lost the watermelon bucket he'd been guarding for so long. Damn it! Give it back to me. This little guy shouldn't have asked such a question. When did this bucket become yours? Isn't it from Sister Maimang's room? Didn't Sister Maimang take the fruit? Su Qinghe asked, looking at the bucket in confusion. Nonsense! Sister Maimang took this bucket from my room. It's just that our buckets are similar, so you can't tell the difference. She gave it to me specially. Give it back. Qin Yujing tried to snatch the bucket back, but Su Qinghe protected her. Sister Maimang, tell me, was this a gift for me? Seeing she couldn't grab it, Qin Yujing started to call for help. Oh, really? I thought it was a gift for me. Su Chingha smiled and looked at Mei Mong. Mei Mang's scalp tingled, and he quickly said, Brother Qin, you misunderstood. This bucket is from me for Brother Su. If you want it, I'll give it to you next time. Just as she was about to say she sent it next time, Mei Mang caught Su Chingha's smiling gaze, and immediately changed her words. I won't send it next time either. You better not eat it. Mei Mang, I'll die, but my friend will live. Brother Qin, you'll just have to pray for the best. No, Sister Mei Mang, you didn't say it right. I'll give you a chance to rephrase. Qin Yujing looked at Mei Mang in shock. I said, from now on, I'll only send it to Brother Su. You'll have to find a way to satisfy your appetite yourself. Mei Mang said ruthlessly. I've only been away for a few days, haven't I? This house has absolutely no room for me. I'm leaving. Isn't it okay for me to leave? Qin Yujing practically jumped up in the air. Just then, Sister Yin called for dinner. Everyone turned their attention to Qin Yujing, wondering what he was going to do. Qin Yujing paused, then, meeting everyone's half-hearted gazes, fiercely declared, What are you looking at? If you keep looking, I'll gouge your eyes out. Then, he stalked outwards, one step at a time, swiftly dashing towards the dining table. Mei Mang and the others were astonished. As expected of the hunting team leader, his escape speed was incredible. Su Chingha, like a victorious rooster, cradled the fruit in his arms, and headed for his room. Mei Mang sidled up and whispered to Qin Yujing, I'll make it up to you tonight. Qin Yujing looked at Mei Mang, then at Su Chingha's back, and nodded in understanding. She instantly understood. He slowly approached Mei Mang and whispered, Are you threatened by Su Chingha? If so, just blink. I'll stay away from you. If he bullied you, he can't bully me anymore. Mei Mang suddenly felt as if all her heartache had been wasted. She turned away angrily. Hey, don't leave. Remember what you just said? Don't forget. Qin Yujing warned from behind. Chapter 169. In the afternoon, Su Chingha said hello to Mei Mang and left with the bucket of fruit. Mei Mang curiously asked Qin Yujing, Isn't it raining heavily outside? How did Brother Su get out? There's a car in the basement. Just drive slowly. Qin Yujing explained. I just don't know where this guy has gone. Did he go to the research institute again? Oh. Then he handed the bucket of fruit behind him to Qin Yujing. You're amazing. Qin Yujing's eyes lit up at the sight of so much fruit. Sister Mei Mang, can you grow durian? My old man loves durian, but unfortunately, there are so few of them. He'd be so happy if he got some durian. People tend to lose their minds when they're happy. I'll help you cheat, no, in exchange for some goodies. Qin Yujing said with a grin. Okay, wait. Mei Mang returned to his room and brought Qin Yujing another bucket of fruit. There were 4 of them inside, each thorn gleaming golden. The flesh looked plump and fragrant, making the very sight of them whet one's appetite. Ugh! Wait a minute, I'll get a box to put them in. Ugh! Qin Yujing retched and backed away. He quickly brought up a 3-layer protective box from the basement. Donning a gas mask, he quickly loaded the 4 durians into it. Then he spread open Mei Mang and took out various sprays, spraying the entire corridor. After a long while, he tentatively removed the gas mask. Feeling the air quality was good, he finally felt relieved. Mei Mang was stunned by his smooth movements. You really need to? This durian is delicious. So soft, sticky, and sweet. Mei Mang hadn't expected that Qin Yujing, the always loving foodie, would even dislike something. Stop it, stop it. Ugh. Qin Yujing's face paled. When he was little, someone teased him with durian. As an adult, he became distraught whenever he talked about durian, and even the smell of it made him physically nauseous. Then I'll be leaving too. I might not be back tonight. You guys eat yourselves? With that, he unrolled a folding trailer and loaded the bucket of fruit and the box of durian onto it. Xia Chengfeng took Qin Yujing's ride to the team, leaving Wang Haoran, Mei Mang, and little Tuanzi alone at home. The house suddenly fell silent. The family of 3 enjoyed a whole afternoon of family time, then ate a quick bite, and retired to their rooms for the night. By the time they returned to their room, the 3 hadn't returned. Xia Chengfeng had taken Qin Yujing's ride to the Chengfeng squad, and he agreed to pick her up on the way back. He had founded the Chengfeng squad himself, and he believed Minnie would be willing to go with him if he asked. He first went to see Lin Cha to ask for his opinion. Lin Cha was in charge of most team matters, and he was a very capable person. He stayed with the team purely out of their friendship. This trip into the dense forest was unpredictable, and he couldn't guarantee anything. So, if he had wanted to stay, the Chengfeng squad might have split into 2 teams. Thankfully, the final outcome was a good one. Lin Cha chose to go with Xia Chengfeng. With Lin Cha's participation, the chances of mobilizing the other team members were much greater. Of course, not everyone was allowed to go. We might have to travel back and forth between the two areas early on, so it's necessary to leave some people in the safe zone. As for Qin Yujing and Su Qinghe, they both took the fruit back to their parents' homes. Before leaving, Qin Yujing returned to the team and divided the bucket of fruit into more than a dozen portions. Now she's carrying one of those portions, and the tightly packed box back home. What are you doing? Qin's father happened to be home today, and frowned at his son's unreliable behavior. Here, I brought it back especially for you. Qin Yujing carefully picked out a basket of hot seasoned fruit. Qin's father's eyelids twitched as he looked at the lychees, longans, and pomegranates. It looked like this was a serious matter. What's with that expression? Don't worry, I'm not asking for anything, not even a single thing. This is simply a show of filial piety, no strings attached. Qin Yujing sat down next to Qin's father, looked at him, and said, "Eat it." Why are you just looking? I'm telling you, it's sweet. If you weren't my father, I wouldn't want to give it to you. Try this grape, it's big and juicy. Qin Yujing picked a grape, and put it in his mouth. It was indeed sweet. If I hadn't been asking for a favor, I would have kept it for myself. Then he began to eat them one by one. Grapes, longans, pomegranates. He finished the pomegranate, and was about to move on to the dragon fruit. Qin's father quickly took the fruit basket away and said, "Isn't this your filial gift to me? If you eat any more, I'll just be left with a pile of husks." Qin Yujing looked at the shells and said, "Not really, not really. There's still seeds." He wiped his hands with a reluctant look, having almost eaten the dragon fruit himself. "Tell me, what's going on this time?" Qin's father looked at Qin Yujing and asked. "What's going on?" Qin Yujing asked curiously. "Is it work or personal matters? Is there anything I can help you with?" Qin's father asked tentatively. "Work-wise, not really. They're just small matters I can handle. As for personal matters, they're not even small matters. What could I possibly need your help with?" Qin Yujing waved her hand, and sat on the sofa to sip her tea. "What would you like for dinner? I'll have someone prepare it." Since his son didn't want to talk, Qin's father didn't force him. After all, no one would come to him for no reason. Sooner or later, he would speak. "It's all right. It's all the same food. Just take care of it," Qin Yujing said nonchalantly. "In terms of variety, who can compare to what Sister Maimong brings out? In terms of quality, who can compare to what Sister Maimong brings out? In terms of quantity, no one can rival her. By the way, old Qin, I remember you really like durian, right?" Qin Yujing asked casually, sipping her tea. "Not really. I'll eat it if I can find it, but forget it if I can't. If it's too expensive, I can't afford it." Father Qin thought for a moment and said, "You're a high-ranking government official, with a son who's a high-ranking official and a hunting captain. Is there anything you can't afford? In the entire safe zone, who can compare to you? You're capable, and your son is promising, right? Aren't there always so many people complimenting you when you go out? Look at the wrinkles on your face. They're all from smiling." Qin Yujing looked at her father, and said with a smile, "What's the point of having a promising son? All he's done is give me a basket of fruit. And a basket of fruit I'm not sure I can even digest." Chapter 170. My bad, my bad. From now on, when I have something good, I'll definitely bring it to you first," Qin Yujing said with a look of annoyance. Then her expression changed, and she approached Qin's father mysteriously. "This time, I really do have something good for you." After saying that, she picked up her bracelet, tapped it, and sent Qin's father a few photos. They were taken just before the durians were put into storage. "How are they? They look great, aren't they?" 4. "I snatched them all up for you. I guarantee that no one else in the safe zone can possess 4 durians at this moment. Forget 4, not even 1. You're the only one. I'm filial, I guess. Even more filial than your eldest son." As long as Qin Yujing didn't see or smell them, she could still talk to durians in a friendly way. "And look at that round belly. It's different from those shrunken ones you ate before. I bet these durians all have 5 lumps, all the way around." Father Qin looked at the durian in the picture. It was indeed beautiful and tempting. It was rare for his son to be so thoughtful. "When did a woman start living in your villa?" Father Qin spotted the woman's slipper. Qin Yujing glanced at it, revealing a corner that was unexpectedly spotted by the sharp-eyed father. "A friend, just staying for a while," Qin Yujing said. "A friend you can bring home? You're not young anymore. If you find someone suitable, bring them back. I'm not picky about who they are, or even their gender. And yet, You've been single for so long. Father Qin gave Qin Yujing a resentful look. I know. I'll bring Su Qinghe back tomorrow to show you guys, Qin Yujing said irritably. I know what's going on between you two. If it were real, it would be fine. But unfortunately, even the man is fake. Look at you, you're not bad looking, and your family isn't bad either. Why aren't any women interested in you? Father Qin glanced at Qin Yujing and shook his head. Is it okay that I don't like others? There are so many people who want to throw themselves at your son every day, Qin Yujing said unconvincedly. Oh, then what about this person living in our house? Bring him back to see him when you have a chance. Your friend is just me. A guest in our house. Father Qin originally wanted to say my friend, but thought it was inappropriate. You have an older son who's 30. Please find him if you want to get him married. Also, do you eat durian? If not, I'll find someone else. Qin Yujing said fiercely. Father Qin knew that Qin Yujing didn't eat durian. Qin's father was deeply touched by his willingness to risk vomiting to bring back so many durians. That's really good. I wonder what they want in exchange, Qin's father asked. The son is no longer under the control of his father. He only knows how to threaten him when asked questions. Water purification equipment, water storage tanks, salt, sugar, grain, and essential medicines, Qin Yujing said. Qin's father thought for a moment. Fortunately, they were just basic items, not too much of a stretch. He asked, these things are barely exchangeable. But what kind does your friend want? Of course she wants everything. She's planning to start her own business and needs everything. If you have any unused items in your warehouse, just clear them out. I'm being nice and helping you clear out your inventory, Qin Yujing said matter-of-factly. Are you crazy? You want to trade me so many things for 4 durians? He thought it was just one of the items, but he hadn't expected such a large appetite this time. I'm telling you, these people saved your son's life. If it weren't for them, your dear little son would have died. Furthermore, they saved me twice, and even offended the Xia family. Why else do you think she'd move out of here for no reason? You're trying to save my life. Isn't your son's life worth this? Qin Yujing looked at his father, and said quietly. Saving someone's life is saving their life. They're two different things, and they can't be confused. Father Qin said. Okay, then, what do you think my life is worth? Just exchange it for supplies of equal value, and give them to the other party. Remember, give double. Qin Yujing made a yeah gesture at Father Qin. Father Qin was nearly pissed off. No wonder they say men are extroverts. The ancients were right. He's already forgotten his father before he even found a wife. If he gets married, his house will be completely emptied. Where is your friend moving to? Father Qin asked curiously. He couldn't think of any place safer than a villa. To escape, to hide from enemies, they'll definitely go deep into the mountains and dense forests. So, if you think they have anything they could use, don't be stingy and bring out all your hidden treasures. Or, why not report some of the things you're using as damaged goods? Qin Yujing said. What nonsense! Go back first. I'll help you figure it out later. Father Qin paused and asked. Is your savior the owner of the slippers? If so, I can't repay your life-saving grace with such a small gift. You'll definitely need to marry him. Why go back? I'll have dinner here tonight and watch you prepare. What if there's something I want and you've neglected it? Besides, I'm still waiting to report back. As for marrying him, forget it. He's already taken, and more than one. Since I'm here, even though the food is average, it's all radiation-free. TSK. People worse off than you have found wives, but you're still single. You can't even get a wife. Father Qin looked at Qin Yujing with a puzzled expression. Since you're so optimistic about him, then prepare everything properly. I'll tell her it's a meeting gift from her future father-in-law. Qin Yujing said calmly after taking a sip of tea. Look at them. They're giving you 4 durians and a whole basket of fruit as a welcome gift. As an elder, you can't lose face. Okay. Father Qin reluctantly picked up the bracelet. He'd finally gotten a day off, and now he had to work overtime again, and after hearing what this bastard said, he couldn't be careless. What if it actually happened? Then you go ahead and do your thing. I'll go find my brother. Qin Yujing said goodbye to his old father and headed for his brother's workplace. His brother was a weapons manager. He was going to get some money from him. As for Su Qinghe, things were much simpler. He had a king bomb the moment he walked in. Su Qinghe unloaded a bucket of fruit from the car and said to his parents, Mom and Dad, this is the gift your daughter-in-law prepared for you. How is it? Are you satisfied? The couple looked at each other in amazement. Their son, who hadn't made a name for himself, had become a sensation. People usually eat what they need to replenish their energy. Who would have thought that after losing their wood element abilities, their son would find a girlfriend who did? Chapter 171. The three didn't return until the next afternoon. Shortly after my Mang and the others finished their meal, they saw the three men enter one after the other. Did you make an appointment? My Mang looked at them in confusion. It was just a coincidence, Qin Yujing said. Let me show you some goodies. He then pulled a list from his pocket and handed it to my Mang. 200 kilograms of low radiation rice, 200 kilograms of low radiation corn, 200 kilograms of low radiation fruit, 200 kilograms of low radiation meat, 1,000 kilograms of medium radiation grain, 1,000 kilograms of medium radiation fruit, 1,000 kilograms of medium radiation meat, 10,000 kilograms of coarse grain flour, 10,000 kilograms of compressed biscuits, 100 kilograms of salt, 1,000 heating bulbs, 1 rainwater collector, 10 water storage tanks, 1 household water purifier, 50 cold weapons, 10 hot weapons. My Mang looked at Qin Yujing in confusion. What does this mean? The low radiation ones are a welcome gift from my old man. Keep them, whether you eat them or not. Sometimes low radiation food is more practical than non-radiation food. The weapons are a welcome gift from my brother. As for the other stuff, just think of it as your fruit in exchange. He simply took the fruit basket and went around to various places with his friends and partners. It was all voluntary, not forced. But if they didn't give him anything, he was going to stay and eat until they did. They haven't even met me, so where would they get a gift? My Mang looked at Qin Yujing. Besides, why would they give me a gift for no reason? No merit, no reward. You're making a move that's got me a little uneasy. Look! Qin Yujing showed my Mang the photo and zoomed in on one corner. See? Your slippers were featured, and then they insisted on giving it to you as a gift. I couldn't stop them. Qin Yujing shrugged helplessly. My Mang held her forehead, unsure what to say. What's there to worry about? You're planning to start your own business, and food and water are essential. After all, I'm younger than my father and brother. When they die, won't I inherit their estate? I just use my wealth in disguise. Don't worry about it. The most urgent thing now is to buy a few more water tanks. 1 rainwater collector and 10 water tanks are a bit insufficient. The water in these tanks can be used for drinking, but for daily use, we still need to build an underground reservoir. Qin Yujing frowned. A water tank only holds a little over 1,000 tons of water, so 10 isn't a lot. Although snow water can be collected in winter, with about 5 months of summer, the water consumption is still immeasurable. What a coincidence. I also got something. Su Qinghe also took out his note and handed it to my Mang. 10,000 kilograms of medium radiation grain, 10,000 kilograms of medium radiation fruit, 10,000 kilograms of coarse grain flour, and 10,000 kilograms of compressed biscuits, 100 kilograms of salt, 100 pieces of windproof fabric, 1,000 heating bulbs, and 10 boxes of various medicines. 1 mobile home with 1 set of furniture. 100 bottles of plant nutrients, and a number of various seeds. 1 multifunctional agricultural machine, which can be transformed into a seed drill, sprinkler, tiller, harvester, and other agricultural machinery. 1 household generator, 1 set of irrigation equipment, and 1 thresher. Not only my Mang, but also Qin Yujing was stunned. Did you rob your father? You have to know that the value of these machines is far more than grain. Only the Academy of Agricultural Sciences, with its deep pockets, could afford to donate so much equipment. What's more, they also offered so much grain. Su Qinghe said succinctly, dowry. Wang Haoran and Xia Chengfeng were both a little jealous. Having a mother's family was different. They had no dowry at all. But Xia Chengfeng was better off than Wang Haoran. After all, he had savings and a small team. Wang Haoran hugged his little boy tightly. Don't worry, he has a son. Maimon told Xia Chengfeng about Su Qinghe's situation the moment they met, so everyone knew. Only Qin Yujing gave Su Qinghe a thumbs up. You're more impressive than me. I can only come up with a meeting gift, but you've even prepared a dowry. Then he said to my Mang, Sister my Mang, do you want to come with me to meet my family? Maybe we can even get an extra betrothal gift. Bring little Tuanzi along, and you'll get another meeting gift. Ha ha ha. My Mang looked at Qin Yujing with a puzzled expression. Is that something you can just say? But your old man loves you. They're already accusing me of lying before I even open my mouth. They have to see me firsthand before they'll believe me. Qin Yujing shook her head. Comparing yourself to others is infuriating. The best fathers are always from other people's families. Sometimes, when things go wrong, you have to look within yourself. Are you being dishonest and constantly telling lies? Su Qinghe said coldly. Alright. We don't have any immediate shortage of supplies. We just need to secure the personnel. Qin Yujing quickly interrupted Su Qinghe, fearing he might expose her secrets. As for me, I took that bucket of radioactive fruit for a spin yesterday. With all that fruit, I'm sure there'll be plenty willing to go. Now all we need is the order, but initially, it's not recommended to have too many people. Try to keep it around 100. The key is to have high combat power. After all, the initial mission is to do cleanup. I went around the team yesterday. Although our squad's combat power isn't that high, over half are willing to follow me into the jungle to open up new land. The rest are families, who don't want to risk their lives. They'll officially be integrated into the Tyrannosaurus Rex squad. I also hope Captain Qin will treat them well. Of course, there's no need to grant them any special privileges, just treat them all the same. Xia Chengfeng said to Qin Yujing. The nature of the people in their team and the Tyrannosaurus Rex squad is different. The Chengfeng team is staying, while the people in the Tyrannosaurus Rex squad are hired for the mission. Of course, if you want to stay later, you're more than welcome. Wow, you're so efficient. Maimong couldn't help but applaud. The big things like food and drinking water are taken care of. All we need now are the odds and ends and daily necessities, and we'll be ready to go. What I mean is, the team goes first. Clear all the dangers, at least the mutants, and build a fence before we take you over. If you want to be more secure, we can build the house before you go over. At least you'll have a place to stay. Qin Yujing looked at Maimong and said, in the early stages, let's assume we have 100 people. How long would it take to build a 500 square meter house? The initial house doesn't need to be fancy. Just enough for everyone to live in, and have some basic space for activities. Once everyone's settled in, we can gradually expand. Maimong looked at them and asked, I know there won't be enough insulation, so I'm planning to build a Kong, a traditional Chinese Kong, and a fireplace in the house for winter warmth. Anyway, there are so many trees in the dense forest, they should be more than enough for us. Chapter 172. Oh, Miss Mai Meng knows how to make a Kong? Qin Yujing asked in surprise. I know a thing or two, Mai Meng said politely. What's a fireplace? Qin Yujing asked. A fireplace is a heating device, Mai Meng replied. But are you sure it needs 500 square meters? Qin Yujing asked. Is it that much trouble? A smaller one won't hurt, just a higher floor will do, Mai Meng said. It's not that troublesome. We can borrow a few Earth-type psychics from them. Without having to add extra materials, they can build a frame quickly. As for the sturdiness, it's also okay. If the wall paint peels or gets damaged later, it'll be easy to reinforce or thicken it. We can just ask the Earth-type psychics to come in and do it. Qin Yujing was already thinking, where can I find Earth-type psychics? Not only does it save time, it also saves materials. Quickly, how fast? Mai Meng asked. With enough psychic power, they can build an entire building in a day. Of course, such a person hasn't appeared yet. Normally, 1 floor a day is no problem. Then, there's the recharge period. After a few days, we can start building the next floor. While he's resting, the others will do some interior renovations. Once the exterior walls are finished, the interior will be almost complete. After a few days of drying, we can move in. We can even live below while the building is still being built. Qin Yujing thought it was a good idea. Issue a bounty to capture all the Earth-type espers in the safe zone and build a house. A house should be finished quickly. As for the interior decoration, take your time. The group discussed the future and the purchase of supplies. Mai Meng wanted to exchange some non-radioactive items, but Qin Yujing agreed to give them to him. He didn't have much money, but his father and brother had some. As for non-radioactive food, it wasn't something he could eat every day. Most of the rice his father ate was low-radiation food. Su Qinghe and Xia Chengfeng also said they still had star coins, so there was no need for her to exchange fruit. Wang Haoran, he had already handed in his star coins, and now he only had a little pocket money. That evening, Mai Meng brought a large amount of non-radioactive rice, flour, vegetables, fruit, and other supplies to Qin Yujing's room. After all, they had given him so much, it would be a shame not to reward him. Qin Yujing happily accepted it. The fruit was for him, and the food and vegetables would be delivered to the old man tomorrow to prevent him from complaining. Qin Yujing happily washed an apple and bit into it. He heard the door close next door, but paid no attention. It must be Sister Maimong being fair, and giving Su Qinghe some warmth as well. I wonder if his gifts will be even more generous. After all, Su Qinghe certainly gave a lot today. Or could I sneak over and take some to my room? Su Qinghe never locks his door anyway. Acting on the idea, Qin Yujing devoured the apple in her hand with big mouthfuls. Then she tiptoed towards Su Qinghe's room. Click! The door was locked. Damn! What a thief! There's no thief in the house, so why lock the door? Is he doing something shameful in there? Qin Yujing walked away, cursing. Su Qinghe must have guessed she'd come to play with him, so he locked the door. So, he must have a lot of goodies in his room. The more Qin Yujing thought about it, the more it itched she felt. She couldn't wait to pry the door open and see what was inside. What was inside? 2 intertwined figures. When will I go back to meet my parents? They're curious about which little fairy has captured my heart. Su Qinghe's gentle voice brushed my Mang's earlobe and blew into her heart. Meeting my parents? I'm a little nervous, my Mang said. Don't be afraid, they're all very kind. Besides, their son is a hostage in your hands. If they're nervous, they should be. Why should you be nervous? Go over and tell them with confidence that if you ever make me angry, I'll send your son back. That way, my parents will be kept in good stead, Su Qinghe said with a smile. What if they say we don't have this son? I'd be at a loss. My Mang laughed heartily. That's impossible. They're very close, it's just me and my sister. Unlike that lunatic from the Xie family, who has many brothers and sisters, but insists on claiming he's the only child. I heard he hasn't been having a great time lately, being pressured to have children every day. Looks like the big one's done, I have to start working on the small one, but I don't know if the old man from the Xie family can wait that long. You useless piece of shit. You can't even have a child. What's the point of having you? The Xie family's young master slapped Sinyu in the face with a ferocious look. Sinyu wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth, she was used to it. For the past few months, whenever he found out I was having sex, I'd be beaten. Not only that, he'd been getting increasingly rough in bed, always leaving after quickly completing the task. Before marrying, she knew she was just a reproductive tool, but young women always have expectations for their marriages. She never expected it to turn out like this. After beating Sinyu, the Xie family's young master turned and left. He didn't want to stay here for a moment. Are you sure you've moved into the villa? Haven't you been out lately? The Xie family's young master asked the people around him. Yes, the people around him replied. Excellent, very good. Keep a close eye on me. If any stranger shows up, arrest them. The Xie family's young master said sinisterly. I didn't expect that woman to actually move into the Qin family villa. She was actually living with him. How dare she? She better not fall into his hands, or she'll regret coming into this world. If you dare, just hide in the villa forever. My Mang had no idea someone cared so much about her. She was so busy every day, sleeping in one of the 3 rooms, one for the whole day. Sunday off? No way. No one cares what day of the week it is. Today was Su Qinghe's turn again. After a rough night, my Mang stayed in bed the next day. And Su Qinghe and the others, even the heavy rain, didn't stop them from exercising. My Mang was mortified. Was she really the laziest? Hearing the door open, my Mang tucked herself under the covers, hoping to scare Su Qinghe. Then she used her mental power to see if it wasn't Qin Yujing. Why had he sneaked into Su Qinghe's room? Of course, Qin Yujing couldn't stop thinking about Su Qinghe's fruit. He delivered the food to the Qin family the next day. Then he noticed Su Qinghe hadn't been around for the past few days. Could it be that my Mang hadn't sent him anything? Unable to suppress his curiosity, he snuck in while Su Qinghe was away to take a look. He had no idea that she had already agreed with my Mang to return to see her in-laws once the heavy rain was over. Chapter 173. I didn't expect Qinghe to be so decadent. His room used to be spotless. Now he doesn't even make the quilt when he gets up, and he throws his things around. Hey, is he a psychopath, or does he even have a cross-dressing fetish? Qin Yujing said disdainfully, picking up a skirt from the floor. Frustrated, Qin Yujing quickly ran out of the room. He hadn't expected to see so much filth this time. He wouldn't dare look Su Qinghe in the eye again. My Mang breathed a sigh of relief when he saw Qin Yujing leave and go into her room. She lifted the quilt and looked around Su Qinghe's room. Ever since she arrived, it had indeed become a bit messy. However, Su Qinghe would have to take the blame for this. My Mang cleaned herself up and shoved the scattered clothes on the floor into the washing machine. As for the quilt, never mind, it was time to sleep tonight anyway, so there was no need to fold it. My Mang tiptoed out of the room and quietly closed the door. Turning around, she saw Qin Yujing standing not far away. I knew it. How could a habit formed over so many years change so suddenly? Qin Yujing leaned against the wall and watched my Mang sneak out. He had just returned to his room, and the more he thought about it, the more something seemed off. As expected. Oh, let me explain, my Mang said. Then explain. Qin Yujing looked at my Mang quietly. Actually, there's nothing much to explain. It's just what you see. My Mang shrugged and smiled. So you're really together? Qin Yujing said in disbelief. She accepted all my dowry. How could it be false? Su Qinghe's voice rang out from behind Qin Yujing. You? When did this happen? Qin Yujing asked, looking at the two people standing together. Right, when you were away, my Mang said. So when Sister My Mang leaves this time, are you going with her? Qin Yujing asked Su Qinghe. Of course. Su Qinghe nodded. You're welcome to visit us then. Qin Yujing was silent. The rain will subside tomorrow. Are you ready for the ugly bride to meet her parents-in-law? Su Qinghe smiled at my Mang. So soon? Who's ugly? You're the one. My Mang was so angry that he hit Su Qinghe. Although she wasn't beautiful before, she was far from ugly now. Yes, I'm ugly. Su Qinghe quickly begged for mercy. Enough. Can't you see I'm still sad? Qin Yujing yelled at my Mang and the others. I saw it. Look, I didn't even bother you grieving in silence. Su Qinghe said. Qin Yujing, Wilt I be left all alone? Qin Yujing said pitifully. You have a whole team of friends, so how can I be alone? I'll take some pictures later. If you miss me, look at them. Su Qinghe patted Qin Yujing's shoulder and said, Go away, who would miss you? Qin Yujing slapped Su Qinghe's hand away, as if she were avoiding a virus. Then you can grieve as you please. We still need to decide what to bring to meet the parents. I'll leave you alone. Qin Yujing watched helplessly, as Su Qinghe and Maimong walked past her. This is my childhood friend of over 20 years, huh? A man who forgets his loyalty for the sake of beauty. The next day, Su Qinghe drove home with my Mang. Does this outfit look good on me today? My Mang asked Su Qinghe. Very pretty. Su Qinghe replied. Are we too few? My Mang asked Su Qinghe. No, it's just right. Su Qinghe replied. Just some fruits, vegetables, and meat. Is that really enough? My Mang asked uncertainly. Family members wouldn't give expensive, impractical gifts. Besides, the things we brought are already incredibly valuable. Anything labeled radiation-free becomes incredibly valuable. Even more so when it comes to rare fruits. Unfortunately, the system's gifts were mostly daily necessities, so after looking around, she still found most of them edible. There weren't many things worth giving as gifts. What should I do? I'm a little nervous. My Mang's palms were sweating with nervousness. This was the first time in her 2 lifetimes that she met her parents. More than anything, she felt guilty. Their son was so outstanding, yet he was being treated like a mistress. If it were her, she'd be sick to death. What if they started yelling at her? Should she endure it or yell back? Would Su Qinghe then help her, or his parents? What if? Soon, while my Mang was daydreaming, they arrived at their destination. The Su family's house wasn't a villa, just a 2-story Western-style building. However, there was a large garden in front of the house, and instead of beautiful flowers, it was planted with fruit trees and vegetables. In an instant, my Mang felt a sense of peace of mind. Su Qinghe drove into the underground garage, and the two of them emerged, their hands full of things. Mom and Dad, we're back. Su Qinghe called home. Hey, we're here. Mrs. Su emerged from the kitchen, a beaming smile on their faces. Oh, why are you carrying so much stuff? It's so heavy. Just let Xiaoqing do it. Why do you have to do it yourself, Xiaoqing, you two? If you can't carry it all in one trip, make 2 trips. How can you let a woman do the work? Mrs. Su hurried forward and took the things from my Mang's hands. It's okay, Auntie. These aren't heavy. I'll just put them wherever you want. My Mang said quickly, dodging Su's outstretched hand. The heavy items, like fruit and mutton, were all with Su Qinghe. She was just helping out with some things out of courtesy to avoid embarrassment. Just put it here on the table. I'll have Xiaoqing clean it up later. Don't do it again. What else are you going to take back home? Mother Su's expertly spoken voice eased much of my Mang's nervousness. Mei Mang's social anxiety was about to come out. She was a little overwhelmed by the other party's excessive enthusiasm. Thankfully, Su Qinghe came to the rescue. Mom, look at me, look at me. Other people forget their mothers after marrying a wife. But how can you forget your son after getting a daughter-in-law? I've been here for so long, and you haven't even glanced at me. I've been seeing you for over 20 years. I'm tired of you. Besides, you're not as pretty as a cute little girl. Mother Su rolled her eyes at Su Qinghe. I brought this adorable girl back. Maimong, This is my mom. You can call me Mom with me. Mom, this is your daughter-in-law, Maymong the cutie. Su Chingha introduced them. After hearing Su Chingha's words, my Mang swallowed the word auntie that had been lingering on her lips. Looking at Mother Su, she smiled and said, Hello Mom, I'm Maymong. Chapter 174. Oh, you're so sweet. This is a welcome gift from Mom. Keep it. Mother Su smiled and pulled a large red envelope from her pocket, thrusting it towards my Mang. No thanks. My Mang quickly refused. Take it, take it. My mom is she's very good at housekeeping. Not many people can get her things. It's rare for her to be so generous. You should call her more often and ask her to give you more big red envelopes. Su Chingha helped my Mang take the red envelope and stuffed it into her handbag. Turning to Mother Su, he said, Mom, do I have any? You don't. Mother Su ruthlessly rejected Su Chingha, then enthusiastically led my Mang to the dining table. As they walked, she said, Xuqing's dad was waiting here too. He just got a call and went out because he had something to ask him. But don't worry, he'll be back soon. Mother Su explained for Su's dad. I don't know what you like, so I've had a little bit of everything prepared. Let me know if there's anything you like, and I'll make it for you next time. Thanks, Mom. I'm not picky, anything's fine with me, my Mang said. As the two chatted, dishes were served one after another. Each dish wasn't very large, but the variety was diverse, and the food was beautiful, fragrant, and delicious. There were flavors for every taste. Then, Father Su opened the door and came back. Dad, you really have great timing. You're back just as the dishes are served. This is your daughter-in-law, my Mang. My Mang, this is Dad. Just follow me and call me Dad. Su Chingha teased. My Mang quickly stood up and called out Dad. Hey, you're here. Then he gave Maymong a welcome gift. Sit down and eat. You're in your own home, don't be so reserved. Just as he finished speaking, the door opened again. A woman rushed in. I heard my brother found a sister-in-law. Why didn't you tell me in advance? I almost got late. The girl glanced around, her gaze settling on Maymong. You must be your sister-in-law, right? I'm your sister-in-law, Su Wenwen. This is my welcome gift for you. Su Wenwen walked towards Maymong and presented her with a comprehensive list of skincare products. I'm telling you, skincare should start while you're young. I don't know what brand of skincare you like, but these are homemade, and what I use regularly. If you find them useful, let me know. I'll give you some next time. Thank you. I'm Maymong. I also prepared a small gift for you. I'll give it to you later. Maymong accepted the skincare products and thanked him. Fortunately, I was well prepared, otherwise it would have been awkward. Wow, there's even a portion for me. My sister-in-law is so thoughtful. Then she glared at Su Chingha. Some people, I've known for over 20 years, haven't even given me a single gift. Su Chingha, Let's eat. As soon as Mr. Su spoke, everyone took their seats. The dinner table became much more lively with Su when joining them. Everyone ate and chatted, the atmosphere was harmonious. After dinner, Su Chingha brought out a plate of fruit from the kitchen. This is my first gift to you. You're welcome. Su Chingha handed a washed apple to Su Wenwen. Then she placed another plate of cut fruit in front of the others. Su Wenwen looked at the apple, which was almost as big as her face, and wanted to throw it at Su Chingha, but she couldn't bring herself to do it. Finally, she carefully packed the apple and put it in her handbag. Since it's a gift from my brother, I'll take it home and treasure it. Then she sat down next to my Mang and ate the fruit from the fruit bowl with her. Wow, sister-in-law, these fruits you brought are so delicious. Take a bite, full of fruity fragrance, authentic flavor, much better than the ones my brother and his family grow. Su Wenwen praised them as she ate. My Mang felt a little embarrassed by her praise. My brother will be in for a treat from now on. You don't know, all my fruit rations have been given to him these past few years, so I've had much less fruit and vegetables, Su Wenwen complained. Of course, she was exaggerating. With 2 farmers in her family, how could there be any shortage of food? But when the amount was reduced, the better quality ones did get priority for him. After all, other people can eat any fruit or vegetable, but Su Chingha can't eat anything that's exposed to radiation. If you like it, then ask your brother to bring you more delicious fruits and vegetables from now on, my Mang said with a smile. Did you hear me? Send me more delicious fruits and vegetables from now on, Su Wenwen said to Su Chingha. Here you go. Su Chingha handed Su Wenwen a watermelon seed. Su Wenwen, the watermelon seed sprouted at a visible speed, sprouted leaves, and then slowly grew. In just 2 minutes, a watermelon weighing over 20 kilograms was in Su Chingha's hands. The three members of the Su family looked at the watermelon before them with tears in their eyes. This was more than just a watermelon, it represented hope. Brother Yu. Su Wenwen was so excited she couldn't speak. What are you standing there for? My hands are sore. Su Qinghe was also excited, but his peak excitement was over, and he could still hold it together. Mine, all mine. Su Wenwen smiled foolishly, hugging the giant watermelon. I never thought I'd get to eat a watermelon grown by my brother after all these years. It's truly remarkable. Su Wenwen sighed with emotion. My brother's abilities had always been a taboo topic in our family, for fear of hurting him. Now, with his abilities restored, he could regain his former spirit. Xiaoqing, what's wrong with you? Mother Su asked, puzzled. This is all thanks to my Meng. So, since I can't repay your kindness, I'll just give you my body. Su Qinghe looked at my Meng with a loving expression. Facing the eager gazes of the four family members, my Meng felt immense pressure. Well, it's not my credit. It's all Brother Su's own hard work, my Meng said sheepishly. Sister-in-law, from now on you're my real sister-in-law. Su Wenwen excitedly wanted to hug my Meng, but she was still holding a large watermelon. Mother Su also excitedly shook my Meng's hand. Good boy, you and our Xiaoqing are truly a perfect match. If Xiaoqing dares to bully you in the future, be sure to tell Mom and your dad, and I will help you punish him. Father Su was also excited, but he couldn't just go after my Meng like the other two women did. He called Su Qinghe to the study, where they talked for a long time. Finally, my Meng and Su Qinghe left with a car full of gifts and a reluctant look from Mother Su. I think your two gifts are more popular than anything else we brought, Su Qinghe said happily in the car. Thinking of Su Wenwen's delight after she understood the purpose of the gift, and the light in Su's father's eyes, my Meng found it amusing. You could prepare a few more sets, and give one to Mom as well. I think she liked them, too, my Meng said with a smile. Chapter 175. I'll have someone make it tomorrow, Su Qinghe said with a smile. Since none of them liked mahjong, they had only had Qin Yujing prepare one. Now it seemed like they could make a few extra copies. As for other entertainment items, they could also make a few extra copies. The ones given to others were copies, and the ones given by the system would remain with my Meng. I gave Go to Su's father. After explaining it to him, he seemed quite fond of it. My Meng looked at Su Qinghe. The father and son had quite similar interests. My Meng hadn't expected this meeting with parents to be so enjoyable. The two of them chatted and laughed as they returned to the villa. Since they hadn't left until dinner, it was already dark. My Meng spread his mental power, intending to help him see the road and practice his supernatural powers, but he noticed other figures following their car. We seem to be surrounded, my Meng said, looking at Su Qinghe. Su Qinghe's expression was somewhat serious. Are there a lot of people? He had just used half of his supernatural power to induce the birth of the watermelon. Although it had recovered a little, it wasn't at its peak yet. If he had known, he wouldn't have chosen such a large watermelon or used so many fancy tricks. He had specially made the watermelon a melon within a melon, wishing his sister a child soon. After all, not getting pregnant after so many years of marriage was a source of worry for her sister. If things didn't work out, she would resort to artificial insemination. Artificial insemination was essentially the same as natural conception, but everyone still hoped for a natural pregnancy. There were quite a lot of people, probably over 20 or so. We're not sure if reinforcements will arrive later, my Meng said, counting them. They're probably trying to stop us at that remote section of road ahead. After all, that's the only area on our way back that's perfect for an attack. The road leading back to the villa was sparsely populated, and with the rain, hardly anyone was passing. Don't worry. Although my psychic abilities aren't at full capacity, they're more than enough to handle over 20 people. If that doesn't work out, we can use energy weapons, Su Qinghe said with a relaxed expression. Actually, there are regulations prohibiting the use of energy weapons within the safe zone, but with lives threatened, who cares about the rules? Don't be afraid. I'll protect you. My Meng patted Su Qinghe's shoulder and said with a smile. She was now very confident in her own abilities. Just a few dozen people, not all psychics, were just small fry. Su Qinghe didn't take my Meng's words seriously, but he was still confident in his own abilities. Send a message to Qin Yujing, Su Qinghe said to my Meng. Confidence is certainly a given, but it won't stop him from calling for help. Look, no signal. They must have some kind of signal jammer. My Meng pulled out her bracelet and showed it to Su Qinghe. It's okay. Send it to him regardless of whether there's a signal or not. It'll automatically send it as soon as there's one, Su Qinghe said. Oh! My Meng had thought she'd be asked to resend after a few rounds, so she sent messages to Qin Yujing, Xia Chengfeng, and Wang Haoran. As long as any one of them could receive the message, they would come to support. Soon, the car was hit from behind. Because the car had been modified, a simple collision wouldn't damage it at all. The people who were crashing the car refused to give up and continued to ram forward. We could just drive out. Mai Meng slapped her forehead. She had just been thinking about a 300th battle. Or are you still thinking about getting out of the car and fighting? Su Qinghe looked at Mai Meng with amusement. But don't be too happy too soon. If they try to force the car to stop, they'll definitely have a backup plan. Sure enough, row after row of wolf-tooth earth spikes appeared ahead. Mai Meng enveloped the car with his mental power, and then charged forward at full speed. Obstacle after obstacle was knocked aside. The car appeared undamaged, but Mai Meng's supernatural power was rapidly depleting. Mai Meng quickly grasped the crystal cores that hadn't been used up last time. This time, the opponent was formidable, and he had to be at his peak. Suddenly, the car jolted forward, and Mai Meng felt as if a significant portion of his superpowers had been lost. They actually used energy weapons. Su Qinghe spoke sternly. Because of the obstacles blocking the way, Su Qinghe's speed was limited. Before either of them could recover, the car jolted again. No, this isn't going to work. How about we jump out of the car? Mai Meng said anxiously. The rate at which he was absorbing superpowers couldn't keep up with the rate at which he was consuming them. The energy weapons were too destructive. Though surprised that Mai Meng could withstand the energy weapons, Su Qinghe nodded quickly. The two of them opened the car door and jumped out. They hid together in the nearby bushes. Cars in front, behind, and to the left and right also stopped, and several large men in gray got out. It's the Xie family. Mai Meng used his mental power to survey the surroundings, and spotted the young master of the Xie family hiding in a car. He was wearing a special helmet, and Mai Meng discovered he couldn't hack into his mind this time. It must be something special. Even the protective suit he was wearing was much higher level. If possible, let's keep him this time, Su Qinghe said. He had originally wanted to handle it himself, but then realized his abilities might not even match Mai Meng's. Rather than letting his enemy escape, it was better to explain his plans to his own people. After all, now was not the time to be a hero. I'll try my best. Mai Meng nodded. The two were soon discovered, and the most primitive fight began. Although Mai Meng had learned combat techniques, she lacked practical experience. And with limited practice time, she was definitely inferior to these well-trained assassins. However, she still had her mental power to support her, so she wasn't completely defeated, though her response was a bit awkward. Su Qinghe was surrounded by a dozen people, including two psychics. One was a wind type, the other a speed type, both moving swiftly and attacking Su Qinghe several times. But they were all blocked by Mai Meng's protective shield. With one person protecting two, Mai Meng's energy pool depleted even faster. Su Qinghe no longer hid his abilities, using his wood-based abilities to engulf several people. Young Master Xie's eyes nearly popped out of his head when he saw Su Qinghe use his wood-based abilities. When did he recover? Why didn't he know? In the safe zone, attacking a psychic and an ordinary person was a vastly different matter. It doesn't have to be alive, the dead will do. Young Master Xie gave the others instructions. As long as they were killed, the operation wouldn't be considered a failure. Everyone knew Su Qinghe was just a crippled man without his powers, and the dead wouldn't defend themselves. Chapter 176. Although Mai Meng possessed many superpowers, their levels were too low. Only her ice-based superpower could barely inflict damage. She had only 2 level 3 powers, one for purification, which served only as a backup. Psychic powers were extremely useful, but the attackers were wearing special headgear, making it difficult for her to penetrate their minds with her psychic power. Finally, Mai Meng decided to capture the culprit first, abandoning her passive defense and attacking the young master of the Xie family. As the attackers' attacks intensified, Mai Meng's superpower pool dwindled further. The reason was that the other party had used an energy pistol on Su Qinghe. If it weren't for Mai Meng's protective shield, Su Qinghe would have been reduced to ash by now. Mai Meng pulled out her energy gun from her space, and fired 2 shots at the young master of the Xie family. Bang! Bang! She hadn't expected the other party to have a protective shield as well, and the energy gun's power was neutralized as soon as it reached him. It had been a bit difficult to move just now, but now that everyone had gathered to contain Su Qinghe, Mai Meng had a chance to catch her breath. She quickened her pace, heading towards the lunatic from the Xie family. The lunatic from the Xie family had already ordered the car to be driven away the moment he noticed Mai Meng approaching. But how could Mai Meng do as he wished? If he couldn't move the man, could he not move the car? the entire car was engulfed in spiritual power, unable to move. My Mang reached the car and swung her spiritual whip at it, only to be stopped by the protective shield. My Mang was a little anxious. Was there no way to move him? She stepped forward, kicked the door lock, and opened it. A fist as big as a sandbag came towards her, and my Mang quickly dodged. This was a well-trained thug, and my Mang's dodging was somewhat awkward. Finally, seeing the opportunity, she simply drew a line on the ground to create a prison, freezing him into an ice sculpture. My Mang ignored him, and continued towards the Xie family's lunatic. With so much commotion here, even in a remote area, there should have been some movement. She had to catch the Xie family member quickly, or she wouldn't be able to act until the patrol arrived. My Mang tried to use her supernatural powers to attack the car, but the shield blocked it. It seemed that the shield was designed to protect against supernatural and energy-based weapons. She could move forward unarmed without stopping. My Mang tried to envelop the entire car with her mental power, and was pleasantly surprised to find that it worked. Then she lit a raging fire nearby. The shield erupted, but my Mang remained calm. If she couldn't burn you, she would roast you to death. She also created some thick smoke to make the experience more realistic for those inside. Soon, the people inside the car began to run out one after another. Although the madman from the Xie family had exchanged clothes with someone else, my Mang's unobstructed vision still accurately located him. After all, she couldn't forget his face until it turned to ash. He tried to trap him and freeze him into an ice sculpture, but found that wouldn't work. The shield was only for his own protection. Just as my Mang was about to approach, several bodyguards surrounded him, blocking his path. "Leave this to me." Su Qing had dispatched his men and rushed over. My Mang smiled at him and handed him the crystal core in his hand, asking him to replenish his energy. Feeling the constant flow of energy, Su Qing's confidence soared, and he used his supernatural powers to stop the bodyguards. My Mang rushed straight towards the young master of the Xie family, picking up the whip and swinging it at him again and again, just as he had done to himself. The young master of the Xie family rolled on the ground, trying to escape, but trapped in a circle. Although the whip had no special powers, or added any extra damage, my Mang's power was now incomparable. Soon, the madman of the Xie family lay bruised and bloodied on the ground. He gasped for breath, and my Mang stopped. Killing him would be too easy. My Mang heard noises coming from afar, and knew the patrol was approaching. She picked up a long knife from the ground, and with a single blow, the young master of the Xie family's legs were torn from his body. Ah! The madman of the Xie family screamed more miserably than ever before. "Tell me, if you lose your fertility, will your father still want you?" My Mang, seeing the horrified look in the Xie family's lunatic's eyes, raised his knife once more. 2 ounces of flesh fell to the ground, and the Xie family's lunatic fainted. My Mang kindly helped him stop the bleeding to prevent a quick death from excessive blood loss. Then, considerately, he froze his body parts into blocks and hammered them into icy shards to prevent them from being collected and recycled. Beep beep, beep beep. The patrol car arrived. My Mang was sprayed with the blood of others, but it didn't look bad enough. Suppressing his nausea, he rubbed more blood from others, then ran and threw himself into Su Qing's arms. "Woo woo woo, I'm so scared." My Mang rubbed Su Qing hard a few times, making him even dirtier. "What happened?" The patrol leader ran down, and the others surrounded the area. "Xiao Wang, it's me." Su Qing spoke. "Mr. Su, it's you. What are you doing?" The patrol leader looked around. "Call it an ambush. These people are in such a plight. You'll have to investigate this. I left home, my car was fine, and this group of people rushed out. I don't know what evil spirit I've offended. Look how scared my wife is. If anything bad happens, you'll have to answer to my father. Today was supposed to be a happy day, celebrating the return of my powers, and the end of my single life. You better give me a reasonable explanation. You know, my wife is not only a psychic, she's also pregnant. If anything goes wrong, Su Qing had left his words unfinished, leaving it to the imagination. "Of course, madam, are you okay? Do you want me to take you to the hospital first? I will investigate this thoroughly, and give you a satisfactory explanation. If it were just the son of the Agricultural Science Academy, this would be a common incident. But now that it's a psychic, the situation is different. Add in the pregnant psychic, and the level will rise by 2 more levels." My Mang fainted at the right moment. "I'll have someone follow up on what's going on. I hope you won't be so perfunctory." Just as he finished speaking, several more cars arrived. Leading the group was Qin Yujing. "Where are they? Where are they?" Qin Yujing hurried over, followed by many other team members. What happened to Sister Maimong? How did she get like this? Is the child okay? Come, let me check on her. Then he addressed the patrol leader fiercely. If the child has harmed you all, just wait for me. As expected, good friends who had been together for over 20 years came up with the same solution. She must have fainted from shock, Su Qinghe said to Qin Yujing. Delay and Xiao Lei, you stay and follow up. I'll take the others back first. Qin Yujing said to the people behind him. Okay. The two agreed. Su Qinghe and Qin Yujing left with the rest of the group in a hurry. Chapter 177. If you say that, what if I'm not pregnant? Wouldn't that lie be exposed immediately? As soon as they left, my Meng dropped the pretense and sat up curiously. Why would they tell such an easily detectable lie? The hospital is my home. Is it that hard to get a miscarriage report? Qin Yujing smiled at my Meng. You better be prepared for what's next. Sister my Meng, who suffered a miscarriage due to excessive shock. Ah, what else do I need to prepare? Isn't recuperation just about eating and sleeping at home? My Meng asked doubtfully. Prepare to receive the supplies, count them, and see if anything's missing. Once you've recovered, we'll head straight for the dense forest. Even if the Xie and Chen families want revenge, they won't be able to find anyone for now. By the way, the Chen family is related to the Xie family by marriage. Even though the Xie kid's mother barely cares about him, he's still her eldest son, and his uncles will likely help out. But as long as they can't find us, they'll let it go. After all, the other party's surname is Xie, not Chen. The Chen family has their own child. While he doesn't have special abilities, he's much more ambitious than the Xie kid. Qin Yujing said. We're taking advantage of this time. Publicly, we're visiting the woman who had a miscarriage and delivering some supplements. Secretly, we're secretly delivering supplies. Then, with one mission, the team can set off. Unnoticed, perfect. By the way, can you fit all that stuff? Qin Yujing asked curiously. I'm not sure. We'll see after the stuff arrives. My Meng wasn't sure either. But she still has a lot of fabric, so she can make some big bags, or tailor-made covers for those things, which should be able to hold a lot. Well, it'd be best if we could load it all in one trip. Otherwise, the longer the convoy gets, the more dangerous it becomes. It's especially difficult to navigate the dense forest with large vehicles, and we can't get up to speed, Qin Yujing said. They had to put on a full show. As soon as they got out of the car, they carried the blood-soaked my Meng into the squad infirmary. After a long time, the three of them emerged, their faces heavy with grief. Don't worry, I won't let this go. I'll make them pay for their crimes with blood. Qin Yujing patted Su Qinghe's shoulder and said, take Miss My Meng home to rest first. Let her rest well at home for the time being. Spend more time with her and comfort her. I'll take care of what's happening outside. Yes. Su Qinghe didn't say anything else, but carried my Meng into his villa. He didn't want to talk, fearing that opening his mouth would betray his cheerful mood. Unexpectedly, after a checkup, it was discovered that my Meng was indeed pregnant. This frightened the two men, and they carefully checked him from head to toe, only feeling relieved after confirming he was unharmed. Watching Su Qinghe, with a serious expression and careful manner, carry a blood-soaked figure in, Wang Haoran's heart nearly stopped. Although he had just received a message from my Meng saying he was fine, he couldn't help but feel uneasy without seeing him. Now, covered in blood, he looked anything but fine. Xia Qingfeng's face paled with shock. Could it be true? Put me down. I can walk on my own. I'm not injured. No need to be so cautious. Their hearts finally began to beat faster at the girl's clear voice. Because they feared the Xia family might become desperate, Xia Qingfeng had been assigned to stay at the villa to care for the little girl. If the other person really went crazy, the family wouldn't be completely unprepared. Don't move, don't move. You might twist your back. You're covered in dirt. I'll just carry you to your room, and it won't dirty the house. Su Qinghe knew my Meng was a stickler for cleanliness. As expected, my Meng stopped moving as soon as he finished speaking. Just carry me to the bathroom. Brother Haoran, Brother Qingfeng, don't worry. I'm fine. This blood is someone else's. I smeared it on myself to make myself look a little more miserable. I'll come down and tell you after I finish my shower. Su Qinghe nodded to them and took my Meng upstairs. Seeing my Meng so energetic, they felt relieved. Su Qinghe filled the tub and began washing my Meng's hair. By the time they had cleaned the stains off their bodies, the tub was almost full. Su Qinghe carried my Meng back in and carefully washed her again. My Meng, like a shrew, just needed to stretch her arms and legs. Oh no, just one person would be enough. Pregnant women shouldn't soak for too long. After cleaning her, Su Chingha picked her up. Blowing her hair and getting dressed was all done. Finally, he carried the clean My Mang downstairs. Downstairs, Wang Haoran and Xia Chengfeng were still waiting. Qin Yujing had already gone off, furious, to settle the score with the miscarriage report. He briefly explained the situation to them, and shared the good news of her pregnancy. The two glanced at each other, their surprise coming a bit too quickly. Now that Wang Haoran was the only child, the others wanted one too. I hadn't expected My Mang to be pregnant again so soon. Did the doctor say anything to be careful about? Aren't the adults or children scared? Xia Chengfeng asked from the side. It's okay, they're strong. Even if I roll a few more times, they'll be fine. My Mang smiled and patted her belly. Be gentle, be gentle. I know they're strong, you don't need to prove it. Su Chingha was frightened and quickly grabbed My Mang's hand. She was carrying a baby. It was most likely his. Don't ask how he knew, it was just intuition. They? Xia Chengfeng got the point. Yes, twins. One is fatter, the other is thinner. My Mang pointed with her pinky finger. Just over a month old, two little beans the same size. One is just a little bigger, the other a little smaller. Xia Chengfeng was a little excited. Twins, that just increased the odds of winning. He felt it had to be his. After all, according to birth order, he should be the second child. So it made sense that the child would be second in birth order. Both of them were secretly calculating. Wang Haoran was fine, he already had a little one. But he also been with My Mang during this time, so there was still a chance, right? So My Mang officially began his recovery. When Su's mother heard the news of My Mang's miscarriage, she rushed over immediately. She burst into tears of joy when she heard it wasn't a miscarriage, but a pregnancy. Great, great. Chingha and their children were going to have a child. Supplements were being brought to My Mang like they didn't need star coins. Combined with Su's mother's red eyes as she left, the news of My Mang's miscarriage was even more certain. And Su Wenwen, she also came over, but she was there to pick up the good news. She had been hoping for so many years without success, but My Mang had one child a year, and 3 in 2 years. Before leaving, My Mang gave her plenty of radiation-free food, telling her to relax and believe that when the time came, children would come naturally. Otherwise, you can't say that she has a fertility system, so she can have one baby a year. Chapter 178. The most important thing is that giving birth is making her more beautiful. For a normal person, having children so frequently would be very harmful to their health. There have been a lot of people coming and going these days. Teammates, partners, family members, and so on. All of them have come to visit this psychic, who had a miscarriage. Mei Mang happily packed her large cloth bag with supplies. They packed, and Mei Mang packed, especially food and drinks. They stay fresh in the space and don't take up space. At first, Mei Mang was confused about how to distribute the tens of thousands of pounds of vegetables. Now, looking at the bags of dehydrated vegetables, she realized she was too narrow-minded. A pound of vegetables weighs only 1 ounce after dehydration, so 1,000 pounds of vegetables equals 100 pounds of dehydrated vegetables, and 10,000 pounds of vegetables equals 1,000 pounds of dehydrated vegetables. It's said that after soaking, the nutrition and taste are just as good as fresh vegetables. And dehydrated vegetables keep better. The same goes for fruit. While it won't be as heavy as 1 ounce, dried fruit also keeps better. Of course, there's still some fresh fruit, that's what Mei Mang requested. Anyway, it won't go bad if it's stored in space, the fruit will still be fresh and delicious. What surprised My Mang the most were the weapons Qin Yujing brought back. For ordinary people, weapons are very important. One day, My Mang was dragged back to her room by Qin Yujing. My Mang looked at Qin Yujing in confusion. What are you doing? You scared me. What do you think of me? Qin Yujing asked. You're fine, what's wrong? My Mang asked. Well, me? What do you think? I should come with you guys when the time comes? Qin Yujing asked. You were supposed to be going with us anyway. Aren't you supposed to be leading the team? My Mang thought Qin Yujing was acting a bit strange today. I mean, stay for a long time. Qin Yujing said. Oh, stay for a long time? No problem. I'm so happy you're coming. I'm sure Brother Su and the others will be happy too. My Mang had a vague idea of what he meant, but he wasn't sure. Didn't I tell you last time that Su Chingha lost his powers to save me? Qin Yujing looked at My Mang and asked. Yeah, what's wrong? My Mang didn't know why he suddenly brought this up. I also said that if he doesn't get married, I won't either. If he finds a girl he likes, I'll be with him. After all, I'm afraid he'll get bullied by himself. I can protect him a little with me around. Qin Yujing looked at my Meng and said, "Oh, that's right. Then you can rest assured. After all, his powers are back now, and no one can bully him. Besides, don't you trust my character? Just don't bully me." My Meng patted Qin Yujing on the shoulder and said, "A man's word is as good as his bond. If you say you want to be with him, you must be with him." "What? Am I so bad? Are you going to reject me?" Qin Yujing grabbed my Meng's hand and pinned her against the wall. "Well, no, you're great, but look, I already have 3 men. I'm just afraid of letting you down." My Meng looked up at Qin Yujing. "So do you like me?" Qin Yujing asked cautiously. "So do you like me?" My Meng asked back. "Isn't that nonsense? If I didn't like you, why would I come to you?" Qin Yujing blushed. "Then lower your head. I'm telling you, looking at you like that makes my neck ache," my Meng said, looking at Qin Yujing. Qin Yujing obediently lowered his head. My Meng kissed him on the cheek and said with a smile, "Of course I like you." Qin Yujing happily hugged him and looked at my Meng. "Seriously?" "Not seriously," my Meng said with a grin. "I can't hear that. I just heard you say you like me. You can't go back on your word. After a while, come back with me to meet my family and let them give you a gift." Qin Yujing happily spun around in my Meng's arms. My Meng hurriedly hugged Qin Yujing, afraid he'd throw her out. "You're such a filial son." My Meng praised him with a smile. "Of course. Unlike my brother, who's almost 30 and still doesn't even have a girlfriend. I'm more filial. I found a wife early on, so my dad doesn't have to worry about me." After saying that, he lowered his head and kissed my Meng's red lips. Complete the mission, the salary host. Reward, 30 kilograms of dried meat and 30 kilograms of dried fruit. The long-lost voice of the system sounded. He had coveted them before, but it's a pity not to bully a friend's wife. But now, this little cutie has stolen both of his beauties. If he doesn't take them home, he'd be at a huge loss. "You're so sweet," with a faint fruity scent. Qin Yujing hugged my Meng and bit her lips. "I really want to eat you up in one bite." "No way. If you eat me, you won't have a wife." My Meng reached out and pinched his cheek. Thankfully, it wasn't greasy. "Then I'll take half and leave the other half." As they talked, they rolled together again. That evening, Qin Yujing carried my Meng downstairs. My Meng felt a little embarrassed and buried her head in Qin Yujing's arms, trying to hide her from everyone. She refused, but Qin Yujing wanted to publicly declare her membership. Please take care of me in the future." Qin Yujing looked at the 3 of them seriously and said, "Forget it, we're all so familiar now, let's not do this. It's so awkward. We'll just get along the same way we did before." Qin Yujing couldn't help but laugh. "You brat." Su Qinghe rushed over and punched him, but he was prepared for it. After all, the way the boy looked at my Meng was off. And after spending so much time together, it was hard not to be attracted to my Meng. As for the others, they were more or less prepared. After all, Su Qinghe had joined, so Qin Yujing's arrival was acceptable. Also, after spending so much time together, everyone seemed to get along well. It's much better than not knowing each other or not talking to each other. All right, it's not like you're hiding your head and no one recognizes you. Is there another woman in this house?" Qin Yujing said, gently patting my Meng's thigh. Unfortunately, my Meng was shy and still a little embarrassed. She had intended to talk about it one by one, but exposing it all at once was a little embarrassing. That night, Qin Yujing took my Meng back to her room, using the excuse of their wedding night as an excuse. Since becoming pregnant, my Meng's milk supply had dried up. So, little Tuanzi no longer needed my Meng, and was now drinking formula. Qin Yujing gently laid my Meng on the bed, and ran into the bathroom to help him run the faucet. My Meng looked around his room. It was a bit messy, but not terribly messy. At least there weren't any smelly socks or shoes scattered around. My Meng felt that this was normal. Keeping it as neat and tidy as Su Qinghe's was abnormal. Chapter 179. The next day, Qin Yujing couldn't wait to bring her back to the Qin family. My Meng picked up another gift, just like the one he'd given the previous time he went to the Su family. He prepared military flags for Qin's father and Qin Yujing's brother, and a mahjong set for Qin's mother. Then, avoiding Qin Yujing, he placed a durian in the specially made box he brought. After all, it was Qin's father's favorite fruit, and since he knew it, it would be a shame not to prepare some. What's wrong with that? They don't need this little food. What they need is a daughter-in-law. Just you going there would be better than any gift, Qin Yujing said nonchalantly. The more gifts, the less blame. My Mang didn't believe a word Qin Yujing said. While arriving empty-handed might make the other party happy, it would make him seem so immature. It's normal for a son to come home empty-handed, but it would be rude for her, a first-time daughter-in-law, to also come empty-handed. By the way, didn't I tell you about my family situation? Qin Yujing suddenly thought of something. Huh? Is there anything I should be aware of? My Mang looked at Qin Yujing. I only have one brother, and he's still single. My family situation is pretty simple. It's just that my mother died of complications giving birth to me, so I call the one at home Auntie now. Of course, since she doesn't have any children, she's been pretty nice to us. Qin Yujing introduced my Mang. Oh, good. It's a good thing you told me in advance, otherwise there would have been some misunderstandings, my Mang said. My Mang was a little embarrassed. She hadn't expected that both Qin Yujing and Su Qing's parents were monogamous. Luckily, Su Wenwen had 4 husbands, otherwise she would have seemed a bit out of place. They soon arrived at the Qin residence, also a small villa with guards at the gate. Qin Yujing drove directly into the basement, where an auntie was waiting. Hello, young master, young madam. Master and madam are already waiting at home. As the car stopped, the auntie opened the door for my Mang and greeted them warmly. Got it. Get 2 people to carry the things in my car upstairs. After giving her instructions, Qin Yujing took my Mang's hand and got into the elevator. Your house is quite lively, my Mang said, feeling a bit like marrying into a wealthy family. Not bad. It's just a few more people to help with the housework. Labor is the cheapest these days. As long as you get 3 meals, there are plenty of people to help with the chores. No need for 3 meals, 2 will do. Dad, I'm back with my wife. As they went upstairs, they saw Qin's father sitting on the sofa. Dad, my Mang called out. I'm here. Father Qin looked up at the 2 of them. Come and sit down. The food won't be ready for a while. Why so late? I'm starving. Qin Yujing complained. You little brat. It's not even 11 o'clock yet. Father Qin couldn't help but scold. Look, this is the military flag my Mang gave you. You don't know how to play with it, do you? Give me a big red envelope and I'll teach you. Qin Yujing shook the bag in her hand and said with a smile. Here, a red envelope. Speak. Father Qin handed Qin Yujing a red envelope. Then he took out another red envelope and handed it to my Mang. This is for you. A meeting gift. Thank you, Dad. My Mang accepted it and thanked him. Is there really a share for me? It's not empty, is it? Qin Yujing opened the red envelope, puzzled. Inside was a transparent card. This was the same red envelope the Su family had given him before. It was a star coin card. You can go to the bank to process this, and you can get whatever amount you want. Simply tap the card against the bracelet, and the money on the card will be transferred to your account. Once the amount is transferred, the card will disappear within a minute. Could it be 100 star coins? Qin Yujing tapped the card against the bracelet. He couldn't believe his father had actually prepared a red envelope for him. Tick, 100,000 star coins. The bracelet beeped. Qin Yujing said with a look of disdain, Huh? Only 100,000? You should have started with 1,000,000 at least. Come on, cut the crap. Didn't you say you'd tell me how to play after I gave you the red envelope? Qin's father calmly took a sip of tea and said, Here, there's an instruction manual inside. Take a look later. Qin Yujing handed the bag to Qin's father. You didn't give Maimon a red envelope of only 100,000 yuan, did you? I tell you, Su Qing and his parents each gave 1,000,000 yuan. If you gave 100,000 yuan, you'd be completely embarrassed if anyone knew. Qin Yujing looked at his father, then at Mei Mang's red envelope. Mei Mang, sister, let me check it for you while we're still home. If there's anything missing, you can ask them to give it to you right away. After saying that, she was about to take the red envelope from Mei Mang's hand. Mei Mang held the red envelope tightly. This naughty kid, she wanted to beat him to death. A gift, no matter how much, is a token of thought, isn't it? He's embarrassed everyone after what he did. She was quite embarrassed anyway. Xiao Jing is back. Oh, this is Mei Mang, right? Hello. At that moment, a beautiful woman came out from the corner, holding a plate of fruit. Yes, Aunt Lin, this is Mei Mang. Mei Mang, this is Aunt Lin. Qin Yujing introduced the two. Hello, Aunt Lin. Mei Mang took the opportunity to push Qin Yujing aside and stood up to greet her. Wow, you're so beautiful. The two of you standing together are such a perfect match. This is a meeting gift from Auntie, a little token of my appreciation. Aunt Lin handed Mei Mang a red envelope. Thank you, Aunt Lin. Mei Mang quickly took it. Aunt Lin, do I have it? Your gift is still here. If I didn't, I'd take it. Qin Yujing said, shaking the bag in her hand. Yes, yes, yes. How could I leave out yours? Here, this big red envelope is for you. Aunt Lin took out another red envelope and exchanged her bag with Qin Yujing. Thank you, Auntie Lin. There are instructions in the bag. If you don't know how to play, just read it. If you still can't figure it out, you can send me a message. Qin Yujing said. Okay, what's so fancy? I'll have to take a closer look later. Auntie Lin said with a smile. It's one of a kind. This is Mei Mang's original gift, Mahjong. I guarantee you'll be so good at it that you won't even want my dad anymore. Qin Yujing whispered. Mahjong, I absolutely love it. You know what? I played it a few times at Qing's mom's house the other day. It was so much fun. Auntie Lin said happily. Wow, it looks like our gift is going viral. Qin Yujing said happily to Mei Meng. The four of them sat on the sofa, chatting and eating fruit. This fruit isn't as delicious as Sister Mei Meng's. Don't tell me I didn't think about you. Look, I brought all these delicious treats for you this time. Dad, see? Sister Mei Meng knows you like durian, so she even prepared a big one for you. Qin Yujing said, pointing to the pile of gifts at the door. Chapter 180. Among them, the metal box was particularly noticeable. Thoughtful. Qin's father praised. Of course, he cares about her more than he does me. That's why I told you not to rush, but you didn't believe me. If I had gotten married earlier, would you have gotten such a wonderful daughter-in-law? Tell me, none of the people you wanted to introduce me to before could compare to Sister Mei Meng. Luckily, I persevered, or I would have regretted it. Qin Yujing took over. He made Qin's father sound like a villain who nearly tore them apart. Mei Meng almost couldn't bear to hear it anymore. She was considering not having children anymore. If she gave birth to a child like Qin Yujing, she would be furious. Soon, it was time for dinner, and Mei Meng breathed a sigh of relief. For the first time, she felt so stressed sitting with Qin Yujing. But Qin's father had a really good temper. Aunt Lin, perhaps because she wasn't Qin Yujing's biological mother, wasn't as welcoming to her as Aunt Sue, but she was still polite and considerate. The door opened, and a man in combat fatigues walked in. Mei Meng looked up and was stunned. Ding, new mission target detected. Go up and give him a hug. Complete the mission, and you'll be rewarded with 4 little cows. The system voice rang out from Mei Meng's mind, but Mei Meng ignored it. Are you shocked? I'm telling you, we were originally twins. But my mother wasn't in good health, and a twin pregnancy could easily lead to accidents, so she froze me. She didn't give birth to me until 5 years later, when she had recovered somewhat. Sadly, who knew her health would deteriorate even further after giving birth to me, and she passed away a few years later. Qin Yujing whispered an explanation in Mei Meng's ear. Because Mei Meng noticed, Qin Yujing's brother looked exactly like him. It's just that one has a serious expression, the other a carefree one, so their temperaments are a little different. Their attire was also different. However, Mei Meng stole a glance at him. If they were wearing the same clothes and didn't speak, it would be difficult to tell them apart. Brother, congratulations on your prosperity and new year. Here's the red envelope. Qin Yujing greeted him warmly. Brother Qin said nothing, simply handing him a large red envelope. Hello, brother. Mei Meng also stood up to greet him. Hello, this is a meeting gift. Mei Meng also received a large red envelope. Thank you, brother. Mei Meng hurriedly thanked him. You're back just in time. Time for dinner. Father Qin stood up and led everyone to the dining table. The Qin family had prepared a rich dinner. Of course, there were all kinds of meat, but they weren't considered precious. The most valuable items were seafood, like fish and shrimp. Even rarer are seafood, since we're not near the sea. Only when trade takes place do some of the seafood arrive. Right now, the table is set with a plate of fish, a plate of shrimp, and a pot of seafood stew. Xiao Jing told me you're pregnant, so I asked them to keep the food a bit lighter. But the chef's cooking is quite good. Try it. Auntie Lin called from the side. Yes, Auntie Lin. These dishes look delicious. I must try them. Mei Meng responded. I'm telling you, this is my dad's treasure. If you hadn't come, I wouldn't have been able to eat it. Here, I'll put it in front of you. Eat more and get more nutrition. The seafood stew was originally in the middle, but Qin Yujing moved it and placed it directly in front of Mei Meng. No, put it back quickly. I can eat it. Mei Meng secretly pinched Qin Yujing. It's okay. Just leave it there. I made it especially for you. It's better if you can eat it. More is better for the children's health. Father Qin spoke. Let's eat together. Food tastes better when shared. Besides, I can't finish this huge pot. I want to try other dishes. My Mang said with a smile, then looked at Qin Yujing and asked him to take the dish back. What are you afraid of? If you can't finish it, we can pack it up. This dish will taste better after a meal. Okay, I'll put it back. Let's eat together. Qin Yujing was glared at by my Mang, and quickly took the pot back. Auntie Lin covered her mouth with a smirk. Finally, someone has reigned in the little bully at home. Qin Yujing, her usual overbearing demeanor, diligently peeled shrimp for Mei Mong. Even Qin's father, and the others took advantage of Mei Mang's kindness, receiving 2 of Qin Yujing's shrimp. At the table, Qin Yujing's occasional banter kept the atmosphere relaxed. After a satisfying meal, Qin's father asked Qin Yujing to take Mei Mong out for a stroll to help her digest the food and have an extra meal at home that evening. Mei Mong initially refused, but Qin Yujing said this was the heart of the safe zone, and that she should be shown around to broaden her horizons. Mei Mong was curious, and since it wasn't raining, she agreed. The two put on their coats, grabbed their umbrellas, said goodbye to Qin's father and the others, and headed out. See? Xiaojing always said he didn't want to find a wife, but now he's a completely different person now that he's found one. You're already grown up. If you find someone suitable, remember to bring them back. Qin's father said to Qin's brother after Qin Yujing left. But there's no one suitable, right? If I find one, I'll bring it back for you. Qin's brother replied. Then go out and find someone. You're either at home or in the military detention center all day. Who would go to your place? Even if they wanted to, they have to be able to get in. So, are you planning on bringing me back someone who robbed the military detention center or even burglarized a house? Qin's father was speechless. He was even more worried about his eldest son. After all, although his youngest son was unreliable, at least he was out and about. And now, he met someone he liked. But this eldest son, on the other hand, hardly went out, didn't like to talk, and had a sullen face all the time. Everyone he introduced to before was scared away by him. It's not impossible. If there's a woman with that much courage, I could marry her. Brother Qin thought carefully before answering. Father Qin was so angry he almost beat him, if only he could have beaten him. As for Qin Yujing's side, the villas here were all very far apart. Around the Qin family villas, there were only low rockeries and flowing water, hardly enough to hide anyone. As for plants, there were some, but very few, just a few ornamental flowers. Because plant care requires so much resources, my father didn't want to waste them here. He said it would be better to leave the space for him to exercise. However, the house might need some renovation soon. As for that military chess set you gave him, he can't play it alone, so he'll definitely build a pavilion here. From time to time, he'll invite a few friends over for tea, chat, and a game of chess. Most importantly, he wants to show off that he is a daughter-in-law, and that she gave him such a wonderful gift. Qin Yujing whispered in my Mang's ear. Chapter 181. My Mang covered his mouth with his hands and chuckled. He hadn't expected Qin's father to be such a sweet person. At first, I heard that Qin Yujing wasn't just a wealthy second generation, but also a second-generation official, with his family all in government. I assumed Qin's father would be the kind of serious, authoritarian type. Who knew he was so approachable? If I hadn't told him, I have thought he was just a retired old man. Oh, actually not old at all, quite young. Although he's almost 60, he looks no more than 50. Because everyone here owns cars, the road outside the villa is wide, smooth, and tidy. The two of them were on the roadside again. There wasn't much greenery, but there were various stone statues. There was also a lake in the middle of the villa complex. Bubbles popped up from time to time, so there must be fish. Let's go to the pavilion in the lake to rest, Qin Yujing said, pulling my Mang along. The lake also had a hidden trap, but it could only be opened by reaching the center. Qin Yujing brought my Mang to the center of the lake and secretly flipped a switch. Soon, the surface of the lake transformed. Look! Qin Yujing pulled my Mang toward the lake. Lotus blossoms slowly bloomed one after another, and soon, the entire lake was covered with flowers and leaves, and it didn't stop there. The growth didn't stop until the lotus pods grew one by one, filling the entire lake. Amazing! How did they do that? My Mang exclaimed. Underwater projector, with many more screens. The main feature is simulation, Qin Yujing said. Then the screen changed, revealing a scene of many fish happily swimming. Various fish species continued to transform, and finally, turtles, frogs, and more appeared. It could even transform into an ocean world, with all sorts of exquisite corals and underwater animals. Hey, isn't that our young master of the Qin family? How come you have the leisure to come here and play? A sudden voice rang out. My Mang turned around and saw a man and a woman approaching. The man was not bad looking, though a little frail. Didn't I tell you to avoid me when you see me? Have you forgotten what it's like to be beaten? Qin Yujing's smile instantly vanished as soon as she saw the newcomer. I didn't know you were here. I just saw a beautiful woman and wanted to come over and say hello. The newcomer took a step back, but couldn't bear to leave. He looked at my Mang and, striking what he thought was his most handsome pose, greeted, Hi, beautiful woman, how are you? I'm... Before he could finish his words, my Mang began to dry heave, covering his mouth. Even after a long while, nothing came out. What do you mean? Are you insulting me? The man's face darkened. His father held a high position, and no woman had ever dared to insult him like this. Even Qin Yujing would only beat him up, not kill him. My wife is pregnant, and can't stand disgusting things. You better stay away. Qin Yujing patted my Mang's back while chasing the others away. You? The man, of course, didn't believe it. He felt Qin Yujing was insulting him. Get out of here, or I'll throw you in the pool. Qin Yujing waved her fist at the man. Frightened, the man took several steps back and left, dragging his female companion with him, cursing. As soon as he left, the weakened my Mang regained his spirits. Who is he? My Mang asked curiously. Just an annoying guy. Don't worry about him. If you don't like him, just go and beat him up. As long as he doesn't kill him, everything will be fine. Qin Yujing said. It was this person who made him so averse to durian now. Since childhood, he had been beaten by Qin Yujing many times, but he never learned his lesson. Whenever he saw him, he always liked to stay close to him. This person is a little similar to the one from the Xie family. They're both spoiled by their families. It's just that he only harms other girls. So far, I haven't heard of any forced behavior. After all, he was being watched. If he committed any illegal acts, let the old man in the family arrest him. His father married more than a dozen women before he had 2 children, and he inherited his father's wish to devote himself to having children. It was mainly because his brother was so averse to women that the responsibility of continuing the family line fell on him. He just wanted to eat, drink, have fun, find more women, and have more children. Alas, so many years had passed, and he still hadn't seen any children. That's why he couldn't believe that someone without a girlfriend could suddenly have a wife and children. Aren't there all kinds of high-tech fertility treatments these days? My Mang asked curiously. Let's put it this way. Some people have perfectly good sperm and eggs, and they can combine outside of the womb without any problems. Some even keep them outside for a while to ensure they're fully viable before putting them back in the womb. And then, there was no news. But this person's sperm wasn't good. It had too many defects, making conception difficult. This world is just so strange. Some things seem abnormal, and they really are. Is the population of the safe zone decreasing every year? My Mang asked curiously. It's not just our safe zone. It's the same in all 4 safe zones. There are also some small settlements. As for those unregistered ones, I'm not sure. So we must cherish the present. Who knows when this world will end? Qin Yujing continued to hold my Mang's hand and walked away. Everywhere they went, it was clean and tidy. It was impossible to imagine that she was in a wasteland where people were starving and unable to wear warm clothes. Of course, my Mang wasn't the kind of person who felt pity for others. She could handle the hardships, and now that she was enjoying the good life, she could handle it even better. Qin Yujing said there was an amusement park inside the safe zone, a hub for entertainment. There were cinemas, karaoke bars, boxing gyms, and more. Anyway, everyone only knew that Su Qing's wife was recuperating at home after a miscarriage. What did that have to do with her, Qin Yujing's wife? It's too late now. Let's go tomorrow. Stay at the Qin family tonight, and then go play tomorrow. This place is closer to the amusement park, and most importantly, those who are watching the villa won't think you and she are the same person for now. The two decided to stay the night. As for the Xie family, my Mang was a bit ruthless this time. It took several days to resuscitate the patient, but after hearing the doctor's explanation, the Xie family simply gave up on her. Although they didn't say it outwardly, the fact that they never paid for her medical expenses and no one visited her showed that the Xie family had given up on her. The Qin family helped with the medical expenses, but that was all. The 2 uncles came to visit the unconscious young master once. Seeing her like this, they left in anger, saying they were going to help her get revenge. As for how to get revenge, she was still having a miscarriage, so shouldn't they give her some time? Chapter 182. The Xie family didn't care, the Qin family didn't care, and he was still being treated. No matter how much Qin Yujing and the others pressed him, There was nothing they could do. The guards were also helpless. They couldn't afford to offend any of the three parties. No matter what, they had to save the other party's life first. According to Qin Yujing, there was no point wasting resources on a beast. But while the Chen family didn't care, they covered the medical expenses, so the hospital had no choice but to do its utmost to save him. This matter was put on hold for the time being. We wait and see when the Xia family was cured, and then settle the score later. If he knew what his future held, I believe he would have chosen to die now. He wouldn't have lived like a human being and then been unable to bring himself to die. That evening, after dinner, Qin Yujing took my Mang to her room. The brothers' rooms were upstairs, while Qin's father lived on the ground floor. Qin Yujing's room was similar to the one in the villa, but much tidier. It was obvious that someone regularly cleaned it when he was away. Although my Mang didn't bring any clothes, she had plenty of spare clothes in her space, so she could just grab any outfit and wear them. The fact that she had a space was a secret shared by everyone, so she felt comfortable using it in front of him. Next time you come over, the room will be filled with your things, Qin Yujing said with a smile. You don't stay here often, so don't buy so many things, my Mang said, stopping her. I'm not talking about buying everything. Aunt Lin will take care of it. I don't know what she means, but she's never shortchanged us on food, clothing, and daily necessities since we were little. She's also very caring and loving in our daily lives. I'm sure if my real mother were here, she'd be doing pretty much the same. It was just a tiny bit off. Especially when she married. Qin Yujing's brother was almost 9 years old. She understood everything she needed to, so as someone not her biological child, some things were difficult to say. As for Qin Yujing, it was fine. She was just over 3 years old, still young and naive, so the pressure of getting along with her was less. Perhaps because he was still young and needed more care, she was more attentive to him. Qin Yujing and her also got along well. After all, he didn't have many memories of his biological mother. Aunt Lin had raised him since childhood. She raised you when you were little, and you'll take care of her when she's old. Aunt Lin will know in the future that she raised a filial child. You won't be disappointed, my Mang said, pinching Qin Yujing's cheek. Yes, you have a filial daughter-in-law. The two laughed and joked for a while before falling asleep. They had to go out and play tomorrow, so they had to make sure they had enough energy. The next morning, they set off after breakfast. Qin's father and brother had already left for work, leaving only Aunt Lin to greet them. Aunt Lin, we're leaving. We'll come back to see you when we have time. The two said goodbye to Aunt Lin and drove off. Next, they headed for the entertainment district. The entertainment district is also known as the affluent area. While the things there are good, they're also incredibly expensive. People don't have the money or the time to spend there. So, there are often people who think they're good-looking wandering around, hoping for a romantic encounter with a wealthy person. Anything you like to play? Qin Yujing asked my Mang. My Mang shook her head. She was mainly curious about what was available. She had previously taken out poker, mahjong, and go, things they clearly didn't recognize. Now, a new entertainment district has emerged, offering a wide variety of activities. The entertainment district, indeed, is quite large. After parking the car in the designated parking lot, Qin Yujing spotted a mobility scooter. It's a bit like the mobility scooters you see at golf courses. There's a boxing gym, a weightlifting gym, an archery gym, a fitness center, and a rock climbing gym. Oh, there's also a swimming pool. Forget about the swimming pool, it's not for you. It's mostly full of rough guys. Qin Yujing spoke as she drove. There are also yoga and dance studios, popular with women. But these areas are somewhat gray areas, with many engaging in shameful practices. Especially those in the safe zone who have no power or influence, but still have some wealth, will send their sons or daughters to learn dance or yoga. Who knows, they might catch the eye of a wealthy young man, and that could be a chance to rise up the social ladder. So Qin Yujing wouldn't let my Mang go. He refused the waiter's offer to drive for him, and took my Mang around himself. He first took her to the boxing gym. Approaching, she was greeted by a spacious, bright space. The high ceilings and floor-to-ceiling windows let in abundant light, creating a vibrant atmosphere. The first floor was a reception area, with only a few people milling about. There were also some offices used for receiving guests, explaining the course content, and so on. Upstairs is the venue. I wonder if there's a match going on right now. I'll take you there. Qin Yujing immediately took out his wristband and swiped the elevator. The second and third floors were the practice area, the fourth and fifth floors were the competition arena, and the sixth floor was the lounge. The elevator door quickly opened, and Qin Yujing pressed the fifth button. As the elevator doors opened, We were met with excited screams and shouts, along with the clashing of fistfights. A match was underway, and my man could only hear their shouts. The walls were covered with photos and posters of boxers, lending the entire venue a sense of honor and professionalism. A waiter came up and asked if we needed a private room. Forget it, I don't want to watch. It's too noisy. The noise gave her a headache. The two of them went downstairs, feeling the fresh air, and my man felt better. Just now, the air upstairs was filled with a scent of hormones. Weightlifting and rock climbing aren't for you right now, but you could try archery and fitness. We have shooting range too, and I brought you out here just to let you experience the lively atmosphere outside. The two of them finally explored the gym, which was less noisy. And there were so many different types of martial arts, it felt like a massive martial arts complex. Sanda, Taekwondo, Tai Chi, and other martial arts were all taught. These include bare-knuckle classes, as well as classes teaching various cold weapon techniques, or focusing on improving specific body parts. For example, strengthening hand and leg strength. It was eye-opening for my Meng. So, the so-called entertainment here is just these exercise programs? Aren't there supposed to be movie theaters and karaoke bars? My Meng asked. Yes, but they're in the shopping street next door. Come on, I'll take you there. There aren't many good movies these days. I don't think you like them. Most of them are stories about humans exploring various mutant animals and plants, and then heroes saving beauties, or beauties saving heroes. He couldn't stand it anyway. The mutant beasts were portrayed as idiotic. If mutant beasts and plants were so easy to subdue, would humanity have such a miserable life? As for karaoke bars, they're places for drinking. They only get busy at night. You don't drink, so why would you go there? Qin Yujing asked, puzzled. Chapter 183. Oh, so this KTV is actually a bar? My Meng was a little disappointed. There really weren't any entertainment facilities. So what do women who usually stay home do for fun? My Meng asked Qin Yujing. Are you talking about Aunt Lin and the others? Qin Yujing asked. I'm not really sure. I seem to hear her talk about beauty treatments, chatting and drinking tea. Oh, and shopping too. Of course, most people also learn yoga, dancing, swimming, and the like. They just learn at home. Okay, since we're here, let's go shopping. Summer clothes should be out soon. Let's buy you some clothes. My Meng said excitedly. It's been a while since we've been out. I have to shop till I'm satisfied. Finally, the two of them shopped until almost dinner time before returning to the villa area. What they found was that each person had at least 10 sets of summer clothes, not counting all the accessories. Even Sister Yin had 2 sets. Because they were planning this trip, they wanted to bring Sister Yin along. After spending so much time with her, they found her to be quite capable. She was attentive, had excellent cooking skills, was a good parent, and could chat well with Grandma Wang. Of course, they had consulted Sister Yin about this matter, and she herself was willing to go along. After nearly a month of preparation, the group finally finalized the trip. The young master of the Xia family was no longer in danger of death, but now lay dying in bed. He couldn't accept the loss of his legs and arms, and even more so, the thought of being abandoned by his family as a cripple. Even after news of his death spread, Xinyu had been taken in by the Xin family. Their daughter possessed superpowers, and she was precious. Bringing her home would ensure she wouldn't have trouble finding a husband. But looking at their emaciated, scarred daughter, she was no longer the flower-like beauty she once was. Seeing this, both Mr. and Mrs. Xin cursed the Xia family at home. Mr. Xin wondered how long it would take to nurse her back to health. While Mrs. Xin was more distressed, this was the daughter she had cherished for 20 years. But they didn't dare to visit the Xia family. After all, their family still depended on the Xia family for survival. As for the Xia family's young master, he was now truly a figurehead. Although his injuries had healed, and he had been resuscitated, he couldn't be discharged from the hospital, and no one had explained where he would be sent afterward. Qin Yujing had only one request: severe punishment. Fighting was prohibited in the safe zone, let alone the surrounding and killing of superpowered individuals. Injuring female superpowered individuals would result in a severe sentence. Injuring pregnant superpowered individuals would result in the death penalty. The damage from energy weapons had been blocked, otherwise there would be an additional penalty. But after all, Xia had such good parents. Even for their sake, they couldn't let him die. Since his injuries hadn't healed yet, they just have to wait. Qin Yujing instructed his father, his brother, and the members of the Tyrannosaurus Rex team to keep a 24-hour watch on him. No one was allowed to move him. If he didn't die, then he wouldn't die. Their intention wasn't to kill him anyway. But he couldn't live in the safe zone anymore. He had to move to the slums. He would have to spend the rest of his life in the slums. As for whether the Chin family would send someone to take care of him, or where he lived, they didn't care. Because of his past misdeeds, his future wouldn't be easy. As for his special ability, it was just immobilization. As long as the enemy wasn't stupid enough to attack at close range, could he still crawl over and attack them with just one hand? Immobilization also consumes superpowers, and without a supply of non-radioactive food, superpower recovery is very slow. So, the number of times he can use his superpowers is also very limited. With this major concern resolved, my Mang and the others could set off with peace of mind. But before leaving, she wanted to check out her old house. After all, she had lived there for so long. She had left in a hurry last time, and Grandma Wang had expressed a desire to go back and take a look. She had some things she wanted to retrieve. The group sneaked in under cover of darkness. A thick layer of dust had settled on the doorway, and with the rain, it was now filthy. Grandma Wang didn't come in person, but she told Wang Haoran the location. It was a relic of Grandpa Wang and his family. While it wasn't worth much, it was something to keep as a reminder. She had forgotten to take it in such a hurry last time. When my Mang opened the door, she felt something was wrong. Someone had been in the house, and everything had been messed up. It looked like it had been quite a while, as the things on the floor were covered in dust. After walking around, I noticed a few things missing. Are there still thieves? I'll go to the security department and ask for you tomorrow. Qin Yujing, also noticing the messy room, frowned. Forget it, I'm not coming back anyway, my Mang said. Since they were leaving soon, it was better to avoid trouble. The room had been ransacked, but nothing had been thrown around. It looked like they only taken some nice-looking clothes. After looking around, there wasn't really anything to take away. It was just a chance to reminisce about the past. From now on, I'll never come back. After Wang Haoran collected his belongings, the three of them gathered at the door, preparing to return to the safe zone. Hey you, do you remember me? A female voice echoed through the darkness. My Mang and the others turned and saw the door across the street open a crack. Then, a woman slowly stepped out. She waved at Wang Haoran. Wang Haoran looked at her, bewildered, then looked back at my Mang and shook his head. I don't know her. Well, don't get me wrong. You had a woman save me last time on the outskirts of the jungle. Pregnant woman, do you remember? You even left me some food. I didn't mean any harm. I just happened to see you and wanted to say thank you to you and your wife. If it weren't for you, my daughter, and I might have been gone long ago. I haven't seen you since, and my husband wanted to personally thank you. After the woman finished speaking, 3 heads appeared behind her. Then 3 men came out, one of them holding a child who looked about the same age as little Dumpling. Because Maimon was wrapped up tightly last time, and the woman hadn't seen his face, she didn't associate him with the radiantly beautiful Maimon she was now. After all, there was no way Maimon could be from the slums. People in the slums weren't that white. Thank you for saving Hong Hong back then. The 3 of them quietly thanked Wang Haoran and bowed to him. It's just a small favor. You're welcome. Go back now. We are leaving. Wang Haoran waved his hand. They were indeed leaving. Are you a resident here? A group of people broke into this place last winter. The patrolman stood aside, offering cautious smiles. So if you live here, it's best to move somewhere else. No one knows if those people will come back, Hong Hong warned. Chapter 184. Did you see who it was? Wang Haoran asked. I saw him from the window, but I couldn't see clearly. I just knew it was a thin man, a little shorter and paler than you. With all the commotion going on, she didn't dare stare at him. She heard that some people would be spotted even from a distance, and she didn't want to get into trouble. So she stole a few glances and then retreated to her room. But if she had known this was her benefactor's residence, she might have peeked in a few more times. Okay, I understand. Thank you. Wang Haoran thanked him and prepared to follow my Mang and the others. Wait a moment. My Mang stopped Wang Haoran. Then he unlocked both doors and the woodshed door in front of him. Since they hadn't been here all winter, they still had plenty of dry firewood, which was exactly what the people in the slums needed most. We won't be coming back. With these incoherent words, my Mang dragged the 2 of them away. Hong Hong and the others exchanged glances. The 3rd brother handed the child to Hong Hong. Hong Hong, hurry up and take the child inside. Where are you going? Hong Hong asked. Silly, that person just hinted that we could go in and move some things. She won't be coming back, and she doesn't want the things anymore. Instead of letting someone else get away with it, why not give it to us? The 3 brothers let Hong Hong go in first, and they quietly began to move things. The most important thing, of course, was firewood. The house was too damp, and my daughter and wife couldn't sleep comfortably. Looking at the pile of dry firewood, the three of them smiled brightly. They wouldn't have to worry about running out of firewood during the coming rainy season. I don't even need to ask. I know it must have been that lunatic. It was most likely around the time you gave birth, because no one else had a grudge against my Meng, and could have gotten away with breaking into his house. Throughout the winter, they were only busy after my Meng gave birth. The rest of the time, they were completely idle. Who cares? He won't cause any trouble anyway. I'll have people take turns watching him. I won't let him have it easy, Qin Yujing said sinisterly. Pa! My Meng slapped him on the head. Put away that villainous smile. Villains die because they talk too much, you know? Since you're such a talker, just be a decent character. Qin Yujing rubbed her head, a little aggrieved. So love fades, right? Then, coming to her senses, she looked at my Meng and said, No, I'm the new favorite. It's impossible for me to fall out of favor so quickly. My Meng rolled his eyes and said, I'm a nostalgic person. Actually, I don't think I'm that new, am I? Qin Yujing shamelessly clung to my Meng. Yes, you're the oldest, so I'm getting tired of the old and craving the new again, my Meng said with a grin. Then just name them directly. What's the point of talking about new and old? Qin Yujing said aggrievedly. Okay, then I'll name them directly. My Meng nodded. I'm going to die tomorrow. Don't try to stop me. I'm going to die tomorrow. Qin Yujing continued to make a scene. The driver almost couldn't bear to watch. Finally, they arrived at the villa. My Meng got out of the car and fled. Today had been another embarrassing day. Qin Yujing followed closely behind, lifting him up in her arms. What are you doing? Send that to me. Come down. I can walk on my own? My Meng struggled. I've lost all hope in life. I want to spend my last day with the one I love most. Don't bother trying to stop me. Ugh, I've been rejected. I'm going to die tomorrow. As he spoke, he carried my Meng into his room. You're so thoughtful. You're so full of tricks. You're so shameless. The three people downstairs scoffed. It doesn't matter if the cat is black or white, as long as it catches mice, it's a good cat. No matter what Qin Yujing did, my Meng was already in his room. Qin Yujing carried my Meng into the bathroom, ran the water, and undressed her. He washed her until she was breathless. Everything was ready, everyone was prepared. The next step was to gather the troops and set off. With such a large-scale operation, someone with a keen eye could still find some clues. But everyone just treated it as a joke. If life outside was so good, why would they still be stuck in this little corner? Of course, some saw an opportunity. Going out, huh? Then never come back. While no one knew where they were going, they were definitely in the dense forest. Death in the dense forest was a common occurrence. The Xie and Shen families were both secretly plotting something wicked. It wasn't about how much they loved the Xie young master, it was a matter of face. If they didn't give them face, they have to suffer in silence. The old man of the Xie family was even more furious. He didn't care about his son's life or death, he cared that he was missing the supernatural heir he had always wanted. Several major families had supernatural beings, but theirs didn't. Didn't that make them feel inferior? If that's the case, then everyone's fine, which balances things out. They anticipated this trip wouldn't be peaceful, but they hadn't anticipated the scale of the situation. Since leaving the safe zone, my Meng had dispersed her mental energy to observe the surroundings. Wang Haoran was responsible for protecting little Tuanzi and Grandma Wang. He wore the protective sphere that Father Qin had given my Meng. A protective sphere that protected against energy damage and supernatural attacks, just like the one the madman from the Xia family had that day. Their weakness was naturally melee, but there were 2 bodyguards in the car with Wang Haoran, specifically to protect them. My Meng's mental power could reach about 1,000 meters, making it quite useful for scouting. Just then, she spotted a group of men lurking in the trees, aiming their guns at them. My Meng found it a bit strange. Why weren't the guns pointed at them? Were they still out of range? She retracted some of her mental power and extended it underground, where she found a large quantity of explosives. This amount, if it worked, would be enough to kill them. I wouldn't say the entire army was wiped out, but even their key personnel might be wiped out. My Meng explained the situation to Qin Yujing, who nodded. Everyone, stop and go drain the water. Get in the car and leave in 5 minutes. Although everyone was a little confused, hadn't they just left, they still obeyed. Then my Meng saw the explosive packs in the ground, lined up like legs, moving in one direction. That was exactly where Qin Yujing and the Earth-based psychics were. My Mei gave Qin Yujing a thumbs up, and Qin Yujing raised her head proudly. I'm still here, Su Qing has said coolly from the side. You know what I mean? You're the most powerful boss, right? You definitely don't need to do anything for such a small matter. My Mang praised with a smile. Once all the explosives were cleared, 5 minutes had passed. Get in the car, let's go. The man in the tree watched the other party slowly approach the explosion zone, his hands shaking with excitement. If they could just keep the men here, we wouldn't just be enjoying the good life, we'd be on the verge of success. Chapter 185. A thrilling heart, trembling hands, a single pull of the trigger, a life of peace and security. I pulled, and pulled again, but no sound. Was the gun broken? The leader checked the gun, it was fine. He aimed again. Bang! The leader stared at the bloody hole in his body, and the younger brother behind him in disbelief. The reward for this mission was shared by everyone, not just him. Why was he being shot? Unfortunately, no one could answer his question. The younger brother's eyes widened. He wanted to say he hadn't fired the shot, but he couldn't make a sound. The others, seeing someone taking action, assumed there was some hidden mission. To save their lives, they prepared to strike first and open fire on the person opposite them. Maimong kindly helped them aim their guns, determined to fire one shot each, ensuring that everyone was equally targeted. Because they were all silenced, nothing happened until they were shot and fell to the ground. The main force continued forward, oblivious to the situation, while my Mang hid his achievements and fame. It was a pity to lose those guns. If his wood-based abilities were stronger, he could have sent out branches to retrieve them. As soon as this thought came to mind, a vine grew rapidly, swept up the guns on the ground, and pursued the convoy. The branches of each vine weren't that long, and then, like a relay race, one plant after another took over the guns. My Mang was amused and asked Suchingha, "Did you do that?" "Yes, thanks to the stone you gave me last time. It upgraded my abilities," Suchingha said, patting my Mang's head. "Your abilities can be upgraded, aren't they fixed?" My Mang asked in surprise. "Yes, I hadn't heard it could be upgraded, so my power was stuck at the peak of level 2. Everyone thought it was such a pity back then. Who knew, thanks to you, I successfully reached level 3 now. Level 3 and level 2, truly. A watershed?" Suchingha looked at this woman. She was his lucky star. Not only had she restored his power, but it had also reached a new level. His power pool had expanded, and he was more proficient in using it, and the plants he controlled were much more powerful. "Did you have a fever when you upgraded? Or were you feeling any discomfort?" My Mang asked curiously. "No, I just let it happen naturally, and the upgrade happened naturally," Suchingha replied with a smile. As they spoke, the plant relay race finally neared the finish line. My Mang extended her hand, sprouting a thin bud that connected to the gun. The moment it touched, she was ready to send the gun into space. Then, the gun fell to the ground. Damn, she really thought she had a spatial ability. Ahem. Suchingha coughed to mask his laughter. He regained control of the plant, picked up the gun, and chased after him, then opened the window and threw it in. "You scared me." "What the hell is that?" Qin Yujing picked up a ball of green at her feet, tore it open, and saw it was a gun. "Impressive. You even managed to get this. Has your ability leveled up? It wasn't this powerful before." Qin Yujing asked curiously. "Are you also at peak level 2? My Mang asked Qin Yujing curiously. "Not really. I'm only at the late stage of level 2, a little short of peak," Qin Yujing replied. "Did you really level up? How did you do it? By taking drugs? Or anything else?" Qin Yujing asked curiously. He wanted to get stronger too. Isn't that just taking drugs? He could do it too. This was the first time he heard of superpowers being able to level up. "Here, I took this." My Mang handed him a crystal core. Qin Yujing took the transparent stone, the size of a baby's fist, and swallowed. "Did you really level up by taking this?" Suchingha nodded. "Then I'll eat it. If anything goes wrong, remember to save me." He wondered if he choked to death. "What are you doing?" "Hold it, absorb it, and eat your big head." My Mang quickly grasped his hand, afraid he'd actually stuff it in his mouth. She used the crystal core herself, perhaps because she had too many superpowers. After absorbing the entire core, it was split equally, or something. Forget leveling up. There was no noticeable change in the superpower pool at all. So she didn't plan to waste the crystal cores. It was best used to replenish energy at a critical moment. Now that she heard Suchingha could level up, she wanted Qin Yujing to try it too. With their combat power increased, their own safety would be better guaranteed. There was no need to level up too high. Let's all break through to level 3 first. You should have told me earlier. You scared me. Qin Yujing sat aside, under Suchingha's guidance, and began to absorb energy. How many more surprises are you going to give me? Su Qinghe hugged my Mang and asked. What? Maimong didn't understand what he was asking. This little thing? Su Qinghe asked, pinching the tender buds that my Mang had sprouted. Then just wait and see. I have plenty of surprises for you, my Mang said proudly. I used to complain about my lack of offensive abilities, but after being with Qin Yujing, not only did I gain his fire abilities, I also accidentally activated a lightning ability. These are killer moves. After this baby is born, I'll be able to reach at least level 3. Then, GA. I'll be able to walk around with ease wherever I go, looking at the rewards I just received. 400 kilograms of rice, 400 kilograms of self-raising flour, 400 kilograms of beans, 400 kilograms of seafood, 400 kilograms of vegetables, 400 kilograms of fruit, 400 liters of happy fat house water, 40 fried chickens, 400 kilograms of cotton, 10 pieces of cotton cloth, 4 kilograms of various seasonings each, 40 sets of toiletries, 40 kinds of fruit, 10 kilograms each, 400 kilograms of dried meat, 400 kilograms of dried fruit, 10 soil purifiers, 1 diluted dose can purify 1 acre of land, and 1 intelligent robot housekeeper. She was a little impatient to build her own house, and see how smart this intelligent housekeeper was. And the soil purifier, she wondered if the purified land could be used for farming under radiation. All of this needed experimentation, and she was eager for a stable home. That was one reason she wasn't living in the villa anymore. There wasn't enough space for her to build. Just as my Mang was looking forward to their future, a second ambush unfolded. This wave of troops was much more advanced than the previous one. They had uniform clothing, uniform weapons, and well-trained movements. Oh sorry, they didn't move. Who thinks so highly of us as to mobilize an energy team? After seeing the weapons they were holding, my Mang wanted to curse. My Mang's words stopped Qin Yujing, who was absorbing energy. How many people? How many weapons? Qin Yujing asked sternly. 20 men, 10 armed with energy guns, and the remaining 10 with energy knives strapped to their waists. A number of other cold weapons. My Mang answered one by one. Chapter 186. The team is slowly distancing themselves, Qin Yujing said into the intercom. My Mang tried to use her supernatural powers to secretly erect a barrier in front of them, then used her ice powers to condense a layer of transparent ice. Her mental powers only absorb damage. She hoped to use her ice powers to reflect it back. The men in the tree, seeing the team gradually extending, knew they had been exposed. They immediately abandoned their hiding and fired 2 shots directly at the convoy. Unexpectedly, the energy rounds bounced back from a distance of 1 meter, giving them no chance to react. The ice began to shatter after the first attack, and upon the second, it fell silently like raindrops. Thankfully, the energy balls the team had brought with them took effect, directly blocking the reflected energy. Even so, the group was still sweating coldly. It had been a bad start. However, once the arrow is shot, there's no turning back. This mission was a life-or-death situation, no third option. 20 men jumped down from the tree and ran directly towards the others. The members of the Tyrannosaurus Rex team had already dismounted, brandishing their long swords at the nearby enemy. Energy clashing with energy, the sound wasn't a humming sound, but an explosion. This was accompanied by a hail of flying debris. Since both sides had protective shields, their weapons were useless. After the others had wielded their weapons, they also collected their energy stones and prepared for hand-to-hand combat. The clanging of swords and blades was incredibly piercing. Maimong secretly rejoiced. This was her home turf. After she tried, the protective spheres hadn't been able to withstand her mental attacks. She didn't need to make much of a move. Just a moment of pause during the battle, and she could dispatch a single head with 1 strike. The team members had no idea it was my Mang's doing. They simply assumed they were lying in wait thanks to their energy weapons, and without them, they were lambs to the slaughter. Only Su Qing and a few others knew it was all my Mang's doing. Ha ha ha, this was the most satisfying fight I've ever had. It was effortless. That's right, I had already planned how to counter his next move, but who knew he let it slip? Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. Me too. At the crucial moment, he slipped and slammed his neck directly into my blade. That was a complete bummer. The group chatted as they collected their post-battle spoils. The harvest was good, 20 energy weapons, over 100 energy stones, and a number of cold and hot weapons. Most importantly, a good number of star coins. And most importantly, none of our men were harmed. It was a complete victory. Qin Yujing gave my Mang a thumbs up. He had such good taste. How had he found such a beautiful and strong wife? Most importantly, There were so many delicious foods. Ever since they became family, she had given him tons of snacks he never seen before, and all-you-can-eat fruit. Even his father's treasured seafood was available to him. He had truly found the right person. Thinking of Wang Haoran's Buddha jumps over the wall, he couldn't help but drool. He had my Mang secretly give him a portion tonight. He knew Wang Haoran had made so much last time that my Mang had stored it in his space. Just so we can eat easily while traveling. Let's listen to something appropriate tonight, and celebrate our escape from disaster. After all, with so many ambushes, and the deployment of energy weapons, it's truly difficult to make it through. Watching the team members chatting and laughing as they dealt with the bodies, Qin Yujing said, against his will, the team members fought so hard, they're starting to find joy in the midst of hardship. Yes, it's time to treat ourselves. Maybe there were only 2 waves of enemies, or maybe the next ones haven't arrived yet. In any case, the rest of the journey was uneventful. Even mutant beasts were rarely seen. That night, everyone set up camp at the entrance to the dense forest. Tomorrow we'll enter the dense forest, and everyone is a little excited. A mixture of anticipation and fear. Everyone has a natural fear of the dense forest. Actually, you don't have to worry. The place I'm looking for shouldn't be too far from here, and it's just a straight path. However, we've encountered wild boars around there before, quite a few of them. And pythons, my Mang added. Everyone's expressions grew serious. Wild boars are the hardest to deal with. They have thick skin and are incredibly resilient. Even one is a challenge, let alone a herd. Always think of it as tasty. What if they all freeze to death after a winter? My Mang, seeing how worried everyone was, cracked a cold joke. Su Qinghe and the others looked at my Mang. We're certainly feeling the cold. We'll sort things out when the time comes. The last time I was hunted down so badly, it was because I was under-equipped and outnumbered. This time, we're fully equipped with energy weapons. A few small wild boars shouldn't be a problem, my Mang said. Indeed, a few little wild boars are no problem. Qin Yujing took over my Mang's conversation. Su Qinghe glanced at them both and said coldly, your little cuties might grow big after a winter of fattening up. My Mang frowned. If those were really little cuties she's seen, then how much bigger would those be? Don't worry, we're here for you, Su Qinghe said, patting my Mang's head. I'm not worried. I'm just thinking, if a few of them are edible, we'll make a killing. My Mang said happily. The others chatted in the tent, reluctant to leave. Are you guys going to bed? My Mang yawned, exhausted after a long day's travel. The 4 of them looked at my Mang in unison. My Mang paused, then asked, What's wrong? Who do you think should stay behind to protect you tonight? Su Qinghe asked. Well, that's up to you guys. Even if you don't stay to protect them, it's fine. My Mang said confidently. With her own abilities, let alone those few, there were probably few in the entire safe zone who could defeat her. Okay, she admitted, she'd been bragging. Although her abilities were at level 3, they were all defensive. If a few attacking peak level or level 2 psychics showed up, she wasn't sure she could win. My Mang rubbed her belly, once again eager for their appearance. Once the twins appeared, my Mang's ability level would break through to level 3. And her mental strength would reach level 5. My Mang was incredibly excited about the new abilities after level 5. The purification ability, since it could purify water, then, with a bit of a bold idea, could it purify food? Animals? Even more powerful, could it purify the land? If even the land could be purified, would she ever have to worry about having nothing to eat? Chapter 187. My Mang became increasingly excited as she thought about it, and the other people's eyes looked at her with increasingly strange eyes. What was she thinking about? Smiling so obscenely? Perhaps their gazes were too intense, and my Mang finally remembered their existence. What did you just say? Oh, you let me choose the protection personnel, huh? This is a life or death proposition. Or let's all stay. It's spacious here anyway, my Mang said weakly. After all, we're out in the wild, just sleeping under the covers. This is a large bunk bed. There's plenty of room for so many people, it's just a little crowded. So what? There's absolutely no way I offend anyone. The other 4 people looked at my Mang with strange eyes. I didn't expect you to be this kind of person. Why are you looking at me like that? Otherwise, why ask me? Humph! My Mang feigned anger, and lay down on the bunk bed. The real answer was, I'll just slip away. Anyway, I've already come up with my plan, so I won't be in trouble anymore. Ha ha, Maimong, you're so clever. The other 4 looked at each other in bewilderment. There was no way I was leaving. Why should I leave? Wang Haoran, I'm the eldest wife. Xia Chenfeng, I'm the second wife. Su Qinghe, I have the highest martial power. Qin Yujing, I'm the new favorite. I'm so sleepy. I'll go to sleep first. You guys are free to do whatever you want. Qin Yujing had fallen asleep to Mei Meng's right before they realized what was happening. Su Qinghe, seeing this, immediately took the spot to his left. Xia Chengfeng wasn't as thick-skinned as the others, and was a step behind. Wang Haoran still had to make arrangements for the little girl, and he was the last one to arrive. However, it made no difference whether they were the last or the last two, neither of them could get close to Mei Meng. In the end, except for Zai Chuanzi, who had a bed, the other 5 slept on the large bunk bed. Because Zai Chuanzi was on the right, Wang Haoran slept next to Qin Yujing, making it convenient for him to get up at night to make milk powder. Xia Chengfeng had no choice but to sleep next to Su Qinghe. Reflecting on today's performance, he came to a conclusion. As long as it involved Mei Meng's affairs, shamelessness was the right thing to do. Humility and reserve were all put aside. Shameless people get the meat. Hearing that they had arranged their own positions, Mei Meng secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Luckily, he had gotten out of the way quickly. Too many men isn't good, a careless move could lead to death, there are deadly traps everywhere. Soon, in the silent night, snoring filled the air, save for the night watchman patrolling. Mei Meng, cradled in Qin Yujing's arms, slept soundly. Su Qinghe opened his eyes. Out of consideration for their brotherly love, he let you hold him for the first half of the night. It was time for someone else to change him for the second. Su Qinghe pried Qin Yujing's hands apart and pulled Mei Meng into his arms. Mei Meng didn't open her eyes. She used her mental power to check on Su Qinghe, then fell back into a deep sleep. Before falling asleep, she thought, I'll check on the child, so she watched a little longer. The child sleeping soundly. Wang Haoran just got up and fed him. She extended her mental power outward once more, and prepared to go back to sleep. No, I just felt a mental fluctuation. Mei Meng looked around carefully. No one was there. Was it an illusion? Mei Meng, unconvinced, used her mental power to search thoroughly, but still found nothing suspicious. Suddenly, an idea struck her, and she mobilized her mental power to probe downwards. 1 meter, 2 meters, 3 meters. It wasn't until she reached over 5 meters underground that she discovered a dense swarm of rats, at least 30 or 40 of them, digging a hole beneath them. The excavated soil was being carried out through the tunnel, leaving a large hole in the ground. At the end of the tunnel stood a group of people tinkering with various machines. If Mei Meng hadn't discovered this, she couldn't imagine what would happen tomorrow. Mei Meng gently woke Su Qinghe. What's wrong? Su Qinghe opened his eyes and looked at Mei Meng, puzzled. Someone is controlling a group of rats to dig a hole beneath us. Are they trying to bury us alive? Mei Meng couldn't understand the rats' intentions, so she turned to Su Qinghe for help. She also briefly explained what she had seen. Then, Qin Yujing was kicked. Speak. It turned out that while Mei Meng was talking, the others had also woken up. This must be the work of the old man from the Xia family. The Qin family probably wouldn't be willing to spend so much money. Qin Yujing said sullenly. If he guessed correctly, the old man from the Xia family would give them a flying attack. There's a weapon in the base called a mobile mine, but we usually call it a flying attack. First, use a group of tool rats to dig a pit under the target. Most people only defend against the ground and the sky, and wouldn't think of the dangers underground. Besides, the tool rats dig a pit quietly, and are a certain distance from the ground, so the chance of being discovered is also very small. Once the preliminary preparations are complete, all we need to do is install a sensor at the bottom of the pit, and then fire the transmitter along the channel to the sensor. Then, Qin Yujing looked at the crowd. Have you ever seen fireworks? Qin Yujing asked. Except for Wang Haoran, everyone else nodded. You've seen them too? Qin Yujing looked at Mei Meng in surprise. Mei Meng? I've been lucky enough to see a little bit. Mei Meng replied vaguely. The energy unleashed by the sensor can transform every speck of dust beneath our feet into a weapon, launching it at everyone on the ground. Bang, like a firework, silent yet dazzling. Those who are lucky enough not to be injured don't be lucky, because there's more to it. That energy will send you soaring into the sky. And then fall. Silence. How vicious. What should we do then? Mei Meng asked. This weapon has immense destructive power, designed to catch the enemy by surprise and unprepared. Once the launch is successful, there will be virtually no survivors. This old bastard is truly reckless. Activating the machine requires a level 4 energy stone. Qin Yujing cursed. I hadn't even killed his father or dug up his ancestors' graves, so why was he so ruthless? Is there no other way? Then let's retreat before the weapon activates. Mei Meng said anxiously. It's useless. This weapon is incredibly powerful. Once activated, there's no escape. Qin Yujing shook his head. Ah, this. Then we. My Mang glanced at the others and said, would you like a last-minute supper? It's already this late, and you're still in the mood for food? Qin Yujing looked at my Mang. No other way, you said. We can't escape, so what are we supposed to do? In that case, we're going to die of starvation. My Mang said matter-of-factly. Great. Then I'll have Buddha jumps over the wall. The Buddha jumps over the wall Qin Yujing described wasn't authentic. Because my Mang didn't know how to make it. We could only use the ingredients we heard of, mixing them all together and stewing them. But the finished product tasted quite good. They were all good ingredients. Okay, let's get together again, my Mang said proudly. Chapter 188. Okay, I'll go gather the brothers. You just wait here for my triumphant return. When I get back, I'll have the biggest bowl. Qin Yujing said as he walked out. I'll go help him. Su Qinghe also stood up. Xia Chifeng glanced at the two men, then said, I'll stay and protect you. My Mang saw. Qin Yujing gathered a dozen men and quietly moved in the direction of the enemy. Like all killer moves, they have high damage, but also long activation time or cooldown. And the soaring to the sky attack requires a long preparation period. Even worse, they were discovered by my Mang after only the first step of digging a trap. So of course, they had to sneak into their group, kill them, and grab a heavy weapon along the way. Qin Yujing's eyes lit up. This thing was incredibly expensive, and despite all his begging, his brother hadn't given him one, claiming he had no use for it. Now, someone had delivered it to him. Qin Yujing and his group quietly approached their location. The enemy camp was bustling with activity, but everyone quietly went about their work, making as little noise as possible. They seemed quite disciplined. My Mang silently placed a strong protective shield around the two of them. In the room, aside from the peacefully sleeping little Tuanzi, the other three sat together in silence. Xia Chifeng, assuming my Mang was worried about them, spoke up. The weapons haven't been activated yet. If we go over now, it'll be a fight. They're both so formidable, they'll definitely win. Xia Chifeng said to my Mang. Huh? I know. I'm just a little worried. My Mang couldn't say she was watching them. I had no choice but to follow Xia Chifeng's lead. How about you also tell me about the dishes for the celebration banquet? My Mang said to the two of them. Xia Chifeng laughed. That's bizarre. They're on the battlefield, killing the enemy, and we're discussing what to eat. This proves our confidence in them. We've already planned the dishes for the celebration banquet for them. How could we not return victorious? My Mang said with a smile. And so it was. Perhaps the group was overconfident, not even patrolling. They secretly eliminated the minor thugs on the periphery, and then quietly headed towards the center. The ones in the center weren't as easy to deal with as the smaller ones. After a fierce battle, Qin Yujing's team emerged victorious. Not only did they annihilate all the enemies, they also seized a heavy weapon and a level 4 energy stone. However, the atmosphere within the team was a bit heavy, because one of the psychics had hidden a bomb. It detonated at the last moment. Qin Yujing and Su Qinghe were closest, so it was obvious they were the enemy's target. At the moment of the explosion, my Mang jumped to his feet in shock. Thankfully, my Mang had set up a protective shield for them, plus, Su Qinghe, noticing something was amiss, quickly raised a protective wall of grass and trees. In the end, the two of them were fine, but the two team members to the right and rear were seriously injured by the blast. The enemy was all elite this time. It seemed Old Man Xia had invested heavily, not to mention the minor injuries. Everyone was injured to some degree. It was thanks to my Mang's final effort to build an enlarged protective shield to envelop everyone. This helped to offset some of the force of the bomb. Otherwise, the two seriously injured would likely have died on the spot. It's okay. They have extensive experience fighting enemies, and will definitely protect themselves, Xia Chifeng reassured my Mang, who had suddenly stood up. He too had felt the vibrations of the explosion, and couldn't help but worry for them. Why is there such a loud noise? I hope nothing happens. My Mang sat down obediently. She felt relieved when she saw that Su Qinghe and the other man were safe and sound. Chapter 189. Whatever you encounter, you must put your own safety first. As long as the mountains remain, there's nothing to worry about. As long as people are still here, everything else is a minor problem. My Mang looked at the two men seriously and said, although they were brought together by the system mission, they had been together for so long, and my Mang was not a cold-blooded person, so naturally, they had developed feelings for them. I will. Xia Chifeng nodded seriously. The wonderful life had just begun. How could he bear to leave so early? You must take care of yourself, especially since you're pregnant. Stay back if anything happens. Wang Haoran warned. Don't worry about me. I'm a coward. I'll run away if anything happens, Mai Meng said with a smile. In the end, Qin Yujing didn't get to enjoy the full banquet. After the personnel returned, some bandaged themselves, some received treatment, and some rested. Although Qin Yujing and the other woman were not injured, they couldn't hide in the tent and enjoy a feast at this time. They needed to finalize various details with the team leaders. The two seriously injured were now unconscious. Since they had consumed a high-level healing potion, their recovery would only take time. The less seriously injured went to the medical team for bandages, while the others took time to rest. Soon, daybreak arrived. Maimong generously provided non-radioactive rice and flour, and had the chefs prepare rice porridge and steamed buns for everyone. The so-called chefs were a rotating group of team members. Bringing a chef on a mission? What the hell? And what good food could you expect on a mission? A warm meal would be nice. The usual task was to take whatever we wanted to eat, put it in the pot, add water, and cook it, and we were done. There was no such thing as who could or couldn't, everyone could take a turn. And that was still the best case scenario. Most people just ate compressed biscuits with water, just to fill their stomachs. So, when everyone saw the plump, white steamed buns, and smelled the fragrant rice porridge early in the morning, tears of emotion welled up in their mouths. As soon as they took a sip of the rice porridge, their eyes widened. It was so delicious, the sweet, white rice porridge, that flavor, it was clear it was radiation-free. Take another bite of the warm steamed bun. Oh my god! This was radiation-free flour that you could only eat a few times a year. To think that one day I could be free to eat radiation-free steamed buns? It was incredible. Instantly, the morale that had been away from home all night returned, and they even brought back many of their friends. Looking at the high morale of the team members, Maimong smiled with satisfaction. She knew there was nothing a meal couldn't solve. If there was, she'd just add a dish. Su Qinghe and the others gave her a thumbs up. Everyone knows good food heals everything, but the problem is, there wasn't any good food, and for Qin Yujing and the others, sacrifice was inevitable whenever they went on a mission. They only allowed themselves a moment's grieving. When it came time to act, they had to focus completely. Otherwise, they wouldn't even have the right to grieve, because they would be the ones sacrificed. This time was a good thing. There were only injuries, no one died. Maimong, however, didn't see it that way. She believed that exchanging a few pounds of rice and flour for so much happiness was well worth it. That was, she had plenty of food and land to farm. After everyone had eaten and drunk their fill, they officially entered the dense forest, determined to win. According to Maimeng's instructions, they kept following the path. However, there was no path here, there were only trees everywhere. They had no choice but to follow Maimeng's directions. Wait! You're going the wrong way. Keep going straight this way. Maimong used the intercom to stop the vehicle leading the way. Chapter 190. But I was following the compass. A bewildered voice came from the intercom. Then drive to the left front now. Mai Meng said nothing, simply giving instructions. Then she turned to Qin Yujing and the others. It's possible we weren't going in a straight line. After all, we felt we were, so some deviation is normal. Brother Haoran, do you still recognize the road? Mai Meng asked Wang Haoran. Wang Haoran shook his head. Didn't we go in a zigzag pattern when we got out? I can't remember the route anymore. Didn't we go in the same direction when we got out? Mai Meng looked at Wang Haoran in confusion. How could it be that we were going in a zigzag pattern? Really? Why do I remember going in a zigzag pattern? Is it possible that we turned back after turning? Wang Haoran asked. No, why did you turn? Turn back now. Turn 90 degrees to the left. Before Mai Meng could answer Wang Haoran, the driver was speechless. Didn't I say to go straight? Why did I make such a sharp turn? Report, I didn't turn just now. I was following the compass. Do I have to turn now? A voice came from the intercom. Turn. Mai Meng answered and asked Qin Yujing and the others, did you feel the turn? The other four shook their heads. Mai Meng fell into deep thought. Could this be another one of his skills? Just when Mai Meng thought the driver had made another sharp turn, and Qin Yujing and the others said no, Mai Meng's car had already pulled ahead. No matter whose fault it was, she would lead the way from now on. And then, in Mai Meng's eyes, the route was straight, others, turn left, turn right, U-turn, turn right, turn left, U-turn again. Isn't this just going in circles? Finally, Mai Meng stopped the car in a clearing. The wobbling ride had nearly made him dizzy. The roads in the dense forest were truly difficult to navigate. Once we're established here, the first thing we'll do is build a road, my Mang said fiercely. Of course, that presupposes she's become powerful. Otherwise, the road will be built for the enemy. Today, we ate dry rations for lunch to keep us going. Since we were setting up camp tonight, the cooks quickly prepared a pot of hot ginger soup with compressed biscuits. As for porridge, that's not available every day. Is water free? This is a mission, and you really think we're camping? There's no drinking water in the wild, you have to bring it from base. On this rainy day, a bowl of hot ginger soup is a blessing. And my Mang and the others closed the tent and secretly ate their delicious food inside. The Buddha jumps over the wall that Qin Yujing had been craving was brought out, along with Su Qing's favorite fish, Xia Qingfeng's favorite Beijing-style shredded pork, my Mang and Wang Haoran's favorite chili stir-fried pork, and finally, a serving of leafy greens. After much observation, it became clear that Wang Haoran truly loved everything, but my Mang carefully discovered that, like her, he loved spicy food. Qin Yujing also ate everything, except durian, and his favorite was seafood. He preferred strong-flavored seafood, while Su Qingha preferred lighter flavors. My Mang was thankful that the tent was lightproof. She had taped odor-absorbing paper to each side of the tent, fearing the aroma would leak out and destabilize the troops. And the origins of these dishes were difficult to explain. After finally enjoying the Buddha jumps over the wall he'd been craving, Qin Yujing was finally satisfied. He patted his round belly and asked my Mang, "When can we have it next?" "It's so delicious. Look how greedy you are. Brother Haoran knows how to make it. Once you're more established, just let him teach you. Then you can make it every day until you get sick of it," my Mang said. "This is so troublesome." "I don't know how long it will take me to learn it," Qin Yujing said. "You know it's troublesome, but why are you so greedy? Don't you see how long it took Brother Haoran to make it last time? I'm definitely going to have to save it for later." My Mang rolled his eyes at Qin Yujing. Qin Yujing happily ran up behind Wang Haoran and rubbed his shoulders like a flatterer. "Brother, from now on you're my real brother. Just remember me when you cook something delicious. You don't have to be like that. Just tell me what you want to eat, and I'll make it for you." Wang Haoran ducked aside for a moment, sitting there awkwardly. He wanted to push Qin Yujing away, but it felt like he was rejecting him. Not pushing him away didn't make sense either. He was in a dilemma. We were all family, and he cooked for everyone, so Qin Yujing's share was definitely in it. "Does your real brother know about that?" my Mang asked. "He'd definitely agree. If I eat more out, he and my old man can have more at home. So if he knew, he wouldn't mind me having a few more real brothers," Qin Yujing said. My Mang, "Okay, as long as you're happy. The first time is new, the second time is familiar. The 5 of us slept together for half the night yesterday, and it was natural for us to do the same today." Xia Qingfeng had learned his lesson. After eating and drinking, he dragged my Mang to bed, naturally occupying a separate spot. Wang Haoran couldn't, as he had to feed his little girl Tuanzi in the middle of the night, and sleeping next to my Mang wouldn't wake her. So today's lucky ones were Xia Qingfeng and Qin Yujing. Perhaps out of fear of the dense forest, or perhaps out of sheer confidence from last night's actions, they believed they couldn't get in. Tonight, without those annoying creatures disturbing sleep, was remarkably peaceful. Within the past, my Mang would always wake up in the middle of the night to check his surroundings, making sure it was safe before returning to sleep. Besides the normal mutant beast attacks, there were no other human interventions at night, making the visiting mutant beast seem even more endearing. In the morning, my Mang awoke to the smell of spicy food. The guards had a bowl of ginger water every morning and evening to ward off the cold, damp weather. Today's weather wasn't great. It was overcast and rainy from the start. A gentle drizzle continued to fall, showing no sign of abating, but rather intensifying. Entering the dense forest, the cell phone signal had long since disappeared, forcing the team to stay together as much as possible, as even the walkie-talkies sometimes had problems. The rain intensified, forcing everyone to brave the drenching rain and continue on their journey. By nightfall, my Mang and the others had recognized that they were near the abandoned manor. My Mang's heart finally settled. For the past few days, she had heard everyone's bizarre opinions about the route, and she was the only one who believed it was a straight line, which had put her under considerable pressure. Now, she could finally confirm that her feeling was correct. Qin Yujing and the others began to wonder. They had thought the compass was useful outside, but now, was it really useful or not? No one dared to make a decision. Because my Mang was guiding, everyone saw different directions. And yet, using the compass, everyone was heading in the same direction, which was a bit puzzling. Chapter 191. Everyone worked together, arriving at their destination in the middle of the night. During the 2 days of travel, Qin Yujing had also absorbed the crystal core. He had reached the peak of level 2, proving that superpowers could be upgraded. My Meng took out another crystal core and asked him to upgrade to level 3 to consolidate his abilities before stopping. Levels 2 and 3 are a watershed. Once they reach level 3, superpowers become much stronger. My Meng had considered going higher, but it would consume too many crystal cores. She didn't have many anyway, so she decided to save them for emergencies. My Meng also took out a crystal core for Wang Haoran to try. After all, he had a hidden superpower, and they wanted to see if they could be activated. But after so many days, it seemed to have no effect. To Wang Haoran, a crystal core was just an ordinary stone, a beautiful one. Don't worry, there are plenty of people without superpowers. If you practice more and become a strong person without superpowers, you can still defeat many first-level superpowered people and become even more powerful than them. My Meng patted Wang Haoran's shoulder and comforted him. Although Wang Haoran felt a little disappointed, he couldn't force it. As my Meng said, he could also train hard. After the baptism of the gene repair agent, his body was now much stronger than that of an ordinary person. He couldn't waste it. After arriving overnight, everyone began to hurriedly set up the tent. My Meng and the others walked to the small room they had lived in before. It was still so shabby and dirty. But this time, they had all the tools. They laid out various containers, and soon filled them with water. My Meng went to purify the radiation one by one. Rainwater is parasite-free, making purification effortless. And it only needs to be purified into medium-level radiation. Then, basin after basin of water was poured directly into the room. The dust and cobwebs inside flowed out with the dirty water. After the windows were cleaned, they were sealed with their wood-based abilities, blocking out the wind and rain while leaving some gaps for ventilation. Su Qinghe also caused the vines to bloom a few small flowers, adding a touch of life to the room. After cleaning, Xia Chengfeng turned all the remaining water in the room into ice cubes, and then swept them away. Qin Yujing controlled the flames, and heated the room once more, and the warm new house was ready. Ignoring the rusty iron door, the house looked brand new. They arranged their simple furniture. Against an entire wall, their large bunk bed was placed. It was a bit like a Kong, surrounded by walls on 3 sides, with only one side accessible. During the day, the little girl could roll around on the bed. Now that he can roll over, the small crib no longer meets his needs. Add a few tables and shelves for storage, and you have a cozy little home. Just keep the door secure when sleeping. Su Qinghe wrapped a circle of green leaves around the door to make it look less shabby and complement the windows, making it quite nice. It just won't close. But with the team members all around, it's not a big deal. The other people's tents are also set up. Grandma Wang has been staying with Ding Xinyan, Sister Ping, and the others in the medical team. She usually lives alone, so she's quite happy to have so many people around her. Although Grandma Wang didn't eat with my Meng and the others, she still gave her a bag. It contained a variety of delicious cakes and snacks. It could fill her stomach when she was hungry. As for the dry food, it was the finest meat-containing dry food. Just soak it in hot water, and it turned into a bowl of fragrant meat paste. Grandma Wang told them not to worry, saying she could survive on even mixed grain steamed bread for a few days. She wouldn't become pampered after a few days of good times. After everyone had their shelter ready, they hurried to install the water tank and rainwater collector. With this much rain, it wouldn't take long to fill the water tank. It looks like it's going to rain heavily next, but I don't know how long it will last. Looking at the pattering downpour, Su Qinghe said. The scenery 10 meters away was blurry, and the raindrops stung his skin. We're lucky. We finally reached our destination, and have our tent set up. If we encountered this kind of weather along the way, it would have been even more troublesome. It's God's blessing that we've been busy for so long, giving everyone a few days of rest. My Meng smiled as he stood by. Yes, in your eyes, nothing bad can happen. Su Qinghe smiled, and pinched my Meng's cheek. She's always so optimistic. Next, a week's worth of food and water were distributed to each tent. Each tent was also given a piece of bacon as a bonus. Then, just as Su Qinghe had predicted, the rain began to pour. What a shame! If we had arrived 2 days earlier, we could have built the underground water storage. With this kind of downpour, we have to collect so much water. Qin Yujing looked at the pouring rain outside, and shook her head regretfully. It's okay. We're not many this first year, and there's still plenty of rain to come. We'll definitely fill the water tank, my Meng reassured her. We can also look for water resources nearby. If we really run out, that can come in handy, Su Qinghe said. The base has the necessary equipment, but the process is rather complicated. It needs to kill insects and reduce radiation at the same time. And the radiation levels in outdoor water sources are generally very high, requiring higher power. Qin Yujing's dowry included one, a spare given to him by his brother. After all, water resources are paramount. During these rainy days, the full-scale surveillance system is activated. Just keep an eye on the screen. The full-scale surveillance system covers a 2,000-meter radius and penetrates 20 meters underground. It emits a beeping sound whenever something approaches. The sound level adjusts based on the size and speed of the object. The louder the sound, the greater the danger. The downside to all-around protection is that it consumes a lot of energy stones. One level 3 energy stone is needed every day. Maimong took advantage of this rare downtime to play with the child in bed. The almost 4-month-old little Tuanzi is very chubby. Ever since he learned to roll over, he's been rolling around in bed every day. Now they have to keep an eye on him constantly, afraid he might accidentally roll off the bed. Qin Yujing and the others were discussing how to build the house. Let's build one for living first. We'll have the first and second floors. Connect the first and second floors, and it'll be like a small villa. Qin Yujing said. Just put the stairs on the right side. The third floor can be used as storage, so it won't disturb us. We can start with 10 or 8 stories. We'll need to bring in all the fitness equipment later, otherwise it'll be too much for everyone. Wouldn't it be very troublesome for the people living upstairs to climb the stairs every day? Maimong asked. Climbing 10 floors every day is exhausting just thinking about it. Chapter 192. No big deal. 10 floors is just a piece of cake. Just a warm-up. Qin Yujing said nonchalantly. The building only had 10 floors at its highest. Residents would have moved up from the lower floors, and they wouldn't necessarily be able to climb all 10. For these team members, climbing 10 flights of stairs was child's play. Okay. Can the top floor be turned into a planting area? I want to grow something there, Maimong asked. Of course, but the radiation levels up there are probably quite high. Will the plants survive? Qin Yujing looked at Su Qinghe uncertainly. He knew full well that the plants at the research institute were all grown indoors, with room temperature and humidity control, artificial sun, and other such things. And none of those things were available here. Don't worry, I'm here. I'll make sure it survives, Maimong said confidently. Just remember to leave space for me when you build the house, Maimong instructed. Okay, then we'll turn the top floor into a planting area. We're not many right now. Turning the 9th and 10th floors into planting areas shouldn't be a problem. There's dirt everywhere anyway. If you can grow something, we'll be happy to help you haul the dirt. Forget about hauling dirt, we'll just go to the Agricultural Science Academy and steal a few technicians to help you farm, Qin Yujing said with a smile. The Agricultural Science Academy is their headquarters, so it's just a few people, no big deal. Okay, let's talk about it after we get something planted. As for those who farm, there aren't many right now. After all, they hadn't thought about it that way. They only brought in combat personnel earlier. The few of them discussed various issues, waiting for the rain to subside before they could really start their work. Maimong also wanted to conduct various experiments here, such as the 1 acre of land given by the system, placed outside the protective circle. Could it produce anything? If not, it would be a bit useless. After all, the protective shield is only 500 meters long now. After deducting the living space, there's really not much space left. After everyone had tidied up the small house, Maimong opened the shield. It was quite mysterious. When the shield was taken out, it was just a small bead. When it was opened, it disappeared. But Maimong could sense the area it protected and adjust its position with his mind. Maimong covered everyone inside, so that the living area would at least be radiation-free. As for the daytime, everyone wore protective clothing, so there was no fear. The remaining space would be protected in the open space in front of Maimong. She planned to dig up the land in front and start planting there. She couldn't just sit there and wait for them to build a house. Maimong's plan was to use the 1 acre of land given by the system to plant in front of or behind the house. The land on the top floor or above would be purified with soil purifier to clean the native soil. After purification, placing it in a radiation-free area should allow for growth. That way, we have an extra acre of planting space. However, if the land given by the system can't be used for planting outside, it's like losing an acre of land. Also, the height of plants grown inside the house is limited. If we wait outside, we can grow taller plants. Oh, and there's also a farm. Alas, the space is still too small. The farm can't be next to the building, otherwise it'll be too smelly. Although there's deodorant, it's a bit off-putting. Never mind, we don't have any cubs yet, so there's no rush. We've just arrived, so we need to take things one step at a time, my Mang told herself. Don't rush. The rain gradually subsided after 3 days, and then Qin Yujing couldn't wait to gather her men and begin building an underground water storage chamber. This is the most important thing. With the tarpaulin pulled down, the excavator began to work. The others only had to push the dirt aside and dump it. The excavated dirt was bagged and set aside. It would come in handy when the building was completed and needed for farming. After Qin Yujing brought my Mang home, she went back to see her father and brother. She told them she had brought her daughter-in-law home, and that she would let them decide whether to provide a dowry or a betrothal gift. Finally, she obtained many valuable items from them, especially various industrial and consumer machinery. For example, compressed biscuit production lines, garment-making machines, washing machines, and so on. Maimon wasn't idle either, gathering the remaining men to clear a patch of land in front. Everyone's faces turned a bit strange when they heard she was going to clear land for planting. Some people advised her not to waste her time. But Maimon didn't explain anything to the others. There were robots to till the soil, so everyone else only had to do odd jobs. The happiest person was actually Grandma Wang, who was more enthusiastic than anyone else in picking up rocks and weeds. It was just that her health didn't allow her to go out for walks occasionally. Otherwise, she felt she could farm all day without a break. Farming? She never thought that one day she would have land to farm herself. Maimon prepared to conduct an experiment. Half of the land inside the protective circle was land given by the system, and half was land created using purifiers. The same was true outside the protective circle, but in addition to the land purified by the purifiers, there was also a small area of native land. Sprinkle the same seeds, and see what the harvest will be like. Finally, Maimon decided to plant vegetables, as they have a quick maturity cycle, and the house should be ready for occupancy in about a month. The protective shield will also be changed by then, so we can't waste too much time outside. Everyone worked hard, and in one day, they finished tilling the soil and sowing the seeds. Because it was rainy, they didn't have to water. Next, it was just waiting. Maimon was considering whether to fertilize, but forget it, we'll figure it out later. Everyone was busy. Maimon purified all the water and sealed it up. The water in the water tanks was their daily drinking water. Of course, Maimon would also purify the water in the basement to make it radiation-free. It was just a little extra effort now, but it would affect their water supply for the entire summer. Qin Yujing and the others worked quickly, digging out an underground water storage chamber in one day. Next, they applied various waterproofing materials. Not only did they need to be waterproof, but they also had to prevent small insects from sneaking in, especially native animals like earthworms. They applied several layers of a protective material. This material is liquid when applied, and once it dries, it becomes incredibly hard, impenetrable even to ordinary knives, let alone insects. For safety reasons, Qin Yujing, fearing the dense forest soil might be even more infested with insects, applied several more layers. After applying layer after layer of protective measures, and letting it dry overnight, the roof was ready the next day. After the roof was sealed, they began filling it with water, while others worked on the second reservoir. Another group of people led patrols around the area, addressing any safety hazards. They chose the site for their house in the open space in front of the manor, deliberately choosing a spot devoid of trees. The manor was gloomy, making it difficult to see what was going on from outside. There was no rush. They would finish the house first, and then begin the cleaning task. By then, it would be the hot season, and light and movement would be much more convenient. For now, as long as the contents didn't come out, they would pretend they didn't know. Chapter 193. Old Xie in the safe zone knew the operation had failed when he waited for no response from his own people. He was furious and scolded everyone. It wasn't that he felt particularly sorry for his son, but rather that he had invested so much energy in him, hoping he would produce a child with superpowers. All the superpowered people had aged, and the safe zone hadn't produced a superpowered person in 20 years. So the youngest superpowered people now were from his son's generation. If everyone else lost their superpowers, only his family would have them. Even if the superpowers were useless, he could still worship them as mascots. In reality, superpowered people were truly useless. It was simply because old Xie himself didn't have superpowers that he was so obsessed with them, believing that if he had them, he would definitely not stop there. He attributed all the unhappiness in his life to his lack of superpowers. That was why he was so indulgent towards his only son with superpowers. Now, Su Qinghe had completely dashed his hopes. His grandson, who had supernatural powers, was gone, completely gone. As for sending people into the dense forest to search for them, that wasn't feasible. Not only did they not know where they were going, but even if they did, the journey would be dangerous. The cost of an assassination attempt was too high, and the success rate was too low. It wasn't worth it. He could only calm down and wait for the next opportunity. He refused to believe that this group of people would enter the dense forest and never come out again. If they did, he would have a chance. Over at Qin Yujing's side, after a week of hard work, they had finally dug out the underground water storage chamber. At the same time, the first water storage chamber was almost full. Then it was time to frantically build the house. Let's build a framework first, and then we can work on the interior later. Once the exterior is built, everyone will have a place to stay. We're all grown men, so we can just spread out mats and sleep on the ground. A week later, the vegetable seedlings in Maimang's plot began to sprout. Grandma Wang was the first to notice, despite Maimang and the others' efforts to dissuade her from coming out to help. She's elderly, after all, and it's rainy, making it difficult for her to move around. If anything goes wrong, it'll be too late to regret. Grandma Wang knows her situation, so she only goes out for a short stroll each day and then goes back, not causing any trouble for others. Today, she went out for a stroll as usual and noticed vegetable seedlings sprouting in the ground. Happily, she asked Maimang to come out and see. Maimang saw that the 1 acre of land in the radiation-free zone had sprouted first. This sprouting was like a signal. Gradually, sprouts began to emerge from other plots. Everyone was surprised, but not surprised. After all, there are plenty of wild vegetables and weeds growing in the wild, but you never know what will grow. What if they're all high radiation plants? Wouldn't that be a loss? Even if they're not high radiation, but medium radiation, it's still a loss. After all, every piece of land needs to be tended by humans. Only crops with low or no radiation are profitable. Because they were seeded by machine, the distribution was relatively even, saving time on transplanting. Finally, Maimang diluted a bottle of plant nutrient and watered the vegetables. The next day, the vegetables were visibly unchanged. Maimang was a little disappointed. She expected them to grow taller. She kind of understood the feeling of forcing things to grow. Because the crops in the fields hadn't yet matured, the hunting team went out on patrol, taking care of any mutant beasts they came across. If any were exposed to radiation, they get a snack that day. Maimang and the others weren't idle either. She led one of the teams to gather wild vegetables and fruits nearby. With freshly picked vegetables and game, she only needed to provide a few staples each day. The extra vegetables and fruits could be stored in a space for future use. As for the 4 Earth-type Esper builders, they ate non-radioactive food daily, which helped their abilities recover faster. The first floor had underfloor heating installed according to the blueprints Maimang had provided, so they could stay warm even in winter. As for the upstairs, underfloor heating was a bit of a hassle, so they decided not to install it. Later, each house would have an earthen Kong and a fireplace. They could also build fire walls, and, with a few braziers, they could comfortably spend the entire winter. It would be a bit firewood intensive though, so they had to keep plenty stored for the summer. Time slipped by quietly, and soon the rain faded, and the blazing sun rose. Under the sunlight, the vegetables in the field grew at a visible rate. It truly was a different scene every day. Everyone was delighted, but also a little worried. After all, harvest time was approaching. Maimang was also a little nervous. This harvest meant not only the storage of these vegetables, but also whether she would have more land for future plantings. These vegetables had been watered with radiation-free water and fertilized the same way, only the soil was different. Also, some of them were within the protective shield. The vegetables within the shield were either grown on soil provided by the system or cultivated with nutrient supplements. They grew taller and greener than other vegetables. You could tell at a glance that they were flourishing. Finally, the outer frame of the house was complete. Next came the interior decoration. With the Kong set up, the house was basically ready for occupancy. As for the furniture, another team of carpenters was assigned to begin felling wood and making furniture. The first items to be made were definitely the furniture for Maimang's home. After all, she was the employer. Finally, the vegetables were ripe. Maimang walked towards the vegetable garden with excitement. Ding! Non-radiation-free plants, edible. Ding! Non-radiation-free plants, edible. Ding! Non-radiation-free plants, edible. Hearing the crisp notification, Maimang couldn't suppress a smile. Cheers of joy rang out all around. Everyone was watching this historic moment. Maimang had first tested the land given by the system, within the protective circle. So, she wasn't surprised by the results. Even the land purified by the purifier within the protective circle yielded only radiation-free food. Next, it's outside the protective circle. Maimong walked towards the land gifted by the system. Ding, non-radiation plants, edible. Ding, non-radiation plants, edible. Ding, non-radiation plants, edible. Ding, low radiation plants, edible. Only one low radiation vegetable appears for every 10 or 20 vegetables. Not bad, acceptable. The land treated with the purifier wasn't as good. Most of the vegetables grown were low radiation. Out of 20 vegetables, only 1 or 2 were radiation-free, and 1 or 2 were medium radiation. Furthermore, after this crop, the radiation level in the land had increased slightly. This proves that prolonged exposure to sunlight increases the radiation level. I believe the next crop's harvest will definitely be inferior to the previous one, until eventually, it returns to high radiation land. Chapter 194. And that pristine land, where almost all the vegetables grown were high radiation vegetables, with only a few medium radiation ones. This ratio was similar to what you find in the wild. Seeing this, my Mang plowed the soil, and then planted rice with peace of mind. These days, rice varieties have undergone significant improvements, evolving into drought-tolerant upland rice. Its cultivation methods are no different from other grain crops. Simply follow conventional planting methods, and you can harvest it smoothly. I had originally considered planting fruit trees, but then I realized that food was more important, and fruit could be found in abundance in the wild, so I gave up the idea. The same goes for vegetables. Wild vegetables are everywhere in the dense forest. While most have medium radiation, there are some with low radiation as well. The food we eat is primarily medium radiation. So, the most scarce thing is staple food. The building is complete, and Qin Yujing has been arranging for people to transport the fertile soil upstairs. The nearby elevator isn't used, and each person carries 2 bags of the load upstairs. Qin Yujing's exact words were, "This is my daily exercise routine these days." Because Maimong said they could occupy 500 square meters, Qin Yujing built a wall about 500 square meters, adding a layer of protection to the central building. There was also an open area in front of the building for play. Since all the visitors this time were bachelors, the upstairs rooms were converted into large bunk beds. They agreed to have 5 people per room in the summer, and 10 people per kong in the winter. This saved firewood and provided warmth in the winter. It took a week to completely pave the 10th, 9th, and 8th floors with dirt. The first and second floors were Maimang's living quarters, and the third floor was used as a warehouse, and is currently empty. The fourth floor houses the large cafeteria, utility rooms, and so on. The fifth floor is the girls' dormitory. Of course, only one room is occupied now, and there's a small room inside for Grandma Wang to stay in. Grandma Wang said she enjoys being with him. The 6th and 7th floors are the boys' dormitories. From the 8th floor up are the planting areas. The 8th floor grows corn and peanuts. The 9th floor grows wheat and cotton. The 10th floor grows rice and various beans. We strive to maximize the use of every inch of land. The medical team also oversees the planting team, visiting daily to weed and occasionally fertilize. With the irrigation equipment brought by Su Qinghe, we can irrigate regularly every day. In addition to rice, the ground on the first floor also grows watermelons. Even if watermelons were available in the wild, they rarely be picked. There are small animals guarding them, so you don't get to have any. Grandma Wang's legs and feet are much more agile in the summer. She and Deng Xinyan were in charge of the babysitting, as Wang Haoran was also going out, and he didn't want to stay home to take care of the kids. While staying home to take care of the kids was fine, he preferred the promise my Mang had promised him last time. As long as he was strong enough, no one with superpowers could match him. Xia Qingfeng's superpowers had also reached level 3. Now that all 3 of them had reached a higher level of strength, and with the support of energy weapons, they set their sights on the manor. Since they were going to live here, they couldn't afford to ignore the danger. And my Mang was ambitious. She wanted to take over the entire manor. It would be lush and green by then, and it would look so delightful. Today was a good day. They could move into the building. Although the place was deserted, it was summer, and everyone felt that living in a building was more comfortable than living in a tent. We packed our simple belongings and moved into the dormitory. Maimang's house didn't have a kong stove bed, because the first floor had underfloor heating, and the second floor could be used for summer and rainy days. Since they weren't a large family, they could easily accommodate anyone. Today, to celebrate everyone's move into their new home, the large dining hall on the 4th floor officially opened. Maimong contributed a variety of ingredients, and Wang Haoran helped in the kitchen, preparing a lively warm-up dinner. Little Tuanzi, held in Deng Xinyan's arms, his big eyes darting around. He seemed to have never seen so many people, such a lively scene. He looked left and right, bustling with activity. The dining hall wasn't fully equipped with tables and benches, so they only set up 2 large tables, placed the prepared food on them, and everyone enjoyed themselves buffet style. Everyone took what they wanted, and afterward, they gathered in groups of 3 or 4 to chat and eat. My Mang and the others were among them. Watching everyone's laughter and joy, she felt that life was truly wonderful. Qin Yujing, Su Qinghe, Wang Haoran, and Xia Chenfeng gathered around her. Wang Haoran was holding a small bowl and feeding little Tuanzi egg yolks, little Tuanzi's newest diet. Qin Yujing, on the side, picked up a piece of meat and ate it, tempting little Tuanzi. Little Tuanzi seemed to realize that meat was tastier than egg yolks. He stared eagerly at the meat in Qin Yujing's hand, ignoring the yolk. Then Qin Yujing held the meat in front of little Tuanzi and, when he opened his mouth, took it into his own. Little Tuanzi, looking at his drooping mouth, burst into laughter. After teasing him a few times, little Tuanzi ignored him and focused on eating his egg yolk. Even when Qin Yujing brought the meat to her lips, she didn't open her mouth. There was only a small portion of the egg yolk, and she devoured it in a flash. Wang Haoran ignored the little boy, who was staring at him eagerly. He gave him a bottle and told him to drink water on his own before going back to eat. Isn't this her dream for a life like this? But now, her dream has changed a little. She hopes more people can have this kind of life. Qin Yujing continued to tease him, and when she approached for the umpteenth time, the little boy grabbed her chopsticks. The piece of meat fell into the little boy's cradle. Before Qin Yujing could react, the little boy picked up the meat and stuffed it into his mouth. Oh my god! Help! He ate the meat! Qin Yujing quickly looked at Wang Haoran. Because he hadn't intended to feed the child, he had taken quite a bit of the meat. Su Qinghe quickly took Wang Haoran's bowl. Wang Haoran ran over and saw the little boy's bulging mouth, drool dripping from the corners. He even grinned at the sight of Wang Haoran approaching. Then, Wang Haoran quickly pinched the little boy's mouth, reached out his fingers, and fished out the piece of meat. The little boy was stunned for a moment when his mouth was empty, and then burst into tears. Wang Haoran quickly picked him up and tried to comfort him, but it was no use. The little boy burst into tears. The sight of him made Qin Yujing feel heartbroken. My Mang found a teething stick from his space and stuffed it into his mouth. The little boy took a few bites, but it tasted nothing and started to cry again. Don't cry. If you cry again, I'll confiscate it and give you nothing to eat. The little boy looked at his stern mother, then at his father, who was holding him. He could only cry, holding the teething stick, curled up in his father's arms, savoring it slowly. Chapter 195. This little guy is so cunning, Qin Yujing said. He's so young and can already read people's expressions. What will he be like when he grows up? Don't bother him for no reason. You always make him cry. Su Qinghe rolled his eyes at Qin Yujing. The most important thing is, his hands and feet aren't as quick as a baby's. I think you need to train yourself more. Looking at Su Qinghe's disdainful look, Qin Yujing felt a little depressed, unable to refute. Ultimately, it was his carelessness. Then, the little boy clung to Wang Haoran's arms. Whenever he tried to put him down, he would cling tightly to Wang Haoran's clothes, refusing to go to the crib. After all, he had raised him, and seeing the little boy's tearful face, Wang Haoran couldn't bear to force him down, so he held him. Qin Yujing finished the food in his bowl in a few bites and ran over to help wrap the little boy. The little boy didn't want to pay any attention to him. So, Qin Yujing took advantage of the little boy's momentary inattention and snatched the bowl from Wang Haoran's hands. Ah! The little boy immediately started howling. It's okay, it's okay. Children have short memories. He'll be fine in a moment. You guys keep eating. I'll take him out to play. Qin Yujing covered the little boy's mouth with one hand and carried him downstairs. Wang Haoran watched them leave with a hint of worry. It's okay. Eat. He might be a little unreliable, but children, after all, need to go through hardships to grow. My Mang handed the bowl to Wang Haoran, soothing him. Okay, hearing you say that makes me even more worried. But Wang Haoran also knew that in today's society, children couldn't be spoiled. Besides, Qin Yujing wouldn't do anything to the child, so he shouldn't worry too much. After everyone finished their lively meal, they all returned to their rooms. Except for my Mang, everyone slept on simple cots, sleeping bags, or even just a mat. That night, the small building was attacked by wild boars. The patrol discovered them and killed them before they could even get close. There were quite a few wild boars. 5 of them arrived, each weighing 300 to 400 kilograms. Maimon only heard about it the next day. It seems there are quite a lot of wild boars around here. We encountered several of them back then, too, all weighing 300 to 400 kilograms. Maimon looked at Wang Haoran and asked. You're pretty lucky then, Qin Yujing said. Seriously, brother? Maimon looked at Qin Yujing. Do you think I'm kidding? Only half-grown wild boars weighing 300 or 400 pounds will fight in teams. If you encounter a full-grown wild boar, it's at least 700 or 800 pounds. Just tell me, isn't that quite lucky? Qin Yujing said. So you're quite lucky indeed. My Mang thought of the 700 or 800 pound wild boars. How huge would they be? Do you think that house behind us is a wild boar's den? My Mang looked at the others. Congratulations, you guessed it right. Qin Yujing snapped his fingers at my Mang. To the left is a herd of wild boars, and to the right is a snake den. These two are big ones. There are also various birds nesting upstairs, and all sorts of small reptiles in the corners. Of course, these small animals are nothing to be afraid of. It's the snakes and wild boars that are the real trouble. The thought of the snakes made my Mang's scalp tingle. Catch them all in one fell swoop? My Mang asked. The best way is to drive them away and make them move, Qin Yujing said. But such a large group of wild boars must have lived here for years. Driving them out will be quite challenging. So what's coming next is likely to be a protracted battle. There's also a swarm of snakes, and some of the eggs haven't hatched yet. Driving them out all at once won't be easy either. But don't worry, I've figured out a way. We'll definitely drive them all away this summer, Qin Yujing reassured him. The next day, they sent a small team to the rear to survey the enemy. The previous information had been gathered from instrumental observations, which was somewhat different from seeing it with one's own eyes. They quietly crept to the rear, taking a close look at the structures. The rear row of houses formed an elegant semicircle, cleverly separated by a majestic tree. Having weathered countless storms and natural disasters, the roofs of these houses had long since fallen off. The walls were dilapidated, covered in the marks of time. Despite this, they still stood tenaciously, teetering on the brink of collapse yet still possessing a tenacious vitality. These old houses were imbued with a sense of history and a tenacious vitality. The group realized they were at the back of the house, so the main entrance to the manor must be on the other side. This was good news, because when animals encounter danger, they instinctively flee through the door. If the door had been on this side, they would have had to be well protected, fearing that the enemy would rush in without a care. The shadows of wild boars could still be vaguely seen moving about inside the house, while the snakes were underground, making them invisible even if they entered. After a brief look, the group retreated. Next, they pretended nothing had happened and cleared the grass near the house during the day. Grass is a common hiding place for small animals. Also, no one could guarantee that the grass nearby wasn't hiding any dangers. What if there was a high-level mutant plant? When encountering trees, use earth-based abilities to assist. First, fell the tree, then soften the soil around its roots to make it easier to dig out. At night, Qin Yujing had his men turn on the high-intensity lights and began digging underground water reservoirs. More people would be needed in the future, so they would dig a few more as backup. Also, wild boars are more active at night, so they stay away when they see the lights. Anyone who approaches would be immediately spotted, and their bodies would be left behind. After digging enough water reservoirs, they began building the house. Because the project wasn't urgent, no psychics were called in this time. Everyone searched the surrounding area for suitable mud and added a high-tech suspension. This made ordinary mud incredibly strong and, more importantly, moisture-proof, fireproof, and shock-resistant. After the work was completed, the psychics would apply a layer of psychic soil to the exterior, making the walls smooth and warm in winter and cool in summer. During the day, they also found plenty of mugwort nearby and burned it to repel both mosquitoes and snakes. They also burned Hautuinia cordata near the manor. This had a strong fishy smell, which neither snakes nor wild boars would like. Occasionally, they would add some sanchi to the fire. Sanchi has a sulfurous smell and is slightly toxic, but it can be used to treat snake bites or stop bleeding. Snakes don't like the smell and usually avoid it when they encounter it. As expected, Qin Yujing noticed that the snake population had decreased significantly during this period. Some attacked them and were killed, while others simply wandered away. Chapter 196. As the commotion in Maimong intensified and their territory expanded, the wild boars began to grow restless. Bai Yuning reported to Qin Yujing today that there seemed to be some friction within the wild boar herd, but it quickly subsided. Bai Yuning was the squad leader Qin Yujing had assigned to monitor the wild boars and snakes. It seems our recent efforts to disrupt the public have been quite effective. The snakes have been largely eliminated, and dissension has arisen within the wild boars. The snakes were ambushed several times by wild boars during their escape, resulting in considerable losses. As long as they didn't come this way, Qin Yujing wouldn't order their strangulation. The escaped snakes fled in all directions, and only a few remained in their caves, with some eggs still unhatched. Qin Yujing and the others paused their herbal bombardment, preparing to give them some breathing room, to see if they would wait until all the eggs had hatched before retreating. If they provoked them, a desperate struggle would be the end of them. As for the bright lights at night, they couldn't be turned off. Not only could they not stop, but the range of the bright lights would gradually approach the manor, making the wild boars even more agitated. In recent days, the number of wild boars attacking them has increased significantly. Even several adult wild boars have attacked together. Several team members were injured. Thankfully, their lives were not in danger. However, they were no longer fit to continue fighting and were assigned to the planting area, working with Su Qinghe. They occasionally joined the handicraft team. The upstairs furniture wasn't yet fully furnished. In fact, Su Qinghe was a little curious about the current planting methods, which didn't require calculating humidity, temperature, light, and other data. Just water, fertilize, weed, and monitor carefully for disease. It was simply untamed growth. Most importantly, they all survived, growing even better than those grown in the safe zone lab. So, was this what true farming was? Su Qinghe wasn't sure, so he took out his little notebook and continued recording. Daily weather, hours of sunlight, watering amounts, fertilizer use, growth rate, and so on. As the plant slowly grew, Su Qinghe, more than anyone else, was eager to see the rice mature so he could compare the yield rate. Su Qinghe stayed behind while the other three took turns hunting. Every day they brought back some game. Since everyone was employed, there wasn't much of a distribution issue. After all, the income went to Maimong and his team, and they covered the expenses here, as well as the medicine for injuries. Every day, Maimong collected the excess food. Since it was only the beginning of summer, there was no need to dry and store it. Wow, I'm so exhausted today. I ran into a mad cow. Qin Yujing pulled half a watermelon from the refrigerator, sat on the sofa, and began to eat it with a spoon. Summer, indeed, goes perfectly with icy watermelon. After several bites, the heat finally subsided a little. Are you okay? My Meng asked worriedly. No, who am I? A mere mad cow. How could it possibly hurt me? Qin Yujing said, as she scooped a bite of the watermelon flesh from the center, and offered it to my Meng. Maimong took a bite. It was so sweet. I wonder if the watermelons I've grown this year will be this sweet. So did you catch it? My Meng asked. Yes, I did. It's a pity it's highly radioactive, otherwise we have beef tonight. I've been getting a little tired of pork lately. Just tell me if you want some. I'll stew some beef brisket for you tonight. Maimong smiled and rolled his eyes. Hee hee hee, I knew you were the best to me. Come on, let me feed you another bite. Qin Yujing happily fed my Meng 2 more bites of watermelon. He always ate from the sides and worked his way back, saving the sweetest, reddest part in the middle for my Meng. Alright, have some. Pregnant women should avoid cold watermelon. After my Meng had taken 7 or 8 bites, Su Qinghe pulled him away. Oh! Qin Yujing withdrew her hand. She almost forgotten that she'd been here for almost 2 months, and my Meng was already 5 months pregnant. It was because she was always so impulsive, even more loudmouthed than herself, that she had no connection with a pregnant woman. And, most importantly, while other twins all have large bellies, my Meng's isn't that big, and even with loose clothing, it's barely noticeable. By the way, haven't you had a checkup recently? As a pregnant woman, don't you need regular prenatal checkups? Qin Yujing looked at my Meng in confusion. My Meng felt a little guilty, because she knew the system was helping her, and the baby inside would be fine. She had also asked Bai Bai, and the baby was healthy. Speaking of the child's health, Bai Bai still felt a little resentful. My Meng guessed it was because she was pregnant again, this time with twins. But how many children was not something she could handle on her own. And if things went as expected, she might get pregnant again. Whether it would be 1 or 2 depended on whose child she was currently carrying. No need. Look at me. Do I look like I need a checkup? I'm eating well and feeling healthy. Although prenatal checkups didn't require blood draws these days, she didn't like the smell of medicine. A room on the 4th floor was set aside to serve as a temporary infirmary. The equipment was simple and common. So my Meng felt there was really no need for a checkup. No test could be as accurate as a simple one. Okay, then, just take care of yourself. If you feel any discomfort, be sure to tell me. Qin Yujing, thinking of the simple infirmary, gave up. Once she was back to normal, she had to make 2 more trips out. There were so many things she needed. Not to mention medical equipment, even fitness equipment hadn't been brought in. But the space wasn't enough right now. Once the building next door was finished, there would be plenty more space. The trees she cut down were dried and stored in the second-floor warehouse, so they could be used to heat the Kong in winter. The dried weeds were also kept aside, as my Mang said wood ash was also fertilizer. Actually, poop is a natural fertilizer, but my Mang didn't want to make the house smelly, so he refused to use it. We'll wait until the land expands and set aside a dedicated area for breeding and planting. Speaking of breeding, we should be able to start preparing. The building next door is halfway finished, and finding the cubs will take time. Next time you hunt, try to capture any cubs alive. My Mang said to Qin Yujing. Are we going to start breeding? Qin Yujing asked. Yes, we can start by capturing some herbivores. There are wild vegetables and weeds everywhere, so we don't have to worry about not being able to feed them. My Mang nodded. Okay, I'll have them keep an eye out. If they encounter any, try to capture them alive. Qin Yujing replied. He finished the rest of the watermelon in a few bites, and went out to explain his plans. Chapter 197. Life in the dense forest was ordinary yet busy. Everyone lived a fulfilling life. The construction team watched contentedly as the house grew taller under their hands. The gathering team, responsible for the vegetable supply for hundreds of people, was busy and happy every day. The hunting team was responsible for everyone's meat supply, while also honing their skills. The crafts team watched as everyone's house was slowly filled with furniture they had handcrafted. Finally, there was the planting team, which held everyone's hopes. Watching the rice plants slowly sprout, grow taller, and bloom. They carried everyone's hopes. Working from sunrise to sunset, waking up each day to the sound of birdsong, the fragrance of flowers, and the chirping of insects greeted them. Having discovered a well not far away, Maimong had a pump installed and discovered that the water at the bottom of the well was clear. Of course, even the clearest water in the wild was highly radioactive. My Mang had them build a reservoir nearby and draw water from the well, specifically for watering the plants. My Mang lied that she had a water purifier, claiming that a single tube could cleanse an entire pond. In reality, it was her supernatural powers that did the work. With the water supply secured, my Mang used the purifier to cleanse several acres of land. Although the rice produced from the sun-baked land was low radiation, it was still quite high, considering the medium radiation food they had previously eaten. As for the fact that the soil would deteriorate further after planting, that wasn't a big deal. She was due to give birth in a few months, and she believed the protective shield would be upgraded and expanded by then. That way, they could protect the fields in time, preventing further deterioration. Looking at the lush rice fields around them, the team members almost forgot what their original world was like. From surprise to familiarity, it felt as if the land could actually be cultivated. In a blink of an eye, 3 months had passed since the rice planting began, and the heavy rice ears drooped shyly. On them hung plump grains, ready to be harvested as soon as they turned yellow. The watermelons in the fields had already been harvested several times, and each plump, round watermelon was stored in the warehouse. Everyone enjoyed the watermelons they had grown, and they were sweet, almost to the core. The beans were ripe, and Maimong was arranging the harvest. As for the cotton, the bolls had already formed, and Maimong had ordered half to be harvested and half to be kept. She wanted to experiment with whether the cotton in the protective circle could be harvested after the bolls had burst. If possible, not only would the yield increase, but picking and subsequent processing would also be much easier. Nowadays, the clothes everyone wears are made from hemp, though some are more delicately crafted. Hemp can also be made into fine linen, while people in the slums wear coarse linen. As for the members of Qin Yujing's hunting team, some wear fine linen, some wear synthetic fabrics, and most wear synthetic cotton. While not as breathable as real cotton, it is softer than fine linen. As for cotton clothing, it's something only the upper class can wear. The first bowl burst, and the others followed suit. Everyone approached with trepidation to have them tested. If all of them were unusable, they would be heartbroken. How many clothes could they make with so much cotton? Ding, no insect eggs detected. Tick, no eggs detected. Tick, no eggs detected. After checking more than a dozen cotton bowls, no eggs were found. The tester looked at everyone, speechless with excitement. Then, applause and cheers erupted, and everyone hugged each other excitedly. Ha ha ha. It worked. It really worked. Ha ha ha. Maimong, infected by their laughter, also smiled happily. Sister Maimong, you're the best. I don't know who shouted it out, but everyone followed suit. Sister Maimong, you're the best. 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 The voices rose higher and higher, nearly shattering the eardrums. Maimong felt a little embarrassed by being called out, so she waved her hand and said, Okay, this isn't my work, you grew it with your own hands. Now, hurry up and gather it all in. The wheat harvest is in 2 days. The sight of the plump, golden ears of wheat around him instantly energized everyone. Sister Maimong had said that once the grain was harvested and stored, she used it to make noodles for everyone. The most important thing was, she provided the topping. The same went for the other ingredients. Once they were harvested, she'd treat everyone to a meal. A meal of food they'd grown with their own hands. Then came harvest time, and also the time for the wild boars to strike back. Unable to bear the harassment, the wild boar king prepared to give the team a warning before everyone could harvest. So, when the rice was ripe, he personally led a group of his minions into the rice fields. The moment he arrived, he was spotted by the team members. Despite the bright light of the spotlight, the wild boar king remained fixed on the rice paddy, charging fearlessly into it. The team members knew it was the wild boar king, and a collision with it would be disastrous, so they didn't dare to rush in and intercept it. The wild boar king nimbly dodged energy lance after energy lance, and even when it couldn't, its minions stepped forward to block the blows. Then the wild boars began to disperse, sending small groups charging towards the patrol. Faced with this sudden attack, the patrol was in a difficult position. They had to protect themselves while also dealing with the wild boar king's onslaught, leaving them stretched thin. The shrill whistles blared one after another, waking those who were still sleeping and rushing downstairs to investigate. Outside the first floor, combatants were stationed, and upon hearing the gunfire, they rushed out. But faced with the relentless onslaught of wild boars, they could only fire to stop them. Soon, a melee ensued between the wild boar and the team members. In close combat, guns lost their advantage, and everyone resorted to using broadswords and short knives to fight the wild boar. Casualties gradually mounted, with several team members being knocked aside by the wild boar, their lives uncertain. The wild boar king, looking at the rice paddies just before him, was already beaming with joy. If he could crush all the crops, he would be the victor tonight. Grinning, he charged forward even harder. Suddenly, he struck something and was repelled. Sitting on the ground, the wild boar king was bewildered as he gazed at the empty field before him. Why was he sitting there, seeing their king stop? The other wild boars followed suit. Maimong groaned. This wild boar king was quite something. This one collision had cost her half her energy pool. After recovering, he unleashed his hooves and continued charging forward. Bang! The wild boar king was stopped again. The dizzy wild boar king stopped and shook his head. Chapter 198. Qin Yujing loaded her level 3 energy stone and launched a strike at the still-dazed wild boar king. Sensed by danger, the wild boar king quickly dodged to the side, but he didn't expect that no matter where he went, he couldn't escape. Because Maimong had trapped him. Seeing this, the other minions swarmed around their leader. Instantly, the energy from the energy stone exploded around the wild boar king. Because nearly all the wild boars had been piled together, the explosion killed several, and the rest were severely injured. Maimong retracted her mental barrier. She quickly grabbed the crystal core to replenish her energy. The attack from all the wild boars that had surrounded her barrier had drained all of her superpowers. Luckily, Qin Yujing acted quickly, or she wouldn't have been able to hold out for more than a few seconds. Maimong's perception of wild boars was once again redefined. They were simply too formidable. Even a level 2 energy stone couldn't kill them. However, the wild boar king, protected by his subordinates, survived. It lay on the ground for a moment, its head recoiled, and then rushed towards Qin Yujing. Su Qinghe and Xia Chengfeng were also helping to clear out the other wild boars. Seeing this, they immediately summoned vines, trapping the wild boar king's feet. The wild boar king's hands and feet were entangled by the sudden vines, and he fell to the ground. But before anyone could breathe a sigh of relief, the vines on his hands and feet were torn apart by his struggle. It nimbly dodged Xia Chengfeng's ice blades. Qin Yujing was on high alert. This wild boar king must be level 4. Xia Chengfeng then transformed the ground beneath the wild boar king's feet into a layer of ice, making it slippery and causing the wild boar to stumble several times. The two worked seamlessly together. As the wild boar king stumbled, Su Qinghe harnessed his supernatural powers to bind it, while Xia Chengfeng added ice blades and knives just in time. But they only left shallow scratches on the wild boar. The wild boar, seeing that these humans had actually injured it, grew even more enraged. After breaking free from the vines that bound it, it continued its charge towards Qin Yujing. This time, it ran slower, But with each step, it cracked the ice block Xia Chengfeng had created. It even dodged the ice spikes Xia Chengfeng occasionally blasted from the ground, and the vine Su Qinghe manipulated. Qin Yujing aimed again at the Wild Boar King and fired. The weapon contained the same level 3 energy stone. Watching Qin Yujing's movements, Xia Chengfeng seized the opportunity and activated his supernatural powers. The ice beneath the Wild Boar King's feet suddenly melted into water, and with a single push, its feet sank into the mud. Su Qinghe's vines immediately unleashed, and as the wild boar struggled, bullets exploded, sending the entire wild boar flying. Bang! It landed silently. Uneasy, Su Qinghe raised his gun and fired a few more shots at the wild boar. The 3 men waited for several minutes, confirming the Wild Boar King was motionless, before slowly approaching to check. The wild boar's eyes were closed, its chest still heaving. Surprisingly, it wasn't dead yet. The 3 men immediately stepped back. In a flash, the Wild Boar King leaped and charged at Xia Chengfeng. Because of the close distance and the Wild Boar King's speed, Xia Chengfeng was sent flying by the full force of the blow. He spat out a mouthful of blood and passed out. Qin Yujing quickly fired several rounds at the Wild Boar King, and Su Qinghe unleashed his vines to bind it tightly. Perhaps it was because he had exhausted all his strength, but after the Wild Boar King collapsed, he remained silent. Some of the wild boars saw the king collapse and fled, howling as they ran. Qin Yujing and Su Qinghe ignored everything else and ran to Xia Chengfeng. They first fed him a high-level healing agent, then carried the unconscious Xia Chengfeng back home. Qin Yujing used her bracelet to call the medical team, asking them to send 2 people to check on him. The medical team had been in place since the battle began, and wounded soldiers had been arriving continuously. After receiving Qin Yujing's message, the 2 of them, armed with their first aid kits, rushed to Mai Meng's room. Mai Meng also witnessed the entire incident, but it happened so quickly that she didn't have time to apply a protective shield. Su Qinghe laid him on the bed. Aside from the blood he had just spit out, Xia Chengfeng had no other injuries and appeared to be fine. This only heightened everyone's concern. The doctor scanned Xia Chengfeng from head to toe with a scanner. He said to Qin Yujing and the others with a serious face, "All his internal organs are ruptured. From the outside, he seems fine, but look." The doctor handed the scan results to Su Qinghe and the others. Internal organs were ruptured, blood vessels were burst, and blood was already flowing through his body. "I've given him advanced healing agents." "Is it working?" Su Qinghe asked. "Basically, there's no hope." The doctor shook his head. He encountered this situation before, but it was more severe. He'd taken advanced healing agents, but in the end, he still couldn't be saved. "Think of a solution. Surgery? Incision? Or some medication? Could you give me a plan? You're saying there's no hope without even trying. What do I need you for?" Qin Yujing shouted, grabbing the doctor's clothes. "A person with superpowers has a stronger ability to heal. If his organs can recover, I can perform surgery to remove the blood clots and bring him back to life. If he can't recover, even if I clear the blood now, his damaged organs will still bleed." Everyone knew what was going to happen next. So, in the end, it all depended on Xia Chengfeng himself. Mai Meng leaned against the wall, unable to believe what she had heard. How could someone who had been fine just a moment ago suddenly be gone? She stumbled forward, a few short steps that seemed like an eternity. Tears blurred her vision as she groped her way forward. The doctor left the scanner. As soon as the scan showed Xia Chengfeng could recover on his own, he would be sent for. Otherwise, his presence would be useless. Mai Meng held Xia Chengfeng's hand. She opened her mouth, unsure what to say. "Don't worry, I've given him some medicine. He'll definitely get better." Su Qinghe whispered soothingly. "Yes, you must get better. You haven't even seen the birth of my baby yet. Maybe one of yours is inside. If not, we'll have children together." Mai Meng clasped Xia Chengfeng's hand. His hand was icy cold. She loved sleeping with him in her arms in the summer. But now, she didn't like the temperature at all. She wanted him to be warmer. Xia Chengfeng lay quietly on the bed, as if asleep, without responding to Mai Meng. Aside from his pale face, no one could tell that he was a dying man. Chapter 199. Mai Meng didn't make a scene. She sat quietly by the bed, holding Xia Chengfeng's hand tightly. Reflecting on their past, he wasn't like Wang Haoren, who shared a deep friendship with Mai Meng. He wasn't like Qin Yujing, who would crack jokes and please Mai Meng. And he wasn't like Su Qinghe, who was full of tricks and a bit of a tsundere attitude, always trying to get Mai Meng's attention. He simply stayed by Mai Meng's side, quietly stepping in whenever she needed him. He wasn't as attentive as Wang Haoren, who would take care of the little things in her life. But whenever he saw a new toy, he would quietly buy it and give it to my Meng. Although he wasn't good with sweet talk, he would hug my Meng tightly late at night, silently expressing his longing for her. She would also get tired of being around so many people. He never pushed my Meng. Seeing the fatigue on her face, he would quietly chat with her, allowing her to relax and get a good night's sleep. The four of them each had their own strengths, and my Meng felt she couldn't bear to be without any of them. Holding Xia Qingfeng's hand tightly, my Meng silently prayed, "You must get better." Then, she began to search her space, looking for something suitable. Food was the main item, along with the miscellaneous items she had stored away. Xia Qingfeng had already taken the medicine from this world, and if there were better ones, Su Qing and the others would definitely tell him. So in the end, it all came down to the system's rewards. Gene Repair Agent. My Meng examined the potion. Back then, Wang Haoran had also recovered after drinking this, but the effects were a bit overpowering, and she wondered if Xia Qingfeng could survive. My Meng, a little worried, continued searching. Finally, my Meng's gaze settled on the healing potion. But Xia Qingfeng had just taken the potion. Would it still be effective if he continued? "Brother Qinghe, please scan Brother Qingfeng again," my Meng said. "Okay." Su Qinghe picked up the scanner and scanned it again. The organ hasn't healed yet, but the bleeding has decreased. Su Qinghe's expression remained unrelenting as he spoke. After all, no one could tell if the decrease was due to improvement or simply because the bleeding had cleared up. My Meng couldn't wait any longer. She took out a potion and prepared to have Xia Qingfeng drink it first. If it didn't work, she would give him the gene repair potion. Qin Yujing tried to stop my Meng, saying that he had already taken the advanced healing potion. In fact, taking 1 or 2 potions would have the same effect. However, as long as it makes my Meng feel better, drink as many as you want. Every half hour, my Meng had Su Qinghe scan him. Each time, the results were consistent. The organs hadn't healed, but the bleeding had decreased. By midnight, the bleeding had stopped. Su Qinghe's alarm bells rang, and he looked at Xia Qingfeng warily. If there truly was no blood, then he would. But the equipment showed that he still had a heartbeat, albeit a very slow one, as if it could stop at any moment. Since the bleeding has stopped, can we have surgery to remove the accumulated blood first? If it remains in the body, it will clot. Is the surgery risky? My Meng asked. Not much, it's a minor procedure. I'll have the doctor come in right away. Su Qinghe thought about it and agreed. Cleaning it up after it solidified would be quite a hassle. In fact, this type of surgery is rarely performed. After all, with injuries this severe, surgery is basically unnecessary. But since my Meng had spoken, the doctor quickly arrived at the ward with all the surgical instruments. The doctor scanned the wound again, and found that the bleeding had indeed stopped. The heartbeat was a bit dangerous though. He was worried it might stop in his hand. Would Qin Xiao and the others give him trouble then? Just focus on completing the surgery. Don't worry about anything else. Seemingly sensing the doctor's apathy, Su Qinghe said, Please, everyone, please step aside for a moment. The surgery will be quick, only half an hour. The doctor politely asked them to leave. My Meng gently let go of Xia Qingfeng's hand and walked out cooperatively. After all, from her position outside the door, she could still see what was happening inside. The doctor was a little surprised to see my Meng so cooperative. Usually, in such a situation, wouldn't they have to go back and forth with the family members to persuade them? But in reality, the family members were simply wasting time, delaying the doctor's ability to save lives. My Meng leaned against the door, seemingly trying to peer through the tightly closed window. My Meng watched the doctor strip Xia Qingfeng of his clothes. Then, after some groping, he pulled out a thick needle and stabbed him in the abdomen. Blood flowed out through the tube. My Meng suddenly clung to Su Qinghe's arms. Although she knew the doctor was saving a life, she couldn't bear to watch. Su Qinghe, presumably understanding something, patted my Meng on the back and said, Don't worry, it's okay. If you can't see, don't look. Okay. My Meng lay quietly in Su Qinghe's arms, watching the doctor's movements without blinking. The doctor hadn't lied, it was indeed a minor operation, requiring no stitches. After confirming that there was no blood clots, and the heartbeat was still slow, the doctor breathed a sigh of relief. After gathering his belongings, he opened the door. Next, it depends on the patient's recovery. It's best not to eat until the internal organs have healed, the doctor warned. So, if Xia Qingfeng's internal organs still haven't healed in a few days, he won't die of illness but of starvation. What about the nutritional injections? My Meng asked. In this case, it's best not to. The doctor thought for a moment and said tactfully, Wait until the wound heals a bit. The wound was now like a spider web, and the doctor was worried that food would leak out through the various organs. It would be better to let the organs rest for a while. Perhaps a miracle would happen, and the wound would heal on its own. If it hasn't healed, then eating or not won't make much difference. My Meng was about to sit back down when Su Qinghe pulled her back. I know you care about him, but you have to think about yourself too. You're still pregnant. Eat something before you come back. My Meng looked at Su Qinghe. She knew he was concerned, but she truly had no appetite right now. Okay, I'll go eat something. My Meng finally went to the kitchen. Wang Haoran cooked her a pot of rice porridge and placed a few side dishes on the table. The porridge is warm. I'll serve you a bowl. Have a couple of side dishes to whet your appetite. They're all your favorites. Wang Haoran had heard about Xia Qingfeng's situation, but there wasn't much he could do. He had to stay home and watch over the little girl, ensuring they had a hot meal when they returned. Chapter 200. After eating, my Meng returned to her bedside to watch over Xia Qingfeng. Although she knew her presence wouldn't help, she simply wanted to stay with him, even if it meant a little peace of mind. Su Qinghe and the others didn't try to persuade my Meng to leave. Instead, they found her a more comfortable stool and patted it for her to sit on. If you feel tired, just lean back for a while. Don't forget you're pregnant, Su Qinghe reminded her. Regardless of whether Xia Qingfeng would wake up soon, he surely wanted to spend more time with my Meng. Thank you, my Meng thanked Su Qinghe. Take good care of yourself. When Qingfeng wakes up, we'll make him a big cake with the wheat we grew, Su Qinghe said. The crops were gradually ripening. While my Meng stayed, he would go out and take charge. After everyone left, my Meng looked at Xia Qingfeng lying in bed and said, Did you hear that? Brother Qinghe said he'd make you a giant cake. Don't you want to eat it? Everyone's eager for you to wake up soon. That's the food we planted with our own hands. It means so much. I want to witness it with you four. So, please don't abandon me. You must wake up, okay? My Meng held Xia Qingfeng's hand and kept mumbling to him by the bed. My Meng didn't know if he could hear her, but if he was battling death right now, she hoped her words would give him some strength. Isn't that how it's written in novels? When life hangs on a thread, a mysterious force pulls him back from the clutches of death. So, that's the power of love. Or perhaps her voice could penetrate the darkness and pull him out of the abyss. Maimong continued to skin every half hour. The bleeding had stopped, but the wound was still covered in cracks, looking a bit scary. And the slow ticking sound proved to everyone that he was still alive. As long as he was alive, there was hope. Maimong spent all her time besides meals, staying by Xia Qingfeng's side, and even slept beside him at night. The 2-meter-wide bed was equipped with a few small instruments, so there was more than enough room for an extra my Meng. When she got tired, she stood up and walked around, always chatting beside him. Wang Haoran always quietly brought water in for my Meng, then quietly left. By the second night, my Meng was getting anxious. If this continued, Xia Qingfeng would starve to death, even if he didn't die of illness. She was considering whether to use the gene repair agent. Another scan, the result was the same. My Meng was terrified that if she wasn't careful, her heartbeat would stop. Even more terrifying was the fact that she was powerless. Could she only watch him die before her eyes? Look, comparing them like this. Has the wound improved? Qin Yujing compared the scan from the day before with the most recent scan. She noticed that while the crack was still there, it was noticeably smaller today than yesterday. Let me see. My Meng took the two scans and compared them carefully. It seems to be getting better. My Meng looked at the two men happily. Let's take it to the doctor and see what he says. I've called him. I'll be there soon, Qin Yujing said. Sure enough, the doctor arrived soon after. He took the two drawings and examined them carefully, finally saying, There are indeed signs of healing. Can he get the nutritional injection now? My Meng asked impatiently. People need to consume energy to have enough time to recover. Well, the doctor wasn't sure. After all, this was his first time seeing such a situation. You can try a small amount first. If it works, give it a small amount more often. Okay, then try it first, my Meng urged impatiently. Then Xia Qingfeng took his first nutritional supplement in 2 days. The doctor didn't dare to inject too much, so he only gave him a third of the vial and stopped. A small vial is enough for a person to maintain a day's activity. Observe for 2 hours. If there are no signs of discomfort, you can give him another injection. Tomorrow, give him the nutritional injections 3 times a day, the doctor instructed. Try not to move him. Everything should wait until his wounds heal. Okay, thank you, doctor, my Meng said gratefully. After the doctor left, My Mang excitedly hugged Suching. Huh? Did you hear that? Brother Chungfeng can be saved. He doesn't have to die. That's great, that's great. Ha ha ha. My Mang smiled sincerely. As long as he could eat, that was enough. As for the wound, it would heal slowly. All they had was time. As long as he was alive, that was enough. Knowing that Xia Chungfeng could eat, the atmosphere at home improved significantly. Before, everyone was busy with their own affairs. When they returned home, they would just eat and sleep. It had been a long time since we heard laughter and joy. My Mang knew that her behavior might be a little inappropriate, but she simply couldn't bring herself to chat and laugh with the others while Xia Qinfeng's life hung by a thread. While life and death were still uncertain, at least there was hope. By the way, was that wild boar a level 4? My Mang asked Qin Yujing. She'd been so consumed with grief these past few days that she neglected everything else. Yes. Qin Yujing nodded. And several of the others around it were level 3. It must have occupied this place for a long time to have grown so large. But that night, the remaining wild boars fled with their families, Qin Yujing added. I've already arranged for people to clean up the battlefield and capture all the trampled wild boars. Aren't you planning on breeding? If they're accustomed, keep them. If they're not, I'll catch them for you later. The snakes have mostly fled, and the ones that didn't want to leave didn't get a chance to escape. As for the other small animals, they had already vanished after hearing the commotion, and the slower ones were also picked off. By the way, I've taken a look, and those buildings are uninhabitable. They need to be demolished and rebuilt. There's a large open space in front of the house, with a few scattered trees. I plan to have the house demolished, clear the surrounding trees, and then fence off the entire area. From now on, this will be our territory. Qin Yujing excitedly spoke of his plans. It's just 1 manor now, but we can expand it to 2, 3 manors later. Isn't the safe zone overcrowded? I'll just have to reluctantly help them share the burden. Such a large project, it won't be completed in the short term. Maimong also had expansion plans, but he didn't expect Qin Yujing to take such a drastic approach. No rush. We don't have that many people right now. Let's build the wall first. Establish sentry posts in 4 directions, and assign them to patrol. We can take the rest later. Safety first, everything else can be taken later.